If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want. I'll satisfy your need. We can have a good time. Don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time. You got it. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need.
Today's the first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. Want you to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better. Gotta be you. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted. The grass is green on my side. It's done and dusted. I'm never getting off this ride. 'Cause life with you is golden. So how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding on, can't get enough. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. Want you to be all mine. Got all these choices, yeah. But I so made up my mind. There's nobody better. Gotta be you. Thousand voices, yeah. 'Cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Yeah. It's gotta be you. Gotta be you.
Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds above can sing a sweeter tune. I needed to say that you find a way to make me feel anew. And I want to say thank you, 'cause you take me as I am. Oh, baby, take me as I am. Oh, take me as I am. Oh, take me. vagabond, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me, 'cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you, honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, you can take away my mint Cadillac, take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night, all I want is you, honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, 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 yeah. In the morning, well, early in the morning, late in the evening, right around noontime, right about noontime, baby, 24/7. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. My camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. The only thing I could ever really miss is what I feel when I get your kiss. All I want is you, honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah. If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me, I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want, satisfy your need. We can have a good time, don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time, act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation, you got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Don't you know you got it, baby? just what you need. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, yeah. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, yeah. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba. Don't you know you got it, baby? Don't you know you got it, baby?
You crack the ceiling. This love is an open sky. Can't shake this feeling. I want you know I can't lie. These doors are open. Welcome, darling, won't you stay? And you got me hoping. Forever's here, today's the first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. Want you to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind. Yeah, there's nobody better. Gotta be you. A thousand voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive. Yeah, there's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted. The grass is green on my side. It's done and dusted. I'm never getting off this ride. 'Cause life with you is golden. So how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding on, can't get enough. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. Want you to be all mine. Oh, yeah. Got all these choices, yeah, but I so made up my mind. There's nobody better. Gotta be you. Thousand voices, yeah, 'cause it's so good to be alive. Yeah, there's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Yeah. It's gotta be you. Gotta be you. Gotta be you. Gotta be you. Yeah. Gotta be you. Oh, it's gotta be you. Yeah. All these choices, but I so made up my mind. It's nobody better. Gotta be you. Thousand voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive. Yeah, there's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Hey. Nobody else, no.
direction. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. Well,
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
A very good morning. You are watching DreamLeague Season 26, and we are in group stage number 2. And that means that we have 4 best-of-3s every single day until we can get rid of 4 teams and make 4 teams make it to the finals. Let's see what today is going to bring us. Hey there. How you doing, Jenkins?
I'm great. Can I feel your hands today? Oh, they're a little dry. They're a little dry today. Is it because Misery, when we touched his hands yesterday, we said very masculine, very dry, and you felt emasculated?
I didn't watch that segment.
Do you watch any segment?
No.
They're actually still quite soft. I think it's my hands that are dry.
How are you doing, Sidnrin?
I'm soft as ever. What can I say?
Well, I would hope so.
That's your voice line for TI. I'm as soft as ever.
Oh my goodness.
was
Okay,
good.
what a great start to this morning. Hope we're all energized and ready. Let's just go over a couple things so that we, have gone over them. For example, did you know that DreamLeague Season 26 is the final stop for the Esports World Cup? And the road to Riyadh will come to an end for some teams, well, apart from they can go through qualifiers. But we got a lot of points here, Jenkins, to give away.
Oh, that's a metric shit ton of points, Sheever. Almost
Imperial.
Shit ton of points, Sheever. Almost as many from DreamLeague Season 26 as we have from ESL Raleigh, which of course is a LAN, and we're awarding more points for LAN. So we still have a few teams here who can make it into the top 8 for Riyadh.
We really do, Sidnrin.
Yep. So as it stands right now, 5 are locked in. Tundra are
They are
almost
actually
guaranteed. Are they guaranteed
I
completely?
believe, for example, according to Wikipedia, who hands out points regardless, they are in. So I think
it.
mathematically you can consider them in.
They've done the math.
Yeah. I mean, either way, when this tournament started, we needed some ridiculous permutation for that not to happen. Like 2 specific teams needed to get 2 specific placements. So it's very unlikely, and yeah, let's consider them in. So this is the battle for 7th, 8th. Avulus are out, so they cannot obtain any more points. Enigma Galaxy still can. And then on the lower half, you see on your screens here, Flipster, Talon, Aurora, Gaimin, Yakult are still in. So
And Gaimin is already qualified for Riyadh
They're
because
auto-invited.
they are the defending champions and they will get a chance to defend their title.
So among the other 3, that means there's 4 teams right now fighting for effectively 2 spots.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, Avulus are then the 5th team that no longer can gain points. So a lot to play for.
A lot to play for. We saw a lot of games yesterday that will have an impact on those scores. I mean, yesterday was the halfway point, so this second group stage is a total of 7 days. Everybody has 7 best-of-3 series, and obviously the higher you get, the more points you get in the top 4, has a chance to get even more points in the weekend, with finals weekend. And also first place of the group gets points, but to be fair, looks like Paravision is heading towards that. But let's take a look at some of the results of yesterday, as yesterday was probably our day where we, like, it was the first day with 3 2-0s, Jacobs. 3.
Yeah, to be honest, after the few days that we had beforehand, I was not remotely expecting that, and we had Aurora Talon, which started off the day with an absolute banger. We had an 80 to 90 minute game that just wouldn't end. So after that series, like, oh, this is just the patch. Like, it's another long day. Here we go. But after that, it was pretty much just.
Game 2 was pretty long too, to be fair.
Game 2 was long. Yeah, the first series was long.
I think the first series, Sunspan, was indeed the best series.
Oh yeah, it's all downhill from there, Shiver. Thanks. A lot of positivity here. Yeah, the first 2 games specifically were really good, and then Aurora felt like Talon just fell off a cliff in that game 3, so it just ended pretty quick. And then, yeah, past that, Betboom just took care of business. Feel like NGX just not consistent at all. You never know who's gonna show up, but we know about Aurora, Cinderin.
Aurora.
They show up very consistently.
Well,
They're consistently inconsistent, so they'll be consistent sometimes.
that makes a lot of sense to some people out there. You know, seeing the replays here. So this is from Marathon game number 1. You can see at the top 80 minutes in. This game ended
Rapiers.
relatively shortly after this.
This was a game where Kiyotaka did not deserve to win, let's be real.
He
How
had a
many
couple
times he
moments.
died?
He had a couple moments in this game as well.
Yeah, this was definitely not his best series. He had, I think it was 16 deaths on Ricky in game number 1 as a mid-hero. This game, I think it was around 10 on the Pango. I think in that second game, Talon's draft was really, really good. I think the Drow last pick was awesome, and that definitely won them the game. Unfortunately, in game number 3, in my opinion, heavily outdrafted and outplayed, and yeah, they really brought it there in the third game.
I hope that
for the side
doesn't
of Aurora.
dissuade teams from picking Ricky going forward.
I hope it doesn't dissuade Aurora from picking Ricky. Because I gotta say, from a fan perspective, I love Kiyotaka.
Oh, he's amazing.
I was so happy, and I think Lornoff is an excellent player.
Yeah, he's the new age GPK, some say. Jenkins,
I
whatever
would
his name is.
I would say
Got us
he's,
confused all the time.
he is the Eastern European eternal envy. That's how I feel. You
I think that's
legitimately
pretty
don't
fair.
know what you're gonna get. But in some games, he will 1v5 against the best teams in the world. It's awesome.
I will say the highlight for that previous series for Bedboom and Enigma Galaxy for me was after the series against Dr. Kiritish, who is the most positive player, and he was so happy and so nice and friendly to talk to, which it sounds like I'm flaming everybody else, but it's just it was just a breath of fresh air. It was really nice.
Betboom has historically had some dead inside type players. That is what it is.
I didn't say that.
That's what they say.
Okay.
I asked Save why he had a question mark profile. He changed his profile picture from something interesting to a question mark, and he said, "Oh, I was just feeling dead inside today. Just want to show that I'm dead inside."
Speaking of being disappointed in human beings, Shiver, I've never seen you so disappointed as you were last night when I walked into the gym with 2 pizza boxes as you're exercising, and then all I could say was, "It's not what it looks like." I went to my room.
Well, to be fair, then I thought that because I knew the pizza place you ordered from is a Napolitana pizza, and they normally are relatively small, and maybe you don't eat the crust.
No, they were big.
Oh.
And what
The
did you do with
second pizza
one?
box. This is why I said it
Oh.
was not what it looks like. It was a dessert inside.
What is okay? If
was
you're
like-
gonna say that the dessert is Nutella pizza, that
No,
counts.
that was what
That was
he
what I
got. He actually had 2 pizzas.
Oh, so he ordered
For
two.
me, I mean, it's not like it's healthier. It's the dough balls. So it's not like it took up the whole box. I don't know why it was even in that to begin with.
It did look
Not what it looked like, Sheever. While you're, you know,
And
working out.
I went downstairs afterwards to grab my own dinner, which was a salad, of course. And I saw 2 pizza boxes still standing at the counter,
right.
and I figured those were delicious.
That's right. Those were mine.
4 pizza boxes for 2 people. What's wrong with you
It
two?
was a good
Did
night.
you finish?
No, I ate
But did
my
you
whole
eat the pizza?
I ate my whole pizza and like a little bit more than half of my Nutella pizza. The rest in the fridge, saving it for later.
Dirty little treat for daddy, right?
That's right.
Succulent delight for Cinderin.
Oh, no, but I was not disappointed. Jealous, potentially. Maybe you
Yeah,
misread
but-
my emotion.
That's
you know.
right. She wanted the
You know,
pizza.
because when I opened the gym door, I saw Sunspan in the door. I was like, holy shit, he's in the gym. He's like, just passing through.
I have to go.
Two
I mean, that's
pizza
the thing.
boxes.
I have to walk through a gym to get to my room. It's actually demoralizing, especially when you're holding 2 pizzas.
You know, you can walk the
that should
other
be-
way.
They call that
I know, but
motivating.
I don't want to go out. It's a whole thing.
That's motivation, is what that is.
No, I just feel bad about myself. Every time I walk in, I see somebody working out. I'm like,
You know what? That's not just a you thing, because when I walk through, even though I do go to the gym, and there's people in the gym, I also feel judged for not going to the gym, even though I do, but they don't see that. But then I walk through and I'm like,
Yeah, but you're not walking through a 2 pizza boxes.
that's true.
Yeah, you should try that. Maybe we still
don't-
have some empty pizza boxes you can borrow.
You just
for
every
the
time,
experience.
just a
so,
stack.
Cinder, you don't have to go through the gym, but you can if you want,
Yeah.
just to have that experience. To the
Yeah,
next
I mean, I did that for a whole season, so.
I have
was
something
great.
planned for this morning, by the way, because you know it's
Oh.
really fun to talk Dota things with you guys and pizza and food things as well. But I figured we're gonna play a little game, you know, have a little bit of a different thing. And this is a game that our viewers are gonna be very familiar with. Jenkins, I know you're familiar with it as well, but I don't know how much you guys played it, especially not on DreamLeague. It's Guess the Rank.
Oh, I love this game.
I heard from Shannon this morning that he also likes this game. So you're all gonna get a little whiteboard.
Okay.
So you guys will be the ones playing.
I'm
You're
gonna
all
be terrible at this.
you're all playing for yourselves, but you can obviously discuss if you want. And
Mislead each other.
yeah, and
I don't remember the names of the
I
ranks.
was gonna say, can you
They
go
bring
from
it up
low
for us,
to
don't
high?
worry.
There's Herald, Crusader,
Oh, Guardian, right?
Guardian
Herald,
first.
Guardian,
There it is.
Crusader,
Look,
Archon.
we have our
Legend.
list
Guardian,
right here.
Crusader, Archon, Legend, Ancient, Divine, Immortal. Very good.
He did very good at that.
Of course,
But
but
he
not
was
look.
reading up.
No, he didn't look. He was
Oh.
looking down.
Yeah.
of course, Shannon isn't familiar with the lower ranks. He's always been high immortal, so
Yeah.
he's never had to worry about the other ranks.
That's true. Thank you.
This is true. Okay, so without further ado, our first clip. Let's take a look at what this one has to offer. Our clip. There we go.
Oh, they even took out the player names just in case we knew some of them. I know this guy. He's called Beastmaster.
Oh, he has a helm dog.
Beastmaster
too.
is
He has a helm dog.
getting healed by his Undying.
That's an early Dominator.
Look at this.
It's a very early Dominator. He has a null talisman.
And they pause.
And
so
a pause.
That doesn't
Slight
indicate anything.
toxicity
Everybody's
coming.
toxic.
Okay,
Ooh.
it's South America,
Yeah.
yes? Or NA.
So
Based
this
on Reddit, this is 50-50. This could be NA or SA servers.
it could also be Europe servers. I hate to break it to you.
Okay.
Okay. I think
He
I've-
turned around a 3v1. Well, 2v.
So he had Helm of the Dominator at minute 7,
I think I have a
and
pretty,
he had a null.
pretty good
Probably a
idea.
bot game.
Okay, I'm gonna... Okay.
And we, of course, want the rank of the Beastmaster, but I think that was pretty obvious.
Yep. I think I got a pretty good idea. You guys ready?
Well, let's turn the cards. Let's see what we got. We got an Immortal, an Ancient, and a Divine. Whoo! All
good rank.
different, which is what I like. Shannon, 100% correct.
Ooh,
100%
look at
win rate so
you.
far.
Hell yeah.
John was the
Easy
Beastmaster.
Divine Beastmaster.
He was Grandmaster, so you got to be kind of high rank to get Grandmaster.
Yeah.
That
That was Cinder had the worst guess by far.
That's untrue. He was further away.
You were What do you mean?
I said ancient, he said divine, you said immortal. But immortal is a much bigger span, so I was closer mathematically.
What is he talking
All right,
about?
here we go again.
Huh?
Go
You
ahead.
Both were one
Go ahead,
rank
Sharon.
off.
Just
This
gotta-
is how it
just gotta
works.
correct you when you say
No
the wrong
points
thing.
for them, points for Shannon. Let's take a
Terrible
look at our
showing by
second clip.
Jenkins.
We're looking for the rank of the Huskar.
Oh, this already doesn't look good.
He has 33 denies minute 15.
This could be a Smurf though.
It could. Armlet.
I think if he's a Smurf, he shouldn't
Dragonlance.
have died twice.
He has Dragonlance. He has Hurricane Pike recipe.
Oh, right on the cliff.
the
What a
clipping.
play.
True.
Incredible display.
And he did
does
not armlet
that.
toggle at all.
The recipe is actually kind of a dead giveaway, isn't it? But it's like he has 33 denies, though. You don't have 33 denies on any hero in super low rank, right? Would anyone deny that
Can we
much?
get the ranks up again?
If you were
We can.
Struggling to remember.
smurfing, but you're just a dog shit Smurf, this is what this looks like to me.
Here are your ranks that you can choose from.
All right, I'm gonna go with, yeah. Let's try this.
Ready?
Let's take a look. Turn our boards over. We got 2 Archons and a Guardian.
Oh, I chose the same as Shannon. This is a good sign.
This is not a good sign.
Oh.
None of you are correct. It is Legend.
Legend.
Damn it.
Legend.
Close.
That was my second
This
guess.
man had a
Always
recipe.
go with your second gut.
Close.
Maybe he died and he like bought the recipe to save gold or something. If he's legend, because I feel like legends don't do that.
You're supposed to be really good at this, by the way.
No, I'm not. People think because I watch Herald videos, I'm.
Yeah,
You're supposed to recognize when there's heralds, but
Yeah.
the rest should
I don't
be
know
all
the other
same.
ranks.
All right, wait for the herald then. If you get that wrong.
Let's take a look at our following clip. We are looking at a Marana.
Okay. 2 Wraithbands treads.
That is an interesting build.
She has Quelling Blade?
That's perfectly
Is she against Prophet?
No.
No. Okay.
Overanalyzing.
No, that is the game, Shannon.
Overanalyzing.
Okay, she leaps in. She.
Leaps out.
Okay.
Well, she can hit buttons.
That's the clip. Okay.
That's the clip.
She was 4, 1, and 2 with Quelling Blade and a Maelstrom builder with 2 Wraithbands and treads, right? Who buys that? What role was she?
All right,
in?
I'm ready.
She mid?
I'm ready.
Well, she was mid there. But who knows?
I'm gonna double down.
These can be deceiving, you know? You
We
did
got
it
an
again. you
Archon
piece
and
of
Archon.
Archon.
Same
And
one.
what did you have?
Guardian.
I thought you were supposed to be able to recognize.
Oh, it's a herald?
It is a herald.
Wow.
I mean, because usually in Herald, everyone is there for a fight like that. It's unusual to see just a 1v1.
God, this is a blowout.
Well, so far, I mean,
1-0-0
Shannon is
blowout.
miles ahead of the rest. Infinite times.
I want to make one PSA here that if you go back to all of the Guess the Ranks, we have gotten less and less accurate because the MMR system is fucked right now. People are hitting 17k MMR. Don't do the baby. Is that
not wrong.
Matthias?
Why
You know
looking
what?
at me?
Don't do the baby
I'll
thing.
baby rage with you. Because
Thank
you're
you.
right.
Thank
you're
you.
right. I'll back you up for one.
It's like
He's saying something smart right now.
You
Everybody
can't
pay
guess-
attention.
Well, the one
This is a
thing that
rarity.
hasn't changed is herald.
it has actually.
How?
There's less of them. There's way less heralds.
but that should be
Fewer.
easier to
And
recognize. then, no?
and guardians are just herald because the distribution is bigger.
Well, let's
He's
see
not
if
wrong.
this-
Honestly, he's cooking. He's actually saying something true. This is a
I
rare
mean, it's
moment.
not
We should all
necessarily not true.
cherish this.
But the fact that you guys are aware of this should make you better at guessing the rank. Let's take a look at our next clip.
God, I'm owning.
And we're looking at the Morphling.
Oh my god, Radiance, Etherlens, Morphling. That's a Giga
The
Chat rank.
fuck is this build? This is Jenkins. This has got to be high immortal.
Is he the strength?
Oh, my God, what a
Look
beast.
at that.
But he's skilled adaptive strike, so it can't be that high level.
Well, he bought Radiance too, so.
No, that's perfectly normal.
He's level
Oh.
16 at 23 minutes.
He's
They're all really high level.
a bit in a pickle. Oh no, he's fine.
Good waveform
Oh.
target. Good selection. He has Tumblr's toy. Tumble!
He's morphing into
Tumble!
strength. No.
All
Well,
right.
you can't tumble anymore.
It's a good effort.
Okay, well.
I don't know. I don't feel like you go Giga Chat build like this unless you're good.
There was an important detail in the end that I'm not going to tell you because it would help you, but you didn't notice.
I'm ready. Time limit.
It's got to be pretty low.
I'm curious about the detail you
Yeah.
noticed, and I would like to know the detail. What is the detail you noticed?
You keep getting the same one.
The Grimstroke did not have a magic stick.
That's the detail.
Wow.
He had arcane boots.
The case
He
is
had
cracked.
he had arcane boots, a null talisman, and a
So
glimmer
you
cape.
get. So that's why you guess the
You
thing.
do not buy stick on a
So
support
you
in
saw that
Immortal or high rank.
You
There's
saw
no
that
way.
he didn't have a stick. You look
Well-
over at Sun's fence, then you copy him. That's
And
what.
that means that you were both correct.
There you go.
Wow.
It's Guardian. It was
I
a
genuinely
Guardian
would not have
Morphling.
guessed this if I didn't see the Grimstroke without a magic stick. But we think differently, Shannon, but we got to the right result.
Did you say medic stick?
Magic stick.
You said he said
They
medic.
are guessing the same thing every time, and it's very impressive.
Okay, maybe
That's
maybe
pretty sad.
Synderen and Jenkins, could you please switch chairs for the next prompt?
There we go. Yeah, Cinder and
Do you think I'm copying him or what?
Yeah, no, she wants you to switch chairs because it's warm over here. What do you fucking think she thinks?
I don't want to give him any excuses for you guys guessing the same. Let's go look at the next
Harder
one.
to see from over here, but
We're looking at Roshan.
This is a low-level Roshan.
okay.
He's level 30. What are you talking about?
Wait, so who's 3, 0, and 7 right now?
Roshan.
Oh, that's a rare game for sure.
Here he goes.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good. Oh my
She didn't
god.
even adjust to
two.
Roshan. XD. Okay, Rick
Oh,
almost walked into Roche as well.
Roshan MVP.
All right, the all chat's pretty important.
Wait, who are we guessing?
Roshan.
People in high MMR would never type like this.
Yeah, they're
I'm
in-
ready,
they're
Shiver.
in-
Time limit. Time limit. Time limit.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Archon and Ancient. See, these people on the couch will guess the same thing again.
now you're cheating, huh?
But nobody is right.
Oh.
None of them?
None of them.
Damn.
It was an immortal Roshan.
Oh.
Immortal?
Close.
Yeah.
We're close, though.
No all chats like that in Immortal.
This couch is really good.
LOL Roshan MVP and Immortal people would like,
You know,
wouldn't even react. They'd be
We
like,
should
I'm dead
change the
inside.
rules to give half a point for people that are one rank away, you know?
Wait, why are you saying that
Okay.
you're ahead?
Because I'd be more ahead. I've been one off like many times.
Me
Okay.
too.
Let's do one
we've
more.
guessed
See
things.
if Synderen can tie the score.
Wait, let's
here.
make the last one worth 3 points. Shiver.
Let's take a look
Oh,
at
I love
this
this build.
hoodwink.
I think the cameraman is Harold. Can we see the fight, please? Okay.
I think it's a Hoodwink's player
Yeah,
perspective.
it's his player perspective.
Oh, wait. How?
Wait,
guy's
is he scripting?
What's he looking at himself for?
Yeah, what
Bro,
the-
look at
How
the
is he
fight.
hitting abilities?
Like, what's happening?
Is he actually scripting? That's strange.
Can we look at
That
the
was
clip
player
again?
perspective.
Can we
Yeah.
look at the clip again? Is
Yeah,
that
can we
possible?
see it
Do
again?
we have the technology to look
Wait a
at the
minute.
hoodwink clip again? Here we go.
Okay, so he's looking ahead. He's not really looking at the fight very well. Now he is.
Right there's good. That's fine.
What is this camera
I
movement?
feel like I'm doing an Overwatch case.
I
That's pretty lucky, but all right.
Did his
Yeah.
mouse ever move that way?
I think he's using. Okay, I think he's using quick cast. And
So-
he,
all right.
A lot of the time, jerky
I'm
camera
ready.
movement like this can be high skill. The way he's looking at the fight is just
Time limit.
okay.
Time
5,
limit.
4, 3, 2, 1. Show your boards. We
Eventually, it's got to be Archon, right?
you're kidding! I
No.
didn't tweet that time.
got. They all got Archon and they're all wrong.
Damn it. But yes, I mean, yes. Thank God.
It's Guardian, isn't it?
It's Ancient.
Really?
Yeah, it's higher than what you think.
That is interesting camera work.
That is a very terrible player if you can script and still be ancient. Because that was scripting.
Positive?
She wasn't even looking at the fight.
It did look fishy. Yeah.
A little bit fishy.
That was sus.
It's fine. You got to do your Overwatch cases so we can catch them.
0 points, huh? That's a tough one. That's a tough.
I don't know
pill
what
to
it
swallow.
looks like outside of extremely high MMR. Because I'm
Harold.
extremely high MMR these days in unranked.
Uh-huh. Let's congratulate Suns fan. Congratulations.
Congratulations, you understand
done,
the
sir.
dodge
Well done,
players
sir.
better than all of us.
And this was your first time playing here for DreamLeague. 100% win rate.
That's
well done.
true. A whopping 2 points wins.
That's all you need.
The 1 point you had Synderen was because you were cheating off.
Yeah,
It was very easy for me to see his board.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Let's focus our attention on what's happening here today. Other than, obviously, Shannon winning, there's a couple of Dota teams that would like to be winning as well. Here's your schedule
Hell
for
yeah.
today.
We got the banger.
I mean, the reason why you guys are saying that is because you're all looking at that first series, right?
The thing is, so yesterday, Flipster Talon had this marathon, right? But Colt Brothers smashed Gaimin. That wasn't even remotely close. They beat them in two of the shortest games of Group Stage 2, back-to-back. They were like 30-minute games. And we saw Talon get crushed in Game 3 off of a little bit of overcooking from themselves in the draft. So I don't necessarily think this
I
will
think
be
we're
big,
overcooking
but-
on the usage of the word overcooking. Just throwing it out
All
there.
right. Do you ever play Overcooked?
No.
Great game, but
It
it's
is
a
a
social
great
game, so
game.
you wouldn't like it.
That's
you have
true.
to play with other people.
Yeah,
I
but it
agree
is
with
very
that.
stressful, and you can
Stressful.
definitely.
I would like to cook something myself if not overcook something. Gaimin also probably has had some of the shortest games in general when they lose.
Yeah.
So I think when they lose, they can just look really bad. Yakult has always been kind of at a level where they're like good. Their games are crazy and chaotic, but they're good. And so I think that Flipster, they haven't really looked like that. Even when they lose, it's not like total devastation of the highest degree, barring yesterday.
Neither of these teams can finish games. This is going to be 3 games, 60 minutes for each one.
I
can
literally
feel
just
it.
told you Yakult finished 2 games in 30 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's Gaimin.
But it's Gaimin. That's a
So
Gaimin.
Gaimin
curse.
finished the game
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
by themselves.
I think they would.
Gaimin have like these all-in strats, it feels like.
I think the third series might be the closest today, actually.
Liquid Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, because I think Liquid are definitely not in form right now, and Enigma Galaxy are a little bit on the way down in terms of power rankings for this tournament. They look great in Group Stage 1. They look good on day 1 of Group Stage 2, and then gradually I feel like things, unfortunately for them, are kind of on a downward trajectory. But this is a must-win series today. They have to beat Liquid if they want a chance of getting top 4. So, okay, there's a wrong. Thank you. I'm not sure what
Which
was
part would you not agree
It
with?
doesn't matter.
He just doesn't like when I talk.
Can I keep this for the cast?
I don't think people will.
It's just for me.
Shiver, I have my answer.
You can borrow it. What? You can borrow
That
it.
is a really fucked up G. What is
What do you
that?
mean? It's a
Oh,
normal G, dude.
Horrible.
I was more. Was going to complain about the N.
Yeah, I mean, the N is just lazy, but the
because
G,
it looks
it's
like
like
Borg.
you overcooked the G for being real.
Wait, who are you pointing at? Both of us?
It's a catch-all.
Okay, well, I have a response to that. I have a response.
Okay, we're gonna let you keep the boards.
I was
For
very
now.
careful to point the arrow in the right direction.
Thank you.
Very elaborately thinking of it.
Thank you very much.
I'm glad you
For
overanalyzed
joining us
that.
this
You
morning.
overcooked it again. Thank you, Shiva.
Thank you.
We are gonna move to our first series of the day. It's gonna be Yakult Brothers versus a Flipster Talon. Let's get started.
Both these teams going into Series 1, Yakult Brothers and Talon, they're both 2-2 right now. Going into Day 5 of Group Stage 2, they both need this win to solidify their chances at making it to the top 4 in the playoffs. And something I've been noticing over the course of this new patch on the second group stage is teams experimenting with new support heroes, and sometimes it works perfectly well, and sometimes it backfires pretty hard. Talon did experiment with a support Bloodseeker yesterday, and it did not work out for them. But the hero I wanted to highlight that Yakult Brothers has been using a lot, and also got buffed in the recent patch, is Oracle. So here's some stats from this new patch. Oracle is 6-2, and one thing people are doing with these new support heroes, or like the new meta heroes, is that they don't necessarily always enable them. And I wanted to highlight what Yakult Brothers is doing so well with this hero, because they are responsible for 3 of those wins despite being 2-2 in this group stage, meaning that they've lost about half of their games, 3-0 with Oracle. What Oracle got buffed was the fact that you can see which power rune it is, rather than just knowing where it's going to be, but also the fact that there were a lot of 5-position heroes that got nerfed, and Oracle's one of the best 5 positions in the game against AA, who is still popular from the previous meta. So if we can go and pull up the image of their drafts, what I love so much about what Oracle does for a carry, as you see, they won all 3 of these games, is that Oracle gives the carry built-in sustain, extra sustain if they were to buy a Satanic, and it also allows you to postpone your usage of BKB in fights. So a lot of heroes that work best with Oracle are ones that have late game Satanic purchases, do a lot of burst damage, and also usually only buy one mid-game defensive item in the form of a BKB, because it allows you to hold on to that much longer. And you see here that they are using it with Sven, Gyrocopter, as well as Ursa, all 3 heroes that fit this stand your ground, burst damage, or sustain damage over the course of the fight. And we saw Oracle used yesterday by Enigma Galaxy with a hero like Medusa that has anti-synergy and was responsible for one of the losses. But we also saw, like I mentioned with Talon, using heroes like Bloodseeker, but they weren't really enabled in the draft. They've had losses where they had Morana support, a newish hero for this meta that they also did not enable. So what I'm looking forward to in these drafts today is these teams utilizing these new meta heroes, especially the Oracle for Yakult Brothers that they won both their games yesterday, and making sure that they enable them properly with the cores that they're picking alongside them.
Thank you very much, BSJ, as Misery is also joining us on this panel. Good morning to you as well. I'm gonna ask you something that I haven't asked before, and this is before we see the draft, before anything else. But these two teams, I think, are some of the more fun teams to watch. They've exceeded my expectations, maybe yours as well. Do we have a favorite? Is there one team over the other that you're thinking, well, that team should get ahead over the other? Because for me, pretty 50-50.
I think maybe based on yesterday's games, it's Yakult Bros that are actually favorites now. Had you asked me yesterday, maybe I would have said Talon.
Yeah.
So I think it depends.
Recency bias a little bit.
It depends how much the games yesterday transfer into today's matches, because Yakult Bros looked really strong yesterday. Emo absolutely handled Quinn in the mid lane and destroyed Gaming Gladiators. On the other hand, Aurora took the series against Talon, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it depends. I think how much that matters for today's matches. If they manage to reset, I think it's very 50-50.
I think it definitely boils down to what team understands the meta better. Like as Brian was showing, Sven's win rate has seen the most change in the last week. It's #1 right now. Like when a patch comes out, you'll always see these like win rates like oscillating a lot because you have the immediate reaction to the patch, which is like, holy shit, this hero got a new facet, it's really broken. Then the meta shifts around. Yeah, like clockwork, of course, the chainmail, very good. And then the meta shifts around that. You need minus armor because he's got so much armor. Then a hero like Sven becomes popular because of Revenant's Brooch. But Sven, genuinely, it's the top win rate hero right now. Probably because the meta has shifted and he's good against the meta heroes. And like you said, the idea of Oracle is now good because it enables mid laners. Okay, who's good with Oracle? Well, heroes that buy Satanic. So then the Satanic heroes are even stronger. So whoever can come up with that next step, the next iteration of the patch, is going to be the team that takes advantage today, or the team that's abusing like the current one. If this does end up being like the strongest, like if the patch has finally settled, because at some point it will settle.
Yeah, but there's no way it settles in 4 days.
Probably not. Probably not. I mean, Dota players are pretty damn good at figuring it out. But you know, maybe it's like since Tundra is not here, like they're usually the team that it settles with the quickest. Tundra or Paravision.
Yeah, I think the biggest shift in the carry role is I don't remember who we were interviewing, but they said that it felt like the 5s were fixed from last patch.
Yes,
like the Jakiros.
that was 9 classes.
Yeah, so the Jakiros of the world. Like, a lot of the times we were thinking yesterday, Flipster Talon, they picked Faceless Void, and we were worried about going into their last pick. They don't have damage for Chrono in their draft yet. And a lot of safe lane carries, what they want to consider is which one of these carries pair best with the meta supports right now. You know who else Sven pairs amazingly well with? Also AA. So, like, we're looking at AA Oracle, I think, as 2 of the premier 5 positions in this meta. And as a hero's synergies go up with the roles that they lane with, it just makes that hero stocks even better. So I think Sven's a beneficiary of these indirect buffs because of the other heroes that are in the meta right now.
Sven Omni. Also probably the best hero to play with Omni.
Yeah, the extra bonus strength. And
yeah, that shit.
Yeah, being able to delay your BKB on heroes like Ursa and Sven, I think we're going to see more and more of these guys. We saw, who was it, Betboom as well yesterday winning with Ursa.
Yeah.
I just feel like these heroes that benefit from that extra prolonged fights, and they can...
And a 20-minute tormentor instead of 15 minutes.
Yes, it's a big deal, because Sven was also... Misery, we were talking backstage, I think this was like 3 or 4 days ago, where you're like, I think Sven's more of like an anti-mage type hero now. Like, he doesn't want to fight for like the first 20 minutes.
Let him
like
do 3 items,
That was
right?
you, right? I'm not missing.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that Sven is kind of a greedy hero. Like, he needs time, right?
Yes.
Like, he doesn't like when there's pressure on the map. He can't really fight. He doesn't want to fight before BKB, basically.
Yeah.
So I think of him as a pretty greedy carry, a bit like anti-mage. You're waiting for him a lot.
You need those like 2 or
comes.
3 items, right?
Of course, he's not an anti-mage, but it's over towards that type of playstyle.
In regards to the timing.
Yeah, if in the first 20 minutes, you know, you're not going to expect much from him.
Well, I'm also not going to expect much from the Oracle this game because it's banned in the first
They
phase.
banned it themselves.
Yeah.
They prioritized Darkseer higher than Oracle then.
So
That's
Oracle also counters Darkseer.
Well, I'm saying like they know they have to ban Oracle to pick Darkseer.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
They think that Darkseer is a good enough hero to warrant banning a hero they've been using in order to pick it first.
I'm just highlighting like how damn good Oracle is on this
Yeah,
patch.
it's worth noting, yeah.
When it's like there are all these things it pairs with, and it happens to counter like a bunch of the meta heroes, and it can now tell you what rune is going to spawn, so you know how many heroes you should bring to fight for. And Invis rune is about to spawn. It's like, who gives a shit?
Yeah, Illusion Rune.
Yeah,
maybe.
Arcane rune. All right, bring all 5. You know?
Regen Rune. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, these can be pretty insane.
Like, this
game
information is crazy to play around.
Well, it does mean we have Shadow Shaman coming out.
Yeah, I was just gonna make a quick point about in regards to the meta. I think what's really cool right now is that it feels like every single team has their own identity a little bit more, their own niche heroes, their own type of heroes that they prefer. Whereas in the old patch, we kind of saw everyone just going for Jakiro Ringmaster,
Very homogenous.
Bristleback, Beastmaster, you know, the same type of heroes over and over. So it felt like you couldn't really distinct each team from each other. They were just all playing the same stuff, right? Whereas now you really have a clear distinction between the teams, and the unique ideas are free to come out.
Now this is a hero that I mentioned is synergizing really well with Oracle, but it's also very good against Darkseer. I feel like I'm determined. I know Morphling already got banned and so did Tiny, but I just have to believe there's other carries that are allowed to shine now. I know those heroes are still good, but I'm glad to see that teams are trying out the Gyros, the Svens, these like other... I mean, the Luna's a failed experiment, I believe.
Yeah, we tried.
At this point.
We
I
tried.
think that hero's like 0-7 or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of heroes creeping up to the meta, and like you said, Misery, since the top tier heroes got nerfed, those heroes are still viable and they're in the meta, but there's a lot of people who have different interpretations of what heroes are worth picking in their stead, so I definitely like that a lot too. Silencer.
Ooh. And anytime a Silencer comes out now,
Bloodseeker.
I think of the Bloodseeker.
It's kind of a gimmick, I think. Like, depending on the lane matchup. If they pick like a Centaur, you're not too excited about it, but that already done.
We did see the Silencer Bloodseeker successful in the first place against a Rasta in lane, though.
True.
Because he's got such low range.
He will walk up.
He will walk up and get Bloodseeker silenced and Silencer queued.
So right now, Max in the pool. That's a hero that Yakult could be picking up here for Boboka. They also played Alchemist.
Yeah, Darkseer
with the
Max sounds great.
Earlier. I think that was their first match, so maybe that was like first match of the patch. Random Alchemist appears, but that is also an option. Terrorblade, okay. Maybe Boboka is taking a page out of 9 classes page.
Flex pick here?
Yeah, I think that's not out of the question. Could also be just a carry, but I don't know. I'm always a bit skeptical when it's picked in this type of slot, right? Like, what does that mean for the draft? It means that most of the time it is like it's made for a little bit of a deterrence, perhaps. So Flips the Talent thinks it's a carry, but actually it's a support. Not a hero Boboka has played a lot, or even a law, I think. So could be a way to get ahead in the draft this way.
Feels like a Boboka hero, honestly. This guy just does not like to play normal Dota. He was the original Monkey King player. That hero is not normal as a 4 position.
Yeah, I also think that the problem with this TB4 in this game compared to Mag and Alchemist, for example, is that it doesn't add any disables or any way of starting the fight, right? So you need to find that somewhere else on the draft. Obviously, Emo is going to be playing like Void Spirit, Ember, something like that out of mid, probably. So that's something that we might see, and that's a good way to start the fight.
Yeah, I would actually want to see the Sven as like a carry that potentially offers this to you. Darkseer Sven is an absolute classic. I know they picked the Terrorblade. Part of me is thinking that Terrorblade is very good against Sven, so maybe they're thinking this Gyrocopter's a flex. We don't want to pick Sven here because Terrorblade counters it. So I would love to see something like that. It could absolutely just come from Emo's pick. It could be like an Earthshaker or the Spirits. A lot of options, I'd say. They do have to pick one of these, though. Like, if they don't enable the Darkseer, I feel like that's what Gaiman did wrong yesterday. Their follow-up to Darkseer was a disruptor, but, like, once the mid-game BKBs, and they also just had an Oracle on Yakult Brothers, and so whoever got that combo, it wasn't a threatening combo at the end of the day. They go for the
Magnus,
mag.
a steal. And a core Magnus, it should be the WS Magnus.
Yeah, I mean, I think it does relatively the same thing between core and support, honestly. Other than like the early game rotations, you can run mag mid now against Ember, right?
Yeah, but is Ember on this patch not?
He's been not doing so hot.
Yeah, but when you say that, I don't think he has a single win.
No one played it yesterday.
Oh,
I don't
that
think they
means
lost, right?
Not a
So-
single person played it yesterday.
No, no one did.
So it was you think about that.
But if no one played it yesterday, then he.
He had to have won. 'cause-
Yeah,
that was
they
Ember's
went to us,
first
they
win.
went to us.
He was 0-7
I-
until no one won with it yesterday.
I think it's more likely to be a
Also an 8.
offlane Magnus. I don't think that's something Mikoto likes that much. I think it's probably more going to be a WS hero pairing up with a Willow. Strong lane, right? Good combo.
Oh yeah, skewer back through the brambles is actually very devastating.
and Shockwave in general. Just like these are just a very annoying spell.
Yeah, you can like shockwave, pull somebody into a bramble, and then once the bramble's about to run out duration, you skewer them into 2 more.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of insane. Really strong against a TB as well. If they do run that as a carry, it will devastate him. I mean, he's high armor, low HP, and this is all magic damage we're talking about.
I think it's pretty hard to predict Yakult Brothers' last picks. I'm looking at this and I'm like, I feel like something creative always comes out at this moment. They played Nightstalker carry the other day. They played Morta carry.
I don't think this is at all a TB flex on the side of Flipster. Maybe they just don't care. They're like thinking, we don't care if this is a TB4.
Yeah, maybe it isn't that good to do that because you don't have the last pick anyways, and maybe it's not enough to have just the Ember as your catch. Like, what happens when the BKB comes out, like you said? Right now, Flipster's talent is a lot easier for them to start a fight, except for the global.
It's a TB flex.
Well, okay. Forget everything I said.
Cool.
So, the Ursa is pretty popular now, actually. It seems like this might be one of the new carries that are getting picked a lot.
We've mentioned it. I really do think it's the Tormentor timing. The fact that Ursa previously had a 14-minute Battle Fury and then had no desire to participate in that fight, but he loves fighting at 20 minutes. I think almost every Ursa we've been seeing has been getting the Tormentor right around that time. It's basically one of the best heroes in the game because you have your Enrage to not take as much damage. You can almost solo it. Usually you get help from one person, but they also made Tormentor like a bit weaker in its scaling, so having time to you'll have that extra ability to tank it on your own as Ursa. It's a huge difference if a core gives you that. And they also didn't have any Roshan prior to that pick, so I think this checks a lot of boxes for them. They don't have like the immediate follow-up to Darkseer Vacuum, but they do have damage follow-up, so it's just a matter of, I guess Darkseer is going to be more of like an enabler in regards to the Surge, the auras, rather than playing around the Vacuum, which I'll have to see if it works out, I guess.
So what does Flipster Talon want to lane against this Ember Spirit?
Could just be a Earthshaker.
The Huskar.
Both still in and
Gosh,
Your favorite Jenkins?
Gosh darn, last pick DK here.
I mean, okay, to be fair, it's not doing so well. But the last time we saw it versus an Ember mid, it did do exactly what it needed to do, and I think it was Talon that did it as well. I think it was Mikoto.
It was Armel. It was group stage 1.
It was Armel. Okay, well, now they're out, so maybe this was not a good idea.
But anyways, what do you think the reasoning for picking the DK over like a Shaker? Is it maybe the tower damage or the laning phase, or why do you think?
That's a great question because I think
power already. Maybe you want to have a hero that benefits more from Empower.
Because you're right though. Like mid Shaker is definitely the same archetype as DK, where you're very tanky. Like you can get in there. You don't hit towers, so maybe that's it. Like they want a hero that's a faster timing, running around with Shaman, the big ward, and like taking towers early. Because Yakult does have a, TB4. Like, this is a pretty greedy draft from them. Ursa wants to farm a Battle Fury. Like, they could run around on Talon and take all the tier 1s pretty early with the DK, as opposed to a Shaker.
Yeah, I don't love this Ursa pick as much as I did yesterday for Yakult Bros with the Oracle. I feel like they also were lacking reliable burst for the Ursa. In this game, you have Shadow Shaman stun and the DK stun. Yeah, you can break it up with the global, but I don't think you also want to be using global defensively because right now you're lacking aggressive tools on the side of Yakult Brothers. I would lean towards Flipster Talon for game 1, but it's also, I think both teams have their win condition.
All right, let's see how things play out. Game number 1 coming your way right now with Sunspan and Cinnamon, and of course, a dose of Pug Jam Pandas.
Welcome. Game number 1 between Yakult and Talons. Right, that's the plural, but we're going to see first blood here for sure. This is a good old-fashioned team fight. WS goes down first. Ollie with the first blood of all the heroes. Makoto's going to drop a double kill for Ollie already. The brain drain is real as Jokum on the run. The ion shells are going to stack here as Fly makes his way over as well. Shadow Realm going to delay the inevitable. And Jokum will be taken to the grave in addition. That's a lot of brain drain. 3 kills for Yakult to start this game, and they should be getting a lot of these bounties as well. They could potentially get all 4 Cinder in. They should be able to.
They will.
Wow, what a start.
Doesn't get much better than that at a pro level. It's very rare that we see a team going to laning stage with a bigger advantage than this. And yeah, you got a question. I mean, it's always interesting to see teams make level 1 moves before the runes, because it is this kind of a mind game of, do we think they're set up there or somewhere else? We're going to try to get there first or surprise them. But unfortunately for Flipster Talon, they invaded into a Darkseer that was ready with Ion Shells. And in extended fights, he just wins these fights. Like, the level 1 Ion Shell is one of the absolute best rune fighting abilities, because generally speaking, these fights drag out. Heroes are not very mobile. So this is excellent news for their side. 23 Savage actually taking a beating. He
Careful, young man.
He has 7 sticks. Never mind. It was not actually that close.
Careful, Beyond. Well, I will say, 23 Savage, how much was he in that fight? Do you remember? Because he didn't take...
He's called Flak Cam.
Rocket Barrage, which is one of the best abilities early game. I was looking at that, I'm like, I can't even remember if he was in that fight to begin with, but yeah, Flak Can is not going to do a whole lot.
It's not nearly as good as the Barrage level 1. Jokum in trouble.
Uh-oh.
In the grave.
Ollie is going to be huge this game.
Yeah.
4 brain drains at a minute and a half.
Not just that, he also has 2 kills, so... He has these very early boots of speed, which is exceptional for Silencer in the early stage. This hero trades very well. He can play very aggressive, and not that this should be too big of a surprise, really, but Ollie has been playing a very great tournament so far. I think he is one of the absolute best position 5s in the world, as far as I'm concerned. We'll be forced into the Shadow Realm here.
So yeah, let's talk about these lineups a bit. I was disgusted in the green room when I saw the Terrorblade pick. Thankfully, it's a support center.
Yeah, you were already upset before the game began, as usual. A great person to be around in the morning. I'm not a morning person either, Shannon, but at the very least, I try to be nice to be around.
Well, I would say I'm not a anything person.
The moment they picked Terrorblade, he actually started throwing plates around in the green room.
Yeah, very accurate.
He picked up stuff. He took his coffee. He spat it on the table.
On the table?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, you didn't want to move.
I see. That does track, actually.
Yep. I thought it made it a believable story.
But yeah, what do you think of the TB support this game?
I'm not so sure. I'm actually really surprised they didn't pick Magnus, because that was available in that slot, and Boboka's looked insane on that hero, but perhaps they're trying to grab some additional stuff. Maybe they were worried about picking Mag when the enemy had Shaman. I don't necessarily think that's a problem, but this could just be one of those things where they're expanding their hero pools to be more difficult to draft against and not get too pigeonholed themselves. We see teams do this, where they try to... If you get into the habit of picking the same heroes all the time, even though you're winning, eventually when you do get figured out and you lose, your backlog might not necessarily be the best. Also wanted to quickly touch upon the mid lane. This is a lane we've seen a couple of times now. The Dragon Knight versus Ember. Very DK favored lane. So far so good for Emo though. He's actually pretty much drawing with Mikoto right now.
But bottom lane, Fly on top of the Magnus. Mr. WS will fall.
Trying to fight back. No way. He has a chance here.
Trying to use the Brambles to his advantage, but you can see he's resigned to his death here. Only a matter of time now. And Jokum should be able to clean him up. Oh, okay. Unless he turns around and runs away, but eventually does end up with a double kill. And this lane is disastrous.
Yeah.
6-1 advantage for Yakult. Ollie. The brain drains will continue. 6 already. So he's been involved in every single kill thus far.
About the mid lane, the panel was talking about the choice of DK. They don't necessarily love it, but of course the lane matchup against Ember was good. Misery was like, why not pick Shaker? I feel like part of the reason Talon went for this is that they probably think the core Shaker gets too countered by Silencer. It's one of the tougher matchups to play into because when you're going for your Echo combo, you can just get global. So if you blink Echo to start, Silencer presses one button and your entire setup will fail. Mikoto getting ganked by the 4 Terrorblade. This might actually work.
It looks like it will. Mikoto gonna be run down. Baboka just needs one more right click.
Incorrect.
Make
He
it
needs
2.
3.
Emo.
Flame Guard
We'll burn him away with the Flame Guard. This is just looking quite rough early on for Talon.
Your Colt are, based on their series yesterday as well against Gaming, I was talking about this in the pre-show, I think they just look really good. And
They seem to be leveling up.
it's obviously also easier to look good when you get the entrance into the laning stage that they did, where you get 3 kills and 4 bounties. You know, you better win your lanes. So definitely no time, or not time to panic just yet if you're Talon or a Talon fan, but it's definitely not the type of start you're hoping for. Your side lanes are going quite well though. The Darkseer is only half the CS of Gyro, and your Magnus is keeping up decently, but he's getting pressured again. WS will be forced to skewer here.
He's going to take the bear with him, though. So Fly, another kill to his name. Ollie was actually in range for that, so yet another brain drain.
This lane matchup is extremely difficult for Magnus to play when Ursa gets phase boots. Because as soon as he's on top of you, he can just phase through you. Yeah. And you can't skewer away to safety, you bring him with you. He tried his very best to find an angle there, WS, but Fly wouldn't let him. 5-0 Ursa minute 6.
Yeah.
It's,
Last time we saw this, it was Satanic playing it, and he just took over the game.
Fly also played an Ursa yesterday against Game, and I believe he went 17-0.
Really?
In that game, yep.
17-0.
Yeah, I think he was 17-0 in 3 or 5 or something like this. Wow. How I remember it. He completely popped off. I think it's so fascinating.
Rocket barrages. Now the Shackle to come. Baboka, though, coming in. It's off the meta. The Ion Shell's activated onto both heroes as 23 Savage does have to be a bit careful as Cuckoo. He's just going to get run down. The chicken goes off. I forget the name of that. Foul play. Thank you, Cinderin.
Yep. And here comes Ollie. 23
Beyond
is
still being chased by 23 Savage, and Ollie's like, I need more brain drain. And he will get it. And the kill.
All right.
Boy, oh boy.
The team
Talon are going to have to take a team shower after this one.
The team with Terrorblade Silencer support duo is up 10-1 minute 7.
Yeah. I would not have expected that for sure.
Something I find fascinating when you watch Pro Dota is how players just can really fluctuate, right? I feel like Fly as a player has patches and months where he's just S tier, and then sometimes there will be months where he's like, you know, what is this guy doing, right? There's been phases where I've watched Fly play and he's been super polarizing, or I'm just like, man, this guy makes a lot of mistakes. He overextends, he's out of position on the map. This tournament, he's just on. It's crazy that there can be that big of a dichotomy sometimes for some players. I don't know what it is. Because then you have other players that are like way more consistently good, right? You have players that are always where the floor is very high, but then for some of those players, the ceiling is also lower, right? Fly just seems like a kind of player. Emo's the same. Emo has tournaments and patches where things just aren't really clicking, and then just seems like the perfect storm right now for your cult bros, where Emo and Fly are both playing excellently so far.
Yeah.
I would put Ollie in that other category. I feel like Ollie's always solid. Like, this guy just plays really well. But perhaps he also doesn't have as many of those like pop-off moments as a 5. It's just very stable in his performance. All right, here comes Cuckoo looking for maybe an angle and beyond, but I don't actually think they can really do anything up here. So Flipstar Talon supports running around in circles a little bit. Maybe not finding the biggest of openings just yet.
I want to see how fast of a Battle Fury that's going to come out for Fly.
I think it's going to be 10 minutes.
Yeah, Satanic had the 10 minutes when we cast him. That's true. Phase boots. I'm not sure. They probably went phase first in those other games as well.
Yeah, it's standard. I would argue this might be the single best hero in Dota to buy this item on, honestly, because of how much it does for you in the lane in particular. We've seen this chip vest be quite popular.
Yep, chipper was added finally, Cinderin.
Yeah, picking it up here on the Ursa. We've even seen supports take it sometimes, which I find a little bit weird, but of course for any hero that wants to hit the jungle, this is just an added...
Yeah. I mean, I always wondered why they rotated this out. It wasn't like super imbalanced. It's just it feels good for a lot of these tanky boys.
Yep.
Glad to see it back. We're going to see some team farming with the Ion Shells. Top 3 net worth on the side of your Colt. And of course, the Ursa leading the way by a very sizable margin with 5 kills to his name.
Yeah, he's 400 away from Battle Fury, so this should be 1 more wave and 1 hard camp or something like that. Crazy timing for Fly. And we didn't talk too much about the core-to-core matchups.
They're going to be bottom, and they're going to use all that they have onto Makoto in that dragon form is going to be just destroyed. They can't find an opening anywhere.
To survive. So now he doesn't even have that for any sort of play. There's even more cause for concern here for Talon because of how good of an Ursa game it is. This hero was picked rather late in the draft for a reason. But even against the Dragon Knight last pick, I would say Ursa has a good matchup. It's one of the heroes that can kill DK the most convincingly in fights. You're good against Magnus because you're tough to RP. You can just run at Gyro and eat him. When you have a net worth advantage, when you get toward this Battle Fury, Blink, Basher, and BKB, the quad B, as I call it, sounded like
that's normal.
What is it you call it when you say a lot of words in a row with the same starting letters? Is that called an alliteration? What's the word? You know this. You're a very educated man.
No idea. You can ask ChatGPT if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead. I heard that's what they do in academia nowadays, so you're...
Right. So saying a bunch of words that start with the same letter.
Yes.
Okay. You go ahead and take over the cast.
Yeah, I will. All right. Sunsfan here with Cinderin. Today we're going to be watching Talon versus Yakult. Horse. You have to be me now.
I am.
Oh, great. My contribution to every cast is just...
Yeah, it is alliteration.
Alliteration, all right.
Yeah, you were right.
All right.
Good job, Cinderin.
Thank you.
You know English better than me.
Yeah, we've established that many years ago.
Very true.
But you know life better than me, Shannon.
Yep, I do enjoy life. That's why I say, oh yeah, every chance I get.
And of course,
As
why
emo
you complain
smoked
about
up
Terrorblade.
with Yakult. I mean, who doesn't?
Yeah.
Now the question is, for Talon's perspective,
When do you do anything?
yeah, you have to do something about the Ursa. I feel like he's just going to snowball too much. He already is. Surely there's... Okay, the Blink Dagger is certainly a start. But blink into what? What's the damage right now? I feel like they are certainly lacking in that department. They have tons of disables, but not a lot of damage.
I mean, maybe you have to wait until Gyro gets his at least Crystallis before you look to fight, but the worrisome thing here is you picked a lineup that on paper really wants to fight right now. Like Gyro wants to accelerate and join fights that Magnus is setting up. You want to use your team fight ultis from your supports, but it's hard to envision a fight that goes well for Talon where they don't outnumber. Because if they match, let's say you get into some sort of 3v3, 4v4 situation, there's going to be a global silence, and that really counters your lineup super hard right now. Whatever you initiate, Shadow Shaman hates that matchup. You can't get your shackles going. Magnus can't full-on RP skewer combo if the silencer is fast enough. So it is very difficult. They will try for a smoke now, though, which is good to see. Let's see if they can find a target here. Darkseer would definitely not be the best one.
Okay, has Crimson Guard now.
Yeah.
I mean, this could have been one of those situations where you don't go for the blinks. You just turtle.
Yeah.
And you farm, because Yakult, I mean, I know you brought up game and they won both games in 30 minutes, but pretty much, I mean, there's a bunch of teams, including Yakult, that have had a lot of trouble finishing games. They don't really have building hitters. I mean, the Terrorblade is a support.
Yeah.
Ursa, not the most traditional building hitter. So could have been a bunker down situation for Talon where they just try to get to their power spike, because their late game is pretty crazy.
I think the reason you're worried, about going down that path is that if you start being too greedy against a team that has Darkseer and Ember, they're just going to run around the map and kill you nonstop.
They're going to find the gyrocopter. Fly jumps right on top of 23. Easy kill. It's as simple as that right now for Fly. Has the Battle Fury and Blink.
Ollie has 10 stolen int, minute 14.
He needs to get his shard ASAP.
This is a rarity in Pro Dota that Silencer's this involved. 4-0 and 5.
Yeah, he's actually worth a kill.
And
that killing spree.
When you're in this position as your Cult Bros, you can actually just start really farming with Terrorblade, and that's what Baboka's doing. So he's gone 4-1-1 or a 4-2-1 at this point as his build, and he's rushing a shard. So he'll just get that Demon Zeal, get to work. Excellent use of the Conjure image there, putting it on the cliff here for...
Yep, good vision.
Yeah, that's nice. A little ward here. I didn't even know it's possible. I don't think he knew that either. It's a bit of an interesting one. Finally, the Serpent Wards will be used for the first time to hit a tower.
Yeah,
they won't even get the tower.
The mid tower going down. This one will survive on a bit of HP. Of course, talked about the building hitting not being super great for Yakult. They're showing it here. But they do have the Ursa advantage.
Emo with the haste.
Oh, they do have the Ursa advantage, the Roche advantage. Searing Chains cancels the TP. Baboka in the vicinity as well. Congregations of the Deep. Baboka will take the kill. Okay. That's
well, he can buy a shard now if he wants to. Okay, he's changing build. He's going Diffusal.
Oh. Diffusal.
Now I'm gonna go down.
Ollie gonna take a Bedlam. He's actually worked quite a bit as we talked about, but the Dark Willow will die instead. Mr. Jokum.
12 in.
Oh boy, 23 Savage again. Does get the call down off. Doing a decent amount of damage, and now WS comes to play. They can use the Global Silence, so he can try to TP out, and he will, so desperately needed that one. That was very close to Talon finding an extremely important kill. They still find themselves in this ginormous 7k hole.
Fly's in a hurry to farm. He didn't even heal to full in the fountain.
Yeah, why bother?
I'll eventually regen up, I guess.
23 Savage, no HP. Yikes. Just getting worse and worse for Talon. Feels like it didn't happen yesterday, but the day before, similar vibes where Talon in the first game just did not show up at all. That's why we got that shower meme.
Yesterday it was in the third game that they got
that's
crushed.
True. Too much showering could be a problem as well. They get the skewer into the RP.
Oh,
he dodges it. Emo, very nicely done. They get the silencer, worth a decent amount of gold, but it is going to cost them dearly. 2 more dead for Talon. And Fly, it's just a matter of when do you want to kill Roche, because it's his choice.
Yep. The answer is now. Probably going to let Emo tank this a bit for the Children.
And Yakult, I mean, they're talked about them demolishing Game In yesterday. They are continuing with the momentum here in Game 1 for sure. And I have to say, Ursa has looked amazing in basically every game we've seen him.
Yeah, this hero's good.
I mean, what's changed though since the patch? Or is it?
The carries got nerfed.
That's all there is to it?
Not necessarily all there is. There's generally a little bit more depth than that, but that's the easy and fast answer that is absolutely a part of it, is that some of the true S-tier carries of the last patch, like let's say TA and HS Prophet, etc. TA is still up there, but like there's been a couple of the other carries that got nerfed. Some of the support matchups got nerfed as well. I would say overall, in general, 739 has had more nerfs than buffs. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I think so.
Which, by extension, then means if you're any of the unnerfed heroes, you got buffed.
Right.
And Ursa, one of the beneficiaries, without a doubt.
Possible Ursa was actually better in the last patch than a lot of people are giving it credit for.
It's always a possibility. Dakota will TP out here. Just getting
no basher yet for Fly, opting for the BKB first.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You just have utter map control here on your Colt. Now, it doesn't take
Skewer already used.
a degree in rocket science to figure out where the heroes have to be. Process of elimination. You have so much information on the side of your Colt, so you know where the heroes are. It's just a matter of running down there.
WS in the meantime. Looks like he'll be uncontested in the camp here.
He's going to buy Yules, which is one of the best items in the game against Ursa, because it has full duration during Enrage, one of the very few things in Dota that is not affected by status resistance. Oh, Mikoto. Oh my god, he's actually just going to run him down in his base.
In his own base. Goodbye. Fly continuing to absolutely slap around a Talon in any way that he sees fit. Oh, Cuckoo. All right, he runs into the bear. We'll get the Hex off, though. Fly, thinking about it. Shackle now. Reinforcements are on the way, though. Talon will have to back away.
I have to say, I'm starting to worry about whether a shower will be enough for this one.
Yep, you might need a jacuzzi.
Now, what's an upgraded shower? Trip to the water park in the break. You got 15 minutes if this one nearby. Very quickly all together go down the slide in a conga line.
That's a good team building experience.
Yep.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
2.5 minutes on the Aegis as the tier 2s in the mid and bottom remain right now.
Surge is this?
It feels like for the side of your cult, you're just non-stop ramping up, and you're getting all the items that will allow you to inevitably win the game and avoid any risks in your team fight. Your Darkslayer almost has a pipe. We talked about Ursa going BKB first. Sanjay and Yasha almost completed now for Emo and the Ember. Baboka will get a shard for free now. He was queuing that up, so now he can go Yasha instead. And they will have another carry eventually in this game as well now, as Baboka is now eclipsing the farm of the enemy Dragon Knight
Dire are scanning.
by virtue of getting the shard for free. This is starting to approach ridiculous territory. And for Flipster Town, it's so easy to look terrible in this game state. It's like you just got crushed in the lanes, you lost the level 1 fight, nothing is working out in the first 10 minutes. I genuinely think it's so hard for them to find a successful play that I don't even blame them for having 2 kills. Like, it's just really, really difficult. But at the same time, I would rather see them take some risky moves, and then if they fail, so be it, go next.
Yeah.
Than just get, you know, bled out.
There's bleeding very slowly over time.
It's only getting worse from here. If you don't take any initiative, I don't think you're hitting a timing. That's the problem. You're not, like, getting to, hell yeah, now we have this item. We're so much stronger than before. Every time that happens, there's more on your cult.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no
Aegis
item.
expiring in 40 seconds. I feel like they can still just get this tier 2 for free either way.
Yeah.
That's all the outer towers taken out. And with all this map control, your cult can just wait for the second rush and attempt to go high ground. I mean, like we talked about, not the best building hitting, so that'll provide Talon an opportunity to do something, but by then your deficit is going to grow even more. It's going to be 18 to 20k at that point.
At least. I think you're gaining at least 500 gold per minute on the enemy team right now as your cult if you just farm the map effectively. You have control of about half, if not 2/3 of the enemy jungle, and you have your entire own jungle. I think if they wanted to, they could play this way more effectively. Have Baboka farm the entirety. Like, look at the map right now. All of the Radiant side is free to farm. They could just send a guy down there. You can clear all of that up while the rest of them retain map control as 4 heroes. But there's definitely room for, I would say, improvement in the efficiency department. Then it's just a matter of, do you think that is worth what you gain? Let's say you gain 200 more gold per minute by playing in that fashion, but you are giving Talon a little bit more of an opportunity to find a play. Maybe they feel like that's not worth it. The most important thing in this game is to never slip up. Then you effectively can't lose. It's the only way is that you make a mistake and get caught out. Talon playing great is not enough anymore.
Yeah, and that's where I think these Blink Dagger, I know it's easy to say now, the Blink Daggers could have been better put to
Yeah, I mean, they didn't
farming.
use them,
Like,
so
just
absolutely.
getting anything to help you farm would have been more beneficial at this point.
It's just tricky, though, because you could say that, but then in hindsight, if they had gone for greedier items, your cult might have run them over even harder. Because then without
Fair.
the blinks, maybe you couldn't have dodged a couple of ganks, or they would have been more eager to just chase you more aggressively. Like, it works as a little bit of a deterrent when you have fighting items. So, I don't know. Either way, genuinely do not think it matters what items Talon bought this game. When you see it play out, I I just can't. Like, if these 2 Blink Daggers were Midas's and we were just farming for another 10 minutes, I still don't.
Yeah,
you just don't have the map. So it doesn't matter.
It might not have mattered in the end, but... Yeah, I think we are just waiting for the next Roche. As I say that, 23 Savage, all he's doing is trying to farm Emo.
He has to BKB to live here. He might not even live.
He will not. BKB charge expended, WS, skewers an illusion.
Skewers himself.
True. Searing Chains in the base, and Yakult just reminding them that we are in control right now. Just in case you forgot. And they're going to poke at the high ground without the Aegis, forcing out the fortification. And the Boca and company going to amalgamate to the bot lane now with a Metamorphosis. And this is going to be the tower at the very least.
Funnily enough, this game could be a little bit of a morale booster potentially for a team like Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, true.
Because when they got absolutely smashed yesterday, they were probably down in the dumps about that. But then you wake up to see this. You're like, okay, Yakult are probably on fire. We might not need to make as big of adjustments as we might have thought. Mikoto.
Yeah, it's not me, it's you.
Yep, that's right.
Mikoto bashed up and Terrorize. Not going to be in time.
Lane Rex down.
21-2. This, I always wondered when you're a team getting just stomped like this to this degree. It has to be so demoralizing, and it has to be, in some ways, I don't know. It feels like you just call GG. Like, what's the mindset here?
It's actually an interesting question because I think some teams are much better at dealing with this than others. I think championship teams sometimes even lose games like this. And then what matters the most is recognizing the fact that, all right, we dropped the ball and not being too, how to say, result-oriented in the sense of how you got crushed, but rather understanding, all right, what were the adjustments we needed to make to avoid this happening again? And you can easily get into your head too much about, wow, we're playing like shit today. We got owned 21-2. We have no gold. We had no map control. We lost all our lanes. But if you want to take this all the way back to minute 0, if you avoid the level 1 fight already, that is a much better starting point. Everything came crashing down in the first 5 minutes, honestly, of this game. And the really good teams will just, you know, chalk it up to that. We fucked up. It happens. And then you go next game, and it's about the mental fortitude.
Here. They want the bear. Yule's on top of him. He's already used his Enrage inside of the Serpent Wars, but a big vac wall onto basically everyone for Talon. RP onto 2, but it's not going to matter. GG's called, and mercifully, Talon taken out. Took a while, 27 minutes. Felt like that was literally over before the horn rang.
Can we get a 23 Savage on camera? I'd be curious to see if he's still in his chair or if he's getting a towel in the closet right now.
Yeah, before and after, if the shower is coming.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's remember this picture, and let's see if his hair is any different when he gets into game number 2.
He does not exactly look thrilled about the loss.
No.
But understandably so, of course, got absolutely obliterated in the most one-sided game we've cast of the tournament, I believe.
I believe so.
Absolutely nothing.
I mean, a lineup that has no building pushing, able to finish the game, essentially. I mean, obviously they didn't take all the racks or anything, but I like hearkening back to what we were talking about. There is a certain point where you're losing so bad, and just trying to play it out becomes more demoralizing over time. So they went for one move. Obviously, it was just too little, too late. So on to the next. You got to forget this one.
I think the team comms were, all right, let's go smoke. If we fail this, we're done. And the moment the vacuum came out, they called GG, right? They didn't even play the fight to the end. They knew the game was lost there and then. And well, what can you say? Yakult Brothers, they continue to impress. This is obviously only game number 1, but man, Talon have to come up with some major improvement to win not only 1 but 2 games against this team right now.
Yeah, for sure. So 10-0 for Fly. Ursa is definitely on the up and up. I feel like we've seen 4 games. Small sample size, but it has not been close in a lot of these. This hero just feels like it is catapulting to top of the charts. And I mean, in the early stages of a patch like this, it's only a matter of time before that becomes potentially ban-worthy.
One more thing about this game that I always think is interesting to see is how easily you can get caught up in stats. Ember was like 1-7 going into this game. Sample size is too small. This hero might still be very good. Obviously worked great for Emo this game.
So Yakult Brothers with a 1-0 start to this series.
Yeah, not the most promising showing by Talon in game one. This rune fight that you see right here, going into the lanes, Yakult Brothers was already up by 1k. Ollie getting those 3 brain drain charges, and that bottom lane being a complete disaster for them because the Ursa and the Silencer started with boots. That bled even more so into the other lanes. Emo taking a counter matchup against the Makoto DK, playing it really aggressively, sacrificing his own CS that set up his supports to actually rotate for him. All these things added up. We see an AK lead 15-2 with heroes like DK, like Mag, that they don't offer damage of their own. They need that gyrocopter, that carry that is the follow-up to their stuns, that utilizes the Empower. That's what it takes for this lineup of the Flipster Talon to function, but it just felt like the best thing they can do is perhaps forget this game, and they went for this one play. We all know that they're going to be doing the showers. We heard 23 Savage say they're not the best on their first game of the day in the morning, something they need to work on in future tournaments as well as the future days of DreamLeague Season 26. I'm sure we'll get a better showing from them in Game 2, and we'll just have to see in a matter of a few minutes.
It's great to finally catch up with you, Misery. Shake my hand.
Yeah, it's nice to see you again, man.
It's good to see you. Oh, for God's sakes. What do you even do after a game like that?
I mean...
Group shower.
Exactly. I was gonna say the same thing. Go turn on the cold water, right? Are you cold water guy or like a hot shower?
I have dabbled in the cold showers.
Have you? Yeah.
I have dabbled in the cold showers because there's a scientific process. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's called hormesis.
Okay.
And taking a cold shower induces a hormetic response. And hormesis is like any process which would, it's like basically an equilibrium in the cells. And there's different hormetic responses, things that would actually kill you if you did it too much. Like exercise is one of them. And the equilibrium of exercise, obviously you exercise too much, you have a heart attack. But if you exercise just the right amount, you get jacked, right? And a cold shower is the same thing. It induces a shock response, clears out all the melatonin from your brain, wakes you up. Right. But if you stay in the cold too much, you fucking die of hypothermia. So any of these responses I think are great. Taking a sauna is another one of these. I know you guys like to do that.
Finnish people like to do that. Danish people
don't do that?
It's growing, I would say. Saunas in Denmark is definitely growing, but I like doing the sauna into cold shower, into sauna again. Like, that is amazing. But a simple, I like cold shower. It's good for you. That would have been a sufficient answer for me.
I'm sorry about that.
No worries.
You tickled an itch. That it was something that I went throughout that period of my life. You watching Joe Rogan, which I know you're a big fan of.
Next time you need to itch yourself, just use the hand.
Just use the hand?
Just
okay.
Use the hand.
Okay. So have you been a cold shower enjoyer?
Yeah. I've dabbled in the cold shower.
You dabbled?
Because, have you heard of emesis?
It's hormesis, dude. It's not omesis.
Have you heard of the term omesis?
So I'm not making that shit up. I swear to God, dude. ChatGPT it out there. I'm not supposed to look at the camera.
Anyways, I was just gonna do a quick rundown of that last game.
Yeah, okay.
What did you think about that game? Because like we went from the panel here all the way out to the green room.
Yeah.
We didn't see the level 1 shenanigans. No. So suddenly the score was 3-1, and both Silencer and Ursa had boost of speed level 1.
Yeah.
And Amo was bullying the the DK in mid lane, even though it's a favorable matchup for DK.
Yeah.
He was losing CS, but he was getting low all the time.
Right. I'm just gonna be completely honest, lay all the cards on the table here, and say that when I'm watching these games, like I'm a Dota player first, I'm a fan first. So I watch this game and I see a support with boots, and I'm just like, if I'm in a pub and I start the game with boots, I'm 1v5ing. Like I'm so confident I'm 1v5ing. It feels so good. Yeah. And then they click to the Ursa and it's like, oh shit, he has boots too. Yeah. If I'm Ursa, I also feel like I'm gonna 1v5, and it happened. Like these players are much better than I am, and so you give them the same advantage, and of course that's what they're gonna do.
Yeah, I did feel like one of those first game of the day by Talon type of games. So let's say if Brian was a Dota hero, BSJ, What hero would he be?
If Brian was, you want to do this bit, okay? If
Don't
Brian,
call it a bit. It's a genuine question.
it's a genuine question you would ask a friend at a bar, definitely. Brian as a Dota hero, who's like the most psychotic Dota hero? Is my question. Because he's a dangerous person. I don't know if you knew that.
Would he be like a Tidehunter?
You think Tidehunter's a psychopath?
Why psychopath?
Because they're at TI, so TI 10, there were dead birds discovered in the stairwell.
Right.
And every day it was a different bird. And one of the days it was a toucan. They weren't even from Romania.
Right.
And every day he would whisper into my ear, toucan. He would whisper what the bird was. And I was the only person, and a lot of the time they'd be beheaded. He would have actually eaten parts of the bird. Yeah, so he's a dangerous.
I haven't found the one. I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song, been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe we're all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around,
day. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind. Yeah. There's nobody better. Gotta be you. A thousand voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive. Yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These lips are busted. The bricks are screaming on my side. It's done and dusted. I'm never getting off this ride. Life with you is golden. So how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding. Oh, I'll be holding on and getting. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. Oh, yeah. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind. There's nobody better. Gotta be you. Voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive. Yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you.
Hello there, we're watching a series in Dota 2 that was a little less exciting than some other series we watched in Dota 2 recently. Yakult Gaming versus Talon. On paper, this should be fireworks and long, drawn-out games back and forth, but no. Game 1 was no such thing. Yakult Gaming ran over Talon, and we very much hope that they have a little bit of a refreshing shower, Brian, in between.
Shiver, I just want to quickly point out that sometimes fireworks, you got the whole box of fireworks, and a tragedy happens where they light one of them and it fires into the box and the whole box explodes. And sometimes you have some of the greatest tragedies in history. It happens a lot in America on July to celebrate.
It's July 4th.
It's like when you guys beat the English at something or other.
Revolutionary War.
Okay, and so sometimes the whole box explodes.
Yeah.
And you have something that's very beautiful, but also extremely tragic because a lot of people go down. So maybe this is...
What was the point? This was a very good tangent.
Yeah.
I was very captivated and interested.
I'm saying maybe this is it for Talon. Maybe this is the fireworks box exploding and imploding.
I feel like I have a more relevant thought to Shiver's.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
So I remember having a problem back in the day where I started counting my first game of the day because I'm like, I feel like I lose every first game of the day in my pubs, and I noticed I had like a 24% win rate my first game of the day over the course of like 2 months, and I was like, I need to do something about this. There's something wrong with the prep going into my game 1 of the day. I think Talon needs like a serious reflection on whatever they're doing for like the hour leading up to their first game of the series, because it's happened, I think, 3 days in a row now where they just look... There's no analysis. I think if you ran those exact 2 drafts back, you could have a pretty even back and forth game. Like, I think giving them 3 kills at the Rune was pretty irrecoverable.
And 4 bounties as well.
Yeah, and 4 bounties. These, like, we all walked in there at 0 minutes, and they had a 1K lead.
And we're like, this is over.
And we're like, what? 1K? 1K gold at minute 0? You all start with a total of 3,000. So you're now, like... 20 to 35% gold ahead of the opponent team.
The amount of work that you have to put in on the first 2 waves to get like
1,000 gold
to get like to get like boots or stick windlace or complete like a null talisman, whatever. It's like a lot of work. You have to be really good at laning, and those first 2 waves are like the most important waves out of all the waves. Maybe catapult waves mattered a lot before, not so much now. Like those are the most important waves. They can just skip that part because they get it all right at the start. They just start with an advantage.
I think also just, if you think about the last 2 games of Talon now, yesterday was a Bloodseeker game.
Yeah.
Absolutely stomped here again. Are they starting to crumble a bit? I hope not. I hope we get to see them kind of recover after this game, but it's not looking that good, I think, for Talon right now. They could be crumbling.
They could be. I think the saddest part about the game we just watched, it's that there's so little to learn from.
Yeah.
Because there's like, you can't make any conclusions based
just
on the draft.
don't devastate yourself as soon as the game starts.
You know,
just be
play
safe.
better.
Like worst case scenario, you can literally just go for your own bounties, and like 90% of the time, you're gonna start in an even game.
So this reminds me of college, where I was a biomedical engineer, and I learned how many I learned how many ways.
Back when I got fucked.
I remember how many ways your heart could kill you, and I'm like, this is depressing how little goes wrong for somebody to die. And what I think about in that game is there's a million ways to lose a Dota game, like instantaneously, with like one decision, whether it's 40 minutes in and you don't press a BKB, whether it's pre-game and you take a bad rune fight. It's partially depressing, but I also think it's something that we can admire, that teams very rarely do this. Like, they very rarely have these massive blunders that we're like, yeah, the game's over at minute 0.
It's part of what makes the game so exciting, is that it's always on that like razor's edge that you legitimately could just screw up one fight and lose.
Yeah, and it's hard to remember how much discipline and things can go wrong in a Dota game, and most teams, they just don't let it happen. And that was my college tangent. That was completely random. Had to follow you up with yours.
Thank you, Brian.
Something that also very rarely happens, Misery, is the Templar Assassin making it through.
Yeah. And the Jakiro response is kind of interesting, I think. I don't know why, but this Jakiro screams offlane Jakiro to me. Like, it screams it in my face.
Is it because
is it the Firehead or the Icehead saying that?
It's both heads.
Oh, shit.
Synchronized.
So what do you think? Twin Terror facet?
Maybe.
On the offlane?
I'm just seeing this Jakiro into first pick TA, and I'm like, if it's a 5 Jakiro, it doesn't really count a TA, but the offlane Jakiro absolutely shits on TA.
What about with like a mag or something?
And it's probably pretty underrated. It wasn't really played more because the Jakiro 5 was just so broken, right?
Yeah.
But maybe the Jakiro 5 has been nerfed a bit, but potentially the offlane Jakiro in a good game can still be very good.
And I trust Baboka to not want to play something normal like a Jakiro.
We don't have to talk about the Jakiro 3 that much because the chance of it happening is maybe not that high. But I just looked at this and I was like, this is kind of curious. Knowing Yakult Bros as well, they like to throw a wrench in the...
I trust your gut, dude. You're right about the Baboka Terrorblade.
This is the lane right now.
This is the lane,
Yeah, this is the lane.
It could also be a carry TB because that's like a horrible matchup for TA.
It
but
could.
I agree that all of this could happen, and I don't write any of it off for Yakult Brothers. And that's what makes them fun to watch.
What a fun team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, one could argue all the crazy things they've done in past games. They might just do carry Terrorblade 5-position Jakiro.
That could be the lane too, but I do think that still that it makes sense.
On the other side, though, for Flipster, I actually think this is more than likely a Makoto TA, not a 23 Savage TA.
So then a mid Jakiro.
A mid Jakiro would be...
No, I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think Emo
mid Jakiro.
Maybe.
Slark 4-position most likely for Yokum. I think that makes Jakiro either go 4 or 3. Or I've noticed that Slark actually, because he has Dispels, that's what makes him generally good against Jakiro in lane. But also, you can just take the Twin Terror Facet and click him. And it's not very good at all.
It's not like Slark beats Jakiro in lane, I think. Still.
Yeah.
But I think this hero going back for the Slark is not a bad choice for Talon. That's the hero they had success with the other day. Still kind of underrated hero probably in terms of the pick rate compared to last patch.
I know the hero's been losing. I would not mind something like a Disruptor because it just gets... Like, when I see Slark, what I don't want to have is 4-man gank and the Slark lives. And it's just a support.
That's true as well.
We've seen that happen a lot.
That's
so having just some option like Doom, Disruptor that has a single button meant to kill this guy, I would like a lot.
I think that's a really good point.
That's a hero I thought we'd see a lot more on the patch. So they took away 5 or 6 of her base damage, but then they made it so when the sun rises, which is at minute 0 as well, she gets 25% bonus damage that then ticks down over time. So she starts with about 6 extra damage, and then by like the 5-minute mark, she does have 5 less damage. But I think the level 1 damage for Dawn is huge as a lane, and I think it should maybe sway a lot of these matchups that she would otherwise lose the trades in.
I feel like this hero is also slightly underrated in terms of how much it's picked. It's one of the heroes that looked strong in the old patch and it got buffed now, and even I think, to me it just seems like we're gonna see a lot more of this hero.
On which lane? On which lane would you like to see it?
Well, I'm a little biased for the Jakiro offlane right
Yes.
now, but that's probably going to be offlane Dawn. That's where I think it's the best.
Okay, this is really important, Brian. I need to mention this. So you're telling me the closer it is to sunrise, the more damage she gets.
Yeah, it counts down over time.
This is Escanor from it's some anime. I can't remember. Seven Deadly Sins. This is Escanor. There's somebody on
so you
Valve.
think they literally took that from a
Somebody
character?
on Valve. Yeah, it's this guy that the closer the sun is to the height of the day, he gets like more and more exponentially powerful, and he's like this god type character.
Okay, they literally stole that
This
from
is
anime.
from Seven Deadly Sins.
Confirmed weaves at Valve.
There's some weeb at Valve that's like, this would be cool.
They also made an anime, right? Dota 2 anime.
This is true.
That's less indicative of them watching anime than what Jenkins
I think this is Escanor.
Okay.
It's a really cool character, by the way. Not a great anime, but a really cool character.
But yeah, the Lion. I think I'm wrong. I think it's the Jakiro 5.
This
The
could still be
Terrorblade 1.
Jakiro 4, Dawnbreaker carry.
I mean, since it's Yakult, it could be some crazy stuff like that.
I'm
But
just
I
saying,
think
like,
it's less
I think
likely right
Dawn
now.
fits the Omni Knight Abaddon, Radiant Spire.
Yeah. That is all true.
Ooh, that's a good pick.
Is it?
I think so.
I feel like we've been baited by a lot of Timber Saws. What do you like about it here?
Very good against Terrorblade. You shred through illusions. He's got high armor. You've got tons of pure damage. Great against Dawn and Lane if they can get that matchup. It's not the greatest against Jakiro Lion until maybe later in the game where you can get like Blink Kaya and jump them and try to kill them because they do magic damage.
Timbersaw hates Lion, I think.
The mana drain
Yeah.
and disable.
This 2 strong disables, the burst from
damage.
finger,
I think
everything Lion does.
I think it's like
Timbersaw
he knows if he can match up against either the Dawn or the TB, they have a good lane.
It is one of the WS best heroes, probably, I think, historically. So for that reason, I don't mind it at all. I think it's also a decent hero with Slark in the sense that Slark can give him solo XP.
If Jakiro hits Timbersaw, it counts as 2 hits.
That's
So
true.
you get reactive faster.
Even more advocation for Jakiro offlane.
Yes,
I really
for
want
sure.
to see it. I hope I'm right.
I hope you're right as well. That would be cool.
But I think we got a emo hero last pick, right? That we're all
Yes.
we're all agreeing on that.
Yeah.
Yes, but we
I
still
don't think
don't
any of
know
these
if the
heroes are
TA goes safe lane or TA goes mid, right?
True. We don't know that
Yeah,
yet.
we don't know.
So it needs to cover.
Mikoto is a TA enjoyer. But I think one hero that Yakult might pick up is Queen of Pain. We saw him played yesterday. He was owning on that hero. Very good against Timbersaw. Good against Slark, right? Can burst him through the what do you even call that? The
Fraction?
invis crawling in the smoke.
Oh, the Death Shroud.
The Death Shroud, right. And I think it's a nice amount of damage that this hero offers here. What do you think, Sunderen?
You can talk in my microphone.
Yo.
He just walks by
They
me.
banned
and
the Queen of Pain.
And he belches and he goes, oh, it's vomited. And I'm supposed to just be normal. Okay.
Pangolier. Okay, so it looks like a carry TA, right? Carry TA with Pangolier, Timber offlane. And Nada. So,
it is an
Very-
offlane Dawnbreaker.
okay, so
Carry
actually
TB.
one of the more standard lineups we've seen from Yakult, right?
Very standard.
Except maybe the Slaughter.
This was what it was all for, was that the whole time we're guessing because it's your cold,
Yep.
and then it's just normal.
Yep.
So they could get a normal draft in a favorable time, and Talon had to prep for all these scenarios, which never occurred.
I think it's important for a team like Yakult to be able to do that. Meaning just they don't always they're not being creative just for the sake of it. They're actually like, we have these options, but we can also just leave it as is. I'm excited to see the Dawnbreaker. I think it's a highly underrated hero. Timbersaw for me has been a bit of a bait when you have like 3 cores like this that are a bit farm heavy and need to rely on, like, they're all damage outputters is what I'm thinking. So a lot in the hands of Cuckoo here. Like, a lot of responsibility falls on him to be the lockdown. He's the only hard lockdown they have. I'm gonna lean towards Yakult Brothers for that reason. But I think Talon showered, and we're gonna see a much better version of them in game 2.
Hope so. Hope it's gonna be close game. I think the Slark could also have a nice impact this game. We did talk about, like you mentioned, that their cores don't really have catch, but at least when you have Slark, you can set up for positioning on the map and knowing where to go and stuff like this, so that can help a lot as well. But I do think Yakult Bro's draft looks very strong. A lot of stuns and damage and scaling.
But Templar Assassin, the hero that gets banned so frequently in the hands of Talon, and you guys, the main counter that we talked about was potentially having Jakiro in the offlane. Now that that's not the case, is this TA not gonna just have a free game?
Dawn's a brawler. I think this is gonna be a brawling top.
I don't think I personally don't think TA is like that sick anymore. I think she's a tad bit overrated. Maybe she's like a second phase hero. I would say if Timber is a good hero, this should be like the perfect game for him because he's good against all of the cores on the other side. But I agree with Brian, like every time we see Timber picked, it's not looked good.
Well, maybe WS can change you guys' opinion on the Timber Saw, and maybe he can make it look good. And of course, force out a third game to the series. Let's see what will happen in game number 2.
Okay, that was a sick rendition there as we have game number 2 between Yakult and Talon. Have Talon taken their showers?
I'll say this much. This game will be better for them than the last game.
No, that's a really bold prediction.
It's basically impossible almost to get bodied harder than they did in game 1. But Yakult with a draft that I personally love. I'm a big fan of Dawnbreaker, and I think she's going to be a better hero this patch than the previous one. To very quickly summarize what happened to her, her innate now gives her more damage during the day and more vision during the day, and it scales down from peaking at the beginning to being worse and worse until nighttime. So what that does mean is when you start the laning stage, you'll have 25% more max damage.
Pretty hype.
To battle.
Yeah, you love to see it. And she's using the Star Surge facet, which is the one that gives you and your teammates attack speed every time you use Starbreaker.
That is interesting because we've almost only seen the other one.
Yes, so I'm excited to see that one. It felt pretty underwhelming to me in the last patch, but they did change it so that I believe if you get interrupted, it still goes off, which I guess wasn't the case before.
Yep. Great for Slardar, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Terrorblade.
The battle
Pretty cool idea
begins.
from Beyond. We'll see. On the side of Talon, panel talked about it. TA is... So Jenkins thinks this hero might be a bit overrated right now. I'm going to hold my judgment. I know it definitely wasn't in the last patch. Everybody with their wits about them could say that, or could see that TA was bonkers. She still is being given a lot of priority. First picked, first banned in majority of games. The Timbersaw, however, could also really take over this game. So definitely there's more bright points here for Talon that you can envision giving them a good game. And on top of all of that, they're actually going to get off to a normal laning stage, as it seems.
Yeah, no kills. Already a good start for Talon in this game number 2. They want to forget about game 1. Panel talked about that's not a game that you could really learn too much from, other than to not feed before the 0-minute mark, which is toxic to say out loud. So don't do that. But yeah, this lane... Let's see, Baboka playing Lion. They both have Lion and Terrorblade, the Wombo combo. That's Cuckoo. Gonna be showing Baboka who's boss. I'm the one with Hex, not you. Of course, neither of them have it leveled yet, but the point stands. Only one hero is allowed to have this ability. Impale.
Beyond hits level
23
2.
Savage under the hammer, burning down as Beyond takes him out with the Starbreaker. First blood again for Yakult. And obviously against the TA is exactly what you want to go for.
Yeah, in addition, did talk a little bit about the Dawn. This hero loves playing with setups. And Beyond has setups aplenty in this game. Lion can catch for you, Slardar can catch for you, even technically an Ice Path, but the other two, it's enough. The main thing you just want as Dawn is you want your team to be either eager to skirmish or to group up and have some sort of setup. You can be a follow-up on an initiation, you can be a counter initiation. Most important thing is that fights happen that are controlled, and that should definitely be the case. And now that he's off to a good start in the lane, I personally don't actually necessarily think this is a very TA favored lane. And saying that out loud sounds crazy, but after the nerfs she got and the buffs Dawn got, lane together with Lion is very, very strong.
Yeah. So how often does her damage change? It's linear through the day, right?
Yeah, I don't know. So she just lost 1 damage just now.
So it was +9 before this.
If you mouse over her innate and mouse off and mouse over and over, you can see that's the innate right below it. You can see 11.39. If you take it off and put it on again, you'll see it's lower again. Now it's 11.06.
Huh.
10.94. So it seems like it updates every server tick, actually. So it's just a completely gradual.
Yep. Gonna need sub-tick added to this. As Shackle rather onto Baboka. Beyond trying to help him out. They will lose their support. Starbreaker doesn't fully connect onto Cuckoo. And now 23 Savage forcing Beyond away, but he does have majority of that creep wave coming to him. Meanwhile, Pounce upon Fly in that meta form. And he's going to deal a lot of hurt to Jokum and company. One more right click would do it. And we'll pop it.
Yeah, so not sure how much I like Baboka skilling Mana Drain in this lane level 2. It's what you generally want to do as Lion, but I think when you're playing with Dawnbreaker in particular and against a hero like Shadow Shaman, there's a ton of merit to getting the point in Hex, but perhaps for what it's worth, he was kind of just out of position and got punished, right? If the lane is played in a stable fashion where you don't make mistakes, you'd probably be well off with the Mana Drain as well. And he's going to get level 3 now. Let's see what he skills, if it's going to be the second point in Earth Spike or point in Hex. Seems to be thinking about it here. Even a second point in Mana Drain is also something Lions do occasionally. Of course, your favorite hero of all time, Lion.
Let's just add every mechanic on one hero. Well, none of it really makes sense. Just close your eyes.
All right, 2 points in Earth Spike.
Into the hammer. Refraction comes off. 23 Savage is safe for now. And now the Shackle upon Lion, but 23 Savage not really too interested in pursuing. So, Slardar versus the old Pango mid. Very even so far.
Yeah.
I think Slardar would have a pretty good lane in general against this.
I thought Emo would be winning by a bit. I would agree with that, but Mikoto, an excellent Pango player. And he's actually drawing the lane.
Do you only go 1 in Bash here?
Yeah, I think this is the standard thing is to max out Crush for sure. But yeah, perhaps against Pango, the other route could be explored a bit more. And keep in mind, Mikoto is drawing this lane in spite of not having double shield crash. He's tying the lane with Thunderbolt.
Yeah, true.
Emo kind of has to go back to base here. Use the Fairy Fire.
Getting active, crushes. Right. Into nothing. You're trying to scare him away with a swashbuckler or something, but there was no reinforcements, as we can see. And there's the Corrosive Haze.
Yeah, Haze is insane this game. It's really good for Dawn. It's really good for Terrorblade.
Yeah.
And that is the X factor, I would say, that has me a little bit hesitant about calling this an amazing Timbersaw game, is offensively he's very good against the enemy cores, but there comes a point where the equation just doesn't necessarily favor you that much after the nerfs to reactive armor that it received over the years, where you can just get eaten alive by these heroes as well if you don't enter the fight with stacks. It doesn't matter that you're strong offensively if they can kill you in 2 seconds. Fly. We'll get pounced here by Jokum. Doesn't look like it's going to be any follow-up, though. No point in Timber Chain means no dice.
Man, Fly. Doing quite well in the CS department at the moment. In fact, I feel like all the cores doing pretty reasonably well.
Yep. Tower is under attack.
Nobody's suffering this time.
But once Emo gets the eventual Blink Dagger, I would assume that Shard is something you prioritize on Slardar. It's
Yeah.
insane.
Without a doubt. Especially with these heroes, right? If you have the Shard, you find a Blink Crush, you Dawn ulti on that. Say you've crushed 2 or 3 heroes, they all have haze on them, and Dawn comes in for a Starbreaker.
Yeah.
Love that. Just like the meatballs we have for lunch. Very good.
Oh man, what a dream.
Catering here is nice.
The Solar Guardian, only really one good setup in the Slardar, but can use it as a defensive measure as well. See how active they want to be. Since Dawnbreaker is one of your favorite heroes, what kind of build do you want to see?
So Phase Boots first is standard. I think you probably go Soul Ring next, and then I kind of think this might just be a standard game where you go, let's say, Echo Saber into Sanjanyasha, plus the full-on Harpoon is great against TA and Timber. So maybe something like that. You could bypass the Sanjanyasha, and perhaps if you feel like you need the BKB earlier because of Timbersaw, you could do that. Sometimes we see Dawnbreakers go Orchid. I mean, that's also good here. There's a lot of viable routes here. I would mainly like to see him, because sometimes you could also buy auras on the offlane Dawn. I would like to see him not do that. I think with the lineup you have, you should play Dawn as the secondary carry. I think Slardar will have his shortcomings in this game eventually, and Dawn helping out with that could be big.
What about the Ags? Do you like this new Ags?
It's not so good anymore.
Yeah, I kind of miss the old one.
Part.
Some pressure to the tier 1 mid. I do wonder why they changed the Ags to begin with. I feel like that was a kind of a cool one. You just stay up in the air for a bit. The fact that it had evasion added a new element.
Yeah. The new one is also cool in its own way. I guess it's just not... It doesn't feel as strong. Overall, not having the evasion was a really big part of the previous one. And just the ability to... You were effectively like delaying a fight, right? You would cast your ult and you could just stay up as long as you wanted and prevent the enemy team from landing combos. That delay doesn't exist anymore. Beyond will farm some nice stacks here. Dawnbreaker, one of the best offlaners at taking care of this quickly. You have low cooldown abilities, and those two will easily kill off this. I think this is a quadruple stack hard camp.
Yep, that's
or
nice.
at least triple.
Gonna be going for the Blade Mail as the tier 1.
Blade Mail's also great. Yeah,
to take some pressure here.
Don't mind that. That was the one. I think we've gone through all of the standard builds now, and that was the one I didn't mention. Of course, the one he's going to choose.
I mean, I just like that this type of hero. There's so many different things you can go for. There's no cookie cutter.
Yeah, for sure.
I feel like a lot of heroes fall into that trap.
I think I like this the most now that I think about it, specifically because of Timber. I think the Blade Mail against him really changes the matchup a lot. So I'm on board with it. I'm very curious to see what he goes after Blade Mail. Mid tower will fall. Your Cult Bros strike first in the tower department by bringing their Terrorblade mid.
You look at these heroes and you're like, oh, these are very good brawling heroes. In and out kind of strategy.
Yep.
1-to-1 is the kill score.
Yep.
So just waiting for their mid-game power spikes, which...
Emo's about to get blink.
Yeah, the blinks will certainly help accelerate this game.
This is, of course, going to be a very free-farming TA, which in the last patch was a recipe for disaster. Oh, Boboka is going to find Jokum.
First of the game, but Jokum able to get off his ult, pounces away.
Really good reaction. Oh, did he have a sentry? Oh, he had a sentry, so he saw the lion. Yeah, he dark pacted the Earth Spike, and they thought they had a play there.
Talon want to take advantage of this now. Rolling Thunder coming in, hits 2 heroes with the Chakram to follow. That's a lot of damage. Emo has made his way over, though, as the Ice Path connects onto WS, and he's just melting to this corrosive haze. Emo destroys him as Makoto swashbuckles away. We have another TP actually being canceled. After all that, 1 kill. But it's a pretty big one in the Timbersaw, and now Blink Dagger is online for Emo. They can honestly reset and just go again.
Yeah, Colt did bring 5 heroes to this, so it wasn't particularly efficient. But they do defend their tower as well as their Dawnbreaker, but that cost them a lot of resources while TA was farming. So she's starting to create a bit more distance.
Yeah, they don't want Slark.
No.
Much too difficult.
Pango's
Makoto,
the
though,
catch.
that's a juicy one. Impale with the crush. Ice Path to follow. A little lacking in the damage department. Gets off the shield crash. Makoto with the swash, but one more right click from Emo is enough. Jokum in the meantime taking out Baboka, so 1-for-1 still favors Yakult. Although the Jakiro will die next, so mid laner for both supports.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Emo will be happy with that at least.
Yeah.
Dire's
I don't think
bottom
Talon mind
tower
too
is under
much.
attack.
They get their supports involved. The Slark is almost level 7 now. And of course, has already established while all of this is happening, TA will just farm faster than anyone else in this game. So 23 Savage is creating a bit of distance. He's level 11.5 to the 8 of Terrorblade, almost 9.
He's going to get impaled. Hammer to follow. Starbreaker going to be mostly mitigated by the refraction, but Ollie's coming to play as well. Finger of Death. You had to praise him, Cinderin. 23 Savage is dead. Melt not going to do too much against the Corrosive Haze.
Easiest curse of my life.
As Cuckoo will drop next, so double kill for Beyond. And oh, is this actually, wait, which facet is it? It's not the fist, is it? Man, we're not seeing that anymore.
Yeah, because players realize it's useless. Isn't that great?
Well, make it good then.
The one thing you liked about Lion is now gone.
Yeah, that's
or
accurate.
unpicked. The only saving grace this hero had for you. Hated everything about him except what's bad.
Literally true.
Yep.
So tier 1 tower taking a beating with the meta from Fly.
Blade Mail on Dawn. Tranks on Baboka. This support hero loves Tranquil Boots, of course. Lion has the luxury of restoring mana as he wants with the Drain, so if you restore the health with the Tranks, you effectively just have 100% uptime on the map. And he also really struggles with movement speed, so getting that extra bit from Tranks also is a big help.
Looking at both these lineups, both good at taking Roche.
Interesting. Emo is
going to be
going
some
Heal.
interesting battles to come.
Yep. True that. Will be a major point of contention. One side has the Corrosive Haze and the Terrorblade to kill it. The other side has Meld plus Lucky Shot, eventually Lucky Shot. Doesn't have it just yet. I'm trying to wrap my head around this Yules on Emo, whether I like it. I mean, I generally like Yules. I think it's a cool item and most of the time has some sort of merit. I suppose he's just buying it in anticipation of an eventual Timber Ags. To just have some more disruption in fights, some more move speed and utility, which is always great, but Slardar tends to be a hero that really wants either Ags or BKB. Cuckoo's dead.
Yeah, but he'll gladly tank it for 23. They were just a couple seconds earlier. A couple seconds faster, rather. So, easy support kill. But still, it doesn't really create much of a separation here. That's, for the most part, what we've been seeing so far this game. In terms of cores overall, there's only been... I didn't realize that 23 Savage died twice now, actually.
Yep. In spite of that, he's
top
still
2 net worth.
ahead of the Terrorblade. 30 additional CS will help.
Has the Deso. Looks like the shower was successful for Talon. They showed up for this game.
Shard on the way for Beyond. This is a major increase in his teamfight impact. Can reliably cast Starbreaker and get it fully followed through before he gets interrupted by Shadow Shaman. Doesn't have it just yet,
Guardian. Not gonna find the full connection, but Emo was going on top of Makoto. There's a turnaround though, as the Rolling Thunder set up by the Shackle.
Fair to say, mission failed.
And Beyond looks to be next on the list. Completely surrounded. That's gonna be Deso stack for 23 Savage. Meanwhile, while this is happening, Jokum has a shield rune and is going to be such a nuisance. The Dark Pact takes off the Impale. As Baboka will be the 3rd death here for Yakult. So finally, somebody finds some separation, and it is Talon.
Definitely a couple of suboptimal plays here from Yakult. Don't really like that 2-man go on the Pango. It's way too easy to counterplay next to the tower, and Cuckoo is on the money with an immediate response.
is
At
under
the
attack.
same time, I also think Boboka could have survived that Slark. Cast the Earth Spike.
Oh, Fly pounce from afar.
Early
Jokum and
another
company.
find.
This is an even bigger kill. Down goes the TB.
All right.
Talon now sporting a 4K net worth lead. Suddenly looking quite good.
It's crazy what a shower can do.
Dire's
Yeah, I wonder
middle
what they're
tower
doing in
is
the
under
shower.
attack.
No, you're the only one.
That is not true.
Who did you talk to about this that makes you so confident?
Twitch chat.
Oh, that's
Full of degenerates like me.
great conversation partner, I must say.
Yeah. Truly produces a lot of brain rot. That's why we see a lot of these streamers start to go insane over time.
Yeah. I miss my old friends. before they
Jenkins used to
became
be an
streamers.
upstanding citizen before streaming.
I find that very hard to believe.
Yeah, it is hard to believe. There's Emo and Boboka. On the sideline here, Jokum looking for an opening, but choosing against it for now.
Looking great for Talon, though. If they can keep this up, this is when you're playing from ahead with a Slark 4, it feels really good. Like whenever the early game goes well for Slark 4 teams,
Oh, Emo. He gets
Their win
the
rate
initiation
is great.
onto Jokum. That is a bad target, though. Solar Guardian coming in, but I think Emo's going to die here. Nope, they're going to turn around at 23 Savage instead. Rasta next on the list. Emo did fall, but so far 2 for 1. Advantage Yakult. Double kill from WS. He is doing work as Makoto with the Rolling Thunder, hitting basically everybody left from Yakult. Fly still in that meta form. WS wanted to go for Beyond, but not able to find the connect. Jokum
against
resetting.
Fly. He has to respect the potential of the Thunder. So we'll back out. But yeah, this time around Yakult, they punch back a little bit, but they didn't convincingly win that fight. That kind of was a draw when all was said and done. And that was in spite of them killing the TA first. The Timbersaw is clearly a problem. WS with a very good game so far, 6-1-1. Going for a Lotus Rush to make Lion's life miserable, to remove the Corrosive Haze, to remove Jakiro stuff, to block Sunder. Talk about a good Lotus game.
Yeah.
Counters everything. Finally now a Blink for Boboka. This has probably been his worst game that we've cast. And it's not like he's played an awful game, but generally just seems to really stand out. This game, nothing special, really. But maybe with this dagger, he can change, he can turn the tides. Beyond is actually going Axe. Huh.
Who's that?
The Dawn.
Ooh.
So just to reiterate how this works, or rather remind people, it lingers for 3 seconds after landing and follows you. And it makes you land faster than before, which is kind of the opposite of the old Axe, where you could land slower if you wanted to.
Yeah. I mean, he has been having trouble hitting the Solar Guardian on top of an enemy upon landing, so...
I don't think this is that good in this game. I have to say, I think it's better to get some more burst damage to kill with your Slardar. My concern is you arrive and you have this pulsing heal, which is all fine, but the type of damage output that the enemy team is proposing is extremely explosive. It's Timbersaw, it's TA.
Oh, they try to jump onto Jokum, but they have the Yule's counteraction. Makoto now the Rolling Thunder. Solar Guardian applied, as they're going to get the Serpent Wards on top of Ollie. Cuckoo, the foul play does activate as WS coming in. Half HP, though, has to be a bit careful. They lose the 2 supports onto the Occult side as Fly. Well, he's trying to run away now as 23 Savage applying some pressure, but Emo can come back in. Does get the blink off on time for 23 Savage. They lost their Pango. Likely the fight will break up here. Fights are kind of elongated, it feels like.
Yep. Good fight for Yakult, though. And the Yules from the Slardar really paid dividends there on the opening. Bought the time for Dawn to come in, was still standing a fighting chance after. Now he's going to get Yuled himself, though. Yeah. Yule again.
Chakram. It's going to end up dealing a lot as 23 Savage makes his way over, gets a meld strike onto Emo, double taps him, but he's fine. Timber Chain to the other side, and now Talon on the retreat. Good trap is a huge crush from Emo. He gets deleted for his efforts, but it might be worth it. They take 23 Savage out. WS doing a ton of damage. He gets a double kill with the Whirling Death. Fly drops as part of that grouping.
Oh.
And Talon are going to clean house. That was as close as it gets. There was 3 members on about 10% HP, and the Whirling Death just destroyed them.
Ironically, we just talked about it. Imagine if Dawn has anything else than 2 axe components there. Just a little bit extra. Even an Echo Saber would have done it. They needed so little. But this, I mean, this looks so good.
So good.
And they do kill the TA. The Sunder left something to be desired here, too. I don't think that really did much.
And boom.
Oh, man. Clutch stuff from WS. Now an 8K lead for Talon.
Yep.
Not what I was expecting after that game number 1. I definitely thought they were going to do better, but...
His hair looks exactly the same. Don't think he actually showered Cinderant.
You can take a shower without washing your hair. Just a little body wash.
That's not going to wake you up.
Whatever it is, there's something in the water.
Yeah. Pretty damn massive lead for Talent. So Yakult now on the back foot, despite having this really aggressive lineup. I'm sure they'll still try to poke, but I feel like the Slark is the main issue. He has been disrupting a lot of these initiations. It's just not a good target to go for.
This feels like a hero that just wins when it's ahead. Like in these pro games, it's so oppressive, so difficult to play against. Jokum go for the standard build with the Yules into Depth Shroud, and in spite of that being nerfed, we saw him play it earlier as well in this group stage with great success. Baboka, see you later.
Yeah.
Insta burst. Beyond godlike now, WS 10-1-3. And I believe he has something on the way on the courier here. That's a dagger. Oh God, they have such an insane timing now. Dagger on him, BKB on TA.
And into the Roche pit they go.
Yep. He should be claiming this no problem. Colt. Yeah, Colt caught in this awkward limbo where you're not only 7k behind, but you also have these like Ags components that are, so your net worth is not even valuable. You have this like unfinished items. The Dawn will finally get hers now, so that'll be a bit of an upgrade, but Emo is far off of anything right now. Has the Yules, and then missing 1,500 for his Aghanims.
Well, Beyond has his Ags. We'll see how much impact this has. I mean, even if it was the old Ags, it wouldn't have that much. I mean, the evasion is nice against TA, but that's kind of about it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, this is one of those items that's either going to be... Well, you're struggling to find the positives, I guess, but...
Yeah, I'm just not a believer. It's not that I don't think the Axe is ever good. I would value it a lot higher in a game where the enemy team does slow damage, because then you get the value out of the heal. You get to turn fights around and arrive and be strong, but if somebody gets Blink Hexed and then Timber and TA'd, nobody lives. It doesn't even matter that you have the Axe then. Whereas, let's say you had a damage item and you play for the glass half full way of thinking where you initiate, you could actually find burst kills with your Dawn. Let's see now though, they're on to 23.
Rolling Thunder initiation, Solar Guardian is coming. Okay, they get the Starbreaker on 22 Savage. He is melting. He of course has the Aegis. BKB wearing off. Beyond will finish the job. All they lose is the Lion so far. Well, I say that as Ollie drops to the deck, so both supports down and the mass TP Exodus. One canceled on the Dawnbreaker. So Beyond, oh, gets a nice Starbreaker though. But won't be able to take anybody else with him. So in the end, a 3-for-1 if you want to include the Aegis.
Yep, I think that's good enough for Talon. They're going to take also the top tier 1 for this. You can see 23 Savage is just such a difficult kill. TA remains a monster. Jenkins thinks it's overrated, but when has that guy ever been right about anything? So, you know. Can't wait to hear him defend himself on the panel about this. Yeah, it was because this or that.
That's my business partner, Cinderin.
Yeah, of course.
I keep calling him Cinderin and you Jenkins. It's a real issue.
No, you don't call me Jenkins, which I appreciate, but you've called him Cinderin twice today.
Cuckoo!
Good sign for your...
Gets the opening onto Baboka. Serpent Ward's definitely not needed, though. A little bit extra farm for Fly. No Talent. Of course, no longer with the Aegis, but they can push for sure. All they need is the TA. Meanwhile, they're They're going to apply some pressure to Slardar. Emo, they're actually going to fully commit for this. He's going to get shackled on the doorsteps of his base. The Macropyre not going to do too much. That was not an expected kill, especially with a TA just soloing the tier 2 tower.
Yep. Jokum plays a beastly Slark, man. It says, I think it's going to get banned in the 3rd game unless Yakult can somehow make a miraculous comeback happen here, but does not seem likely. We've seen Jokum play this already in Group Stage 2 with a great performance, and might just be worthy of a 2nd phase removal from Yakult in the upcoming game.
Yakult Bros. Best name of the tournament right now.
Yeah. Do you like their logo?
It doesn't look good here, but yeah, the normal version when it's blown up looks good. Why? Why do you ask?
No, it's just a special logo.
No, what about you, Cynthia? Do you like it?
Yeah, I like a good flex.
Okay.
That's why I make sure to walk through the gym with 2 pizza boxes so I can see other people
jealous.
working.
That's
No, I like to see them flexing, not the flex of having 2 pizzas, but people actually flexing their muscles. It's fine. You'll understand eventually. Slark gets out. Although it is a pretty good flex to have 2 pizza boxes. Here he goes. Up. See you later, Baboka.
Yeah, he is down and out, but the Starbreaker destroys 23 Savage. That is a big kill. Jokum uses the ult along with Makoto, and Ollie inside the wards will drop. Emo looks to be next. He's just not tanky enough against all of this damage from Talon, even without their TA. That's 3 dead now for Yakult. As Cuckoo was being pursued by Beyond. Looks like he will... Oh! Yeah, does get out the shard, making it a little bit more annoying.
So 3 for 2 for now. Let's see if Jokum can... No, can't connect. You can see the mindset. I think Yakult have the right approach. You have to kill TA with everything. Just throw literally all your stuff at her, kill her first, and then try to build a fight. Because if you don't, she's going to kill every one of you. Didn't even get the BKB off there on 23 Savage, but yeah, there are other problems, but she's still the biggest one. You kind of have to deal with that issue first, and then if that goes well, you can build a fight after. If Emo gets a BKB, and the Terrorblade gets a BKB after the Skadi, so that the Mikoto Pango impact can be mitigated, things could get interesting. Oh, he actually gets found up here.
Get the Impale off as well. Jokum, though, is going to focus on the Lion. The Crutch comes out. Makoto able to get
He's out of mana.
Roll up, though. Does not have anything else at the disposal, and he will drop.
Oh, shit.
As a finger of death onto Jokum as well. And that's going to feel good seeing that rat bastard die.
Yeah, love that rat bastard.
So a nice couple of pickups here for Yakult.
Yeah, both kills for Fly. Should almost finish his Skadi. And then, as mentioned, BKBs on the menu should be next. At the very least, the Slardar really needs his. Dawn is also going to go for one next, so she's going to have that too. And honestly, what happened in the last few minutes has me a little bit hopeful for Yakult. Like, this 10k lead, or 12k as it is now, is not insurmountable when you think about how their lineup interacts. The minus armor plus the ridiculous physical damage. If you find initiations, you can kill heroes really fast. It's just a matter of execution, and what's been the main thorn in their side in the team fights has been Mikoto. The Rolling Thunder combo breaks them every single time. But now Dawn has BKB, so she will be able to stick. Slardar has half of his, then he will be able to as well. As a matter of fact, the Dire lineup interacts very poorly with BKBs on the enemy team. So... yeah. With 2 or 3 BKBs and opening on 23,
yeah, for sure.
Could see them running away with a fight.
The Courier of Fly is dead, so his Skadi can't even be completed yet, but that's been done for a while.
You get the free Tormentor as well. Ollie with the Shard.
All right, looking approachable for Yakult. As Talon, they're going to smoke and look for an opening. Makoto's ult comes in, stun locking Emo. They find a Jakiro on the sideline as well, so 2 freebies for Talon.
Yeah, Ollie poked his head out thinking about helping with an Ice Path, and they immediately just turn on him with the Pango. So another nice Rolling Thunder from Mikoto. Gonna work on Nullifier next. I mean, you're against the Yules of Slardar. That might be what he's thinking with this, but I actually think Basher will turn out to be a better idea here. With the BKBs coming out, that is the remaining control he would have in the fight during those. If he were to buy it. Obviously not committed yet, hasn't bought any of the components. I think he might change his mind when he sees the BKBs arriving. So Terrorblade has his, Dawn has hers. And yeah, as you mentioned, the Scotty was already on the courier. I missed that, so he has Scotty and BKB. He's ahead of the TA now.
This is a crazy power spike.
He is super big now. Fly game has been recovered. In a game where they've kind of been smashed, he's 4-2-4. So he has avoided the worst of it.
So after the Hurricane Pike, what replaces Falcon Blade?
I think you just buy probably Butter, either Butterfly or or Daedalus, right? One or the other. Not sure what he thinks is more valuable. I guess the evasion is less valuable. Tia has MKB, so yeah, never mind.
He's gonna get the Rolling Thunder. Oh boy, Lion already dead. Fly gets off the BKB and the meta. They're gonna be able to take out the support until as well. So it's a 1-for-1, and now Fly, yeah, have to redirect your attacks from Jokum. Just too elusive right now.
This is dangerous
WS
for WS.
is very deep. He gets off the reactive armor along with the BKB, though. Jokum's Illusion doing quite a bit on the back line as Fly getting kited a bit at half HP. Actually gets blown up with the Ags from WS. And just like that, the fight is over. Yakult losing their big bad TB. Now we'll have to try to reset as Talon continuing to expand their lead. 15K and counting.
When WS reinitiated there, I thought that was going to be dangerous, but he had the BKB. Without BKB, he actually can't pull off this play at all. Because again, the physical damage, in spite of having what you have, would be overwhelming, but yeah, with BKB, so much freedom. Just gets in there, and he really is the carry of this game on the Timbersaw. Look at that teamfight damage output, 6.7K. Did about 2/3 of his entire team's damage. 23 Savage just ran away. That was his contribution, was being jumped and disengaging. And that's how the fights are generally going to look. TA will be forced out by the Radiant, and then Timbersaw needs to pick up the pieces, and he'll find another piece.
Does get off the Yule. Slow to a crawl, though. Flame Thrower.
He's
just another annoyance to deal with.
He is so strong.
Yeah, Emo. 3,100 gold right now, so can just finish this BKB shortly. That'll make a world of difference. But now you're facing such a large discrepancy of net worth that could be too late. And for Talon, they're not... I mean, how much more room to grow is there for Timber? He's hit close to his peak, it feels like. We'll be going for a Refresher to replace the Arcane Boots. Can eat the Ags, so another item on top if they really want.
Oh, they found Beyond.
And already half HP, attempting to TP. Actually, looks like he's going to get out.
It's pretty tanky.
But now the BKB down for a full minute and a half.
Radiant's bottom tower.
We'll be going for Nullifier. Not too far away from it, actually. That's going to be good against the Timber Ags, Shield Crash, and obviously any of the Yules or Force Staffs. Oh, and Ghost Scepter on Cuckoo. A lot to work with, actually.
It's definitely a good item, but speaking of, Pango now has his. He did commit for it. Trying to defend here with the Macro Pyre, but 23 Savage will sidestep and continue going to work. Oh, back off now. Oh, we've been talking up Yakult Bros, and based on their last 3 games, they haven't really been in this position for a while, but let's not forget, these guys are hard to break on defense. We've had multiple games where Yakult stick around forever until they eventually lose against Megas. This is the type of game that is not necessarily that easy to finish off for Talon.
They have some decent high ground defense, but nothing super crazy.
Yeah, they don't have any repositioning. They don't have the Skewer, for example, or a Toss.
They have some long-range poke with Jakiro, but yeah, other than that...
They just have very scary physical burst. That's going to remain a problem. Another Nullifier here on Slark. Jokum. Okay. They want to get rid of these Ghost Scepters for the sake of their TA.
Emo going to be the recipient of another Rolling Thunder. Starbreaker available for Beyond. Gets it onto 2. Solar Guardian continue to heal Emo, but just too much burst damage. And now Beyond has to run away. It's WS with that Aghanim Scepter about to blow up. And now the tier 3 will fall. 23 Savage repositioning. Has the Aegis, of course. And WS can get in very deep. Buyback from Emo.
It's off the crush, but the BKB still active for WS. That's that long-range Timber chain. They get the Hex onto the TA. There's a lot of damage coming out from Fly. His 23 Savage might be losing his first life, and he will. But they have the repositioning from Talon. They can definitely protect him the second time around. As you call, they actually want to go back in. WS gets instantly crushed, dispelled as well. The double Yules on top of the Lotus. Another grouping from Talon. There's a shackle onto Emo. This is going to be a dieback for him. Into the grave he goes as Beyond gets a nice Starbreaker onto 2, but the silence on the Fly. He gets hexed. No Sunder to come. No way to get back in. GG's call. Talon. They show up for game 2. They remember that Dota is here to be played.
Night and day from game 1 to 2. A masterclass, especially from WS, easily the MVP of this game. 18, 1, and 12.
Yeah, he just
on his Timbersaw, crushing it. He's in 30 of 36 kills, so a massive contribution there. And the Slark of Joachim once again. Mikoto on his Pang. I mean, they got essentially, I want to say for this tournament so far, basically almost all of their best heroes. And Colt thought they had an interesting solution here with their Dawnbreaker pick and with their overall physical burst. But again, the Timbersaw plus TA, these heroes are tanky and difficult to bring down for these physical-based lineups. And once they get to their items, the BKBs in particular on the Timbersaw kind of just sealed the deal.
Yeah, so Talon. I mean, the thing I'm most impressed with them is because they have had these games where they just do not show up. But they come back. Like it doesn't feel like just through gameplay, it doesn't feel like it affects them in a negative. Like they're able to bounce back, which is really important for any
WS.
What's that?
48,000 damage on the Timber. Yeah. He doubled up Mikoto. 23 Savage on only 19k. He spent most of his fights running away, but honestly, that's a big part of the TA pick as well, is that, well, you're tanky if you get initiated on and the enemy has to. The reason his damage numbers are this bad is that he was the target.
Yeah, what he said, Shiver.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. This was the shower effect of talent coming into play. WS having a fantastic game, and I think that's where I want to start, because after the draft was done, we were mentioning that we haven't been too impressed with Timbersaws over these last couple of days, and if Timbersaw would have a bad game here, then there is no hope for the hero. But I think, Brian, the hope for the hero is very strong in good games for Timbersaw.
Yeah, that was a Grandmaster tier Timbersaw performance.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that until during the game we were looking at his Dota Plus levels. I mean, he was doing some really cool moves where he would have the timer of the axe ticking down, and he would then blink in right towards the end of it, and he took Fly later on in the game from almost full to 0, and even there were several times he's baiting out the Sunder with his about to use the Lotus Orb. So there was a lot of mind games going on this game between WS and Fly. Really cool matchup to witness, just because both these players understand their hero so well. We saw Fly not even considering sundering him because he knew that the Lotus Orb was about to come out, and WS holding onto the Lotus Orb and then timing the BKB for when Terrorblade turns around. Just a lot of cool little plays that happened, and I have a lot of appreciation for when both teams played well, but Talon, they beat Yakult Brothers when I felt like Yakult Brothers were playing well. So that speaks a lot to how much I admired their performance.
WS even went for Lotus after going for the Ogre Club, right? So he determined that he needed the Lotus earlier on in the game so he could play those mind games. The thing is, if you do that and you're not able to play those mind games with TB where you're baiting out the Sunders and you're just willy-nilly using the Lotus in fights, not using it to dispel the right things, it can honestly feel a lot worse than an Aghanim Scepter. But that was a really great read from him to be able to make that pivot, or if it's not a pivot, just being I need the stats of the Ogre Club and then also the Lotus. This is something only a Grandmaster tier player can understand.
I think it's also necessary when you play against Lion, specifically, right? So you're not worried about mana drain, you're not worried about Hex. You can just go in freely, and Lion can't actually really cast spells on you. I think that's a nice adjustment from him for sure. But yeah, it's nice to see Talon actually coming back in the series. I was getting a bit worried that they might fall apart after 2 rough losses in a row. But taking it to Yakult here, I think also one other point is that Emo and Slaughter not really getting the same vibes as him on Ember, Earth Spirit, Void Spirit, Queen of Pain, these more flashy type of heroes with a high damage output. I think it's Yeah, I don't know. I would prefer if you just keep playing those heroes.
It seems like the mid lane in general is straying away from the like strength heroes. I know depending on the patch, you'll have like Earthshaker, Earth Spirit mids, like this sort of hero. Sometimes you have like the snipers of the world where they're like basically carries mid. But this patch, it seems like it's just back to you're playing spirits. You're playing spirits like Puck, Quap, which I consider these heroes to be like effectively spirit heroes. And if you don't have them in a game, like you really feel that lacking currently.
Yeah, for sure. I was talking about a lot of these good plays that these players were making later on in the game, but I wanted to highlight just some cool plays coming out from both sides. Early game between Fly and the rest of Yakult Brothers. So they somehow turned this Terrorblade being really low HP into this weird my game where WS is aware of what's happening. He's like playing really far on the left side of the lane, but Boka's trying to gank such that he can set up this Thunder, and it creates this situation where somehow you have a really low HP carry and a really high HP strong off lane, and yet they're somehow bullying him. And then Fly takes the same low HP to run mid, and Makoto's doing the same thing as WS was. So they somehow turned this into like a tower-taking map control play off of a Terrorblade with no HP. I thought that was a really cool play by Yakult, but then this is the portion of the game where Talon, they immediately responded to this Slaughter plus Dawn gank. I think they were a little bit overzealous that these two heroes could kill a Pango near his tower, but the fact that they responded so quickly, Yokam even having the presence of mind not to TP there as well, the fact that he's going to pick up a shield rune and effectively 1v2 these two supports on the side of Yakult Brothers, this was the part of the game where the map kind of blew wide open for Talon. This entire time, like leading up to that bottom play, TA was getting farm. The Fly did not participate in any of this. Cuckoo was waiting, watching him at the camp for like, I believe about 20 seconds so this could be set up. They brought enough heroes to kill him. Never felt like there were easy sunders from Fly for the rest of the game. I think that gave them about a 5k net worth lead going into those mid-game fights. Then we see WS like barely survive in the next like crazy skirmish. A lot of back and forth. I think there were a lot of micro decisions in this game that tilted the balance in favor of one team or the other. I liked them. There were so many mind games. I really enjoyed this one for the nuances of the hero interactions.
Yeah. Yokam is really good at Slark, I gotta say. Like, watching that clip again, because we saw mostly the fight bot, because that was the primary action, and then looking at the mid fights, like, how did they get into this position where, like, the supports are running away from Slark? Was there somebody else there? Nah, it's just him.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy. Like, this is something that a very good Slark player can do, because a lot of Slarks on this patch honestly look like they're just trying to emulate 9 class, but not Yokam.
Now, there's two more things I want to touch upon for this game, because we talk a lot about what happened in the mid lane a little bit, on obviously the off lane with Fly and WS going head-to-head, but the top lane, we had Templar Assassin, which doesn't really make it through very often. Obviously, it won. But is it ban-worthy? Because you said earlier, Jenkins, that you would be considering this hero as a second phase ban.
Yeah, 23 did a great job doing nothing in this game. I mean, he didn't need to do anything.
He was still very fat, and he was still going to be very difficult to deal with, and he did a lot of damage.
He farmed. I just genuinely believe he could be any carry doing this. It's like TA is good enough. You can pick it, and it's still going to be able to farm and have a good game. I'm not saying TA is a bad hero. It's just that on the last patch, this was like the monster of Dota. I don't think it's that anymore. He lost lane. Like, they were losing to Dawnbreaker. We saw him give away, I think it was First Blood, right?
Yeah.
He tried to man up versus Dawn, and the exact same thing. I don't know if you said it on panel or after panel ended. I think it was after panel ended. You said, if I'm Dawnbreaker and Atea walks up to me to meld, I'm like, great. I love when people are right on top of me. You turn around, you Starbreaker, and she's dead. So the lane wasn't the greatest. Like, I think he probably could have been any carry in that game, but I don't think it has any like indication of what they should do about it in the next game, unless they want to value another hero, and then they can bump the TA down. But I mean, they won, so they can draft the same.
I mean, the TA didn't do that much on in practice because the Timbersaw was doing everything, right? The Timbersaw was carrying this game. But what the TA did do was it made Yakult Bros pick different heroes, I think, right? That you picked the Jakiro first pick as a response to TA because, well, you think that this hero is good against TA because it breaks refraction and things like that, right? Maybe you picked the Dawnbreaker because of that. You picked TB because of that. So I think maybe we are going to see it banned out, or they're going to try to adjust. I don't like the idea of giving away TA like this and then picking just a casual Jakiro. I think that's not good enough.
Counter it harder.
Yep. My idea is that the TA may have not done anything amazingly special, but it gives them Roshan, gives them Tormentor, and it did its job in the game for a first overall pick, and it set you up to have these better matchups with the Pangolier and the Timbersaw. So
I think it's in the right place if you first overall pick a carry and it doesn't win lane. Like, that's how Dota should be.
But it was still #1 net worth at 10 minutes.
Yeah,
like,
he still farmed.
So it's like, that's the thing is, if a hero's able to reliably hit its timings, regardless of the matchup it's in, even if it's unfavorable and it doesn't go ideally, I think that's exactly what makes a carry first pickable.
Well,
it's specifically in the carry role.
We can talk about this a lot, probably, but we won't. We'll just see what the teams will do with this Templar Assassin will be banned or not, and how will they react to this game 2 as we're heading to game 3 after a break.
Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds of love can sing a sweeter tune. I needed to say that you find a way to make me feel anew. And I want to say thank you, 'cause you take me as I am. Oh, baby, take me as I am. Oh, Lord, take me as I am. Oh, take me. Oh, take me. Yeah, take me as I am. What you need is love and understanding. Find a heart whose love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want, satisfy your need.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
You're back. Welcome back. Welcome back. There we are. Hi. We're here with game number 3, Yakult and Talon. And the series tied 1-1. That's how that works. Hey, look at that. We got an Ursa drawing. We got an Ursa first pick, Brian. First pick Ursa. I don't think we've seen that before.
We had seen it, I think, one time in the previous patch. Somebody tried it. It was specifically against Darkseer. I'd have to go find what that game was, but it did not win that time around. I think Ursa is potentially vulnerable, but that was on the previous patch. So I think Ursa stocks have risen because of the fact that a lot of these other carries have been nerfed. So I'll just have to say, if they give it, so Oracle's already banned. Is there another support we feel like can enable this matchup? Maybe like a Warlock, give him some sustain, allow him to be aggressive.
That sounds good. Like against the Darkseer, Crystal Maiden.
Crystal Maiden?
Maybe.
Anything on you?
Kill the Iron Shell.
Anything on your mind there, Misery?
Nothing particular. I don't know if you actually need to pick something like that. Like that has to sustain it. It could just be pull the Ursa some tangos and just pick whatever's good for the game.
Okay.
But yeah, something that kills the Darkseer early is nice, like the Crystal Maiden. What has Cuckoo played? He's played Ringmaster a lot.
He's been enjoying
Shaman.
Nature's Prophet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, that hero's still in.
Yeah.
That would be nice sustain. I would almost love to see that come out.
Is that a scuffed Warlock, or is Warlock a scuffed Nature's Prophet?
I think now it might be, I mean, it's very different heroes in terms of how they function.
It
in the
is,
game.
but they'll both heal the Ursa in the lane, which I think against Darkseer is what you want, like you said.
I think with the way Ursa plays the game, I'd probably rather have the Nature's Prophet. Like, you play more for pickoffs, map play, you're getting that Battle Fury, you want that +1 early to mid game, and then Ursa will do that later.
You can tank Roche for Ursa.
True.
Trance now.
True.
All good points. Let's see if they'll go for it. They'll ban out the Medusa.
Why? Ursa's usually, they lost to, or somebody lost to Ursa. Is Nigma Galaxy lost to the Ursa with Medusa.
They want WS Doom, maybe?
Or Timber. Again. Could be.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
What happened to Nature's Prophet? I thought that hero was getting like first round banned or picked in a lot of these
Yeah,
games.
that is true, actually.
Yeah, the previous game he was first round banned.
He was ignored in game 1. Interesting.
I mean, we've seen some teams really prioritize it and other teams completely ignore it. So maybe it's a bit still up in the air how good this hero actually is. Because obviously, yeah, the new Sprout is strong, but he does have certain weaknesses, right? No stun, no team fight, not much damage. So, yeah.
They'll get the Tusk first.
Could you even run Tusk on the Ursa lane? Just shut down the Darkseer early?
Yeah, just get a ton
Keep
of kills.
killing him? Yeah.
This could potentially be a 4 Tusk that starts the lane top. Like where you just get the first wave secured, Darkseer gets zoned.
There's also some, I don't know if this is the thought process here, but there's some meta, right? Where the Darkseer is cutting the wave level 1 with like 2 supports, and if you have the Tusk, then you can really stop that.
Yeah.
You can kill them if they try to do something like that.
They'll get the Ricky.
I like the Ricky a lot here. You prevent saves because of the shard. Ursa hates playing against Ricky. Just the silence is really annoying for you. It's a hero that's elusive. It's hard to lock him down as a support. It's not like a silencer where you're going to blink on him and he's going to die.
S tier Iron Shell carrier too.
Yeah, and it's very good with the Darkseer.
He can jump you twice. Actually, he has 3 ways of jumping you, technically speaking.
Maybe it also fits the Yakult Bros theme a bit more, with Baboka playing a little funky hero, you know, can play his game how he wants to do it instead of him just being on some lion who keeps dying, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see the Ion Shell, the Riki, and then farming Ancient stacks or like stealing enemy jungle. I think like Tundra does that a lot whenever they pick Darkseer, is they have like Whitemon or Soxa taking the Ion Shell and using it to farm.
10 seconds remaining.
Interesting little place you can do.
I think that Riki pick was way too good. Now that I think about it, that was a very good pick. I have to wonder, is the Medusa ban worth it compared to something like Riki? Because out of all the 4-position melee guys, Ursa doesn't usually care that much. So that's why, and I'm like, oh man, that's actually one I'm afraid of. So we'll have to see.
Dire team pick.
They'll still go for the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's root for the Riki. You know, we talked about he has 3 ways.
I don't
to
think
jump.
they're rooting for the Riki. I think they're trying to beat it.
Because it's on the other team. Yeah, that's really weird to do that.
Very strong lanes now for Talon, right? Definitely setting up to get a lot of kills early on. I do think though that if that doesn't happen, heroes like Tusk and CM can fall behind against the likes of like Riki and the team fight of Darkseer. And there's the Doom, so the Medusa ban was probably to set up for Doom.
It had to.
Not on 9, but later on, right?
Yeah, because they figured that the Darkseer was picked, so Yakult is not going to pick a Doom. They're not They don't seem like the sort of team to enjoy a carry Doom, in my opinion.
Ooh, this is a very good puck game.
Yeah, and they
Very
have the
good
chance to
against-
ban the counters.
Yeah, very good against all these heroes. I don't know. I don't think they've really played the puck much on Yakult yet, but
They played it yesterday.
okay.
Game 1 against Gaiman.
Seconds remaining.
So what is Makoto's puck
Remaining.
devastating hero? Monkey King on a prior patch was very strong. I'm not sure how that matchup goes now. I mean, DK, we saw like they will last pick.
Could be
Sniper.
Earthshaker, a sniper is a classic.
Sniper ban.
Yeah, Mikoto definitely likes sniper a lot. So that's a wise ban, I would say.
Team back.
If this puck gets a decent lane, I think Yakult Brothers is like massively favored in this game. So I know we always talk about this last pick needs to do something for the draft, and we've already talked about what Makoto can pick. I think it has, the sole purpose of this hero is to shut down this puck
10
in this draft.
So then I think DK is probably your best bet.
Yeah, maybe it's Tiny. Yeah, Tiny's always first.
Tiny's out.
I think
Shaker, you mentioned.
Shaker.
I mean,
Against Darkseer as well.
do you think Makoto would go even cheesier and pick Huskar?
It's possible. It's absolutely possible. I don't know if that's a Makoto style.
It feels a little all in. I feel like
Doesn't like Huskar.
DK gives you a better all around draft.
Out of all of his heroes, I'm thinking we're either going to get like a Lina or...
Oh, Lina is actually not bad.
Is Lina good against Puck?
It's gonna win the lane, but it has the same issues that the other heroes have, that they can get coiled and killed off, right? And you don't really have a response to Puck later on. So I think Lina is less likely.
Who's that?
What on earth? Shaker, I think, is really good, but I'm not sure. Mikoto did pick DK instead of Shaker in game 1. So
Yeah,
maybe he doesn't like that hero that much. I know he doesn't play Huskar. Maybe he has practiced it since we
You got some
worked
insider
together.
info.
But I think it's not really his jam.
Well, Fly is gonna get his hero first. We got Terrorblade and the Razor banned out by Flipster Talon. It will be laning against a Doom Tusk, together with a Ringmaster.
Actually, one hero we used to pick with against Puck to counter it when everybody banned the sniper and stuff like this, we would pick Agorden. Agorden destroys the Puck in lane as well.
And Makoto likes it.
Yeah, he loves Agorden. I mean, he used to. I don't even know what the hero does anymore, so I can't really tell for sure.
Every
But-
patch you have to re-update
but,
yourself on that one.
Does he still like spawn ancients or something? What does that hero do?
Spawn Ancients.
Yeah, he like starts spawning ancients or fountains or some shit.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Fair enough.
Anyways, what about Yakult Bros? They need a carry hero, right? In this game.
My guttural instincts was saying Muerta. Good against Ursa. If they think a last pick DK is coming out, it makes that look bad.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting.
I wouldn't mind it.
It's just a, you know, when you just have a feeling, but also sometimes that's diarrhea, Brian.
I also don't know what you're talking about. I think you've been Suns fan.
I will say that people at home didn't hear that, but Suns fan found this joke very funny.
Laughing out
I was
loud.
laughing.
That's why we're business
Yeah.
partners. Wishlist Relic Arena, please.
Yes.
Oh my! You guys have been telling me this hero is dead. Wraith.
Well, yeah, he has because he's a Wraith, Shiver.
He's undead, Shiver.
Is there a world where he doesn't skill the skeletons and skills the other thing?
I think you pick it
Spectral-
against Doom because of the skeletons.
Yeah. I mean, that is...
I also think the other one got nerfed way too much, like just the numbers. So I think this is meant to be their damage soak. It's almost the way they can set up their spells is by having Ricky scout out another hero that throws himself at. They don't want to cast spells on this guy on Flipster Talon. Like you have a lot of heroes with powerful damage spells, and you don't want to use them on him.
I think if your support start dying on Talon, it's kind of hard to bring the Wraith King down twice.
It is, yeah.
Like, of course, if you kill the supports of your cool bros and you isolate the Wraith King and you keep frostbiting him, you can kill him twice, but I think it's not necessarily that easy to kill this guy twice in the game. And you obviously don't want to doom him. So I think it's an interesting pick. Once again, we don't really see Wraith King carry much.
Ooh, Kunkka.
Kunkka is in the pool. So it might be like is that an Orchid Kunkka first then? Or do you think he's just gonna go Blade Mill?
I hope he plays for himself. I do think that's just a bit of a bait because if you buy the Orchid and
Puck just
don't
gets
kill the Puck
just gets
before
the
the
Yules.
it feels really bad if you suddenly have an Orchid because then you don't have your next item. I wouldn't be surprised if he just goes. We've been seeing like the Blade Mill Radiance into like Octarine Sheep. You know, like you have that third, fourth item Sheep.
Yeah,
to
that's
deal with the
probably
Puck.
more like it.
I do like this pick for the Kunkka. I think I'm still leaning towards Yakult Brothers draft, but I think we're in for another good game. I think the game 2 is really entertaining, and I think these drafts both are going to bring it.
I could see Yakult having some damage issues, though. Like, I don't think Wraith King really does that much damage. I think Puck needs an advantage to do damage.
They could run into that problem.
I don't think Darkseer does any damage unless, you know, you're snowballing really hard. But, of course, they're playing against us, so that's
not going to
less
happen.
likely. I just had to throw that one out there before you did.
Thank you.
Miser, what do you think?
I still think it's a very good Puck game overall, but the lane's gonna be hard. I think against the Kunkka. I think Talon, the last pick Kunkka is very good for the draft. Gives them more team fight, more tankiness, right? You know, a way to get to the Doom items, and like Mikoto can create a lot of space for the Ursa and the Doom.
Yeah.
I think maybe Flipster Talon has a bit better draft for me this game. But again, the Ricky, the Puck, it's kind of the X factors of this game in my opinion.
If it was Kiyotaka on Ricky, how would you feel about that Radiant draft?
He won.
Okay, fair enough.
did win.
There you go. They're going to win, Shiver.
And I figured I'd actually quickly check with Synderen what's the facet that Wraith King went for.
Would you like to guess?
The Bone Guard.
Correct. The one they always take has been taken again.
Just checking.
I wasn't trying to be passive aggressive. I know it came off.
sounds a little
I know.
passive
I know it
aggressive.
came.
very hard.
Dick.
but you're not
I'm sorry.
You are
I'm sorry,
passive
Shiva.
aggressive.
Sometimes I forget that other people are worth talking to, unlike this guy, and I treat you the same. So my apologies. I'll back off.
Apologies
Very sorry.
accepted.
We
All right.
forgive you.
Well, we're going to find out. Game number 3, who will take it? It is over to Sunsfan and Synderen via the Puck Jump on this.
Hi there, we got a Ricky Maru in the game. Sunsfan here with Synderen. Yakult versus Talon. Game 3 of the first series of the day. Sunsfan here with Synderen, of course.
Yep.
Cinder
Said
Meister.
that twice.
Synderen is here with the Sunsfan, the one and only Cindermeister.
That's right.
Welcome, everybody, to this game cast by Synderen.
That's me.
So we got Ricky as support. We have Wraith King.
30 seconds to battle.
We have a little bit of bear action again. This, like we talked about, is this going to become a ban? Because this was a literal first pick for Talon.
I think it was, second pick of the draft, right? They picked it after Darkseer.
Like I said, first pick for Talon
True.
was the bear.
Yeah,
You're
was
right.
correct.
Darkseer was the overall first.
Yeah. Okay.
The battle begins.
Of course, Synderen here with Sunsfan, ready to cast game number 3
I mean, Ricky is...
with Sunsfan.
It's not quite a Slark.
No.
Different type of support, but the smokescreen, very annoying.
Yeah, and when they pick this, they pick it as a flex because they could also technically play mid on Emo. I would not say that's a hero I connect with him, but is, of course, the possibility that you do have when you run it. Baboka, however, a true master of this hero.
Doesn't have the dart any longer, Cinderin.
That is true.
It's been 2 years.
If it's ever viable, he will be happy to play it.
So, Smokescreen with the Shard, which we will see at some point this game, very good against supports that want to force staff their cores out of it. Not so great against cores that like to buy force staff, aka Hurricane Pike. Ursa's not one of them, of course. It's going to be extremely good against the snowball save. Blinking in and trying to snowball, something like that. That's not really a thing. You'd have to snowball across it and then pick them up on the way, which is a lot less reliable.
Yeah, it's very good this game.
See a lot of value.
Of course, something interesting about this lane matchup. Generally speaking, Ricky cannot threaten Ursa too much in lane, but Ion Shell can offset that balance quite well. Since every time you blink strike in, you have that added damage with you constantly. And Baboka is actually taking a couple of CS away from Beyond. They were just not sure what the idea was there. He was just taking CS that Beyond already had on lock.
No, he's used to playing carry Ricky in pubs. Just muscle memory, Cinder, no big deal. Now, is BKB enough for Ursa against the Smokescreen, or do you have to go for an MKB into like the extreme late game if we get to that point?
Generally speaking, BKB should be enough, probably. It's not really the Ursa that I'm most worried about down the stretch. I'm more so worried about the thing you talked about with Tusk and Crystal Maiden, I think. Could really struggle to get the job done. Now,
I want to talk a bit about the curveball as well.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. He went curveball onto Emo. Trying to wrap my head around what the rationale is here.
The thing you're giving up is the Waning Rift pull or push, depending on what you want to do with it.
Yeah. That is a good facet, though, to sacrifice.
So, well, look at that. You can harass and get the rune all in one.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's some specific part of the enemy matchup that he's looking for to have this against. It's like, maybe it's good against
much farther.
Tusk. Yeah, the distance. Maybe it's just the distance.
I mean, the orb is just better than the other one. It's just flat better.
Yeah.
So it's about whether you want that to be upgraded or your Waning Rift. I'm actually a little bit surprised that we don't see this more often, if anything. I feel like when I mean, you have to be good with angles, obviously, but a lot of these puck players, I feel like, have that down pat. But these high-level players can really take advantage of the curveball. Because the orb goes faster, it goes farther, and obviously it's vector target, so you can choose where it ends. I don't know. I'm not sure why it's not taken more often. I mean, to be fair, you make more mistakes with it, though, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's also just a lot of value to the push/pull. The two facets are just both very good. And in this case, he is valuing the pace. Perhaps the logic is that he's anticipating a lot of chasing sequences. So when you're playing with Ricky and Darkseer, you really want to be able to move great distances very quickly, which I could definitely see that becoming a big part of the game. The main reason I was thinking about the curving aspect is if you're playing against something like, in a similar vein, the enemy heroes are pretty fast, right? Tusk, Kunkka, and Ursa want to hunt. Getting that extra distance and being able to play across cliffs in an easier fashion might be interesting. I don't know, we'll see. Let's see if he gets a cool play off of it, or if it won't matter.
I mean, it's kind of already mattered, though. He's harassed while getting the rune. It's much more efficient.
Yeah.
But that is just the landing stage, so you're more talking about mid to late game. Baboka taking a bit of a beating here from the Bear, 23 Savage. Very awake now after 2 games playing Dota. Do we know where they're playing from?
No. Oh, well, I don't.
Should find out.
Why? Because you want to go there and take a shower?
Because it feels like they're just waking up and playing, or they should probably be awake for a couple hours before.
And the
have
location
better
matters
results.
for this because
As Jokum taken out, Ollie takes first blood. What do you mean the location matters? Not.
like which European country are they in? Does that matter that much for the time? Like, I'm not following what you're getting at here.
Okay, I guess that's kind of true.
Like everything is within the same time zone, plus minus literally 1 hour.
I'm just used to being in the U.S. where it's very large and in charge.
Right.
You know? So, no, you're right. I'll concede that to you.
Oh, that's a rarity. Generally really want to fight for being wrong.
That's just the American in me. What can I say? Vanguard almost done for Beyond. And this is definitely, well, I'd say definitely, but you can correct me if I'm wrong. This feels like a Halberd game for sure.
Yeah, it's probably better than the Crimson here, right? You'd think.
Obviously, it is dispellable though. But it's super cheap, so you can get early value out of it. And once you get, I mean, it feels like it has a spike in strength later in the game once the BKBs are super low as well.
Yeah. We'll see. He's going to get the Arcanes first, which is very standard, of course. WS, big damage.
WS looks
He's
to be dead.
Try to heal up a
Fly
little bit.
continuing. Oh, we actually find some distance.
Yes.
Wraith Fire Blast in 2, won't need it. The TP was canceled from Emo. I don't know if that was him or because he was TPing literally right in front of Makoto. Looks like the X was used.
Yeah. Probably what it was.
Wasn't needed for that anyway, so
Yep.
Radiant are scanning.
won't be too upset.
Torment, excuse me.
Yep, Torment
Wisdom time. Let's go to Tormentor minute
Radiant's
7,
middle
everyone.
tower is under attack.
Just, it's, you know, you've told me the value of being early. I try to, you call me a min-maxer. I try to be on time, but not 3 minutes early when it comes to stuff. I try to really be there just
But
on
you're... Okay, I will say...
Being
this,
13 minutes early for Tormentor is an overkill.
This event, you've been much better. You've been on time.
Putting in an effort.
Every single event before this, you're late consistently, like 90% of the time, and I'm not exaggerating.
You're making this sound very dramatic. We're talking like 1 minute late.
Yeah, but consistently, that adds up. That's how many hours of my life I've been waiting for you. Piece of absolute garbage.
To be honest, the majority of the time it doesn't even matter because you're not leaving.
It doesn't.
Exactly
It's
on
still
time.
rude. It's still very rude.
That's. I'll concede that point.
Knife onto WS. He's gonna be able to walk away. Level 5 right now. That's Baboka. He's gonna get gone on. Level 4 right now. Tricks of the trade. Ends up ruining the combo onto the Kunkka. So he gets away as a result, so that's nice. I think if you ask most people, they would not think that I'm punctual between the two of us, and it's the opposite.
Yeah, you're definitely more punctual than I am. That's always been something I've struggled with.
Yeah, it's not.
Honestly, ever since growing up, I was always... I mean, this has been a thing for as long as I can remember. When I was biking to school, I would try to like get there just on time, and some days I would just be like three minutes. In high school, I would be late to class. You know, I would just be there, like.
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
Always been an issue. I don't know, man.
It's a choice. You know that.
Yeah, if it makes you feel any better, I want you to know that me being like 2 minutes late to whatever we're doing is not because I don't respect your time. It's just because I'm an idiot, and that's you know that's
very nice of you to say.
It might make you feel better that it's not you, it's me. Okay.
Yeah,
this is 100% a me problem.
It's just a dysfunction in your brain.
Yeah, plenty of those.
Yeah, we've been going over those.
Added to the pile. Jeez. Baboka will be taking advantage of the Ion Shell here to farm neutral camps. Of course, this is one of the luxuries that Darkseer has, is he can enable his support to jungle. Pretty much the only hero that can do this in this fashion.
Yeah.
So they will very nicely in tandem here find an early level 6 on the Riki, has it minute 9. It's very early for this hero, generally struggles a bit with getting there, but of course, when you have the DS, you can do exactly this. Been a quiet game so far for Flipster Talon. They're going to try to make a move now. Big rotation, top bringing 3 additional heroes.
And Beyond is who they have in their sights.
He has a skill point
Ollie
ready
from the
for
north.
wall. They're not going to go. They call off the play. This is a big waste of time.
The scan shows them as well, so it ends up being the correct move.
Yep.
And
Looks
Emo.
like Emo might also be fine here.
Dire's middle tower is is under
Not
attack.
going to get the power rune. They cover both of those instead, get Mikoto and amp damage, but no bottle. So
They attempt a kill onto 23 Savage top. That does not work out. Although
now.
Baboka, he is super fast.
Under attack.
23 Savage is dead. You can see the Ion Shell being put to good use, and even more good use with Baboka in that neutral camp, which was stacked. So
I love
getting
this
some good
pairing of
gold.
heroes.
What's that?
I love this pairing of heroes.
Yeah.
Like I love to play both heroes myself as well, and you combo these together, it just elevates both heroes so much to run them in the same lane. Mikoto onto Beyond will get the X mark, but
Oh, the smoke screen make that a little bit more difficult. Does get it off in time though. And they get the Frostbite on top. The Wheel of Wonder not going to have any use.
Great
they get the
snowball.
snowball from all three. Beyond trying to get out. The Coil doing quite a bit, but they do lose their Darkseer as Emo has to back away, even though there's so many low members here. Joken might be taken out as Cuckoo goes down to the rotation of Fly. See the Illusory Orb will be used to take out Jokum. So 2 for 2. Pretty interesting fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Very close to ruining that combo on the Kunkka with the smoke screen, but
Mikoto had good spacing there.
I mean, without that, they definitely do not kill Darkseer.
Yeah. Something to keep in mind about how you cast your spells here on Mikoto. I think you want to make sure that when you X mark, you instantly Ghost Ship, just in case of a smoke screen counterplay. And then you try to get whatever torrent combo you can.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
First tower of the game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Goes
attack.
to Fly. One of the benefits of Wraith King, of course. One of the best pushing carries in the early game because of how good the Bone Guard is then. Falls off massively later, but
WS getting hounded by Baboka. Tricks of the trade, but now we got more members where that came from. Frostbite, they're going to deny this. Baboka put to an end for now. Going for the Diffusal Blade.
yeah, standard stuff. He's going to buy Diffusal Shard, and then it gets interesting after that, but until that point, there's just... I'm not going to say there's no other build, but there's no other build.
Yeah. So he's not going to be farming a whole lot. It's all about full-time gank patrol.
Well, they get this bottom tower now, Talon. Beyond looking to defend it. It's a tough target. You mentioned the Halberd. Went for that. He's going Yule second against the Ursa, as well as Doom. A great pickup in this game. And yeah, as you said, Baboka won't farm that fast, but, you know, can always team up with a good friend.
Fly has the Sacred Relic, so just a talisman away from Radiance.
Yeah, went for the Relic first. We rarely see that nowadays. Most carries will get the talisman first, but on Wraith King in particular, this is so valuable because of the Mortal Strike, the guaranteed critical strikes. As you move from camp to camp, this does impact your farming speed quite a lot, and the evasion is also less important for you because most of the time you're not a target in the early game. People don't gank you because of your ult.
Which, of course, is not leveled. I'm guessing he's holding a point.
Yeah, that's standard stuff. He's actually holding 2 points right now. Might want to do the math, and he's holding 3 points right now. I'm not sure what he's debating between. I think you just put 2 points in Mortal Strike now and then hold the last one, but what's the consideration? Is he considering attribute bonus? Is he considering more points in Wraithfire Blast?
Surely not attribute bonus, come on. Not for this hero.
I would think not.
Coil from Emo. Immediately snapped, but here comes Baboka with a smoke screen. Tusk able to get the other side. Tricks of the trade, not quite enough. Snowball. Retribution. Baboka, okay, the box does save him for the time being. They take out the Ringmaster. And Baboka will get out of dodge as Emo being chased by the bear. WS thinking about joining the fight as well. Beyond, though, in the meantime, being chased as apparently 23 Savage does kill off Emo. I think find the Torrent connection into the Frostbite. The Vacuum not going to do too much along with the Halberd, but Beyond.
Big kills.
Taken to the Beyond. 3 for nothing.
Yeah. A little bit of a misexecution there on the setup from Ollie. I think he missed 2 Impalement Arts in a row. And that did make that dive longer than it
Yeah,
maybe
what happened
needed
with
to
the
be.
puck? Because that I didn't catch that one.
He just didn't jaunt 2 orbs in a row, and then he got killed by Ursa. Maybe his second orb would have landed next to Doom, so he was destined to die anyway, but it's infinitely better to make Doom you than just die to an Ursa, right? And then at least that's on cooldown. Don't know what Emo was really planning for in that instance, but mission failed, whatever it was.
Radiant's up and running for Fly. Smokescreen's going to help take out the Mirana.
Fly is super strong right now in this game. They're going to need him too, because on the side of Talon, Mikoto as well as 23 Savage having excellent games so far. Fly the only carry on the Radiant truly keeping up. So now you want to play around this Radiant's timing and put some pressure. And of course, this is a hero you don't really want to Doom. Unless you absolutely have to. So, Beyond will get caught by Mikoto.
Yeah, Boat will clip him. Got the snowball on top, and they can Doom if they want. They will.
That was not necessary.
Fly shows up. And this will be a trade, even the coil use, so a lot of unnecessary spell usage, it feels like.
The coil was definitely better than the Doom, I would argue. It's also lower cooldown. Not having Doom for the next 2
He's been itching to use it. I've seen that before.
Yeah.
They don't use it for 25 minutes. Like,
It makes a really big difference when that's on cooldown for how Emo can play the game. Oh.
Yeah, is this Lincoln's game?
It's pretty good. Maybe you could get it after Blink.
Fly secures a tower. We'll be going for the Blink Dagger himself, so just 100 away. Meanwhile, Sacred Relic almost there for Mikoto, so gonna be the counter Radiance.
Fly just walked through a neutral camp and picked up some Madstone fragments. I wonder how many times on average that happens in a game, that pro players clear the camp but don't take the...
Doesn't it fly to you?
Not if you farm it from far enough away. If you get the killing blow with a spell or something, you might not be in range. It's also... I actually don't remember exactly how it works. Also about... I don't remember if there's like enemy interaction with it too, like if enemies are nearby. This inside. It's just such a non-thing most of the time, so you don't really think about it. Mikoto.
Fly blinks in.
Good
wall. Mikoto, wall placed. Boat is coming, though.
He's out of there.
And that's going to give them the distance needed. So now another blink, this time for Emo. So they got the double blink on the side of your Yakult.
They really want to take advantage of these cooldowns now. No Doom.
Yep.
And no ship. Oh, there.
Fly.
Relentlessly
Can't even get the right click off.
Yeah. Nice keep away from Talon, though. They're not giving any opportunities. But Yakult will keep poking at them until something sticks. Pushing the tier 2 tower now is Fly. Not choosing to use the... Oh, he has cooldown Bone Guard. Never mind. He should be using it now. Well.
Are we not seeing a Midas on WS? Or did he sell it or something? I don't remember seeing him.
I don't know if he bought it.
A pretty rare non-Midas game.
It's kind of ironic in the patch that is notoriously right now considered slow to not buy Midas on Doom.
Yeah.
But
Emo. Knife coming.
Oh, this is...
Ollie. He's going to box himself. But still finds Death's Door.
Nice and easy for them.
And
a blade for Baboka and 50 gold.
23 Savage. Next item is the Nullifier. Super important this game for the box.
Yeah, gonna get the blink
Surge. First. Of course, any of the itemizations to come from the side of Yakult. They already have the Yules. Is Mikoto gonna miss the Torrent? As the coil expended from Emo, not gonna go through it though. He has the curve on his side, but the Doom goes off and Emo's dead. Fly, boat, box, lots of B words. Has his ultimate to work with, but the rest of his team is crumbling around him. Beyond, trying to help out as the reincarnation comes out. The wall is placed. The freezing field on top, though. They've already lost 3 as Yakult having to hightail the rest away.
What's going on with
Not a good
Emo?
fight at all, yeah. He's playing the Kiyotaka gameplay.
There's something... I don't know what it is, but he's just not jaunting half the time when I feel like he's really supposed to. And Talon with the quick punish on the Doom, of course, will take advantage of the situation, get multiple kills and the tower. And during all of that, Baboka uninterested in fighting. He was 50 gold from Diffusal Blade, so a little bit on different pages here. And Talon, much more crisp gameplay from them. It's kind of a crazy transformation you can see from game 1 to 2 and 3. It's a great quality to have in a team. We talked about that, how if you have a bad game like that, how do you make sure it doesn't affect you too much? They're showing good mental strength to just accept the loss for what it was. And now we'll find themselves a very nice pick here.
Yeah, that's actually just too easy. Way too easy. Ult's still on cooldown. Another, I should have said another, but first death for Fly.
Yeah.
But this is snowballing out of control. Baboka showing off the Diffusal Blade is 23 Savage. Will be snagging the Tormentor as Cuckoo receives the Shard. I was noticing that Baboka not queuing up the Shard for himself. I feel like this is just auto buy on support. Had the Ags in his quick buy, now a Scotty. Very expensive purchase.
Yeah, considering there already is a 4-staff on the maiden.
Okay, now BKB. Everything but Shard, it seems.
He's going to get there eventually. He's going to remember it's a thing. You have to buy it. I think
First rush goes to Ursa.
No, unless they want to put it on someone else, but doubt it.
I mean, this does, I don't know. Talon is such a weird team, man. They wake up, take a dump.
Well, arguably they are taking a dump on.
Yeah, I guess they were the toilet in that analogy, that really deep analogy, of course.
Of course, that is your dream, to wake up one day and be a toilet.
And I mean, the next two games, they just don't look like the same team at all. It's so weird.
It's fascinating. Good thing they're playing BO3s.
Yeah, very true. I mean, there's been teams before that'll occasionally, that'll happen, obviously, but it's happened several times now. This is like third series this has happened, right?
Yeah, if they get to the top 4 stage, might consider a warm-up game as a strategy. I would advise that.
At least play like 12v12 or some custom game, whatever. Ability Arena, that's not going to help you out, but...
And if the draft is a problem, you can always wake up and start with a game of chess, not with Jenkins' rules, of course.
Oh boy, Frostbite, Doom, Emo, death number 3. Very costly deaths here.
Yeah, and speaking of polarization, right? They have a bad game 1 and they recover nicely in game 2 and 3. Like, this game is just not it for Emo so far. Definitely.
Could be worse.
Not his best game. Yeah, of course. I mean, it's 3 deaths. It's not the end of the world, but it's not so much about the numbers. It's the ways in which he is getting caught out. Feel a little bit uncharacteristic what positions he gets himself into. It's almost too easy for the side of Talon. Considering this was he's a grandmaster puck player. Expectations are always going to be high. 10k lead almost now. Getting off on the wrong foot. The good news for you, Cold, is Darkseer is one of those heroes that just can recover and turn the game around. But putting a lot of pressure on him after all now on Beyond.
Oh, yeah.
And all he's dead. Again.
He shall perish. 3 minutes with the Aegis still.
Oh, 23.
Yep, he's going to be caught off guard. Smoke screen's there, but the BKB from 23 Savage still has his Enrage. Not able to find a kill, but at the very least he does not drop. Still sticking around. As the coil, only onto 1. It's the Tusk, but they're going to jump back in is Talon. Life number 1 from the Wraith King. The Tusk getting super low, will drop along with 23 Savage. He's extremely low, gets the back wall off. That's 3 in there, and that's the Aegis down for 23. But you would think they're able to clean up here after the fact. And that is the death of the Wraith King as the Wheel of Wonder comes out, but avoided. Teams are getting so much better at just not falling into that trap. And Emo, he's gonna be able to find a nice kill. Gets off to the north. Tricks the trade to follow, and they actually killed WS as well. Emo being quite the nuisance. Yules is gonna try to, nice torrent onto 2 heroes from Makoto though. And this bear is going ham. 23 Savage wants to continue on as Emo this time does jaunt. So that button is working for him on the keyboard.
Good buyback from Cuckoo there. I think without that, things get really dangerous. They could have run down and killed the Ursa and maybe snowballed that fight into a victory for Yakult. Now it ends kind of even with the maiden buyback expended. But they are showing signs of life there.
Yep, there's a little bit there still.
And in that mess of a fight, Emo found himself 3 kills, so he's now going to be approaching the Lincolns. Still a lot of ground to cover.
He does not have his ult, as Talon have come to claim what is theirs. 2 more kills. If we were doing that quiz with this clip here and the BKB recipe in his inventory, I would have said Herald.
Okay. I would have
That's why it can be deceiving.
I would have noted the 222 CS minute 25 and been like, that does not seem like Herald.
It could have been a turbo game, though.
Oh, then his inventory is straight up garbage from minute 25.
Yeah.
That would have been incredible. He would have... I mean, it's possible if he fed like 3 rapiers with the gold he had, then he could have that inventory.
Yeah, true.
Seeing the replay here. Another catch.
Yeah, just kills all across the board. Talon in full control again. Back-to-back games of shellackings for them so far. After the truly ultimate shellacking in game 1 upon them. But like we said, the resilience for Talon is showing consistently. They can shrug off these absolutely horrific showings and still come out and win a series. Pretty impressive.
And I have to say, after game number 1 and after what happened yesterday, I was starting to think ahead a little bit of my expectations of a group stage running out with a Power Vision first place and probably a Yakult second. But if they were to lose the series, that does change things a lot. Like, we're at a point now where every individual series carries so much potential with it. For Talon, this would be a massive win to give themselves a chance at that top 4. And it just proves that the competitive field is very close. And then there's Power Vision, who seem to just be a cut above the rest, but not by a distance that seems insurmountable when these teams play their best.
Baboka almost done with Aghanim's Scepter. This does not look like the inventory of a support Riki. Well, TP instantly canceled. Now the dust comes out. That's going to be the death of him.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Not much to write home about for Yakult in this game number 3. Somehow all their cores are more farm than Doom, though. I mean, I shouldn't say somehow. There's no Midas, like we talked about.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I mean, this hero isn't inherently a super fast farmer, right? The Devour is what makes the difference, but usually in current Dota, you generally max Scorched Earth first, or you always do, and then sometimes it's Infernal Blade over Devour, mostly even. So it is the Midas plus Devour combo that generally has you overtake multiple heroes.
Well, he picks up his Boots of Bearing, so he is the Aura bot. Blinks in, dooms, and then has the pipe and boots.
Blinks in, dooms, leaves.
That's right.
Yep.
There's the Lincoln, so Emo has some defense now against the Doom. Of course, there are some ways for Talon to get through the Lincolns, but should buy enough time for Emo. And they scan out, so they know, and this is actually really important for Yakult. They have to come out on top or at least even here. Fly spotted. Emo with a nice Waning Rift onto the CM. Beyond gets the double vac wall. Cuckoo on the outskirts is going to be taken out by Baboka, so that's the first death. The box right now on top of the Wraith King. They're going to get the punch onto Beyond, stuck inside these shards, and that's where 23 Savage is trying to get to, but he gets to the other side, and now the Doom applied to the Darkseer. They get life number 1 onto the Wraith King. Darkseer will tick out eventually. It's 23 Savage versus the Wraith King, but it's not fair. The rest of his team has shown up. Pops the BKB. Baboka back in the fight. Forcing out the BKB onto 23 Savage along with the Enrage. Ends up not getting full value there. That did require a buyback for Jokum.
Not bad from Yakult there.
Yeah, not bad. Not
for
like
one.
a clean anything, but they do force out a buyback.
Scanning.
Things are obviously going to get quite a bit trickier for them when Baboka gets this Ags. That will help him accelerate and have more teamfight impact. This 10k lead is also some nice details in that fight individually from the side of Yakult. Beyond made sure to get off the instant Yules onto Ursa, then he used the Psychic Headband on him. And then I believe he got force-staffed into the river by Ollie. So used all their defensive tools to eventually force out the Doom onto the Darkseer. And then he did of course end up dying, but talk about creating space and kiting this Ursa for a long time in spite of him having the Nullifier. We'll take the Tormy. Joking. Feels good to get the shard when you have level 4 on your ice shards.
Yep. It does feel like that is never the case. Aghanim Scepter up for Baboka. So we'll be able to amplify his farm, plus just do more damage in fights now. Tricks of the Trade is no joke, even though this is a support hero. Roche number 2 will go to Talon.
Dire's middle tower.
And I'm still shocked. Baboka is opting for Nullifier next. Still no shard in his sights. And there's, I mean, Tormentor just died, so you can't get it for free here. Really interesting.
You're playing against 2 Force Staffs between the Crystal Maiden and the Doom, you would think.
No, he's going to be Orchided, brought back. Jokum there for the stun lock. Easy kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I like the idea of the Riki conceptually as a support, and we've seen it work.
Yep.
It's just this game has not been able to find true high value.
It definitely feels like this last pick Kunkka really messed them up. Mikoto has had an outstanding game, and if you think about how the early fights went, the Ghost Ship just made it too difficult for the Puck and Riki to find the kills early in the fights. See him 8-0 and 11 here. 432 CS. Kunkka generally doesn't get these numbers, I would say. Mikoto just beast moding. I guess there's some Wraith King skeletons in there, so it's probably inflated. But even then, stellar game from him. Yeah.
8-0 and 11. And for 23 Savage, he has a Sheep Stick to go along with the Nullifier. So actually putting the BKB in his backpack since he does have the Aegis right now. Emo, he's gonna pop the smoke. Dust comes out. They thought it was Riki potentially. Be able to jaunt away, so
Radiant's courier has been
good job from Yakult there, but still with 3 minutes on this Aegis. There are 2 tier 2s remaining in the middle and bot. Satanic up
Dire are
from
scanning.
Makoto. Yeah, he is very fat right now. 4K difference between him and the Wraith King.
Radiant are
Kind of insane.
Yep. And of course the
middle tower has fallen.
not the best Darkseer illusions. That's sometimes what you can look forward to if you're losing as Darkseer is, oh well, at least I'm against Morphling or Terrorblade and my illusion, or Medusa. My illusion can work for me and try to cover the gap. It always feels like when you have those hyper agility carries, any lead against Darkseer is always a bit smaller because of this, but there's like no good wall illusion in this game. The Kunkka Radiance is decent, but you already have a Radiance. So, are you stealing anything? You can steal an AC, you already have AC. They don't, so you wouldn't even steal that. Yeah, not really that much added value from the wall. Aegis 1 minute 40, 23 Savage with the Hex will be looking to eat the puck alive if they break the Lincolns. He can also do it himself with a nullifier into Hex. A quick combo.
Well, WS, he's going to get the Doom upon the Ricky. And will die shortly after. Has that gem.
Yeah, anticipated that Baboka would try to steal the Wisdom Shrine, and he was correct. In the meantime, they also stole one themselves, and now hitting the high ground.
Yeah, 1 minute on the Aegis, 16K net worth lead. Let's see how much they can get out of this. Roche Banner going to be very helpful right now. This is going to force some sort of defense from Yakult, but they don't have their Ricky. 30 seconds away. Tier 3 down. All they can do is throw knives for the time being. They have everything at their disposal, though. Talon going to wait for the next wave, potentially. Nope, jumps back in. Now that the overpower's back up. There's the wall. Just placed as a... not really part of a combo at all.
It does make it harder for them to go and hit the barracks here, because they're always at risk of being vacuumed into this wall. Like so.
There's the vacuum. And the coil onto both heroes with the smoke screen in addition. They get the full set of racks. Wheel of Wonder placed. As Beyond gets the punch onto the bear, that is the Aegis.
They know there's no Doom.
Savage trying to run away, pops the BKB, gonna force everything onto this Wraith King. Life number 1 down. Knife hits 23 Savage in the back, but Boca looking to backstab potentially, but will think better of it.
Great attack from Talon. They lose nobody. This Aegis was expiring anyway. And they took the Wraith King ulti down. So now you have a minute and a half. Very well done by them.
Gold and sweet.
Yep, pretty clean.
Radiant are scanning.
Fly will disassemble his Radiance into Nullifier. Feels this is necessary now against these 4 staffs. Says Baboka, if you're never going to buy your shard, I'll just have to ruin my build for you. Don't worry, buddy.
Yeah.
And Baboka will now buy a shard in a passive-aggressive battle of the wits.
It's about time.
Queuing it up now.
My goodness.
Yeah.
I'm just so shocked he didn't buy this earlier.
I don't know. I'm curious to hear if the panel goes over this, if there's something we're missing here, but it just felt like a gimme, honestly. Anyway, he'll have it now. See if it's too little, too late or not. Emo with the Outworld staff. It's pretty good this game.
Yep, it seems to be good every game, apparently.
I'm honestly, I'm with you a lot of the time that I think the players are overestimating it in some games, but I think in this one specifically, you're against X-Mark combo, you're against Doom. Oh, wow.
What a spot.
Nice disengage. In the meantime, Emo takes top tier 2 tower, so
okay.
He'll make a little bit of progress, or I say he does. Yeah, now he does. Ursa TP cancel, so now it goes down.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
They're all back in the base. Time to smoke up. Wraith King ulti at the ready.
And Makoto gets the tier 2 by himself, but now the initiation right on top of him. He's going to pop the BKB, and here comes the bear as well. WS gets the Doom onto the Darkseer, out of the fight for now. Life number 1 of the Wraith King is out as 23 Savage getting kited a bit. The box as well as the jaunt keeping him busy. Ollie eventually will die, but it does take a while. They do tick out that Darkseer with the Doom, so 2 for 1.
Admirable attempt to start out on the Kunkka, but you just don't have the burst. If Wraith King had an Abyssal, that's interesting, but they can't kill him that fast. He's going to get BKB Satanic off and just turn around. And credit to WS there, understood the assignment. Find Darkseer and just ruin him. He did nothing the whole fight.
Yeah.
Doomed, killed 100 to 0, essentially just by WS alone. And it begs the question, was this Aghanim Scepter worth it on the Darkseer? Wasn't this a Lincoln's game?
Yeah.
Or a BKB game, maybe?
Yeah, I did want to talk about that. Does the punch, I don't know how good that is.
It doesn't...
There's some games where it does feel like it has value.
feel like Beyond just loves Ags. He also bought it on Dawn. I didn't really like that one either. Starting to see a pattern here. This guy is
True. I can relate.
addicted to Aghanim Scepter. Perhaps it's the blue glow underneath him. Just can't resist.
Yeah, it does feel incomplete without it.
The calling of the grave.
Well, next Roche. Once it spawns, will almost certainly go to Talon, and that is probably the final nail in the coffin. As Fly, he's caught off guard, he's hexed, doesn't have his ult, tops the BKB, and chop down will fall.
Yakult, more like no ult.
Oh,
thank you, Lacoste.
I almost vomited in my mouth.
Yep, that's right.
That was really bad.
You should make sure you never cast with Lacoste, or you would genuinely just be.
But that was not Lacoste.
It was. He would absolutely have said that. I'm sure. I'm about to get a WhatsApp message right now. Sometimes when I make a dad joke in a cast, he sends me a KEKW sticker. I'm not even joking. He loves his dad jokes.
Alan.
That's a kind of underwhelming way to end this game, most likely, unless they can hold this. That was not the...
This was not close, man.
No.
Games are just so weird. They're going to lose with a whimper, it seems. Second lane will go the way of Talent, so only one more lane to go.
30 seconds. They're going to respect it, but the problem is, sure, you hold your third lane, but you're going to lose Roche, too.
Oh, yeah.
He's spawning in a couple of seconds here. There he is. Hello.
Oh, greeting.
And they're actually going to check him instantly, so perfect timing here for Talon. Cuckoo going to make it as hard as possible, pulling him out of the pit for no reason.
Very useful. And now Roche shall be consumed. Nobody's better than the bear at taking him out, although...
Yeah, they know Yakult must come and contest this. They actually get it in time.
Pounce upon them. Emo spotted, hexed. They likely have the damage. Torrent, even the Doom, just in case. 90 seconds of no Emo. Darkseer, nullified, destroyed. And back to the pit they go if GGs aren't called. As Baboka gets the damage rune. It will almost certainly cost him his life, though.
Only almost, though. They could have all disconnected and failed that.
Yeah, do they even bother? Well, I guess the lanes, they're pushing the top. They could just go for...
Definitely go down and force any and all buybacks you can. And as it turns out,
GG's this call. Yeah, this was a disastrous game for Yakult, but Talon bounced. Game one after the game one no-show. So
great recovery and turnaround for them.
Yeah, I mean, there's a certain point where you get used to the feeling, you know? You have the confidence that you can come back, and that is a virtue. Now, the next thing to work on is for that to not happen to begin with.
Oh, if they can do this every series, I think they would be happy to win the tournament. But
but will this work against the Paravisions of the world? You know,
that's a good question. Well, remains to be seen. What a game from Mikoto, though, I have to say. And in general, I think all three cores on Talon this game, outstanding games from all of them. Mikoto 10-0 and 15 on the Kunkka. WS's Doom did everything it needed to. He really popped off in game 2 as well, so probably the man of the match in total of the series. Timbersaw carried game 2. This game, he made Darkseer's game miserable. He found multiple Dooms onto Emo.
And that's without a Hannah Midas.
Yeah.
Who would have thought that Doom can play without a Midas? Incredible display.
Yeah.
As we go to Sheep.
Thank you very much. It was an incredible display on the side of Talon. I think I'll need a little bit more convincing about if Racing is actually good or not. Didn't look too hot in this one, but it did feel like Talon, Misery had all the tools to take this one comfortably.
Yeah, it felt like it was a little bit of an outdraft in my opinion. We had the issues with the puck. He got doomed multiple times, right? Had a really rough lane. Also just every fight just felt really hard for Yakult Bros into all this team fight and stunts from Talon.
Yeah, I think we're in a meta where we perhaps found ourselves in a spot where the carry needs to be picked early again. I also think we saw like Darkseer get banned, or Darkseer get picked in game 1 and then Oracle was banned. And so in the past, you could pick Darkseer without banning Oracle because Oracle was not really a meta hero. But now Oracle's considered good enough. I think it's the same problem with Ursa now. I feel like last patch, Ursa was like a low A, high B tier carry, and it just feels like there's several changes within the game itself indirectly that buffed Ursa, also nerfs to other carries, that I think Ursa being a good enough carry that you can't open with Darkseer, who is hard countered by Ursa. It's something that, these are things that are easy for me to say in hindsight. Like it feels different from watching that matchup last patch, and I think that's probably one of the main takeaways for Yakult Brothers from this last game.
It certainly helps that I think Ursa was on the rise in the previous patch, and then some of the heroes that are still popular now that he also counters got nerfed. So you have like the swaying of the pendulum a little more than, you know, maybe Valve would have liked on certain heroes. But with some of the other heroes in the game, I really like them. I like to see Cuckoo on Crystal Maiden.
Mirana.
That Mirana, of course. There's some glance value issues in Dota right now. Let's not, you know, beat around the bush here. But it's a good hero for him to like control the game on. He was in every fight. He had the most assists in the game. So he wasn't doing like a ton of damage or something because it's pretty easy to interrupt the CM ult with like, you know, puck silence, things like that. But he was every fight getting off like a dozen of his roots. Very nice.
It's also nice that Talon managed to do it again, where they adjust mid-series and start picking some different heroes that we haven't seen that much, like Crystal Maiden, and also getting the last pick Kunkka, which is maybe a hero that should not have been left through all the way till the end.
First phase banned in a lot of games.
Yeah, like we see that this hero is prioritized much higher nowadays, but they get it 24 right into a puck. So maybe a little bit oversight by Yakult Bros as well, letting that one through. And maybe also Yakult overcooking a little bit here with both Ricky 4 and the Wraith King. It doesn't also seem like they have that much synergy in their lineup overall, right? The vacuum with the coil, it doesn't have that much like puck Daxia. You don't have... Yeah, I don't know. There's just something about that draft that is not really doing it for me.
Yeah, you in the back green room were saying you feel like it might be a Battle Fury carry patch. And I saw something really cool in this game that I felt like in the previous patch would have played out a very different way. And that was Yakult Brothers getting their Radiance timing, and you notice the clock at 17.5, and they're trying to force a fight. But if you look at the minimap, Ursa is actually top, finishing his BKB farming. And what ends up happening is they don't have to take that fight on the side of Talon because there is no Tormentor, there is no crucial objective at 17.5. So they're trying to take that Radiance timing, but instead Falcons, every time I see the F, flips their Talon, waits for their item timings, the BKB on the Ursa as well as the Radiance of their own on Kunkka. Then they take this fight and basically blow the game wide open. So, you know, you had mentioned that you felt like it was a Battle Fury patch. I thought at the beginning this was my first impression. I was just like, Battle Fury heroes don't often want to fight now. You know, Ursa, we saw Sven, not necessarily Battle Fury, but Cleave, same idea.
Yeah.
These heroes that want that extra 5 minutes.
The question then becomes, what heroes actually want to buy Battle Fury that are good now, right?
Yeah.
Because there's maybe not that many of them, actually.
Or they have the same timing, and they have built-in Battle Fury, like Sven.
Yeah, I mean, the Radiance is still the most preferred item by both offlaners and carry, but the item did get nerfed, so that's why I thought Ursa seems to be getting Battle Fury pretty quick. It's cheaper than Radiance. Maybe this item is actually good again, but again, not many heroes actually can buy it now.
It's just the one... Radiance is the one farming item for carries or offlaners that you don't mind fighting immediately after you get it. So I felt like the Battle Fury, what was lacking in last patch is you weren't battle ready with the Battle Fury by the time that you needed to be. And now that the extra 5 minutes is delayed, they win that fight. They end up getting Tormentor right when 20 minutes hit. Like Ursa basically solos it. And there's so many indirect buffs to Ursa when you really think about the timings in the patch right now that's the kind of stuff that it's really cool to see it play out, you know, 4 or 5 days after the patch, and these teams are clearly very quickly figuring it out.
You know who else is figuring things out on this patch? If it's not game one. Hello, my friend, Mikoto M God. How you doing, brother?
Hello, I'm doing good. I'm doing fine.
You're good. Good. I gotta ask, man, I don't know if you have been paying attention to the stream at all or the memes that are going on around you guys. 23 told me that he went and took a shower between game 1 and game 2, and you guys weren't really woken up. That was in another series. This series, again, you guys got shit on game 1, and then you shit on them game 2 and 3. So, what did you talk about between game 1 and 2, dude? Did you go shower? What happened?
I mean, we discussed about like our first move that we're smoking to them, and then shit happened, you know. And then we just like after that happened, like we got zero bounty, and then they starting like with 2 boots of speed, and then like I don't know, the game looks like so unplayable.
Yeah.
And then we just like discussing that we shouldn't fight there. I mean, actually, morning game was like not the best for us, like cause me and 23 doesn't really play good in the first game.
Yeah, I feel you, dude. So, like, be honest with me. If you're in a pub and you lose all 4 bounties and that many kills, like, what are your chances of winning the game? Is that like a 10% victory there or what?
Yeah, maybe 20%.
Okay.
I think.
Is it better or
what
worse
happened
in a
the
pub?
first game. It's better in pubs because like people making a lot of mistakes.
They
like
throw.
They throw. So, but in the official, it's kind of like hard to come back from that.
Yeah, that makes sense. So in that game, you played Kunko, and you went late-ish Orchid. You went Blade Mail BKB Orchid, right? Is there a reason you went Orchid there instead of a Sheepstick? I'm just curious.
I was thinking because like the Puck doesn't buy the Yule, and then like he also keep queuing the Lincoln, so I'm thinking like my Hex will not be good in him. And also like we are snowballing. I thought like Orchid can be good, but suddenly it's still hard to like catch a Puck with only Orchid.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So the mid lane, I think we've seen kind of develop from the last patch to this one. It seems to me like there's a lot more spirit heroes that are being played mid, but sometimes you play carry mids like Lina, and I'm wondering, what do you think is better on this patch, the carry mid or the spirit mid, and like when do you pick both of these?
I mean, for me, it's also always good if we can like flex some hero, because like spirit, if you pick spirit, you're only gonna go in one lane, and like it's kind of obvious. And then if it like pick like something like TA or Lina, we can always flex it. And then I think for us, if we kind of feeling like lacking damage in the game, so our answer to it is like picking like a new damage dealer from it.
Yeah, like the Linas of the world. Okay. Yeah. Makes sense. I wanted to ask, from the previous patch, we lost Shovel, and in the one before that, we lost bottle refilling. Do you miss either of these two things from the mid lane? Like, do you think this is good for you as a high-skilled mid laner, that people can't be like saved in the mid if you're just dumping on them?
No, I don't really like it. It sucks. Like, if the enemy support coming to guarding the water rune, and then I cannot get refill, and then just, I don't know, it just looks harder for me. I mean, from my opinion. Yeah.
Okay, well, it looks that way. You're dominating, man. I got BSJ here with some smart guy questions for you.
Hey, Makoto, we were looking at the replay of you guys dodging the fight in that game 3 at like 17, 18 minutes when they were running at you, and then you ended up pushing your Radiance timing and taking the fight bottom. Like, what type of team communication goes on either like before the game or during the game about when to take these fights? Are you lining up your timings with 23? What's going on there?
I think during the game, I think we just discussing that the enemy have a lot of like magic damage. So I think we just need to like waiting for one type, and then after that, they don't have damage anymore. So I think we just waiting for the timing of the type.
Okay, and we were talking about before the game started that there was the option to potentially go Orchid first on Kunkka, then go into like the Blade Mail Radiance. We've been seeing some people like on Ember go Orchid against Puck first, and it seems like it kind of hurts their game. What's your opinion on going items for yourself first as opposed to building like the Orchid first, like the order of these items basically?
I mean, for me, I don't actually like it, like rushing the Orchid, and then I know sometimes it can be good if you can snowball the game, but it's kind of like too much race. Like you're gonna eventually gonna be like a 6 net worth or like 7 net worth in the game, and then especially this game, I was thinking about buying Orchid also, but after seeing the game, I think we just need to like buying any teamfight item. Yeah.
Awesome, thanks, man.
Makoto, one final question for you. Do you like coffee? Do you enjoy coffee?
Yeah, I do a lot of coffee. I like coffee a lot.
What's your coffee order? What do you normally go for?
Cold brew latte.
Cold brew light latte?
Yeah, latte. Yeah.
Cold brew latte. Okay, thank you, Makoto. Yeah, we'll see you. We'll see you next time. You guys have been a joy to watch, and I hope to see you here again, my friend.
Thank you. See you.
Latte.
Should we be worried about this database you're making?
Don't worry about it, Shiver. All is fine. Cold brew latte. That's an interesting one. I'll have to learn how to make a cold brew. From Makoto. Was that? Did I say that out loud? Did I say that out loud?
Yeah, you did. Yeah,
I think you had a hot mic during.
I was saying that out anyway.
Yeah, you were. I do think, by the way, I think Jokam and Cuckoo should listen to that interview. He says mid lane got harder because enemy supports come contest a water rune. Where's Makoto's supports? Why aren't they helping him?
That's why Cuckoo likes Nature's Prophet, because he can just TP when he forgets.
Ah, shit! It's 4 minutes.
Yeah. Easy.
I guess he just doesn't like the inconsistency. Like, if the enemy supports come mid, it's kind of unfair.
Yeah.
If his supports come mid, it's also kind of, he wants the true one-on-one, right? And sustaining himself.
What if in the next patch there will be barriers between the lanes that won't lift until minute 4? You can't get to another lane apart from going via the twin gate.
That sounds like a League of Legends change, Shiver. One that limits innovation and creativity within the game. Let's stick to Dota, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, lock it.
Lock that shit in, brother.
That was the least smooth.
Lock that shit in, brother.
That was better.
We'll just edit the first one.
Yeah.
We'll edit it in post,
that in
no
post.
worries.
Yeah, thank you.
We are obviously very, very proud of Talent and me getting this one 2-1, which is very important because on the board, both these teams were 2-2. So now it's actually 3-2 for Talent, while your Colt is 1-3. So a little bit of a split there. And we're going to see how the next series is going to split as we're heading over to that one. It's Aurora versus Paravision after the break.
Stop. love is here, today's the first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better, gotta be you. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted, the grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted, I'm never getting off this ride. 'Cause life with you is golden, so how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding on, can't get enough. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. Oh, yeah. Got all these choices, yeah. But I so made up my mind. There's nobody better, gotta be you. 1,000 voices, yeah. 'Cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Yeah. It's gotta be you. Gotta be you. Gotta be you. Gotta be you. Yeah. Gotta be you. Oh. It's gotta be you. Yeah. These choices, but I so made up my mind. Nobody better, gotta be you. You. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Hey. Nobody else, no. It's gotta be you.
Welcome back. You are watching DreamLeague Season 26, and that is the right place to be because this is where all the Dota 2 action is. And we're going to watch Paravision versus Aurora. And it should be a good one, but why will it be a good one? Or will it actually be a good one? I'm going to refer to my tech analyst for that question. Let's head over to Effie.
Hey guys, I'm back. Purge has still conned me into doing his job for free, so unfortunately I'm still here. You're welcome, Purge. But today what I wanted to talk about, if we could pull up the first graphic, is the new core to support flexes that have emerged in this patch. Often teams will draft around flexes that you can put in multiple lanes, but teams like Paravision, for example, who are playing today, really love the ambiguous core to support flexes. So the new ones that have popped up so far this patch are the Undying, which we've seen in the offlane role and the position 5 role, the Death Prophet, which we've seen in the position 5 role and the mid role, the Magnus, who we've seen as a position 4 and as an offlaner so far, the CK, that we've seen only twice, but as a support, but I do think the core flex is still available, especially for teams like BetBoom, the Omni Knight that we've seen as a support, a carry and an offlaner, and the Batrider that we've seen as a support and a mid laner. So I wanted to dig a little deeper. Let's check out the win rates for all of these heroes so far. The big winner for me is the Undying. Like, he's been played 4 times, but so far he's just had a really successful debut. So has the Death Prophet. Magnus, we mostly see him as an offlaner, but his win rate not looking too good. CK, 50%, Omni Knight, 50%, and Batrider. That's pretty sad. Yeah, I know all the Batrider fans out there aren't feeling good about that, so this hero, long way to go. But Undying, I wanted to show you a little bit from Paravision's Undying yesterday, if we could pull up the first highlight. So Ducalis played this hero twice from the safe lane yesterday, and they paired it the first time with a Drow Ranger, the second time with Alina. But in this clip in particular, the Roche fight had been back and forth for a while, and the key factor to just taking it was as simple as like dropping a tombstone in the pit. Liquid just had to disengage. They couldn't fight into the tombstone, they didn't have a vision, and this hero, he's been popular like many patches ago, but we've kind of forgotten about him and the area control that he provides. And this is one of the examples why I think Paravision are gonna bump this hero up in priority. The next highlight, if we could pull that up after this. Oh yeah, that's just Saberlight dying, unfortunate. He went Crimson Guard, first item on the Omni Knight. Didn't go very well. But in this next highlight, what I wanted to show was basically Liquid threw everything on this Undying after the Roche fight, and they basically chased him for 20 seconds before he died, which is like a pretty cool thing. If your 5 can make that much space for you for this long, I think that's worth looking at, right? He buys a lot of time. His Beastmaster is like dead in the meantime, but he respawns. And over here, we're gonna see some grab ally action. Yeah, it's been a long time, but he gets the save on his Puck for a while. Puck still does end up dying here, but they do win the fight, and Liquid aren't able to fight in this tombstone. If you look, they're kind of like all stuck in the high ground. They get the kill on Puck, but they can't really commit because of this Undying. And this one's for Jenkins. Jenkins, what do you think's gonna happen here?
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's the good stuff right there.
This Ducalis got cliffed for 2 minutes and 40 seconds. I'm just including this because I thought Jenkins would enjoy the devastation. But he got cliffed minute 410, and it took him 2 minutes to get off of that cliff. And you know how he got off of that cliff? It was no one bringing his courier with a TP for Ducalis, because Ducalis' courier died on the way there. So I just thought I would show
you
some
can
karma.
send out.
You know, you win a game on Undying, then you get cliffed for 2 minutes.
I didn't know you could do that.
You can send
his
your
courier
allies.
was dead. It's because his courier was
He was
dead.
level 3 in that clip, I think, so he was probably had a walking courier that had like...
Yeah, his courier died on the way to give it to him, and then no one had to save the day, but he was literally on that cliff for 2.5 minutes. That was just pure and utter
Nobody's ever done that in a pub against me.
devastation.
We cliffed a guy for 28 minutes, and then they abandoned. And they never gave a courier with a TP. That's all it takes?
That's all it takes. That's all it
Your
takes.
courier has to be dead.
For you to drop the TP.
Yes.
That's interesting.
yes.
This intentional courier suicide strategy.
Did
from
you find that in the patch notes somewhere? Where's that? Like, what
I don't know, but that's what happened.
That's
Like,
the
he was
mechanic.
stuck on that cliff. The thing is, they were winning that lane super hard. He gets cliffed for 2 minutes. His Lina gets run down a couple of times, and then no one's like, I got you. He was the one who was able to rescue
And they
him.
still won that game.
They still won.
Astini-
Power of Undying.
Astini's like, thank God I taught him the courier self-kill strategy for cliffing, for anti-cliffing. It's like, he really cooked with that one.
He really did. Paravision has been cooking. Aurora's cooking skills have been a tiny bit lackluster. They do like the way the old patch was, and they're used to that, so they are a little less flexible potentially. But let's hear from themselves how they feel before going into this second group stage.
Like, I started to play with them, I think 4 years ago. I was just like exhausted from Dota, like being with people like all the time, and I like need some break. And I felt like that I'm playing like really bad, like past 6 months.
They're knocked out of the competition. A rough one for Team Spirit. You know, they won't be able to try their chance of claiming the title this time.
And I just need to rest and to find myself again. So like I just went like on a break, and after the break I knew that my place in Spirit is taken, because like the team of this level just like will not just wait you. And I thought that I need like something new. I was like boring and chilling like after Spirit, and I just got messaged by Nightfall. I was bored as hell, like sitting at home and streaming and just walking and like partying. It's nice, but I don't know, I like need some stress in my life, some like something to be like afraid of. So like I accepted the offer. Then we found Aurora, and here I am. I think that actually many fans of Spirit just followed me to Aurora, so like I'm super like thankful, and I'm like super glad that like you're still with me, and I love you guys, and like thank you.
Nobody says that. To the south. And Toronto Tokyo gets another kill to his name. He's going to come out to help the rest of his team as they try to surround. Kiyotaka just in time with the ult. Will survive. Helps Toronto Tokyo get a triple and make it an ultra kill at the 9-minute mark.
I do feel that we like just getting better, like a lot from tournament to tournament, but like not good enough still. We have enough skill to play Dota, to win like some Dota, but we need to learn like more mental skills. We need to like be able to proceed like with our stress, so we need to be like more patient, and we need to manage emotions. Like when we lose like one game in lower bracket, we need to be chill, to be calm, and like not to scream and yell, because we can't like just handle these emotions. We need to learn this. Of course, we have like some mistakes in game, and we need to fix them as well. But like every team like in the world just has them, and they like fixing it like all the time. Like we are the best, but we need to be the best like as humans too.
Tornado comes through, jump in, Horn Toss, got the Shadow Shaman, and V2 died like that? What? Kiyotaka just did a massive burst of damage.
We can do better, and we will, I think, just progress like during this tournament. It's our like last chance to get like invite to the EVC, so we will try like our best. We had like 5 days break like after Blast. We had like 0 scrims, so we will just hope and pray that we win.
Now, Aurora has been top 6 in the majority of tournaments they've played, which is not that many, by the way, as Mira says. They're not together for that long yet. It is very cool to hear from him that one of the main things they're learning and trying to deal with right now, Brian, is emotions. I feel like that ties in very well with everything we've been saying about Aurora over these last 2 days.
Perhaps the armchair psychology had some merit there, Shiver.
Well, therapists do sit in armchairs after all, so they're always right.
That's absolutely true, Jenkins. Thank you. I feel like Aurora, you never know what you're gonna get, and it's not because of with Flipster Talon where their performances are just lackluster because they look like they're waking up. With Aurora, I feel like Kiyotaka, it would be so stressful to be playing with, especially for someone who like Nightfall, who wants the game to be very formulaic, you know.
Well,
he has these
Kiyotaka's the problem. That's funny.
What I'm saying is that there are so many pieces to this puzzle that like I'm wondering how they're ever gonna make the what do you call the edges of the pieces like fit in together, you know? I feel like Kiyotaka has this weird split pushy style that he implements on every single hero he plays. Boots of Travel Storm, Ricky farming with an axe first, Tinker of course, and he doesn't mind trading his life for space on the map, but then he continues to do that at like 45, 50 minutes in. He was literally 6 slotted as Ricky at 70 minutes yesterday, farming and died. Like he was alone on the map dying. So Aurora, that's just my best summary I can have of a viewer experience of imagining what's happening in the inner mechanisms here.
That is my absolute favorite part about this team, though. I love watching these guys play. The chaos factor, the mental factor. It's just so distinctly human, you know? Like, Aurora is the most human team to me, where they just engage with the primal parts of humanity. Oh, it's great. I would love a good redemption arc, though, if they can actually fix it.
I mean, this would be a great start. Paravision is top of the group, undefeated in series so far, and we are already 3 picks into the draft, if you believe it or not.
Yeah, I'm just sad that Undying got banned because I wanted to see a little bit more polished shenanigans, but that hero I think is going to go up in priority for a lot of teams. But we see the typical first phase Darkseer into Ursa response. That's been trending a bit. Yakult Brothers did the same thing yesterday. We saw it earlier in the series today, I believe. And the Nature's Prophet coming out as a support. This one's a bit of a weird one because I feel like for some teams it's super high in priority, and for others they don't really care to ban it.
Yeah, we even saw Flipster Talon, who we thought highly prioritized the Nature's Prophet.
Who said that they highly prioritized
yeah, and
it.
then have it available 2 games in a row, and they ended up never taking it. You know, I'm curious about the Ursa Darkseer matchup in this series because Ursa, hard counter to Darkseer. We've talked about it numerous times, but I think Parivision is the best Darkseer team, not just because DM's also very good at Darkseer, but I feel like they draft around it really well, enabling it at all stages of the game. So this is the true test for me of how much, like, yes, Ursa kills you in lane, represents the kill threat on you later, but how much does he really incapacitate Darkseer's ability to have impact in the game? I think that's going to be answered properly right now.
I think that with the Ursa versus Darkseer matchup, things have also changed now that Tormentor got moved to minute 20, because it feels like in the past, like, the Ursa team, if they chose to take Aegis, the Darkseer team was like ready with like an Aura and they were taking Tormentor.
Yeah.
And then you're like trading one objective for the other. But now that the Aura is kind of lined up for like the objectives are lined up from minute 15 to 20, you as the Ursa team, if you're stomping lanes, you can take the Aegis, then take the map, and then set up for Tormentor and
True.
take that away from the Darkseer team. So it actually feels like a stronger counter pick now.
Yeah.
In terms of macro play.
That makes sense. The Omni Knight probably support. You know, it'd have the GA against Ursa theoretically. Maybe it's a potential carry. What do you guys think of this? Because we see Terrorblade, we've seen it flex a little bit. Like, maybe some ambiguity, but it could also just be very standard. What do you guys think?
I think it's really hard to predict with Paravision because I could see Astini coming up with some like Omni mid strat too. Like let's say like I don't know, Aurora goes for some like mid melee hero that Omni can dumpster.
Yeah.
I could see like picking these heroes with the flex idea because of course you see Terrorblade come out for any other team. It's like this is likely a carry or a 9-class imitation. For Paravision, this could be 9
could be a 9-class imitation.
It could be the best 9-class imitation, especially picking with the SD where you get these essentially better illusions of the Terrorblade. Or wait, no, does it copy the facet now? The SD illusions of the TV?
I actually don't know about that. I know you get Metamorphosis, but I don't know how the innate works.
I feel like you probably would.
Actually, no. Enemy illusions do not get the innate because the innate also applies damage reduction if your Terrorblade's away from you, right? And Morphling can take Terrorblade illusions and have them do full damage on the map. So enemy illusions don't have Terrorblade innate.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that doesn't matter too much, but the primary thing, right, is the Shadow Demon versus the Omni Knight. Like, you just have that purge to kill whichever target Omni is saving. And for this reason, actually, I want to see Omni as a core. Because I want to say, I think Omni support sucks, from like what I've seen at least.
It's not been
It's the bait. And I know we talked about earlier just now about the core to support flexes, why they're important, why these teams are running them. But if you're going to run an Omni Knight and you're picking him as a 5, for example, and whoever he's healing is just going to get countered by the Shadow Demon at some point, would it not be then cooler to just run it with a Radiance, play for that Darkseer mid-game timing, just beat them up? Don't be just the save guy, but the strong guy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm much more inspired by Omni Core. I'm right there with you.
But it is Paravision, you know, they've got ideas.
That they do. I'm wondering, because I haven't had the chance to play too much Dota, I'm wondering what the good, feel-good carry matchup against Ursa would be right now. You know, a lot of the heroes like Morphling, who is banned, but Morphling, Medusa, these like overwhelmingly difficult heroes to bring down, usually not a problem for Ursa. I'm almost surprised they banned it. I guess that's just respect to Satanic Morphling. But Terrorblade historically is okay as a carry. You are high armor, but it's also like if you hit him 10 times and he sunders, you hit him 6 more times and you'll die again because of the Fury swipes. It kind of goes both ways, I guess, is what I'm saying. So I just have no idea what role they're going to draft last on Paravision because this could be a 1-4-5 last pick.
I mean, I think the Omni Knight GA is like pretty strong against Ursa early on. So like, so long as you're not giving the Ursa team every objective, you fight for one with Guardian Angel. I do feel like you can take him down. You like kite him with Surge. You have a Storm that zips in and out. There's not really much stuns for the Storm Spirit. So you just don't want to like get snowballed on by Ursa. But I feel like they have the means to pick and choose their battles right now in Paravision.
Yeah, they don't have too much lockdown on Aurora.
The big question mark for me is just like, if they do run the support Omni, I think it would be just cooler if this was a standard safe lane Terrorblade and you just have this Omni 4 with Darkseer. That could be pretty awesome. Like, imagine an Omni 4 with Ion Shell purifying the Darkseer, your diving towers.
Yeah, for any other team, I'd be like, this is crazy. But because it's Paravision, I could easily see 9-class.
Terrorblade 4?
Or Omni 4 with the Darkseer.
I really like that
like
Weaver
TV4
ban, by the way.
anymore.
I couldn't think of like a ranged carry that might lane well here. But Weaver was a really good one. Just because they have no stuns.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a carry that's good against Ursa that Paravision picks, but maybe this is why Ursa's first pick in this like today is because it's very strong against a lot of popular carries in some way or another.
Now, is there a support that's inspiring? Shadow Shaman's banned out, like something disabling like a Lion, like something that offers you the ability to burst Ursa, because they don't really have that right now, but they do have the ability to kite him.
I would wouldn't mind seeing a shaman. The only issue is like there's the Pangolier with the Rolling Thunder backline control, but it won't be that big of a deal as the game progresses. I think for Aurora though, they need some kind of objective taking on their team because they do have a strong early game draft, but they don't really hit buildings. And if you want to play on Ursa's timing versus Darkseer, you need like a hero like Beastmaster that could rally the troops and just run at things like with its auras, with its Helm of the Overlord. They need now that Beastmaster is banned, you need a replacement Beastmaster.
Yeah, a guy that sits on the lane and sets up those rotations. Maybe Enigma?
But also just hits towers.
Actually, Aurora, Toronto, Tokyo was the Enigma. I actually wouldn't mind Enigma now that I think about it, because it is a hero that can build around. They usually are going Helm of the Overlord now.
I talked to DM yesterday, and he said he does not like that item on Enigma.
Really?
Yeah.
What does he like?
I thought it was quite curious. So this is the 9-class Willow. So they are going to run Omni Knight 5, but I do love the Willow Darkseer combination. It's very cool because Shadow Realm with the Throwing Shade Facet amplifies the damage of Ion Shell. It lets you do like melee dives and things like that. It's a cool combo, and 9-class has just been cooking on this hero.
I think he's 4-0 or something like that, right? He's played a lot of Willow. 3-1.
There's also not a lot of like damage on the ground for this Willow. Like she's not afraid. She's not walking into like a macro pyre or something.
Yeah, the supports do absolutely nothing to you. Okay, do you ever make it 5 TB carry Omni? Damn it. I was just curious because we saw Aurora literally use carry Omni against Offlane Tide and destroy it, but
I feel like 5 Omni could
do the same thing.
Could do a similar thing.
You're just gonna hit him with your hammers. I understand why they went for the Tide. Like they wanted something strong on lane versus TV, like something that could live with the Furion heal and the Shadow Demon and all that, but it doesn't hit towers. Like it doesn't take objectives. They're gonna run into an issue where even if they have a strong early game timing, Ursa dies once or twice, and then Paravision should just have like free reign at that point.
I agree. I think Aurora has a really hard to execute draft. I think they need to win a lot of fights. Like the lanes will almost always be against them, I think, because they have very limited lockdown for Storm. He should be able to farm the map. If it was Kiyotaka, he'd go bots. He's not going to do that though. But the Darkseer, Ion Shells, Terrorblade Illusions, I think we're constantly going to see everything on the side of Aurora's map. They may win fights because they have Ravage, they have Ursa, strong fighting carry, they have Pangolier, but unless they get a bunch of Roshans and the game goes late, I'm not really loving Aurora's draft too much.
I like it. I like the drafts from the A gods here. They have a very classic last pick Tidehunter for Toronto Tokyo. It's boring, but it disables the Storm. It's good against TB. It can farm stacks that Mira's going to be stacking. Not you, Mira, but the Shadow Demon Mira. And Night God, I think he's the best carry since Prime Nightfall, as of course analysts have said before.
Hey, Ursa's very good at BTPing.
And Ursa is also his best hero. This is what he came onto the scene playing.
Okay, well, at the end of the day, all that needs to happen is an Ancient needs to fall. So potentially this should just be a very easy game of Ancients, or some might say Game of Thrones for this upcoming Game 1.
Didn't think I'd ever be introed in with the Game of Thrones song, Cinderin. I'm Suns fan. Welcome.
Just like Game of Thrones, this amazing intro will of course end in a catastrophe with you casting to finish off the song.
Yeah, that's true.
Just like season 7. Oh, was it
7 or 8?
I don't even remember how many there were.
Whatever the final one was, they really took a dump on that series, but in
the
this
rest was
series,
great.
Only Kiyotaka can do that, Cinderin.
Actually, what was the worst ending, Game of Thrones or TI4?
Game of Thrones.
That's pretty similar story with amazing build-up.
Because at least there's another TI. That's as Mira. Oh, they're smoked up. 9 class. Gonna get disrupted. It's a good old-fashioned team fight to start it. The Sprout not gonna block it off. 9 class is fine. I mean, they kind of talked about the lack of stun. Seeing it there. They literally surrounded him and still couldn't do anything.
Just Shadow Realm and just walk away.
Yeah.
So you were, before we went on here, you were talking about Repel.
Yeah.
And I think this is worth mentioning that we just had to check because Repel has obviously been changed over the years. And the way it works on Omni Knight now is this spell gives debuff immunity. But if you have a debuff piercing dispel, you can remove Repel, which is what Shadow Demon has with Demonic Purge and what Doom could be a potential solution.
They probably talked about it on the panel.
I am not completely sure, but we don't listen to them all that much, especially when Jenkins is talking, really tuning out then.
Yeah, true.
Making sure to rest my brain during those otherwise very important moments, but of course we are...
So yeah, it ends up being a 2-for-1 special if you have the Repel and Guardian Angel, so we'll see if that comes into play. Of course, it is a support here, not the position 1 that we've been seeing. Ducalis will be playing it this time around. Satanic, who has been just
nice body block from Ducalis.
Yeah, Mira will take the punishment for that, and he's actually brought down by Ducalis using his Hammer of Purity.
Caught him in the tree line, and then they got a little bit of extra block there from the Terror Blade. It's a nice wraparound for an easy kill. Yeah, this top lane, I don't know how Shadow Demon tied with this. They just don't. But you do have the Prophet 5. You know, there's always possibility for some shenanigans with that teleport. And he will be able to leave his lane since Ursa should be doing great against Ursa, at least for Ursa against Darkseer, excuse me, for a short period of time. Toronto, Tokyo, of course, playing the Baby Tide. So tiny.
This is going to be a hype series, though.
Little.
I'm having good feelings about this coming in. We were hoping that the first series would deliver. It did go 3 games, but I wouldn't say they were super exciting games. This one has Kiyotaka, though. So it's going to be good no matter what. And on the other side, more stable, Paravision. I would say they definitely have the advantage in this series.
Yeah, it's hard not to favor the team that's winning every game.
But if Kiyotaka plays up to his potential, Cinderin, it's kind of like the Eternal Envy aspect that you guys have brought up before. I mean, this team can really play with the best, for sure. But the way that Satanic has been playing, I feel like nobody else is outclassing him right now.
It's just so fascinating how... Oh, there is that teleportation.
Yep, gonna put it to good use.
Great
nice block off with the Sprout. Satanic dies. As Panto will be the trade, so as usual, praise Satanic for being the best carry of the tournament. Dies within 30 seconds. Usually that's a Cinderin classic.
Yeah, but there you are.
Looks like you're infecting me.
Rubbing off a little bit on you. But, I mean, that wasn't even that great of a kill because you died on Prophet. So, you do get him. But you trade in a 2v3 situation and Terrorblade comes right back. Now Panta will Town Portal scroll down to bottom, so he won't have teleport now for 30 seconds. And he has to be there for a Nightfall. He can't play the 1v2 indefinitely, but he can be there for a bit. Still will need that assistance of Panto.
Hollis putting out some punishment on Toronto, Tokyo. And a pure damage against this hero. And really rip through him. So what do you think about this Terrorblade?
Yeah. Riveting stuff. I'm so happy we get to cast another Terrorblade game.
Swash misses for Kiyotaka. A good attempt. He's going to take a bit of a punishment for it, though, as no one gets him really low.
Teleportation.
Is this going to be gone through with? Panto, Blood Grenade, tanking the tower. And Kiyotaka can only watch, but he does get the shield crash off. Panto dies again.
Yeah.
But a very good trade. So Aurora active to start this game.
Yeah, he TP'd in with Sprout on cooldown. Otherwise, that would have been a much, much faster kill. But as you say, a good trade for them. Of course, now no one level 4.5 to Pango level 5.5. So full level advantage with that rotation.
Yep, another Sprout. Panto has been in every lane so far in this game. And we're only at the 4-minute mark.
And this does change the mid dynamic quite a bit, because Kiyotaka with another rotation from Prophet, you know you always can call on this position 5, so when you get your Rolling Thunder out, perhaps you could kill no one a secondary time before he hits level 6. If you were to find him at a good spot in the middle. Caught between the cliffs. Kiyotaka will get level 6 on the upcoming wave.
Mira still only level 2 right now. Just taking a beating to Ducalis. Not going to dive any further. The cooldown on Hammer of Purity just a little bit too long. Oh, we'll get the opportunity to go here. Disruption is ready for Mira.
Yeah, he's trying to box him out, preventing him from stacking. But
yeah, the
Shadow Demon, fortunately, is able to do this from very far away.
Yeah, one
There's that Pango play.
Oh, yeah, no one still level 5. But yeah, the Purification from Ducalis to keep him healthy. Doesn't have Repel yet.
That's not bad for the side of Aurora. You forced 2 support TPs there.
Yeah.
And this was, obviously, it's a very...
That means Satanic might be in some trouble. Toronto, Tokyo, and Mira trying to take advantage of this right now. In that meta form, Mira, he's taking the brunt of this damage. She's definitely dead. The question is, will they get Satanic? No. So... All right, I thought they had something up their sleeve, but...
I thought Mira was going to at least try to run there.
As Nightfall takes out DM.
Oh,
Pop
he
shot.
is...
Ooh.
He has Fairy Fire if he wants to use it. He doesn't need to.
Calculated.
Yep.
Never even close.
Now, what do you do now with
Big
this
solo
amount of
kill.
resources?
Yeah, that's
it is a
true.
big solo kill, but honestly, maybe he should have chosen to die to the tower. Like,
You
this is
really love bringing this up every time.
not every time.
Sometimes dying to the tower's better.
We'll just let that rest.
No one's still level 5.
Okay. Have you kept track of how long it's taken Nightfall so far to run to base? No?
You should have done it in the tower.
Shut up.
Oh, God. Still running back to the tower here. Or the fountain, I should say.
I haven't brought it up for like 2 days. You always say this. Jesus Christ. Nightfall's back.
Yep, it was worth.
Yeah, okay.
Did not need to die to the tower.
True. Now he's back with half health, half mana. Very nice.
Time to go back now.
Yeah.
Time to go suicide to creep so he can come back with full HP.
Gonna sprout him for the heal.
Yeah, that is a nice little nugget now for the new and improved Nature's Prophet support.
Yeah.
One hero that I actually do not get sick of because he stays super active, just makes games exciting.
Yeah.
And it was just, it really was just the 25 talent that we were annoyed with.
I was annoyed with Ironwood Tree the entire game, but we had
Yeah, even before he'd get to 25, you'd be talking about it.
Yeah.
Thank God we don't have to hear that anymore.
That's right.
No one.
Good for you.
His stack was being taken by Kiyotaka, has the Rolling Thunder available. Wild Wing not too happy to get double teamed here.
Swashing off the rest.
Takes out most of them. Kiyotaka gets away with quite a bit. Kiyotaka able to dodge. It's a good amount of damage though, and we're about to hit 8 minutes. I don't think he can even try to go for a rune unless he wants to use Rolling Thunder, which he will. Onto the Storm Spirit. Ducalis takes the haste though, so not able to refill that bottle for Kiyotaka, which was the main purpose of this, so he's just gonna have to hightail away. Mira will suffer the consequences, drops to the deck.
One of the benefits.
Oh, that's a stack.
Yeah, that's juicy. They're going to steal this, at least a chunk of it.
No one's a little bit too low, so.
Well, that's what I was going to say. When you're playing 5 Omni, you don't feel bad about skilling Repel on level 4. So if you're playing in tandem with your Storm, you can pull off shenanigans like this right now, because no one knows he has the backup.
Yep, they're going in deep. Ducalis with the Purification. Tough to tell how many they actually got here as Toronto Tokyo makes his way over. Repel makes him invulnerable here.
Teleport won't matter. He can just zip.
And he will do just that.
Loses Courier, but
Jinx.
pretty good from Power Vision overall. That got away with stealing away a big part of the stack. They forced a lot of rotation. In the meantime, Satanic was free farming top and DM was farming bottom. So a big efficiency win for them. And pretty much the entire net worth lead here is the difference between the offlaners. 800 between DM and Toronto Tokyo. DM will already receive his mechanism 9 minutes in with Arcanes. So going to be very strong here for the upcoming fights.
DM with the mech now. There's 0 neutral so far for Aurora. Okay, there's an Obscurio now.
Yep.
on Mira.
Rather ironic that he's the first person to get a neutral item on the Shadow Demon.
Hopping around those creeps all game. 2 Sister Shrouds picked up on the Paravision side to try to contest against Nightfall.
Yeah, they just love underwear.
Dire's turret has been killed.
You can't tell me that doesn't look like underwear.
I just woke up.
Leave me alone.
Yeah, it kind of does actually. Yeah, that's true.
I love that you just didn't comment on it at all, so I kind of had to spell it. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Thought it was a little deeper of a joke, but
like, what?
Another surface level one, real genius. From
yeah, I try to keep it simple for you.
Thank you.
Of course, when I am going for the deeper jokes, I will address chat.
Yeah.
Specifically.
Well, that's called crowd wisdom.
Yeah. That's not at all what wisdom of the crowd is.
It's a shorter way to say wisdom of the crowd.
That's not the same thing.
It's the crowd's wisdom.
Yeah, okay.
Nightfall's going to get some support from Kiyotaka.
Yeah, they're planning a move here onto DM. Won't be the easiest kill.
Nightfall's trying to look juicy. There's Kiyotaka trying to counteract. DM stunned up. Gets off the mech, but yeah, it's just a matter of time. Nice pick off from Aurora. Good bait and switch. No one even made his way halfway over, so more wasted time for him. He's going to take a swash, actually, and well, does have to be a bit careful. Panto shows up, and that's going to be the zip away, but Purification, I actually expend the ult from 9 class.
I think they could have killed Kiyotaka there.
You think so, huh?
Yeah, Storm could have committed when he got the repel, but maybe no one feels like he doesn't have an escape plan after. 9 class tries to do it on his own. Mission failed. Oh. Not exactly the best execution there from Parivision. Will be punished by Aurora.
Kiyotaka off to a good start, 2-0. We're wondering who's going to show up today. Repel forced out for Ducalis.
He does steal the region though, so he's going to be full HP and mana after that swash, in spite of the diffusal. Now, it still is important for them to force the Storm not to take this region rune, of course. Job well done there for Aurora. Ursa at a good pace, Nightfall.
Stupendous.
12-minute Battle Fury, he's 3-0. Really going to ramp up here. The Terrorblade matchup is not the best, but at the same time, also, Ursa is one of the better heroes later down the stretch against TB because you actually can kill him in a stun or two.
Dire's bottom tower
Yeah, it feels like Ursa is good against everybody right now.
That's interesting.
Based on what we've been seeing. Panto defending a bit, is going to be going for the Orchid. So stopped off with the Urn first.
Great Orchid game. Darkseer, Storm, Willow, Omni, especially Omni technically. He's probably the guy you want to Orchid the most because Storm could be...
Tokyo, is this killable? Satanic comes in from the south. There are TPs on the way though. He's gonna Ravage. The TP was canceled though, so he is actually all alone. So now that's looking more like a miscommunication.
Yeah, maybe he was hoping to take that fight. He did hit 4 people with the Ravage, but no follow-up makes it kind of irrelevant.
Seems like somebody changed their mind.
Yeah. It also feels bad to TP 4 heroes down there, right? That's the other thing. Like, even if you can take this fight, the risk-reward of porting 4 heroes to then have the enemy team disengage and you give up the entire map for that doesn't feel great to Rainbow TP nowadays. 9 class will chase down Miro with the help of no one.
Yeah, Bedlam pretty damn good, but Shadow Demon gets the disruption off in time, gets purified to death as Ducalis is super healthy. Wall placed onto Nightfall. You can see Panto was looking to TP out. They're going to try to turn this potentially. No one gets to the low ground. Kiyotaka forcing the rest of Paravision out of here. And, oh, they do get the stun just in time onto Ducalis.
Close call.
No repel for a long time, so this looks to be a kill. He gets put onto the high ground, okay? And Ends up being a double kill for Kiyotaka.
Getting a lot of value out of this 5 Prophet, I have to say. Panto really getting involved, and in that instance, he cut off the Omni Knight and saw the TP happening, so they used the Rolling Thunder. If not for that TP, he would have lived.
And Kiyotaka takes some damage. No one has a bit more mana to spare. Panto waiting on the outskirts. They're going to get the disruption off a TP on the way as well, and they get the swash into the Earth Shock from Nightfall. Big kill onto No One. And now the pressure onto the Tier 1 tower as well.
Kiyotaka 4-0-3 on the Pango,
yeah,
really
he's owning.
Crushing it so far this game. Grand reward will be this mid-tier 1.
Definitely more
Aurora.
comfortable. I mean, to be fair, these teams played against each other a ton.
Yeah. But it is also a nature of the lineups, right? Like, you look at the Power Vision lineup, if Storm isn't jumping, kind of a free game for Pango. There's nothing really stopping Kiyotaka from really playing aggressive the way he likes to. I feel like the games we see from him where it ends up going south pretty quickly is when he's playing into 2 or 3 counter matchups and just overplays his hand. He loves to play aggressive. And whenever you have a polarizing player like that that has a tendency to play sometimes over-aggressive, of course, they're way more likely to get away with it in a game like this. Versus if he was against, say, an instant silence. Like if one of the supports here was a Lion or a Shadow Shaman. Against this support duo.
Terrorize into the Bedlam, but the disruption again from Mira. I mean, 9 class wasn't to get that anyway.
Yeah, now Kiyotaka can chase. If he wants to.
Gonna go for the swash, actually hitting 2. 9 class on the run.
Surge down. But yeah, you can tell. This guy feels unstoppable.
Oh yeah, has the Rolling Thunder out of this Invis rune if he wants to use it. 9 class does have to be careful.
The dream kill here is Satanic. If they could somehow find that with Pango +1, but doesn't seem like they're interested in looking north. I'll let him farm.
Yeah, not able to turn this Invis rune into anything, at least not yet.
Satanic will find Tokyo.
Yeah, Anchor Smash pretty damn good against Terrorblade. They'll just pass each other by. Meanwhile, Kiyotaka, oh, nice vacuum onto another Bramble. Double root action. That's enough to bring Kiyotaka his first death of the game. Huge kill for Paravision.
Limit testing, and he found the limit. As he tends to.
Yes, he does.
I think from a risk-reward perspective, I don't really know how much point there was of staying there, but of course, the things that you don't see when you have all the vision is the amount of pressure that the enemy team is feeling when he's playing up that far. They kind of need to either call the bluff and try to go for him, or if they don't, he's just constricting them, playing so aggressively and forcing them around the map instead. So at some point, you kind of just have to take the chance and hope he is there alone, which was the case that time around. Back in business, though, he finds an Arcane Rune. He's about to hit level 12. So this is a really nice timing for him to look for a fight.
Dire are scanning.
And Nightfall opting to get aggressive with the Basher instead of a BKB. See if this pays off for him. Of course, they can Rosh anytime they want. And that will be right now.
Scouting it with a TP illusion. Daring them to come fight, and I'm sure Power Vision will oblige. All right.
The first Aegis for Nightfall.
Gonna have that together with his Basher. Very strong. Still staying ahead of Terrorblade, which is pretty impressive. Not by much anymore, but...
Yeah, Kiyotaka pretty close to a Blink Dagger. Like to get the Ags after the fact. He has Arcane Rune right now. Bramble.
Oh, this would be a
Oh,
good
they actually
catch.
make him use his Rolling Thunder. There's no one.
Big damage from Satanic.
Yeah.
Not enough.
We'll be TPing though.
All right, forced out.
Instant
yeah, they want to
smoke,
go
Paravision.
here. They've
Yeah.
used meta.
Let's see how aware Aurora are. The TPing Mira, they scan it out as well, so they sniff it out real hard, Cinderin, and they dodge it. And now Aurora with a smoke, knowing that this meta is not going to last forever, they can certainly fight.
They could also think about the Tormentor, but
they're going to run into Paravision. Oh my God! 9 Class evaporates in half a second, trying to work on the Omni Knight next. Ducalis, okay, big Ravage coming in from Toronto, Tokyo. And that's a half HP. Terrorblade is going to get disrupted by Mira. Illusions to work with. No one. Trying to clean up the support on the backline as Nightfall is the one getting super low. That is 1 life for him. And looking for the Sunder potential is Satanic. He gets the Swashbuckle was there, and the Bash coming out. Nightfall getting the better of that exchange somehow. And now this is going to be Aurora taking this fight. They're going to get DM in all likelihood, although the Congregations of the Deep might have something else to say about it. A nice Bramble as well. DM does escape in the end. 2 for 1.
I mean, Satanic can give him all the happy smileys that he wants for getting first hit bashed. It is possible away. He could have kept a better distance to get that Sunder off, but it was also the perfect storm. The first hit bash plus Swashbuckle simultaneously. I think they needed both of those to prevent that Sunder.
Kiyotaka try to turn this around with the help of Panto. Orchid applied, no one.
He's low on mana,
relatively tanky. Ducalis is here to help secure his life.
That is huge for the Aurora side, though. They get the Tormentor as well in the midst of all of that. This will be a free Curse of the Old Growth. Panto was going to buy that. Now he can think about something else with his 1400. The Orchid and Urn. Perhaps you want to finish your Vessel. Perhaps, I guess you don't, but could start working on Hex. I think Ags could be interesting this game. Playing against so many heroes that are movement-based. Storm, Darkseer. Omni Knight needs to get in position. You just root all of them. Could be kind of cool when you get a free shard. Let's see.
Panto
for now, he needs to die.
Satanic. Yeah, it will pop the meta. Essence Ring, not enough. $4K lead for Aurora. Definitely hasn't snowballed to a point where Paravision can't see a light there in the tunnel. And in terms of itemizations for them, Hurricane Pike just about finished for Satanic. DM has, looks like a killing spree actually. Blink Dagger just picked up. So Greaves, Blink Dagger, Ghost Scepter as well. And for Mr. No One, the BKB Kaya and Stange pretty soon to be picked up. As we can see, Panto will be grouping up with the rest of his team to take out Ducalis. No one forced to retreat.
Wants to reserve his BKB charge. There's no point in sticking around. There's nothing to be gained here.
And there's a dead in the water here, and Storm Spirit, I mean, does have BKB.
Yeah.
So for now is fine, but I guess it's the Darkseer that has to be careful.
It's really good against Darkseer. He used it last fight on the Terrorblade. Satanic quickly killed off the Anchor and then stuck around for the Sunder that we saw him not get off, of course. Wait, is Toronto Tokyo's changing his mind here? Oh, he was going to buy Blink, but he's going Axe instead. Interesting. I really thought this Blink would be valuable here. Getting that surprise, considering especially they don't have that many stuns. They only have the Basher on Ursa. So having Blink Ravage here feels like it would be really good. But
we always have time in these 60-minute games, Cinderin.
He did finish the Vessel on Prophet. I can't say I love this.
Oh, they break the smoke. No one initiating. On to the Shadow Demon. As you can see, the Bear going in deep onto DM, but he pops the Greaves, staying alive, but the Kiyotaka ult holds him in place. Down goes Darkseer. As No One trying to pick up one support in the back as the Ravage not hitting anything at all. They do find 2. As Aurora winning this fight, although Satanic sticking around. Bramble not going to find a connection. Nightfall on the run. Maybe they can reset this. Orchid applied to the Storm Spear, but a nice Terrorize on 2 into the arms of Satanic, who destroys Kiyotaka and follows suits with Panto as well. And now the Tables have turned. Nightfall finally gets his BKB off.
The Nightfall.
He's walking it off for now.
No need to TP there. Yeah, that Ravage looks clowny. The thing is, Toronto Tokyo was trying to clip no one as his BKB was expiring. If he would have managed to connect that one, would have been another kill onto the Storm, but no one anticipating that jumped out as his BKB was ending. And it didn't quite work out for the side of Aurora that time. So you're really seeing the value of the Shadow Demon against Omni Knight, though I have to say. This is clearly a straight, direct counter pick. The only reason they picked it was to deal with Ducalis.
Yeah.
Mira is making his life difficult.
Oh, no one. Spidey senses tingling. Very low on mana right now. It's Nightfall. Not going to pursue any further. If Toronto Tokyo knew that he was going to go Ags at some point, do you think he changes his mind about the 10 talent?
No.
Let's see Bedlam onto Panto. That is a solo kill for 9 class. Not bad.
Out too. No, I don't think you take the Gush talent anyway. You want the Anchor Smash for the farming speed and for some extra teamfight damage. So the main one you want to take correctly if you're going Axe is the 15 one, right? And then you want the Gush damage. Yeah. And he does have that.
I don't know, it gets triple well, I guess I'm looking at the wrong side actually, yeah. Double melee cores.
I'm not convinced about the eggs specifically because I think this is a game where Blink Hex is so incredibly valuable. Like you're not playing against heroes that threaten you that much defensively, so you have the luxury of going full offense. And this is also why we do see him buy the Axe, is because it feels like he can get away with buying whatever he wants.
Yeah, I mean, it is an enabler for Nightfall. It's minus armor strap between Pango and Tidehunter, and now the Gush being AoE, you can hit multiple heroes at once.
And the synergy is definitely there. It's not bad, it's just, you look at the matchups you have. The problem you need to solve in this game is the Storm.
Kiyotaka, Electric Vortex applied, Repel already used on no one. Doesn't have much mana after the fact, and they might have to just give up Ducalis. As
he's continuing.
Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble here. We'll have to pop the BKB. Does he not have the Nightfall available to him?
TP on cooldown.
Yeah, for 30 seconds. He might be dead here.
He should be.
Swashbuckle, DM,
already
the Surge.
With the Surge, yeah.
Okay, actually wants to turn this around apparently, as there's the Gush being shown. Vac wall onto 2, but no one gets sprouted and killed off. Double kill for Panto across the board. Another Toronto Tokyo Gush to follow for another support kill, as DM will tick away to Mira and company. Looks like the Dark Willow actually did get away here, but still 3-0. Aurora coming out on top of this fight.
Yep.
Pretty easily, I will say. That was kind of an ambitious jump at the bottom lane.
Yeah, I can't say I'm a fan of forcing a fight with a 0 mana Storm. I think you just cut your losses there and get out. But that counterplay attempt onto Kiyotaka, I guess this is a little bit about, you know, playing the player and not the game, right? It's because they think Kiyotaka is completely alone, because they know Kiyotaka is the type of guy to do stuff like that. So perhaps they felt like they could pull a quick one on him there and reset after. But he had teammates right behind him. That's a pretty punishing mistake. Effectively, you did save no one, I think, with the Terrorize alone. You could just have backed. Instead, they bleed out some kills. Now, Roshan about to spawn. Actually, never mind. It's a pretty long spawn. Ducalis is waiting for it, but unlucky. This is almost maximum. 30 seconds shy of that.
Are scanning.
Power Vision will not get it yet.
Also, it'll be harder for them to take against a Tidehunter and Ursa.
Yeah.
With the Rolling Thunder in the pit.
They were hoping to sneak it here because Ravage is on cooldown, but unfortunately for them, that spell will be ready when it matters most here for this objective.
And they're going to find Panto right off the bat. Meta Force for Satanic. Well, I say forced. Activated. Better word. Oh, they're going to get the vacuum onto 2. DM gets demolished. 3-shot. Nightfall pursuing no one, but has plenty of mana to work with. Satanic trying to make his way over to the fight. Applying some pressure as Mira does fall. No one barely zips away with HP. And now the BKB activated for Nightfall, forcing everything onto Satanic. He has the Sunder up and available. Gonna get disrupted. They have to keep their distance, though. Definitely have to try to kite this out. Satanic swashbuckle from afar, looking for the Sunder, but the shield crash is there to claim him. And that's a full team wipe onto Paravision. Aurora, very nicely played. It did require a buyback onto Mira.
That's such an excellent fight from Kiyotaka. He gets... I hope we're going to see a replay of this. He gets the Rolling Thunder off, and they immediately kill both supports, especially killing, or excuse me, Darkseer and Omni, two of the really big heroes for Paravision in this fight, just out immediately. And then the following 6 seconds, he's zoning off the Terrorblade with his ult. So Satanic doesn't get to get the counterplay. Then once he starts connecting to the fight, they keep very good distancing and then ultimately assassinate him at the end from good range with Pango. Pretty much perfectly played there from the side of Aurora. I'm very impressed with him so far this game. This is, of course, about as tough as the opposition's going to get in this tournament, let's be honest.
Yeah.
And if you can look like this against them, it's a team that has everything to win for qualification points as well. Let's remember that. A top 4 for them would be massive.
Toronto Tokyo getting ganked, barely taking any damage. Anchor smash again to follow with the help of the Nature's Prophet. The Gush is there as well. Toronto Tokyo finally gets some support via Panto. They barely put a dent in this guy.
They actually need to be careful in this 4v1.
They just, no damage without the Terrorblade.
Yeah.
Toronto Tokyo has the casual plate mail, definitely helping out there as well as Nightfall.
Oh, he gets his own shard for free. Wow. That feels real good for the Ursa.
It was between him and Shadow Demon, apparently. It's 9 class double tapped. Goodbye.
And we haven't really talked about this in this game, but if it's an Ursa patch, Nightfall is... There were 2 heroes this guy got known for and effectively made his pro career out of to begin with, and that was Ursa and Phantom Lancer. And he has not been able to play one of those heroes for 15 years because PL does not get to be good anymore, which I personally do not have a problem with on an individual level. I do think every hero should be playable, of course, but if any heroes could be terrible, Brood and PL being bad is good with me. But Ursa, Nightfall is a true hero specialist, so when this hero is good, he's going to run it, and he's going to run it well. 7-0 and 7 right now in this
Feels like everybody's running it well right now.
I don't know. If you put me on the spot to say who's the best Ursa in the world, I'd probably pick this guy, though. Like,
historically, sure, but it's been
historically, it's probably Matumba Man. But Nightfall gets a podium placement.
Okay. Silver for you, Nightfall. Congratulations.
Being second to Matumba Man is something I think most players would accept. I think the guy's a legend.
$13K lead for Aurora, 3 minutes on the Aegis. Tier 2s in the mid and bot. So pick and choose if you're Aurora. And for Paravision, Satanic, the Butterfly already countered with the MKB from Nightfall. Now where do you go with that? Daedalus is next. That will replace the Falcon Blade on Satanic.
Yeah. Ultimately,
also
his hero's
for Darkseer to not have good illusion heroes to work with.
Yeah, the Terrorblade is ultimately going to have the same problem for the remainder of the game.
All right, Ravage
that
does come out from Toronto Tokyo. Rolling Thunder from Kiyotaka as well. As Satanic right-clicking him to a pretty high degree, but he takes 0 damage still. Shield Crash deletes 1 support. Congratulations, Nightfall gets sundered. We'll have to enrage in an escape mechanism. As you see the vac wall, and the disruption comes out. This is going to be life number 1 for Nightfall, you would think. Indeed, that is the case. They're out without their Storm Darts. Kiyotaka assassinates one. Satanic finally pops the BKB, but it's just him and DM right now. He will find the Pango in the end, but the damage is just too much from Nightfall and company. Even a buyback expended on 9 class. This is just getting worse and worse for Paravision now. Doesn't feel like no one has been able to make a placement in this game. Or an imprint in this game.
If there were ever to be an alien invasion of the Earth, of course, courtesy of SVG's friend, I think they would be hard-pressed to understand Kiyotaka, how one day he wakes up and plays like an absolute god, and the other one he's face-palming half the game.
Yeah.
What an insane Pango performance this game has been. He's 9-3 and 12, but The amount of space and the amount of clutch movements he's had in these fights
must be something to do with just being comfortable playing against Paravision. That or whatever he ate.
I'm not sure.
Just replicate whatever you ate today.
Might have had a shower with 23 Savage.
Yeah, maybe they're boot camping the same.
Probably. I think that'll be very good for morale. Seems like a good dude.
Yeah.
Dire's middle
Brings out the best in everyone around him.
Who washes who, though?
We don't need to get into specifics.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
That's very unnecessary.
My mistake.
Yeah.
Thought we're going down that road. It's all good.
Yeah. Well, you're free to talk about your fanfic. We have a bit of downtime here. Whatever you want to bring to light here.
All right. What's the Nightfall fanfic exactly?
What's an interesting segue? I think his fanfic is him and Ursa. Just a bear and a twink. All right, moving on.
Radiant are scanning.
Time to push out some lanes. Nightfall drawing the line. He wants to finish this game, but they don't have Aegis, so perhaps this is just, let's push this out, let's regain map control, keep the pressure up. Oh, find Tukalis. Yeah, Orchid does not stop TP Panto. Worth a try in case the game was bugged in this new patch, perhaps. Yeah. Could have worked. Important. The bottom tier 2 tower looks like it's going to be clean.
I mean, this is, if they go on to win this game, this is going 3.
All right, that's a prediction.
It's going 3.
I'm not going to say it's a bold prediction. Betting against Paravision right now with how they've been playing is definitely bold. This first game from Aurora, definitely some of the most Paravision have been challenged in this tournament. They have lost games. Paravision, that is. It's not like they've gone lost games.
No, definitely not unbeatable. But they have certainly been the most consistent team that still remains here.
Yeah. What often happens in these tournaments, especially in DreamLeague, what matters the most is the longevity and the depth of your strategic pool, because it's a long way from day one to a tournament championship. Like, you need to play so many games, and everybody gets so much time to develop the meta, come up with ideas, study your replays. Eventually, a team like Paravision.
And of course, you always know there's a patch in the middle of the tournament.
Evidently.
Which is amazing. My class smoke is broken. We'll blink away from the gush. Toronto, Tokyo has Shivas now. And already 2,000 into an eventual sheepstick. Basher almost there for Kiyotaka, and Nightfall's inventory is running out of space, so Refresher seems to be what he's opting for. Already has a Swift Blink, of course. Then I assume the Abyssal will be upgraded from the Basher, and then Battle Fury could be replaced by something else.
Is this a game where you want to eat Ags over upgrading an item? Probably not, right? It's not that good. This one.
Yeah, they don't really have...
The cooldown reduction on Enrage is nice. Like, you go from 30 to 18, so it's always good, but it's probably better to replace literally every item first and then go for it as the very last thing. Maybe even Moonshard over it. Feels a little bit redundant on this hero sometimes. Still.
A little surprised that no one wasn't able to pop off a bit here.
Yeah, considering he has Repel.
Well, that, and they just don't really have that many stuns. Oh my god. As the bear comes in.
See ya later, DM.
Goes back to base. No one getting greedy with it. We'll have to use the BKB and TP back.
Not to
He's close to Ag.
For getting jiggy with it. Which, of course, the famous song by Will Smith. You wouldn't know.
None of us do. There's 4
That's incorrect. I knew it.
4 Outworld staffs.
There's 5
on one team.
Yeah, as you know, this item, of course, was going to be very bad, as you said. Good prediction.
I can see it being okay. I don't know, man. I haven't really seen it. I think one time we've noticed the difference, but of course these are, you know, big fights that have a lot of details to them, so. does. Top lane, Nightfall jumps in, wants the tower, gets Yules.
Cute. Okay.
Kiyotaka with the Rolling Thunder doesn't really hit much. Actually does force out the BKB for Satanic. That was...
Yeah. They got his meta and his BKB. Kiyotaka actually almost died there. Came at the expense of Ursa's BKB.
Yeah, this will just have to be a wait for the next Aegis.
But that should be way better for Aurora as well, because the cooldowns that you forced out of TP, he does not have Refresher, and your Ursa does. So when this comes around, this is actually a really clever play. Knowing the timing of the Roshan spawn window, this will inevitably really favor you. And Parvision know this, so they're gonna smoke, but when they arrive to any fight, meta will be down. So this will have to be fought without Satanic's actual ultimate.
Yeah, you can Swift Blink in, pop your ult, then refresh. You have everything back at the ready. Not going to run into anybody right away, as Paravision have a similar idea as they wrap all the way around. So close to finding these connections. And Nightfall full circle. They run into each other. The Ravage hits everybody.
Baby.
Oh my! 3 dead for Paravision. And I don't know. That might just be it. 9 class dead. It's 4 dead. The only one to get away is Mr. No One.
They get Megas if they push.
Yeah.
They just need to make the choice.
There's one buyback here.
Oof, yeah, that's the face of someone who's had a tough game on Omni Knight, being counterpicked and counterplayed. Dakalis kind of getting bodied this game.
Trying to clean up the waves is No One, but only so much you can do. Gets back into the fountain just barely. As the bottom lane will be claimed.
They might.
Top lane is next.
They'll play it completely safe. They could even have gone for the GG there, but to test for buybacks, instead they will go top. Effectively accomplishes the same thing.
Big zip from No One to clean up the waves. Yeah, still 40 seconds on the Terrorblade. Terrorize incoming, but Kiyotaka ready to go with his ult if he wants. Has the dead in the water onto...
That's a dieback.
That is a dieback for the Dark Willow. Vac wall onto 2. But where is the damage without your Terrorblade? It's nowhere. And No One, one more time, goes down. And the GG's called. Aurora coming out really fast in this game 1. They looked really good.
That's the best game they've played all tournament, I think. And this is the time to level up. Not only when we're in group stage 2 and you're aiming to get to that top 4, but against a team like Paravision. This is one of those series that on paper should be the absolute hardest. And in this game, they made it look kind of easy. And understandably, Paravision on their player cams looking a little bit flustered. Like, this is not according to plan. You know, you're a team that's... It's one thing to lose the games because, you know, they haven't gone lossless. They've lost a couple of individual games, but this one, it's felt pretty, much like a commanding victory. Paravision generally don't tend to lose in this fashion, so
yeah.
Whether that was a combination of both teams, of them playing poorly or Aurora significantly leveling up today, whatever it was, it worked. Now we just need to replicate that one more time.
Time for No One to get that shower started for the team.
Yep.
Jump in there together and see what happens. Isn't that right, Shiver?
I really don't know how to take you from that. I hope that they are going to be refreshed for game number 2. But I will say, I don't think that Paravision losing this game was a result of them not being fresh. I think Aurora just played fairly clean. I don't think we're used to seeing, in the last few days especially, I don't think we're used to seeing Aurora making so few mistakes, Brian. I think that's kind of what I want to highlight here.
Yeah, you know, we got the Kiyotaka experience yesterday. We get the other Kiyotaka experience today. I will just say a lot of good plays all around from Aurora, but Kiyotaka made some really cool moves in this game. I feel like he was pivotal in like the calls to chase, and yesterday we saw him over chase a bit and just die. It actually backfired in a way that lost him the game. And today it felt like he was doing the opposite. So yeah, when Kiyotaka's on his prime, this guy's scary. I'll just say that much. I mean, he had heroes that he could chase with, which I think definitely helps. like Nightfall playing on Ursa, which is his best hero by far. This is the hero that he, came into the Dota scene playing.
He's not even Grandmaster though.
It's just this is the one that he grinded to high rank with. The first time people were like, "Who is this kid?" So it just,
and then he stopped.
And then he stopped. Yeah, because Ursa was bad for many years. We also had Toronto Tokyo on a signature Tidehunter. Like they had heroes that could chase. Nature's Prophet can TP in. So this just feels like a perfect storm for Aurora, like a perfect draft. If they're playing well, like if they're not losing their minds and fighting each other, like this is the perfect Aurora draft to me.
So I'm still hung up on the signature Tidehunter. That's like a funny, it's like a funny
well,
thing
because
to
he's
hear.
a signature. He plays boring.
He's been
shit.
playing offlane for like 4 months now. Mira, come on.
The way I see it, it's like, oh, what are they gonna pick for Toronto Tokyo? Oh, it's a completely normal hero. Like
No,
it's Abyssal
I hear you.
Underlord or Tidehunter.
I hear you. I just think it's cool to see like the development of Toronto Tokyo through the offlane because he's been playing a lot more like offlane-esque heroes like the Enigma with the Overlord and the Magnus, and he is a signature Tidehunter. Like he did play really well. Like there were some really cool times where that smoke they did, he just blinked in, got a 3-man Ravage towards the end. That was really cool. For me, my biggest concern with Aurora's draft wasn't the strength of their early mid game, but would it be who's gonna hit their buildings? Like usually with Ursa drafts, it doesn't hit towers, right? And they didn't necessarily draft anything that could do that. But if you win every single fight and your Ursa doesn't die one time, and you just keep map control the entire time, which is what they did, it didn't even matter that they couldn't hit buildings. They just did it slowly and eventually, and they didn't give up anything. So that was a really disciplined win by them.
Yeah. This game settled the debate for me, if there was a debate still left, which is Darkseer unplayable into Ursa? If DM with Pari Vision can't win with Darkseer versus Ursa, then that is an unplayable matchup, and I think that we've been talking about how people are going to keep having, they've been banning Oracle first round in order to pick Darkseer. That didn't have to happen last patch because Oracle wasn't valuable enough. Same with Ursa. People tried it on the previous patch, and it did not work to pick the Ursa into the Darkseer. Now, I think if you're a Pari Vision, you'll feel very comfortable not giving them that matchup again. Seeing how Nightfall was a second overall pick, first round pick Ursa, going 10-0 and 20 or whatever.
100% ban it. 100% ban Ursa if you're picking Darkseer, or do a different opener than Darkseer.
Exactly.
But also,
go for it.
I say all the Darkseers that I've been seeing this patch, they rush Crimson Guard. Like that's why this hero it just feels like the default item, but DM went for Greaves instead, so maybe he felt like the mech buildup was more comfortable. But we never had that moment where you show up with Darkseer, you press Crimson Guard, and then you take a fight, right? Because all of the damage on Aurora was physical, but we still didn't see that item come out of DM. So I do wonder why he opted for the Greaves over the Crimson Guard, because I didn't see the same kind of value.
And then on top of that, what was the plan on hindsight? Like, what was the plan to deal with the Ursa? Because Nightfall did have a pretty clean game on this one. So if you don't address Ursa with the Darkseer, which obviously, you're going to get counterpicked, and even though they didn't think it maybe was this cute, you do have a plan for the Ursa, surely, in the rest of your draft. What was the plan?
I think you can eventually deal with Ursa between Terrorblade and Storm. Like, I think these cores are pretty good. He didn't go for an Orchid on Storm, which often can deal with Ursa as some sort of silence, but like TB, high armor, really hard to burst. I think eventually you hope that you can keep up on farm and then eventually outcarry an Ursa, and Storm can just like zip around, catch Ursa with a stun when he's doesn't have his enrage up, doesn't have the BKB up, and you kill him. So I don't think it's just like don't lose by the time these cores get to the point that you can maybe find an opening on Ursa, but they never gave an opening.
Yeah, because eventually with Ursa, like the BKB goes down to 6 seconds. Like you can kite that out. You wait till his BKB ulti are over. You go back in with TV. You outfight him. Like I think the plan on Paravision was to dodge and kite, and maybe they thought some of the earlier engagements they would go better. They just didn't. But even at later points, you saw the strength in the Terrorblade sometimes, but Aurora did such a good job of like keeping their distance from Terrorblade. There were so many moments where like Nightfall would hold BKB till last second to not get sundered. There was this one moment where like in the triangle, Satanic was holding his thunder, but they just poked him from a distance. Nobody committed their hero in, and Kiyotaka came in with that shield crash at the very end. So they just like really played exceptionally well in that game one.
Yeah, I agree with. That was if Aurora was like that every game, I think they'd be like a top.
They'd be the best team.
That was insanely cool to watch. And I also just wanted to say that when you look at these heroes like Terrorblade and Morphling, who are meant to stand their ground and be kind of unkillable eventually, I feel like Ursa just counters these meta heroes really well. And I think we're going to continue seeing more of these Ursas and Svens, these heroes that just say, yeah, try to stand your ground. I'm going to Daedalus cleave you or whatever. I think that's going to be a shift we're going to constantly see. Or the range turrets like Drow and Lina that are just so ridiculously high damage output with the melee supports, like the Undying. I think that's going to be the meta moving forward.
Well, let's see if moving forward we're going to see that in game number 2, coming your way after a break.
Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds above can sing a sweeter tune. I needed to say that you find a way to make me feel anew. And I want to say thank you.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
Hey there, you are watching Aurora versus Paravision for DreamLeague Season 26, and Paravision is 4-0 right now on the group stages, and to be honest, all of their series bar one were 2-0s, and also, to be honest, they were not very close, but they lost. Game number 1 against Aurora, they lost, aka Aurora won. I know. They are 2-2 right now in the group stages, and they are one of the teams that, of course, is looking to get all the points to make it to EWC based on points without having to go through qualifiers. I think there's a lot of teams in their region also rooting for Aurora right now, Jenkins.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me because, in my opinion, Satanic is just Nightfall Light.
He's Lightfall.
Anyway, I think that Aurora, whenever they, they've got peaks and troughs, and whenever they are at their peak, they're more than capable of winning against Paravision.
Anybody.
Against literally anybody. This is my favorite thing about the team. Now the question is, can they maintain it for Game 2? Because the most standard thing for this team that we have seen since they, show themselves in Wallachia, the original, like a couple seasons ago, is that they would win one game in a series always, right? If they're supposed to win the series, they'll lose a game, but they'll win the series. If they're supposed to lose the series, they'll win a game, and then they'll lose the series.
So you think that from here on out is going to be 2-0 in favor of Paravision?
I'm saying if they can win this one 2-0, this is an ascended Aurora. This is Nightfall, going back to Prime Nightfall.
Mira, do you share the sentiment?
I mean, I do think Aurora are very strong when everybody's playing well, like Jenkins said, but I also think that Paravision fell for the Omni trap, which is that teams are picking him, they're not flexing him to core, and he just looks really bad as position 5. I just think that made their draft kind of wonky, or it just made their draft take longer to come online, and I don't necessarily think we'll see a similar draft from Paravision in Game 2. If Paravision have a more sturdy draft, then Aurora is going to have a harder mountain to climb.
Yeah, I think something interesting about Omni Knight is usually when a hero gets countered in the draft and it's a flex, you would move it to support because you don't want a core to be hard countered. But I feel like in the case of Omni against Shadow Demon, I'd rather it be a core because you are literally your defensive spells. You are pushing Repel and Guardian Angel on somebody, and that is entirely countered by Shadow Demon. So in that particular instance, I would have rather it been a core for that exact reason. But I agree. I think that's just something teams are learning, right? In the new patch, there are flexes, and some of them are going to work out better than others. Like maybe they're more of a fake flex, where I think Omni Knight support's lost every single game I've seen.
It's not looked good.
It just looks,
And I think Tidehunter is also really good against Omni support. And
yeah, Toronto's signature.
You know that Toronto Tokyo's going to pick because it's his signature hero. But it's like you can burst one guy in front because you're also stunning the backline. So it makes the game really easy against Omni. You don't even need to worry about him because just ravage him and then burst the guy that's in front. He can't save.
But you know who's really good against Tidehunter offlane is Omni carry, right? So I actually think where Paravision messed up, looking back at this draft, was the Terrorblade into the Omni Knight pick. Because if they picked this Terrorblade, were unwilling to run him as 4, wanted him as a carry in the first place, then this Omni Terrorblade, it's not very synergetic. Because let's say the draft played out where a Tidehunter comes out and you want to run the Omni Knight carry, your Terrorblade has no place to go. You can't flex him to 4 because you already have your Willow. You can't put him on anything else.
Yeah,
it's not a 5.
If you weren't intending to flex them based on matchups, then it wasn't good to pick them in as a pairing, right?
Yeah.
They picked them in the same part of the draft, so I agree with that. I agree with that it's kind of a bluff then at that point. A little bit of a bluff. And it got called by
It's
Aurora.
definitely a bluff. I mean, with Paravision, it always feels like there's a bluff happening in the draft. I mean, this is what they've set up for every...
Dude, when Kiyotaka's chasing you into 4 heroes, you never know if you're going to have enough people behind him chasing with him and killing you, or if he's just going to get blown up and die instantly.
That's the Duraccio method.
Yeah.
It worked for Gaimin in their peak.
That's how you throw a team off.
We do have a little bit of a change, and to be honest, this is making me doubt what players say sometimes. Yesterday, That was an interview with DM at the end of the series, and Tsunami asked, are there any heroes that you tried out and in the new patch you just think they're really bad? You know, he's basically seeing like if there's been anything that you've tried on the new patch that you thought initially was good but turned out not to be good. And DM is like, well, I'm not going to reveal anything about that, but I will say that Bristleback is in the dumpster. Basically, that's what he said. And
in the dumpster?
In the dumpster. And what is this, Paravision?
So true, Sheever, because I was on the couch. He did say, they said, I don't like Bristleback anymore. What is this, DM?
He's a lying freak, Brian.
He's a wonderful person. Don't say that.
Brian's also a liar.
Wonderful person.
And he's a wonderful liar.
He's great at everything. A good
Including
guy,
lying.
other than the lying that he does all the time.
Outside of that, he's fantastic.
Man wants to win. You know, I mean, this team has used Bristleback to their advantage since their inception, it feels like. He is the inventor of the green facet Bristleback, which still seems like it is just as good. It's got a little bit less minus armor, a little bit less move slow, but your max move slow anyway. Who cares?
There's a hero I think is absolutely essential in this draft, and that is Shadow Shaman because of that level 15 break hex. One of the best carries in the game who has a constant dispel is a Batten, and we saw Batten get bursted by that, and then Bristleback gets countered by it too. So it's either going to be banner picked right here for Parivision. You can quote me on that, or I'll retire.
Holy shit.
Whoa.
Shaver, those are big stakes.
You'll retire?
Yes.
From what?
From the day.
From this
done after this one.
Well, depends on what happens here.
You'll just leave for the rest of the panel?
Just wait, I'll tell you what I'll retire from after.
All right.
Wait, so you have to decide what you're retiring from after.
Afterwards,
Say
yes.
it now.
Yeah.
Say it now. Decide now. What are you retiring
From this job.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
So dramatic.
Oh my.
That's how positive I am here about this. Because if they don't pick it, they're gonna be against a Batten, and then they're gonna lose. That's my backup prediction, and I can come back from retirement like Seb if that happens.
So your double prediction is Shaman Abaddon.
Shaman.
One or
If
the
it's
other.
not Shaman, they're gonna lose to a Batten. That's my prediction.
Oh.
Oh man.
Oh, it's good. It's good. I was actually worried.
I'm so glad I could stay
It's good
here.
to have you still in this ride. That was close
What was the point of making it so high stakes?
Oh my god.
I was sure of myself, but you guys really made me double down there.
I would
You guys
really
are
miss
enablers.
you. I would really miss you at these events.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
All right, Mira, your turn. What's the next thing? Otherwise, you retire. Let's just do it. Let's Russian roulette this
I
entire
don't
panel.
want to do this. I don't do well
Career
under
roulette.
pressure. This is high stress.
Man.
This is high stress.
That was the most interesting Shaman third pick of any draft I've ever.
I wonder, why was it so dramatic? Like, why did it mean so much?
It just seems so good for both teams. Parivision's too good to pass up my boy Rasta.
True.
It's block pick and a good against them.
So how are they going to deal with it?
I don't think there's anything they need to deal with it. I just think if Parivision gave it away, they lost instantly. So that was
Instantly.
Instantly.
Whoa.
because then they get the Abaddon, who's perfect against Bristle, and then Bristle has no game. But they protected that on Parivision because they're smart.
I'm going to stake my career on something right
Okay,
now.
go ahead.
My career on Aurora will eventually pick Morphling. They're going to pick Morphling in this draft.
Why?
Not here. But later on in the draft.
18 pick, you think?
Or Paravision is going to steal it
But
from
in
them.
this particular game, not in a game further in the future.
In this game, one team is going to pick Morphling in the next 3 picks.
Four picks. 4 picks.
4 picks.
Yeah.
Are you also proposing that you'll retire?
Yes, I will retire if Morphling is not in this game.
Okay.
In some way.
What makes this a good Morphling game?
Yeah, what makes you so confident?
It's very good against Bristleback in lane. It beats Bristle in lane. I can see Nightfall. He's yapping. He is not... everything is about Nightfall. Okay. Oh, fuck.
You're done? Come on, Satanic Morphling!
Oh, come on, dude.
I have to recover from the emotional roller coaster that you put me through.
I just wanted
now.
to gamble. I mean, it just felt good that you got that big win.
Yeah.
But so for Aurora, they do take the Dark Willow. I think this hero's definitely gone up in value, but what it provides is just damage consistently. So if you need a means to take down these tanky targets, like her with Throwing Shade and Bedlam early on, that is a significant amount of damage. And it's also just a nice way to keep Bristleback from running free or wreaking havoc in fights by just like rooting him, fearing him away, things like that.
How do you feel playing Willow against like this Blade Mail meta? Do You know, like how do you approach that? Is there adjustments you can make itemization wise, or like just don't go on those targets?
I think Willow just always goes on the back line, honestly, unless you need like extra damage to go on these like bristles. But your job as Willow is to kill these like ancient apparitions and these shadow shamans and things like that. She's not necessarily a core hero killer. But Abaddon, I am happy to see him come out. He did lose the Mephitic Shroud facet, which I think made him slightly weaker, but conceptually he still like follows the bristle background from wherever his flex is. Like if he's flex to carry, Abaddon goes offlane. If bristle's flex to offlane, Abaddon goes carry. And this Oracle is a hero that, so I think we saw Yakult Brothers do this combination of Bristle Oracle, but they just had Bristle running in, and then they had this Oracle kind of protecting him, making it so that he doesn't die when he gets targeted. And then they had some kind of like secondary jump, taking advantage of all the chaos Bristle was doing. So it was something like a Pangolier or a Storm Spirit, just something that jumps while Bristle is soaking all the attention.
Well, you said you hate playing Willow into that. Sorry.
I like Storm because I think with the new Oracle changes, you know what rune it is and where it's spawning. You want heroes that are abusing rune, like will abuse runes, so it's either Storm, Puck. Okay, they go for the Puck, which
that was good against all the other rune heroes.
Also prevents the Storm to come out.
What does it do for a potential Morphling?
I think I'm retiring.
It's just going to be a tiny Sheaves. It's Kiyotaka tiny and the Puck. You also have a hero that helps burst the Oracle. It can build like mixed physical damage. I've been bashing Tiny, but it still looks really OP, at least as a mid. I'm not convinced it's good as a carry anymore, but the mid Tiny. I think the Puck's a bit ambitious. I really liked the Oracle pick, and then the Puck.
What about that? What about that Kiyotaka Ricky to come out? He did very great with it.
Against Bristleback?
It's the only hero, okay? That's the only hero that's a problem. It owns Oracle, it owns Shadow Shaman, the AoE silence.
Oh,
none of the heroes.
Sorry,
that's
why
the Toronto Tokyo signature Beastmaster.
The signature tide. I just want to take one step back because you said the Puck was ambitious, but I feel like it's a good Puck game. So why do you think it's?
I just thought it was ambitious because I thought it could be punished by a hero like Tiny that's like good in lane and good in game. That was what I thought they could do there. But then I'm imagining this is probably a Beastmaster off lane, so I thought it was punishable there. We've seen Pucks like in theory be really good if they have a good start, but then they get like snipered or tinied or something. Or Shaker.
I think Puck, when he's playing against supports that have no stuns whatsoever, or like Willow, she does have disable, but it's not really
reliable. To catch Puck, yeah.
Like he just runs amok, and then you pair him up with the Oracle, who's going to bail him out of difficult situations. This looks like a pretty free Puck game, even with the Beastmaster pick. What Beastmaster does is he just gives you the hero to play around. Like you see this Abaddon, if it's going to be run as carry, it hits that early Radiance timing, it pairs up with the Beastmaster who goes Overlord, and then they just take over the entire map. They make it so that Puck doesn't reach the point in the game where he's uncatchable and unkillable.
Is this really a case where like we saw Kunkka get 24 picked last game or last series, and I feel like it's a hero that's usually banned first round right now, where Tiny's a hero that's normally gets first round banned and it's just ignored. I really think Tiny is surprisingly still in the pool. I mean, I am surprised that that hero is still in the pool. They banned the Kiyotaka signature Ricky, the 0-13 or whatever yesterday.
Oh, they banned Void Spirit. Wow. There's a lot of good Puck counters in the pool that Tapioca likes to play.
Tapioca, yep. Takayaki.
I mean, even Monkey King.
Do you think there's anyone that individually addresses it, Mira? Like you feel no longer confident in a good Puck game with any individual hero? Is that just not enough in these type of cases?
I mean, I think the Tiny that you mentioned is probably the best one. Or even things like Templar Assassin, if you want to throw her in mid, but she's like banned in that first phase. Otherwise, it's pretty fine.
That counts. That counts.
Okay, you can stay here, Jenkins.
Oh, God.
Ooh.
Jesus.
Okay, buddy.
Would you miss me?
You know what doing this does is it makes you grateful for what you already have, because we were about to lose it.
Yes. Yeah, I feel very grateful right now. Oh my God.
I was just chilling while you guys were
risking our
betting.
Now you got to do one. This is the highest stakes.
I mentally thought of Oracle, so I won in my head.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair.
Good Shaker call, Mira. You get to keep your career.
No, she predicted the Oracle.
Oh,
because she's an Oracle.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Good one.
Really good one.
Thank you. I'll be here all week because I did predict the Morphlings.
So Earthshaker is the instant catch for Puck because of Echo Slam. You can catch him off guard and kill him. It's also a fine lane, but I don't necessarily believe in its scaling potential versus Paravision's draft. Like I do feel that as the game progresses, the fights will be harder. But for the tempo that Aurora want to bring with their Beastmaster Abaddon, it's going to do the trick.
What would Suns fans say this last pick here is?
Weaver, I should go on! Did you hear me say it before?
He said it, yeah, he said it. You didn't stake your career on it.
I didn't stake my career on that one.
Yeah.
I was literally looking through
Why is this a new
Satanic's.
Weaver game?
I was looking through Satanic's heroes, and I'm like, something that's good against only one stun. Say, oh, Weaver. I just think Weaver. I love Weaver when you have an extra save on your team. He also is really good at connecting to heroes like Bristleback on the map. It feels like until they get Earthshaker, Blink Echo, it's like impossible to gank this guy. I think the safe lane's becoming more and more about having a hero that just kind of plays by itself 1v2 and isn't under duress and doesn't require his supports to play there. It enables the puck, it enables pressuring around the Bristleback. So I think Party Vision, Abaddon into Shaman. Once Shaman gets 15, you can die at any point in the game. We saw that happen multiple times last time Aurora played Abaddon. I'm going to go heavily in favor of Party Vision this game. Like, I really think even though Aurora showed us an awesome side of them in game 1, I think they got owned in game 2 draft, to be honest.
They also just don't really have heroes for the Bristleback that was first pick, right? Like, they're just banking on winning at a high tempo before Paravision gets strong. But, like, if the game progresses, there's not that much damage to take down the Bristleback, which happened even before the Weaver and the puck.
I agree.
I believe in Aurora's ability to win based around the tempo. I think everyone forgets Nature's Prophet with the Treants is good at taking towers still. I know people go 4-4-0, but eventually
at level 12, 13.
At level 13, he's still good at taking towers, okay?
Are you...
they got building hitters this time.
Are you willing to...
Stake my career on it?
Yeah.
Yes. I believe in you,
I'll
Nightfall.
stake my career on the other team, Shiver. It was nice working my last panel with you, Jenkins.
I will be the thing that cancels it out, so I'm staking my career on both of them not staking their careers. Therefore, no
They both keep their career.
They both keep their careers.
Oh, everybody stays, everybody happy. Actually, one team will be a lot less happy after game number 2.
Welcome to game number 2 between Aurora and Paravision. Wow, that's a sick taunt. Holy crap. And shout out to Mrs. Pyrian Flax. Welcome. Pyrian Flax told me he would not talk to me ever again if I did not shout out his wife. But luckily for him, she's a lovely lady.
Yeah,
so she deserves it. As we get into game 2, Cinderman, Aurora, they surprised us. Not that they could take a game off Paravision. That we've seen it before, but in that fashion, I don't know. That seems quite dominant.
Yeah, seeing some major adjustments here, though. 0 repeat heroes on the side of Paravision. They just throw out their entire roster of heroes and run something else, whereas Aurora will repeat the Prophet, and then they will snag away the Willow that Pari played in the last game. So it will be a totally different ball game here. Like the panel talked about, funny to hear an interview with DM last night where he's like, Bristleback is trash, and then they first pick it, so...
Of course. It's all part of the game.
Yeah, it's mind games here, making Aurora, who definitely listened to that interview, put a lot of stock in it against this hero who has 96% pick and ban rate. Of course, it's bad now. I doubt they fell for that. But here we are, game number 2.
Yeah, we get to see a Weaver. It's been a hot minute, especially as position 1.
Love that hero. And he's starting in the off lane.
Oh, very interesting.
Now that is new. Dodging away from the Beastmaster matchup, which isn't even, generally speaking, that bad for Weaver. But maybe you're trying to avoid the Bristle into Abaddon Prophet. Maybe that one's too bad. But this is highly unusual for Paravision to do, to put Satanic in the off lane.
Right. Yeah, we'll see if this works out to their advantage. I mean, Weaver, over the years, has gotten a lot better in lane in terms of harassment, so let's see if they can find something up their sleeve.
Instant lane swap.
Oh, yeah.
Aurora very much so want this.
Oh. Satanic! First blood already? Okay. Well, maybe that's what he wanted. He wanted Toronto Tokyo to come to this lane so that he would have just a moment alone with the support. He truly takes advantage of that. His 9 class running away from Toronto Tokyo. Let's see if Satanic wants to do the old swap again.
I guess they just wanted to, maybe they wanted to brute force Bristle against Beastmaster. Maybe that's just too good of a matchup for Bristle.
Yeah, we'll see. Mira will be using the Shadow Realm as DM. Nice block offs. A lot of damage on Ducalis from the Shadow Realm. The Aphotic Shield not going to explode in the face of Ducalis, so Mira gets away with a sliver of HP. DM not wanting to pursue any further. Toronto Tokyo already really low. The axes onto the Rasta. Sprout finishes the job. Satanic will be left alone again, but very high action so far in this game, especially in this lane.
Mid, a notoriously Shaker-favored matchup. Kiyotaka versus no one on the puck. Should be a gimme for Shaker at this level. You're not going to crush him, but you should win.
And this is the jostling rift facet for no one, so the classic one we've been used to seeing. Toronto Tokyo. Actually, Shikuchi will not hit, but they have the Shackle and the Swarm. And Toronto Tokyo is dead. Satanic with the 2nd kill of the game already on this Weaver. So far, Paravision have really brought it in this game, too.
Did Panto have cooldown on Sprout there? He could have saved him. If he just sprouted him after they killed the last bug, or even while they're killing the bug just to get the heal, and then cut out of the trees. I suppose Toronto Tokyo is playing without a Quelling Blade, so that's a little bit awkward, but he did have a Tango. So perhaps there was some room for improvement there in that situation.
Having to buy a Quelling Blade for the Nature's Prophet on your team.
Yeah.
Honestly, this hero, even though we've been seeing a ton of it, the Nature's Prophet, I don't mind. Feels like it just is interesting to watch global ganks consistently. It's a fun hero outside of the 25 talent, of course. Kiyotaka right now, 21-4 in the mid lane. No one 19-5, so pretty even to start things out.
He still has the same 25 talent, by the way. They just changed the facet. You can still get triple HP and damage on the regular Treant.
As Ducalis gets destroyed, yeah, but I mean, come on.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's not the same. But that's technically true.
Yeah, it is the same talent, and that's what you said. So you were incorrect, and it's important to be correct in this day and age. A lot of people say things incorrectly.
Yeah, that's right.
With bad intentions as well. No one.
You can't blame me. I am American after all. It's 9 class on the run. Gonna get the Shackle off. And Satanic not doing that much damage right now. They will lose the Rasta eventually, but Toronto Tokyo, the damage is starting to stack up for Satanic. Has the Shikuchi again. Toronto Tokyo and Panto going to continue to trade right clicks. He goes over the Shikuchi and another kill for Satanic. Another 1v1 battle here. Satanic versus Panto now. Shikuchi up in 1 second. Panto will survive.
Now, it's a good fight for Panto to take, to be honest. You keep trading resources, but the Weaver will lose a couple of CS in the meantime, and now will need to send some reinforcements out here. He has already got a salve coming in.
It's not often, though, you see a hero get to right-click, AFK right-click, for that was like 30-plus seconds, it feels like. That was insane.
And while that entire fight was going on, of course, the Swarm was just staying on the Hawk. And eventually he was able to kill the Hawk together with Beastmaster as well for a little bit of extra benefit. Yeah. No one is drawing mid. This is really good for Puck. This is highly unusual. You could even, he's actually ahead by 130 gold right now. Not what I would expect at level 5.
No, Kiyotaka loves to keep things interesting though.
He gets level 6 first, but I mean, maybe this matchup has changed a decent amount with this patch, to be fair. It's different now that Slugger isn't the facet. It works in essence the same way, but it is weaker. So maybe that's enough to shift this matchup. I wouldn't think so, but time for 6-minute run. Willow will help Kiyotaka cover top. Let's see if they get lucky. Negative. Of course, Parvision know where it is. So they have Oracle.
And the Shackle's gonna find Kiyotaka in the mid lane. Mira's here for support. It's gonna be a lot of damage. Illusory Orb is more than enough. Panto comes in, try to get the trade. They will, but definitely favoring Paravision here. And now the coil expended from no one. Dark Willow will pop the Fairy Fire. Ducalis is standing his ground, so this will be another trade of sorts, but no one with the double. Will Illusory Orb away, can't fight against Panto with that regen. And the Earn even applied too, so no one.
Yes, Fairy Fire. He could earn him again, or Sprout. No, not gonna reach. Instead,
Good
Panto
attack.
might die now.
Yep, puts down the ward, but he actually could have shackled, but I guess there was an Earthshaker there anyway.
This actually becomes such an interesting mind game when Oracle's in the game, right? Because Paravision will know where the runes are and what they are, and they can therefore they can either choose to send no heroes to the other side, or they can fake it. You know, start making it look like they think that, or they know the rune is top when it's bottom, so you start sending heroes over there where you think the enemy has vision, but then your mid laner knows where it is and just goes to the other side. It's kind of... You saw in that instance, Aurora obviously don't know where it is. They had 3 heroes top, and Paravision just stayed away. They didn't even try to contest, because why bother?
Yeah, that is
It's kind of funny.
I mean, it's too bad we don't see the pings.
Yeah.
On what the rune is going to be, because then we can kind of oversee the operations, Cinderin.
Yeah, it's kind of unfair that the players know which rune's about to spawn and we don't.
I don't like that. Ducalis gonna get some help. Coil comes out onto one. And that's gonna be a dead Dark Willow. Another support trade. Nightfall. Don't think you want to go any further here.
Well, Satanic
Swarm applied. Yeah, Satanic makes his way over. They do get the borrow timeout, the TP. We'll get back to base safely. Satanic. I mean, what a start for him. 3-0 at the moment. And a nice fissure comes out, blocking 9 class. Gets off the shackle. He knows he's dead as no one. Don't think he wants to go any further here. Obviously does not have the ult to work with. Will jaunt away into Panto. It's off the Sprout. He might be in some trouble here. Ducalis makes his way over as well. This is 3 members surrounding him. Let's get the other orb off. Meanwhile, DM. Yeah, that's a tanky boy. I assume this will be a spirit vessel eventually for the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, he's rushing it this game. Against Bristleback, it's good. You are playing against the Purge, though. In Oracle. Generally, Vessel... It was not very popular last patch, first of all, because it wasn't the universal item it is now, but secondly, a lot of heroes that were trending were very fast to get Mantas, BKBs, and stuff, and that should still theoretically be the case. But of course, when those are expended, Weaver, not a hero to generally want to buy Manta. The Bristleback definitely does not want to buy a Dispel except Lotus. And it takes some time to get there, so in that intermediary period, you're very, very strong. DM.
All right, Panto again TPing. 9 classes here to help, but DM super low. Nice Hex into the Shackle with the coil to follow. No one. Gonna clean up the Dark Willow to start things out. Borrow time again from Nightfall, but now he's the one outnumbered. 4 versus 1. Swarm applied, and it's only a matter of time. Satanic can block him off as well. JK, LOL. Eventually does get taken out, though. Satanic with his 4th kill of the game. Super active on this Weaver. Toronto Tokyo, on the other hand, does get some time to catch up in this lane. Used to seeing this hero kind of take off pretty early.
It does feel like the nature of the game is so different for Beastmaster being down here now, though. I think you really want to move. Like, staying bottom, you want to go and use your Roar and open the top tower.
Kiyotaka's fissures have been so annoying. Nice Hex from 9 class, can prevent the Sprout. They were trying to block off 9 class for the, I feel like, 3rd or 4th time this game. All they do is make him take another avenue. As Ducalis uses Fate's Edict, disarming Nightfall for the time being, and actually that'll be enough. Doesn't want to pursue any further. Has the Orb of Corrosion, and Radiance will be the first item of choice. They're not going to have a cancellation, so Toronto Tokyo will get out.
Oh, they're going to dive him. Ducalis. Should just be a matter of time before these...
Nope. Just standing still. That's the best strat that I've found in my pubs as well. just stand there and hope for the best.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He's actually fine.
He's not really gaining much out of this, though, but at least he didn't die.
He's getting some XP, Cinderman.
Yeah, a little bit.
For him, it's a lot. He's a little baby.
This Satanic was able to push bot in the meantime, so you trade it off, and now he's going to gate top.
And there's the TP from Panto. They finally find this pesky Oracle.
Should have stayed in the trees the whole time.
That's true. If he didn't move, he'd still be alive. Learn your lesson, kids. Satanic again making his rotation over, looking for the trade. Mira's dead, so it is just that. And now Panto teleporting away. I love how active Satanic is. This is feels like certain heroes for him. The Ursa the other day is super entertaining to watch.
Yeah, Weaver in particular is just the early active carry, right? It's the one that has the most rotation potential, with Skitter Step in particular. Super high move speed. And you're very eager to get involved. It really benefits your... Because in theory, every carry can just stand and farm, right? But for certain carries, it's just a net negative not to do stuff on the map because you're capable. Just gives you a much bigger chance of winning versus... You would probably have the same net worth if you had just AFK farmed, but this way you're also sabotaging the enemy, at least somewhat. Still ahead of the curve here with 6,000 net worth, minute 12.
Kiyotaka has Blink Dagger. See what they can set up with it. Yeah, no one's smoked right now.
Only level 2 Aftershock, though. This does matter. Against
Waning Rip, but there's the instant echo. Goodbye, no one.
Doesn't matter for that, though.
That was nice. They didn't get baited by the illusion.
It was a big kill. He was 4-0.
And now we find a Serpent Wars from 9 class on top of Toronto Tokyo.
He can't
TP coming in
him,
from
though.
Panto. 9 class will likely die for this. Toronto Tokyo limping away. Panto not even to be traded, so ends up kind of just killing himself. Satanic, you'd be happy with the borrowed time proc. Could actually continue on here, potentially.
TP out.
Yes, he does. He's got that hotkey probably set to 5 different buttons on his keyboard. Just puts his face down and he TPs.
The pattern repeats.
So looks like a Desolator for Satanic. What do you think about that instead of like a Maelstrom?
I mean, it definitely
Synergizes with the goo, I suppose.
Yeah,
extra minus armor.
It is the hardest single target damage item you can buy on Weaver, but you do lose some potential utility versus buying certain other items.
Such as?
You could buy like Diffusal. Sometimes we've seen that purchased for Weaver. Get the slowdown. Could aim for... Yeah, I guess, yeah, like you said, the Maelstrom, of course, is the obvious one. For faster farming and for more mixed damage. I don't know. I think on Weaver it's actually kind of tough to call in a lot of games what the better item is. Because Deso should be better in every situation when you're single target focusing a hero and you really want to fight. But for all the downtime, you would wish you had a Maelstrom, right? So it does indicate that Parvision, and in particular Satanic, has a vision for how this game is meant to be played soon. That he wants to fight a lot. See if they can pull that off. Of course, Weaver loves playing with Oracle. Anyone who can save you. This hero is all about staying, you know, you're relative, historically speaking, you're fragile. It's not so much anymore with talents and the way you itemize. You actually get decently tanky. But this hero has always been about being able to move around the fights but not overplaying. And Oracle helps you a lot in that regard. Yeah. Just when you're... Even when you're about to Shikuchi in, you can just Fate's Edict him with how that works now. So you're not disarming him. Just give him that.
That's true.
Damage block so he can commit in with confidence.
Which begs the question, do you think after the Deso, it looks like he's going to go BKB first before Shard? This is one of the most ridiculous shards in the game. Perhaps with Fate's Edict, not exactly a BKB, but it's close.
I would like to see him buy Shard first.
Yeah.
It also helps with the farming aspect that we just talked about. If you don't have the Maelstrom, then at the very least with Shard, you can really keep up the pace.
Boots of travel for Kiyotaka.
He does love this item.
He does. If you buy it on Storm, you might as well buy it on everyone, I guess. Serpent Ward's placed in the tier 1 mid.
Yeah, this is tough to defend. No one with a shield rune and a haste rune.
Yeah.
Might just let it go.
Yeah, and this tower going down will effectively give no one his blink.
So it's the timing for Toronto Tokyo, though. It has the Drums of Slom available.
They burn through the shield rune.
Tower's gone though. Too little, too late. Nice try on the deny there from Miro with the Shadow Realm. Not going to happen.
And Nightfall in the meantime. Borrow time again. Forced out. 2,000 into his Sacred Relic for the eventual Radiance.
He is?
And that is the big power spike for Aurora. He's not farming as well as we're used to seeing on Knife. I mean, he did start in the off lane, to be fair.
Yeah, there might be, because Toronto Tokyo is obviously doing quite well for himself, but I wonder if they swapped lanes or priorities a little bit too late here. I think ideally you really want to get this Radiance. I think it's more important to get that faster than the Drums of Slom, to be honest. And I also don't know, like, Drums of Slom have been nerfed. How good is this item now?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
On Toronto Tokyo versus going Helm of the Overlord, for example. Or Auras. Like, this is a, in theory, pretty good Crimson Guard
Auras
game.
for Aurora?
Yeah, Auroras.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And we didn't get to talk about this at the panel, I'm sure discussed it, but what are your thoughts on Abaddon being picked after there's a Shadow Shaman being shown? We've seen this 15 talent just like murder Abaddon in general.
I don't love it. I think there has to be a better approach. That doesn't mean you have to think of it in terms of the negative side always, but it's a valid concern.
Get the terrorized time. Oh, yes, he cannot get time lapse off, just stun locked. Mira baiting that out hard. So Satanic, first death of the game. And now Ducalis onto the high ground. Kiyotaka will eventually shortly.
Oh, hello.
There he goes. Ducalis really good at standing next to trees. This time it won't save his life. 50-50. Nightfall. Still has borrowed time. Gonna get Hex for now. We'll pop it. And with that Paravision, we'll reset.
Maybe DM wasn't joking in the interview. Bristleback lowest net worth core in this game. I died.
Huh. That's a weird feeling.
Yeah. A little bit stunned there.
I'd like to know what his total score line for this tournament is.
Yeah, his KDA is ridiculous.
And despite that death, they will go into the pit, and the minus armor on Roche with the Serpent Wards as well is going to help bring him out, or bring him down pretty fast.
Yeah, nice halberd usage into the Fate's Edict, preventing Roche from killing the bug. Kill it that bit faster. Nice little detail there. Yeah, so DM, he's gone for the halberd. Decent against Abaddon, of course, but we'll be going for Pipe second to mitigate some of Shaker's damage and that
moment of truth here, Cinder. A big moment as Echo. Was there an illusion there, or no one just got out in time? That was not expected.
I did not notice, but I did hear the voice line.
Yeah. We caught it on the side of the screen, I think. But
it's the moment of truth.
Will he go for the shard for Satanic now that he has Aegis instead of holding on to it?
Still have...
Yeah, I think he just bought it.
Oh, is it flying out?
He had like 1,300 last I checked, so. All right, that's a pretty ginormous power spike for him. Shikuchi, coming out of it, you will attack every target nearby. Looks like it'll be a trade of tier 1s, mid for top.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This is one of those...
will retreat.
It's such a feels-good shard. Even when you're support, but you generally don't buy it now.
Oh, they have Orchid, but no one. Able to find a good amount of distance away. He gets stunned, though. Gets off the orb just in time. Kiyotaka in the meantime. Oh, the Terrorize actually connects onto 2, but Kiyotaka is super low. A couple more right clicks will suffice from Satanic. Oh, but he gets stunned? No, he does get the time lapse off in time. Finds the Earthshaker. Meanwhile, Ducalis dies to Toronto Tokyo. It's a 2-for-1 to start in favor of Paravision. And Toronto Tokyo able to TP out successfully. So Paravision coming out on top of that fight. They maintain the Aegis as well, and because they're in this area, Tormentor should be theirs.
This is such a great duo for killing the Tormentor. Weaver Bristle, so easy. And Reign of Destiny.
Yes. That's a good one.
Unlocked for
Radiant are scanning.
Ducalis.
I love the visual effects on this shard.
Yes, it's one of the
looks really
most
good.
beautiful spells in the game.
Satanic, not able to find the Nature's Prophet. I feel like they used, I mean, obviously it's the same spell from Warcraft 3, right? Effectively. And it looks very similar to it as well. So.
Wait, which spell is that in Warcraft?
It was what was the original name of Nature's Prophet? Can't remember. Or no, it was the Leshrac guy. Yeah. I forget his name. Was it just Leshrac?
Oh, the ultimate from Keeper of the Grove.
Keeper of the Grove, yes, yes.
Was it called Tranquility?
I don't remember.
Yeah, Tranquility.
But yeah, it's very similar to that. Kiyotaka, Invis. Did he see 9 class? Maybe looking for a higher value target. Ducalis, okay. Picking and choosing. We'll go for the Oracle. Echo Slam used. Goodbye.
Oh.
And unfortunately,
almost a heist.
Panto.
Almost. Yeah, the most unfortunate part about this is that Panto didn't even need to arrive.
Yeah, he was not needed.
He sent his ulti, and that was enough for Kiyotaka.
Maybe he thought he had the other facet, the gold bags. He had to pick up the gold there, you know. Really important.
Yeah, you could easily trick yourself into thinking you would take the bad one instead of the good one.
Why can enemies pick up the gold? Anyway.
Genuinely, there's been like...
I wonder what the win rate of that is in pubs. Like, really curious.
There's been a handful of random things Valve have put in this game in the last 5 years. So I've been like, they have to have been smoking. Like,
oh, yeah.
How does anyone ever come up with this shit?
And they are in Seattle, after all. As Tier 1 being pressured, Serpent Words and the likes. Should be a freebie for Paravision. Still a minute on that Aegis. And still 2 Tier 2s remaining.
Yep.
I don't know if they're going to be able to get another one here. And Satanic, he is approaching the BKB. And it looks like he'll be going for the upgraded Hurricane Pike after the fact.
The upgraded Hurricane Pike.
Okay, upgraded Dragon Lance.
What would an upgraded Hurricane Pike be? How would you make that item better?
Not dispellable.
Okay.
But you have to spend 5,000 gold.
Just for that?
Yeah.
That's very expensive.
Nullifier's really good.
I mean, true, but I think that would be some I am 7 slotted kind of thing.
Yeah.
Satanic will continue to...
He never upgraded to Spirit Vessel. Interesting. I mean, it's back on his list again on Nature's Prophet.
I don't like it now. I liked it when he wanted to rush it, but then he went Orchid because it's so valuable against the Weaver and Oracle, which makes a ton of sense. But now it's going to not be worth it anymore, I think.
Do you think about a Silver Edge for him? It's kind of expensive for a support.
Really expensive.
But it does feel like you need some sort of break eventually for the Bristleback.
I think I'd rather see him go Hex or Solar Crest.
Okay.
Not the best Solar Crest game, but it adds up, having all these things for especially your Abaddon, who seems to be struggling a little bit to find that much teamfight impact.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Raining Rift Silence, Coil as well. Essence Ring, though, to keep him alive. Dodges the Terrorize. Mira's dead. Oh, now the Orchid to follow, though. Panto continuing the pressure. Doesn't have any backup, though, so no one just shrugs it off.
Well, Kiyotaka could find a snack on the way back here if no one goes for the wave.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's going to jaunt this one, surely. Not.
Good call. That's why you paid the big bucks, analyst.
It's not really analysis there, is it? Oh, here he is.
One.
Told you. But who's hunting who?
And he'll TP out. Yeah. Didn't have Coil anyway, of course, but he's pretty much halfway to the BKB for no one. Oh, yeah, he does have Yule, so could have canceled, I suppose. 5K lead for Paravision. They try to extend this to a game 3.
So far, so good. This Weaver is becoming massive. And we've talked a lot about the Weaver, but let's not forget that Puck is a hard carry as well. In modern Dota, late game Puck is sometimes stronger than the position 1 of the game, by far even. And this is a game where Aurora don't have the most stuff against him. The only instance done they have is Echo Slam. And at a high enough level, you're going to be playing around that. And even if you do mess up, you still have an Oracle with a Blink Dagger who can bail you out of trouble. So it's looking very healthy for the Power Vision side.
Serpent wards again.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So even without Aegis, feeling pretty confident to take these objectives. Tier 2 down in the mid lane, and that's the last remaining one for Aurora. And you can see in the next 30 seconds, Roche could spawn double hex into the shackle. Satanic with the rainbow projectiles gets the kill onto Panto. And Daedalus is next, and when he gets Daedalus,
I love watching this hero. It's one of my favorite carries. It's just so much more satisfying to see a hero that's so much about this, like, sneaking around, and it feels more like a risk reward whenever you take fights versus certain other carries where you just press all your buttons and just stand and absolutely smash everyone to pieces with like Terrorblade or whatever. Weaver has always had this charm to him. Take over games.
He had the shield rune. They get through it. Do they have the stun lock? Absolutely deleted.
See ya.
Fissure block off DM. We get Curse Crown as well. They're coming through the gate. So gonna try to get a little surprise tactic here. Toronto Tokyo pretty greedy going for these creeps.
Wow, they went back.
Okay, never mind.
They didn't know he's there.
Greed will not be his downfall today.
Nope.
Kiyotaka, BKB is next for him as well.
This is a pretty even game.
Yeah, it does feel that way.
So, first game was very Aurora favored at this point. This time, definitely feels like a game both teams can win. I'm looking a lot at Satanic to stay ahead here, and with his next item, as you talked about, his damage output will be ridiculous, but he is very much killable. Catch him in Aurora, you catch him in an Echo, and you have some sort of control for the Oracle, and this hero can easily be 100 to 0'd. Weaver does not have the same type of armor like a Terrorblade.
That's where Oracle comes in.
Yep, but if he's control Shannon, like I just said, 30 seconds, or actually not, let's not exaggerate, 10 seconds ago.
Cinderin.
But Oracle will come in.
There's an Oracle in the game.
True. He's 0-7 though, and is getting targeted a lot.
He'll be fine.
In the fights.
Okay.
But
he's got Blink Dagger, Cinder, and there's an Oracle.
Yeah. Be an interesting cast if we forget what we said all the time, wouldn't it?
Well, give it a few years. I don't need that many more years, man, to get to that point. All right, Panto and company, they want to try to contest this Roche. The Orchid applied to Mr. Satanic. He's just going to shrug it off. He's going to continue on. His Nightfall going into the pit as well. Who's going to grab the Aegis? Who has the quickest fingers? It's Nightfall. He gets the Roche. He gets the Aegis. He gets away with everything. Now on the run, trying to kill these bugs. Still has a second life anyway, as Mira deleted by Satanic. Meanwhile, Ducal is chased down by Toronto Tokyo, so 1 for 1 there. They want to burn at least the ult for Nightfall. They get that, as Toronto Tokyo was controlling 9 class. And Satanic is continuing to just right-click everybody within range. Toronto Tokyo next on his list. He is dead. As Panto, my goodness, had a full HP bar just a moment ago, but Satanic puts an end to his life. So an incredible steal from Nightfall, but it's going to cost them pretty much everybody on their team.
Where'd Kiyotaka go?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Where did Kiyotaka go? Like, what happened in that fight? I don't understand where the Shaker went.
He doesn't. He still has Echo.
He has everything. Like, there was such an insane steal from the Abaddon. He gets away with the kill and the Aegis.
Well,
they only retain
he's in Fountain. I think that's where he went.
Oh, he went back to base now.
Yeah, that's right.
That makes sense.
The Kiyotaka special.
Yeah, I'm not flaming him. I just don't understand. I didn't know.
Why do you like flaming people?
Yeah, that's right. I'm very biased caster, as we've established yesterday.
Yeah. Why do you hate everybody?
I don't know, man. It's just something about them. Okay, let's see this replay. Where is he? So he's off to the left.
Yeah.
And this fight is extending.
Yeah, and there's still Aegis.
So
there he is.
Nightfall leaves.
All right, teleporting.
Okay, I mean, this was the tail end of the fight. What happened before? I don't know. Anyway, he TP'd bottom and got killed. I just didn't see in the heat of the moment where the Shaker was, but that was such an elongated fight that felt like with an Aegis skill you had a chance.
Well,
but
Roche banner, they did pick that up, apparently. And the Serpent Wars play, so this tier 3 in peril. Dark Will able to get off the ult. Nightfall focusing everything on Noah. The False Promise is going to keep him alive. The right clicks continue from Satanic, and they get the ult off of Nightfall. They'll go back away and try to reset DM inside of this Sprout. Getting off the goos over and over and over. Serpent Ward's continuing to do a lot, along with the Roche banner. Can't underestimate that. They get the range barracks. Will they be able to get more, though? Paravision, without the false promise. They still have time lapse, but not going to take any chances. Very annoying to deal with this Abaddon, who has that Aegis intact.
Yeah, Shaman's not 15 yet, so
yeah,
can't just kill him during the Hex, but that will arrive eventually, that level 15 upgrade. And props to Paravision for identifying that that was a fight they could absolutely take in spite of having the Aegis stolen. Satanic just ruthless. Just goes from one target to the next. If he's not getting stopped by the Shaker, he's not getting stopped by anyone.
Yotaka showing himself. Satanic will take advantage. Oh my goodness!
Well,
he pops the BKB but dies anyway. Satanic is just too strong. Yotaka 1 and 4 right now on the Earthshaker.
Such a good read to find him there. How did he know he was going to be there? That's the most impressive part about this for me. I mean, obviously the execution itself is not hard. You're just shikuchiing through him and killing him in 4 hits, but the presence of mind to be waiting there in that tree line at that time. Beautiful stuff. And this could cement the mid lane. You're not going to fight this without your Shaker, surely. Well, they are smoked.
Yes, they are. Doesn't have buyback as Ducalis. He's going to be the one that
that's a good terrorize, actually.
Terrorize onto a couple of heroes. Nightfall. Well, he's going to burn the ult again. Will be able to get the double kill, though. And the question is, do they stay? Paravision, they've lost both supports.
So he's in on the Weaver, just insta-dies. Like, what did you expect?
Yeah, they can easily get this barracks, and they're going to burn the Aegis as well. Toronto Tokyo ready to come from the sideline. The Waning Rift and the coil used on him. Toronto Tokyo looking for the roar target, pops the BKB. Satanic just shikuchis away. Couple casual right clicks. Toronto Tokyo dead before the ult can come out. And no ultimate available for Nightfall, so he drops to the deck. Buyback from Panto as well. And Paravision, they get their 2 supports back very shortly. They can stay 70 seconds of no position 1, 50 seconds without their offlaner.
Satanic is playing with the man. The way he outranged the roar there.
16 and 1 on this Weaver.
He let them almost roar him, and then he pikes away. All he needs to account for is their blink daggers. As long as they're unavailable, he can keep kiting them forever. Back bottom we go. This is easily the second lane.
Yes, this will not be contested, surely. They're smoked. Kiyotaka looking for...
Oh, Fissure cancel on the TP.
All right. That's something, I guess.
Oh, thought maybe they were going to turn this into something, as Shadow Shaman almost dead to creeps, but not quite. 9 class will live. That's it. They got nothing.
I'm surprised they didn't get more than that. I'm really surprised.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, Shadow Shaman, I was expecting to look at the level and say he's now level 50, still 13. Really needs to get that 15 here soon.
All eyes on Satanic in this next fight. He has an amp damage when bottled. He could one-shot combo the Shaker. He has 10 armor. 2 crits would do it.
They really want to play it safe. You wait 2 minutes. Maybe Roche will spawn at that point.
This is also big in 10 seconds. 9 class will get the Wisdom Shrine. That'll be his 15. He's in the position already. He knows how important this is. And Uncontested will receive his upgraded break on the Hex. One of the best talents in the entire game. I will make a bold prediction now and say that will not last until the end of the year.
You think so?
Yeah, I think this is getting changed.
I don't mind it.
I think there's, you know, you can buff the hero in some way to compensate if necessary or whatever. It's just so fundamentally crazy to get this for free. Like, this is an ability, if you think about it, the ability to break enemies is something you pay thousands of gold for.
Yeah.
And you have a hero that gets it for free, and he's already good, right? It's just such an incredible benefit.
I mean, Aurora picked Abaddon knowing this, though.
Of course. I'm not...
I personally don't think it's a problem.
I think this is overpowered. I really do.
You can play around it. You can draft against it.
True. Just don't pick any hero with any passive.
Well, ban Rasta then, if it's that powerful. He's not getting banned.
He's getting banned a decent amount, you know?
He's in every game.
That's not true. He was banned 1 or 2 games today already, I think.
Yeah, out of 1,000 that's been played.
Okay. Take it easy there.
17K lead for Paravision, trying to get this to a game 3, and it's looking pretty good at the moment. Satanic having one of those performances that he has every other game, it feels like. And for Aurora, they just have to have, I mean, obviously the Earthshaker is their big team fight, but they don't really have a ton of like burst damage on top of it. No like true wombo combo.
Yeah.
All the stars are going to have to align here for Aurora to be able to get themselves out of this one.
In theory, Beastmaster plus Shaker do so much damage, but the problem is they're playing against heroes that are hard to catch to begin with, and even when you do, there's an Oracle. This is such a really specific subset of things that need to happen in order for you to kill a Weaver or kill a Puck now. It's only getting worse. Eventually, down the stretch here, Paravision will start considering Lincoln Spheres or Eon Discs. And then it will be a lot harder. Weaver, for the time being, will be looking at a Butterfly. Obviously, Satanic's previous nickname. He is not really too creative with his nicknames, just picks an item from Dota and likes another item from Dota.
Nothing wrong with that.
Next year, he'll be called Rapier. Or, I don't think Scythe of Vice rolls off the tongue very well.
Well, there's already Sheepstick, so...
Yeah.
You know. Scotty's pretty good. I would like Scotty.
Scotty's a decent nickname, yeah. You know Scotty is a Norse god, right? From Norse mythology.
That is cool.
I think it's the goddess of frost, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, which would make sense for I have Scotty. I'm gonna look that up for you right now, Shannon.
Thank you.
Scotty is the goddess of the wilderness, who hunts in the mountains on her skis. Her father is the giant Tiazi. She became accepted by the gods of Asgard when she married the sea god Njord.
Oh, wow.
There's a little bit of trivia for you next time you play Trivial Pursuit. I know your favorite game of all time.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Of course, after Counter-Strike 2, which is your...
Yep. I'm also a big fan of Secret Hitler, though, so I don't think you can help with that one.
Do you want me to Google that one, too?
Sure.
No. We're good.
And the pit, can they contest? No, not this time. Actually get a boar in there. Oh, he popped the wait, what? Wait, what?
Misclick?
I guess so. He wasted the refresher shard.
He got so excited.
Paravision, they're smoked. They want to fight despite not having the Aegis. Mira leading the way. Ducalis, he's going to pop the smoke as Satanic. Yeah, that's a good pickoff. Oracle dead. Nightfall, can take a couple right clicks. Satanic
that's a good terrorize, too.
He gets terrorized. They have the fear. Echo Slam to follow, but the shackle to stop the combo. And Satanic pops his namesake, gets back to full HP, and now can just destroy Kiyotaka.
Die back on the Oracle.
That is a dead Earthshaker. Yeah, the double death. Looks like Toronto Tokyo will Nightfall away.
Yeah, I think all-inning Weaver is just not a possibility when he has Aegis. I understand the play without it, but when the Aegis is online, it's just not going to happen. Even if you kill him once there, so what?
Yeah, then you're out of steam already.
You got to focus on the rest of the team. You got to try to kite the Weaver around, as crazy as that sounds. You have a lot of Ghost Scepters, and he doesn't have a Nullifier, so you can buy some time at the very least against Satanic. And yeah, it doesn't seem too phased by the Oracle being death once more. Straight to the high ground we go.
This will be Mega Creeps in all likelihood. Earthshaker. Kiyotaka doesn't have... he does have buyback, but does not have his ult for another 50 seconds.
Nice little detail there from DM using your favorite neutral item, Outworld Staff.
Oh, I didn't
to dodge the stun of the crown, Cursed Crown.
Okay, good. And they're going to go on top of the Abaddon. The Hex comes out, and that means he cannot get borrowed time off because of that 15 talent. And that should do it. GG's called. We're going to a game 3. Paravision. Very impressive.
That's such
Satanic,
an awesome,
even more impressive.
Such an awesome last pick.
I'm interested still to understand why they did the lane swap. I'm still assuming it's just to get the Bristle back against Beastmaster lane matchup, that they really want that one in particular. But either way, when the lanes got swapped back and forth a little bit, it seemed like it was just benefiting Paravision regardless. They have some really clear performances. 21 kills on the side of Aurora, 18 of them were on the supports. So, no, a lot of deaths that they did manage to
0 and
force out.
18 combined. And they won.
Yep. DM has 0 deaths, Satanic has 1, and no one has the 2. And everybody else was absorbing all the aggression around the map, which is a great scoreline to have. This is, you know, elite level support play when you are the ones dying for your cores all game. It means you're breaking smokes. It means you're making yourself the primary target, or that you are commanding enough to be targeted because you have a save, which is the case for both supports. Your Shaman with the defensive Hex and Shackles to protect, and the Oracle with Fate's Edict and the ult. So, nice game from Paravision.
Satanic 19-1 performance, Shiva. Pretty impressive.
Impressive, but you know, it's more impressive to not die at all, like the Bristleback. But I guess that maybe the hero also is less prone to dying. Paravision take game 2. We're going to a third game. This game was a lot more convincing from their end. I know, Effie, from the get-go, you already were a big fan of Paravision's Oracle draft.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like Paravision did a great job within their draft, like creating problems that you have to address. One with that first pick Bristleback, which they then covered by picking a Shaman of their own, into like, okay, so they're telling Aurora, solve our Bristleback, get anything, or like out-tempo him, but then they throw a Puck into the mix. So like, okay, you're trying to draft for damage and a way to play against Bristleback, but now you've done that, but we're gonna pick Puck and you have no stuns because you drafted against our Bristleback. They threw them in like this weird little conundrum, and from the drafting stage itself, that was beautiful, but the way Paravision played, I feel like the draft kind of played itself. I don't know if you'd agree, Brian, but we were just talking about how to Aurora win. They just simply have no stuns.
Yeah, I mean, I think it requires an insanely high understanding of the heroes that they're working with, so it played itself because you don't end up with this draft unless you know exactly why it's good. So that's why when I saw it, it's so easy after I see the whole thing come together after the 10 picks. I'm like, wow, that just looks really good. The reason why it's so high level is, first off, they know that the Dispel heroes in the safe lane are the best against Bristle, so they plan for the Abaddon preemptively with the Shaman. They pick it anyways. They've already banned Omni Knight first round, so I think
they've done that before, by the way, and it just doesn't work.
Yeah, so then, on top of that, they know that the laning stage for Bristle sucks against Abaddon, but it's good against Beastmaster, and then they pick a carry left in the pool that poses more issues. Like, it's good in the game because you have limited lockdown, and it also can be played in the offlane because it's survivable, the Weaver, and it matches up well against Abaddon. And then the thing about Abaddon when it's farming that Radiance is it normally creates some sort of dead zone for the opponent. They walk up, they get slowed, they're annoyed, Abaddon pushes you away. He isn't farming very fast, but he's controlling the map. Instead, you see Satanic. If you watch his player perspective back from the first 15 minutes while Abaddon's working on his Radiance, he made his Nightfall like ult TP like 3 or 4 times.
Oh, that was so
And it's
miserable.
such a big deal in these type of games when it comes to the efficiency that they're getting. So yeah, it just felt like they not only had a really cohesive draft, but every single portion of the game, the lanes, the mid-game farming, the late game, it just all felt accounted for, and that's the type of draft we'll get from
where at least there were like a few problems that were unaddressed. I completely agree. I think like the Oracle was a really interesting pick here too, because, you know, talking about like the lack of disable, let's say they use everything to try to go on the Weaver, who they don't have enough stuns for, or the Puck, who they don't have enough stuns for. The Oracle saves. If they use everything on the backline Oracle, which we saw quite a few times in that game, then you have like Satanic, who's left, that has, well, Satanic, and then Aegis, and then he doesn't even use time-lapse. Like, he's got literally 3 lives because everything else was used on the backline support. So, yeah, I mean, it's easy. I guess it's easy to look at the draft and be like, this was really hard to execute, especially when there's a Nature's Prophet, because I feel like this is what he looks like when he's behind.
Exactly, Jenkins. That is exactly the point that I would like to show you in this highlight, that there were too many priority targets with too little disable. So the issue is, at some point, Aurora, they decided to like try to be proactive in this point of the game, and they stopped. So basically, with the Orchid timing, they go on this puck. Kiyotaka throws the Fisher out. He's like, okay, we have to do anything. We silence the puck. This is our window. They chase down this puck. He got away with low HP. And then because you're using everything on the puck, Weaver is just going crazy. Titanic's just beating everyone up. The Swarm is doing work. His right clicks are doing work. And you don't even get the puck at the very end. I also want to note that Toronto Tokyo was a little bit late to this fight, to this play that they made. And this kind of just highlights all the problems that was going on within Aurora's draft. The one target that they decide to go on, if they don't throw everything on it at the same time, it gets way too hard to fight. They're taking way too many losses. And after that, they actually did not take a team fight up until the Roche fight, where Nightfall walked in and took Aegis. But they kind of gave up on fighting entirely after that.
Even with the Aegis, what could they do? Not much.
It's like useless hero gets Aegis. Who gives a shit, to be honest?
I mean, early to mid game when the Earthshaker got his Blink Dagger, there were twice that Oracle was sitting behind a core and it still got blown up before the Oracle could press spells. I think it was Puck mid first and then Weaver top. Those are some 2 pivotal kills that I think were even, I would say I wasn't expecting them to be able to get those type of kills. So I would almost argue that game went better for Aurora. Like, they executed pretty well given everything that happened and what we've been talking about.
Well, at least one of those times, I think Oracle wasn't level 6 yet. So that.
But he could have pushed the Face Edict.
Sure. It wasn't really in range.
But that's the point, is they killed him so fast, even though Oracle's right there.
Yes.
So it showed potential.
It did show potential. I think the important thing is for Aurora, what we should be talking about is how are they gonna come back from this? Because the way we're talking about it, it feels like Aurora didn't have a lot of options within the draft and within the game to make a lot of moves and to actually be the team to come out on top of these engagements if the game went long. How did they recover from this, Jenkins? What did they learn from this game too?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm not a big believer in Abaddon right now. That game really showed it, where if you can't hit creeps in a lane, how do you farm now? Before the Radiance. You don't have the Mephitic Shield anymore where you can do AoE damage. I feel like that helped his farming. It was just so slow and pathetic from Nightfall. And I feel like, especially considering how in other games he's been Battle Fury Ursa and Giga Fat, he's going to feel that one and be like, maybe this hero is just not what it used to be when he had the Mephitic Shield. Because he was just so underfarmed.
And I can still see situations where you'd want to pick Abaddon versus Bristleback. I think for them, looking at this draft, they're just going to say, well, we saw the first pick Bristleback. We kind of lukewarm solved that. We picked an Abaddon, but we didn't pick a support that actually helps with the Bristleback. And then the puck comes out on 17, and they're like, let's try to solve this. And they lukewarm solved that. So the issue of lack of disable and the Bristleback existing in Paravision's draft, Aurora had half answers to. I think they need to commit to one solution to either of the problems and just play off of that instead of 2 half solutions that didn't do anything in the end, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's just not going to be good enough, right? Against Paravision.
It is not. Although they had one great solution to the Bristleback in game number 1, of course. They banned it, Brian. That's a great
That is a fantastic solution.
They must have
that might be
watched
the most all-encompassing. Yes.
That's why they didn't ban. They're like, he doesn't.
Yeah.
He's not going to pick Bristol.
He said in an interview that is bad. They would never.
He wouldn't lie.
I actually think what happened was that they overheard Jenkins betting his career on their win, and they decided that they would troll him because they Aurora players. They like to troll Jenkins. Pretty sure.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Actually does.
There is some kind
Nightfall leaves trash in the trash room at my apartment.
You do not know. This is Nightfall.
It's him. Everybody else is a normal human. It's got to be a Dota player. He leaves trash. There's a chute. Put the trash in the chute. Nightfall. Please. It smells. It stinks pizza all the time. That's it. That's all I have.
Okay. I'm just wondering if there was anything more coming. There is more coming in the Dota front, though, because game number 3 coming your way after a break.
She's driving me crazy, and I'm out of my mind. But you don't go messing around with a girl like that. A girl like that. You know she's gonna take your heart, and you're never gonna get it back. So don't go messing with a girl like that. Turned on the dime when I saw you walking by. Something about you caught my eye, yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. Ooh, so you wanna be alone for a minute? Come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. I wanna know, can I spend the night? Well, I had my eyes on you for a little while now, but you never noticed 'cause you had a man. Ooh, yeah, and it's plain to see how bad I want you, girl. Trying to be much more than friends, hey. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Come on, tell me what's on your mind. Tell me, baby. I wanna know what makes you happy. Wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night? Wanna know what makes you happy. Wanna know what makes you. Wanna know, can I make you mine? Make you mine. I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night? Spend the night.
Now I got worries pounding in my chest. It's so hard to sleep, baby. I can't get.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time ever on stage, the Porkchop Pandas. 4 times? 4 pandas? Excuse me. This is a luxury and a treat.
Welcome back, Bob.
Welcome back, Bob.
It's
He
the
doesn't have a
Brewmaster
microphone.
patch. Is he the Void Panda?
He's the Void Panda.
Ah.
Yeah,
nice.
that's why he shifts in and out of reality.
Of course.
In the dimension.
Very good.
This is how that,
We
how
get a
that works.
Brewmaster
Very
game.
cool.
That'd be
Bob
hype.
is back in meta, just like Void Spirit is back in meta. The Void
he
was
was
out of
waiting
meta
for
for
And
a while.
Brewmaster's win rate went up by 3%
Since when?
since the patch.
Wow.
It's all because of Bob.
The stars align. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Bob. The stars have aligned, our pandas have aligned. Let's see if Aurora has aligned on how to deal with the top in the group in Paravision. Because Paravision, they're doing quite hot. They are 4-0 right now, looking pretty good to make it to the final weekend. Aurora, they're 2-2. They could do a little bit better because there's actually going to be quite the tight battle for all the teams that are 2-2 in the groups right now. So if Aurora can get a little edge, and especially potentially over Paravision, that would be quite good for them. But it is a little bit of an uphill battle. Game 1 that they won was only won, Effie, because they did not make mistakes, which is pretty rare for Aurora. How do you feel like they're going to do this time around?
I think that they have potential. Like every day that we've seen them at this DreamLeague, they've just been better than the day before. And even the tournament that they played before this one at Blast, they had looked like they learned a lot through that. And I think about Aurora, people forget that there are 2 TI winners on this team. Like,
and 3 future TI winners.
You're calling it. You have to take it from here.
Okay, I will retire if they don't win a TI this year.
This
Aurora
year?
does not win to this year's TI.
What are you retiring from?
Life. No, I can't say that. In Minecraft. In Minecraft. I meant my life as a Dota analyst. I will become a host instead.
Oh, no.
He's coming for your job.
Cheever.
You're actually worried? Why would you be worried? Do you think I'm good at that?
Well, I could always be an analyst, so that's good. Let's talk about what is going to be on our screens, as we do have another Darkseer opener on the side of Paravision, this time around with the Ursa band as we theory crafted.
But no Oracle ban.
But no Oracle ban. And no Tiny ban.
I was calling for the Tiny last game.
Yeah, but they do it this game.
But it was good against Puck.
But is it good against Darkseer?
Yes.
I mean, I guess Nightfall, he can BKB away from Darkseer. The one team that picks this hero carry still, I don't like a carry. Do you like a carry, Mira? What have you been seeing on your night shifts?
I think we've seen it mid mostly on the night shift. It's fine. I'm not super impressed by it, but versus Darkseer, it's always been one of the solutions to him on lane. Like, you out damage him, you out CS him, you're not going to get dove. Like, you can fight back quite easily.
You outrange the Ion Shell.
Yeah, and you can kill him. So, Tiny's a good solution. As the game progresses, though, you know what I want to see? Just because I don't believe in Tiny that much anymore, I want to see scaling from Kiyotaka on the mid. So, like, not something like a Pango.
Like
or
a
maybe
Lina,
something like a
maybe.
Lina or a Storm. Then I would have more faith in the Tiny because he's not the sole responsibility for scaling.
Yeah. Kiyotaka definitely scales very well on Storm. He will go Boots of Travel Nullifier. And Nullifier is very good against the Darkseer.
Lina is one of his better heroes.
Has he played it yet?
He has not. I'm surprised to see that he has not tried the Lina yet. Because it feels like other teams are respecting it quite a lot, even if they're not picking it. They're
He
banning
did play OD yesterday, which looked really good. That's like another scaling-esque mid laner that I think is pretty good against Darkseer. So
Yeah.
maybe that could work.
Would be very cool to see. But they have to keep their draft open for now. I don't think they can bust out the Lina after having this Tiny, unless they're willing to flex the Tiny to Mira 4. I don't see like a Lina pick here being very good. And they just go for Nature's Prophet support.
Does this mean they just don't play Oracle? I feel like Oracle's so good against Darkseer. And it is a specialty hero. Like, it's not a hero that you just... It's new in the patch. I feel like Jakiro, for instance. You could play like 5-10 games of Jakiro on a new patch and feel pretty comfortable on it. If you're not an Oracle specialist, we saw Ducalis was like master tier Dota buff, or Dota plus. They're leaving it wide open. I guess they're calling Aurora's bluff that they're not going to pick it, right?
There's no way that they don't play it. This feels like a Panto hero through and through, and Kiyotaka plays like all rune enjoyers. So maybe they're picking Natures because they want to put Mira on Natures, and they think that they can eventually get Oracle anyway.
My take on that is like you don't need to play Oracle versus Darkseer. Like that's not necessary. You have a carry that already does well on lane versus Darkseer, and then you have the sustain coming out of Nature's Prophet, keeping him healthy. So that should be fine. I'm so glad the CK came out. It's only been Bedboom that have treated us to this, but we did mention it earlier. This is one of the new cool flexes that people are doing. People are playing on that facet that splits your Chaos Bolt in two. I don't know the name of it, but it looks really good. It gives you gap close on lane, and it dives towers, which is the coolest thing that it does. So you combine it with Darkseer, that's a lot of dive potential.
Well, also, they sometimes take the irrationality facet, which is the one that makes your W sometimes a silence break or disarm. If the breaks are impactful, that's what Save said. So, like, so far looking at this game, that's probably not why they're not going to take that facet. But the point is that I think heroes that have multiple facets, where you have like one that's by default and then another one that gives you a mechanic that's useful in the game.
It counters it.
It just makes the hero more flexible and more useful in your draft, right?
Yeah.
And Paravision take Oracle for themselves, so they have the really nice pairing of like a melee support that stuns and then a backline support that's just gonna hide and try to save people.
Yep, and then this leaves open all the carries that you were talking about, Brian, way earlier on your segment, which is like any satanic, and I don't mean the player, but any satanic buying hero or hero that just really enjoys having a second life, you can now pick. I mean, we saw the potency of it with Weaver, just guaranteeing that he gets the time lapse off. Terrorblade, same thing, guarantee you get the
I think
sucker.
Sven is highly underrated. I'm thinking potentially Monkey King as well. Like, these are the type of carries where if you try to burst them, which you want to, and they want to hold on to their like single defensive item, you take them down to 200 HP, Oracle ults them, like you said, they have a second life effectively. It makes playing those heroes like so much easier in fights. You get to be much more patient with your button pressing, and then you also like the early mid-game dispels that these heroes lack against like Orchids or Witchblades or Roots. Oracle solves that problem really nicely.
Yeah, you can also just play Terrorblade. Like, you're safe, your draft looks solid, and you have a great core matchup against Tiny, and that's the Satanic specialty, more so than a Sven.
That would be very, I mean, that's his #1 hero. That'd be, I guess I was wishful thinking, Mira.
But it's cool. I mean, I think Oracle plus Sven is a great combo. Like, we saw Yakult Brothers play it yesterday, too, to great success.
It goes well with Dark Heroes also. But Terrorblade's probably the better hero according to most of these teams. Okay, wait. I'm liking Monkey King now. They went for the signature Toronto-Tokyo Tide.
Yeah.
I feel like you have to give that credit where it's due.
Respect it.
Respect it, for sure. And you already have the Ursa band out. All these passive heroes, the ones with aggressive passives, usually lane really well against Tide.
This side is cool because they're thinking about the Terrorblade, obviously, so they want an offlaner that would be able to lane against it if it came out, but they're also respecting the possibility of the Chaos Knight flex to carry, which then Tidehunter also addresses. And the Shadow Demon, again, they won against Terrorblade with Tide and Shadow Demon, so at this point they're saying, we're countering it. Are you going to play it anyway? Or are you going to go for something
This
else?
also makes the Monkey King a little rough too, right? Because if you purge Monkey King, you can't build up Jingu stacks.
Very true.
And also, SD against Oracle is great because although you can save from SD with the Oracle ult, you're constantly purging his heals with that. So whoever gets saved is not really saved anymore.
What about a hero like Alchemist? Like, I'm just thinking of Oracle classics, you know? These like high sustain carries. Has like an AoE stun like Sven. I guess I would be shocked if they still go TB. This is the most preemptive TB counters ever. And in Parivision, I feel like based on their second game draft, they're better at drafting than that, is just how I feel about this. They have more aces up their sleeve. They pose a threat. You address it. They pick something else. Maybe I'm giving them too much credit.
I mean, you could just go Weaver again.
You could also just go Storm.
I feel like Weaver, there's very little disable for him. I mean, Tiny, but you do well against Tide in lane. The supports have no disables between them. You can easily leave it alone against Tide.
Yeah, I guess, like, last game, Weaver matches up way better against Tiny than he matches up against Abaddon. Or, sorry, Tiny matches up way better against Weaver than Abaddon does.
That's true.
Looks like they're thinking long and hard about this pick. Could be a #1 hero as well.
I mean, this one might sound kind of awkward, but like Satanic did run Draw Ranger yesterday. He did have an Undying, so it was a bit different, but it was a hero that gave them significant amounts of damage to burst through tanky heroes. And there doesn't seem to be a lot of backline jump on Aurora. Like, there's going to be the Blink Tidehunter later and the Tiny later. I'm just going to go for the Kunkka. Stable, you can lane it against Tide if you need to. You can run this mid if you need to. It's open.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps we were overthinking a little bit the like Oracle combo that was necessary. I mean, I like what you said. You can run it mid as well, so there's no guarantee. Like, I think we've actually seen Kunkka does pretty well against Tiny in lane now because Tiny has no armor. Like, that can be a really good matchup once you know that it is a Tiny mid.
Do they ever pick something like Monkey King and then
flex it? That's what I was thinking, because they don't have last pick, right? So
well, they're probably not picking Monkey King if they ban Ember. That's more signaling it's a mid Kunkka, right? I guess they also lack disables, so they're probably going to ban the Spirit Heroes.
I think Kunkka would just, Ember would just be great too for like running at this Oracle. They had the issue of Kiyotaka not being able to threaten the Oracle very much last game.
That's true.
Actually, that gap close issue that I mentioned is, you do need some Spirit Hero, like the Ember Spirit, Void Spirit, Storm Spirit archetype. That is very necessary.
I think, well, I'll just pose this as a question. Do you guys think that Aurora currently has damage issues in like maybe 15-minute mark?
For sure, because we don't see the mid hero yet. You know Tiny's gonna farm, and then Furion, Tide, and Shadow Demon, like they need a big oomph and punch coming out of Aurora.
Yeah.
And Shiva, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but the damage issue department, Tiny does attack 7% slower than he did last patch.
Really?
Yes, with that nerf.
But how can he still be good?
But at least he has long attack range.
Yeah, but they actually nerfed that by 50. They nerfed it by 50, Shiva.
You really feel strongly about this.
Yeah, Shiva has been talking about it.
Yeah, it's been only me. This is
You've
true.
been constantly talking about
me talking about time. Sorry.
Oh, they banned the Monkey King themselves.
Hey, there you
Perfect.
Oh, accidental.
That's really looking like a mid Kunkka. Unless they have another melee hero they're
Yeah.
planning to pick.
And I think for Aurora, like probably it needs to be something that can get in the brunt of the fight, zone Oracle, and do a lot of damage. So for me, those heroes are like Timber Saw and Void Spirit that are remaining. Now that Storm is out, Puck is out, Ember is
Oh
out.
my god.
Oh, did they just do the Terrorblade anyway? Cool.
Yeah. Sunspan is disappointed. I can hear him already. Into
There's
a
a
Shadow
Terrorblade.
Demon Tide. Like they preemptively countered it and they still picked it, Sunspan. How do you
Wait a
feel?
minute. Wait. Hold on a second.
Hold on.
CK carry, Terrorblade 4 position, Paravision, 9 class.
I don't think
Isn't
so.
CK like equally bad versus Tide?
Yes, it is. This is
I
just
don't
hot
think so.
water. This is hot water that he has. Why does it?
So the Terrorblade
Why does it smell
carry
like soft
shoes.
hand?
The Terrorblade carry.
We were talking about them looking at it as, in terms of core to core matchup versus Tiny. It's going to scale incredibly well, so that's fine. They do have solutions for it within their draft. But this time around, because you're playing with a Kunkka and because you're playing with an Oracle, you're going to have a lot of defensive capabilities where it's not going to be as hard as game one.
Yeah, I called OD. I called OD at the very start of this draft, not because I'm like a Oracle, like Ducalis is going to be. I was thinking Ponto, but that's what I'm wearing. That was Jenkins' joke in the background. Sorry, guys. But I think the OD is like really set up to solve all of their damage problems, and it enables Nightfall to not have to like solo carry this game. I think this is the perfect pick. I'm going with Aurora, betting my career on it, Jenkins. That's it.
I don't like the OD that much.
He's not betting his career on it.
Are you looking at me? He's making me laugh. I don't even know
You
what
can
he
only
said.
do that once per day. Sorry.
I really believe in the OD as
yeah.
well. I mean, he's such a great caster. But the Outworld Devourer pick as well, against Oracle, it's excellent. You can use your Imprison on somebody who gets Oracle ulted, and a lot of the time this is enough to like delay and just kill them after. There's no solution for him. He does a shitload of pure damage right now and magic damage that all of Paravision don't like. It's Kiyotaka OD, come on!
That's the thing, you don't know what you're gonna get from Kiyotaka. Like, there are 3 illusion heroes on Paravision, which is really nice for OD. Like, he deals with all of the illusions. But the thing about OD, Sheeves, if he dies once or twice, he's a useless OD running around the map. So it really depends on perfect execution.
Yeah.
Again.
Sounds like his living might be hard, but for us Dota fans and us viewers out here, it's Dota time, and living is easy.
to game 3. Suns fan here with Cinderin. Aurora versus Paravision. This is going to be a hype final game for this series. We just got out of an elongated pause, of course, which I have nothing, actually. I was going to make a joke, and nothing came.
Yeah, I have nothing against it, because we just get
that
to listen
good.
to more music.
That was good.
You know?
I was very relaxed, enjoying the vibes.
Yeah.
Here at DreamLeague, of course.
It just does something extra to have that fourth person as well. You know, it adds a little bit of more depth to have another instrument.
Yeah, we need to get Piri and Flax on as the trio. Then we can get Slacks as the fourth, and then we're truly complete.
Yeah, I think we need Ted to play the triangle. He will be.
And then Slacks on the xylophone, of course.
Mm.
Or actually, he has the mouth trumpet, I believe.
I think Flax on vocals.
No. Veto.
Slacks on cowbell.
Okay. Those can get pretty loud, though. So Kiyotaka is playing the Outworld Devourer.
Destroyer. Yep, they renamed it again.
Who cares? OD against Terrorblade, so historically, pure damage, obviously, very good against the hero.
The battle begins.
And we have a CK, so 9 class playing support CK. That should be interesting. And the one hero I want to talk about briefly is actually the Shadow Demon from Mira. He goes for the Shadow Servant facet.
Yeah.
Creates illusions of heroes that die near him. And for near means 1,500 radius.
Yeah,
that's
quite
large.
He wants a Terrorblade illusion whenever they kill TP. He wants
CK is not bad either.
Yeah. Well, it's a support, so less good.
Still, it is 9 class playing. He'll get farmed. Your thoughts on everything we just talked about?
I'm just thinking about this Shadow Servant, the way that it works. The illusions disappear when the enemy hero respawns or SD dies. You're going to have an illusion for a really long time.
Yeah.
If you kill the Terrorblade in the mid-late game, you can use it for push.
No, I mean, you can just go die to him on purpose. Get that illusion. Have fun with it. Panto not having too much fun right now. Pops the Fairy Fire. They're not going to dive any further, though. The tower, though, doing quite a bit to 9 class as Nightfall trying to make his way over. 9 class will get on his horse and leave.
Here, I don't understand your suggestion of dying to him. What was the point?
Who cares?
It doesn't work like that. I just told you how it worked, and then you suggested something that would be directly against how it works.
How does it work again?
You lose the illusion when you or the target, when you die or the target respawns. So if you go and feed to him, you just die.
That's true. You got to get really high level for that to be good.
No, it still doesn't work. What are you
Avalanche.
talking about?
Avalanche onto DM.
Stop yourself.
DM trying to run away. He's fine.
No, teleport.
He's not fine.
He's
Panto, he's fine.
He's fine.
9 class.
He's not
Chaos
fine.
Bolt hits both heroes. He gets the first blood as a result. That, of course, is the Cloven Chaos facet.
This is what happens when we're on a 6th straight game, Shannon. We start not listening to each other.
I know.
Until then, we play very close attention.
All right. Okay, let's be clear here, okay? 2 best of 3s every day, every single day, and they're going pretty long.
Yep.
You go a little crazy, okay? And for me to stay as sane as I can means I have to ignore about 65% of what you say.
Okay.
So you know, sometimes that's going to be valuable information. Usually not, of course. But
so what you're saying, if I repeat everything twice,
yeah, then on average I'll hear it. That's correct. Kiyotaka, pretty low right now.
So if I repeat everything twice, you're generally going to hear it on average.
Well, you got good in RNG there because I did hear that one twice actually. So now it's annoying.
So if I
yeah, exactly.
Twice.
It's a good effort.
Okay.
Each hero will get their water runes. Right now, 11-7 for Kiyotaka and 12-4 for no one. I mean, how does this matchup go in your estimation? And I'll try my best to listen.
I feel like OD will win this level 5 and onward, but until then, Kunkka will do okay with the cleave.
Okay.
I think a lot of OD's matchups start getting really lopsided when you get the 3rd point in Astral. Some of them even get lopsided with the 2nd one, but just getting that lower cooldown plus higher damage, it scales incredibly well. If you think about it, the damage goes up by 90 every time and the cooldown goes down by 2 seconds. And with the longer duration too, you will often be able to just get 2 denies during it instead of 1. The one upside Kunkka has is when he's level 5, he can one-shot the ranged creep from full HP. Oh, he might actually try a little bit of a sneaky play here. I don't think he can kill Kiyotaka though, but
Torrent.
Doing whatever pressure he can. He's doing well for himself for sure on the Kunkka.
Oh, yeah.
Lane is pretty much tied right now. And no one has plenty of regen. This is the big difference here. He has 2 bracers and a tango pack.
Ducalis will awkwardly run into lane and then exit.
Yeah. Neither of these heroes run bottle, obviously, so water runes less important than for bottle heroes, but still matter.
Well, disruption onto Ducalis.
Is this the first time we've ever cast Shadow Servant? It doesn't really ring a bell for me.
I believe so. There's a lot of damage. Gets the Astral off those. Kiyotaka gets the distance needed. Oh, nice Sprout blocking the path. Panto. They're not able to really turn it into anything.
Well, get the water rune. Just barely. I knew he was going to get that for sure there. See the future. And the other lanes, I mean, the game is pretty even overall so far. Nobody is really struggling. All the cores having a game.
And Reality Rift onto Panto. Nightfall, though, is here.
So was Mira
from the other side. And 9 class, that Ion Shell wants to make something happen. Has 2 stacks, though, of Shadow Poison. He's going to go down one way or another, and it's going to be to Mira.
In the meantime, in mid.
Yeah,
oh, he doesn't have mana for Torrent.
Kiyotaka
can't
chase. There's a TP coming in. Now Astral, so no one in a bit of a weird spot. It is just Panto, though.
It's hard to cut the right tree here.
On trees.
Yeah, good for him. He had a tango. When you're sprouted in the middle of the forest like that, it's so hard to... sometimes it's impossible to cut your way out.
Such a different dynamic with this Sprout healing.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
You have an excuse. Whenever people are like, why did you sprout me or griefing? Just be like, I'm healing you.
That's right. That's a big tidebringer. Panto. I set something up.
Is here too. Everybody's mid.
Inside of the Sprout, but 9 class gets the Chaos Bolt onto Panto, and they're going to exit the premises. No one picks up the damage rune, though. Yeah, very tense in this mid lane. Basically a 3 versus 3 at this point. Which leads the other cores to solo. And who's being the beneficiary of that, Cinderin?
Well, I mean, it's relatively even, all things considered. I don't really think there's a clear winner, but I guess the player who was supposed to have the hardest lane overall, I don't know. I mean, Tide against TV, you're both just going to farm. And Tiny against Darkseer is kind of the same story. So it's honestly just a nothing burger overall. Everybody's just going to hit creeps. Nobody is in a position to truly bully. And that also is probably what largely leads to this amount of rotations mid, is that you're Oracle and you're like, what am I doing top? Like, you're not going to kill the Tide together with the Terrorblade. You're barely even going to pressure him. You might as well do something else. And those 2 options are either stacking or securing runes and fighting mid. And conversely, bottom, Prophet, Tiny are unlikely to be able to kill Darkseer. So, especially when he gets Vanguard. So this is just the natural development of things. Don't think we're going to see many kills until 15-20 minute mark in a game like this.
Yeah, watch there be a bunch of kills right now.
There'll be one, maybe.
On Mira.
There'll be one.
Reality rifted into death. Panto TPing in, and now Toronto Tokyo with the Ravish hitting 3 heroes. Now the Astral Imprisonment on a very important target with the Sanities, enough to take out Satanic. So just as Cinderin was beginning to speak, immediately nullified. This is why I don't listen to 65% of what you say.
Do you consider 4 kills in 8 minutes a lot?
God, this is out of control, this game.
I don't. But... Kiyotaka.
8-minute rune. It is shield. 9 class is going to snag it. Gets the Reality Rift onto Panto. No one looking to use that ship. Won't need to for Panto, of course. Will be an easy cleanup here with the 4 members of Paravision nearby.
Didn't see that coming, did you?
Vanish.
Doesn't have sanity, so can't really... God, that is annoying. Oh my.
Just killed him with the Shadow Poison.
Fate's Edict comes out a bit late, but will be healed up by Ducalis. make their way over to the triangle to see if there's any stacks. There's some. Not a crazy amount for a Shadow Demon to be able to do here. Well, I should rephrase that. Not a crazy amount currently versus what a Shadow Demon could produce for his team. 9 class. Banished twice. They have Sprout as well. 9 class.
Just gonna sell him here.
He is very dead. We'll go down to the Astral. It's almost like the double bubble strat, just a baby version. It's a triple bubble. Triple baby bubble.
Is under attack.
Disruption, Astral, Sprout.
It's a lot easier to play the game if the enemy heroes keep disappearing.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Then you outnumber them when they're never there.
Incredible mechanic. One of your favorite heroes in OD.
It's definitely risen in my joy list. I used to not really like OD that much, but I guess with everything else changing the way it has, I've...
Well, I think it's the brain rot over the years that's changed your opinion.
And you're saying you have been unaffected by this brain rot.
That's right. I've always had resistance to brain rot because I was born with it.
That makes...
Hardened by life, Cinderin.
Sense.
Had a real hard life.
Radiant are scanning.
It's okay, everybody. We'll get back on track soon. I mean, honestly, if they deleted Astral, then he'd be fine.
Yeah, wow. Sounds like a great hero.
Well, and replaced it with another ability.
Okay, give me a suggestion.
No.
Oh.
Not going to do that.
How about if you replaced Astral with Sprout?
Give him Mana Drain.
Yes. Give him Lion's Mana Drain. That's a great idea. And give Lion Astral Imprisonment.
Yeah, whatever. No one inside the Sprout. That's the damage rune. It is running out, though. I mean, looking at their lineups, OD, pretty good at taking Roche.
Yeah.
Paravision's lineup, a bit meh. I mean, Terrorblade's okay.
Yeah. Really testing if their parentheses on the keyboards work today.
There'll be another stack of Ancients here. See if that's reserved for... I feel like Nightfall's had a very quiet game, just farming away. Top 3 net worth right now.
Same for Satanic.
We're just part of the reason is
killing
Courier
creeps.
got killed, yeah. So
X-Mark onto Kiyotaka, but he will counterplay the combo with Astral.
Vlad's online for Toronto. And what kind of build do you want to see on the Tidehunter this game? Because we saw, I forget what game it was, where the Blink Dagger didn't come out until much later.
I think Axe is amazing this game.
So you do want to Axe this time.
Yeah, because you're playing against so many illusions.
Yeah.
He already got it against only the TB, but this time he's going to have it against CK. He's going to have it against the Darkseer wall as well. There's a lot of upsides.
You want him to go it right away?
No. I think he's currently queuing up a pipe, which I don't know how good that is here, but
There's not that much magic damage. Invis rune available. Kiyotaka will bottle it, or take it, I should say. Immediately uses it. And Ducalis won't be able to get out. And they're going to get a very valuable Oracle Illusion now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He's going to use it to scout with.
No one, not going to be too happy.
Of course, in classic Valve fashion, this Oracle Illusion is losing.
Is under attack.
It's currently down to 0, minus 17 seconds duration.
Okay, infinite.
Yeah, it just keeps going into the
They
minus.
found a loophole in the time continuum. Tier 1 tower will be Aurora's. 4 staff for Kiyotaka, and I would assume he just goes for the straight Hurricane Pike, unless he needs the BKB in between or something.
This is the best hero in Dota to buy Pike on, I think. This and Inch.
Yeah.
That does not mean... I mean, there's plenty of other heroes that still buy it, but for these heroes, it's just incredible what it does for you. It's just so much value.
We put this on the S double plus tier list.
Yeah. Thing about Ench is she doesn't always buy it because she can go other build paths depending on the game. But for OD, it's not fully mandatory, but it's pretty damn close on this hero that you have to buy this just because of how valuable it is.
Are scanning.
Except, you remember when people were playing OD with Meteor Hammer? Like in that build, you wouldn't go it, probably.
Oh, Mira disrupts an illusion, and he's going to pay for it. 9 class gets credit for that one. Satanic on the Terrorblade. Only 1 kill to his name, which I feel like not used to seeing that at this stage of the game. But it is a Terrorblade, so it's going to be a little bit of a slower upstart.
It's time for wisdom. So say some wise words.
Haste.
Okay, I was not expecting anything, and I was still disappointed. I thought you were going to say something.
Nope.
Panto trying to steal against 9 class. Not going to happen.
Chaos Bolt and Torrent for an easy cleanup. So it'll be the trade of wisdoms.
Got off the Wrath of Nature before dying, so the waves will be pushed that little bit extra. And in spite of not getting the Shrine of Wisdom, you did force quite a lot of rotation from Power Vision to protect it, and that is going to lead to a top tower taken by Toronto Tokyo. Also an alliteration again for you. Sunsven TV.
Not gonna lie, that was the 65%.
Okay.
Can keep track of that.
I don't need your approval. I don't need your approval.
Yep. Got it. Keep up the
smoke.
Bit. Sure, everyone's loving it.
It's not a bit. You didn't respond.
Do I need to respond to everything you say?
No, I don't need your approval.
Sorry, what'd you say? As they go through the gate.
Okay. Well, what are they going to do down here? I mean, the bottom tier 1 is still standing, of course. Maybe you're hoping to get a quick pick onto Darkseer and then take this tower, but in the meantime, you've sent your OD away. This is a little bit awkward, I think, from Aurora. Not really feeling this play very much. Maybe they're hoping that they can catch the carry over here in the Terrorblade, that he's farming the right side. You loop around fully here. You're not connected with your heroes. This is strange. It could work, though.
Here, Ducalis. Not the most valuable kill. They're going to go on to DM instead. Demonic Purge applied. Well, I say that. They're kind of splitting the uprights here. The Sprout onto DM, but the Shadow Demon Disruption, that is not the synergy you're looking for. That's going to produce a back wall from DM. He's actually going to get away as a result of this. Ducalis will eventually be brought down as no one inside the Sprout immediately exits. Mira is his choice as Satanic shows up and runs to the side. So after all that, it's a 1-for-1.
Oh, he was very close to being able to cast X, but just long enough cooldown.
Yeah, the disruption was not ideal.
Yeah. Like I was saying, I think the play was kind of weird to begin with. Like, just an awkward maneuver. They end up getting an okay result, and they will get the tower, which I guess was the primary objective of that play. But yeah, when you split your heroes up like this, things can get strange. And of course, it's extra unfortunate that they didn't layer the spells correctly, without a doubt. Mira, he's dead.
Yes, indeed. Toronto Tokyo, did they spot him? Do they care? Do they think they can even kill him at this point? His courier's dead, but the pipe not too far away. As 9 class is going to get the Phantasm off, but the Sandy's Eclipse comes out. A 3-second stun from the CK is enough to help him survive, as no one will continue on to Kiyotaka. X marks. Not going to get the full combo, though, but they do get the double root from the Oracle. No one stuck inside the trees, though. Fate's Edict applied. Has boat in 3 seconds. Let's see if they want to try to turn this. The Nightfall shows up, and now things get a little hairy. Not talking about his head of hair, actually, which would be an actual good pun. Ducalis. Looks like he'll get away. DM, no surge for a bit. They actually all get out, other than the original kill onto 9 class.
Feels like a difficult game to build a meaningful advantage in right now. It's just by nature of how the lineups function. This is a game where both lineups kind of want to itemize themselves out of the problems that they have. Mira vanishes the wrong one.
Yep. 33% chance there.
He's good Sprout.
Okay. Panto.
Narrowly saved.
Yeah, Panto's been pretty clutch this game. I'm curious what the itemization for 9 class is going to be. It is still the armlet. So do you just build similar things, just slower pace? Is that kind of the idea?
I feel like we saw saw a different build on 4CK in another game. I think I saw Atos, but...
Atos?
Yeah, I think so. I seem to remember the 4CK going Atos and just playing control. Either way, though.
Roche attempt for Aurora.
I'm not sure how much I like him scaling like this, because, like you said, it's going to be slower, way slower than normal CK. And against the heroes that he's facing, how reliable is it that he's impactful against Tide and OD and Tiny cleaving his illusions?
Yeah.
I feel like you need to be really farmed before they actually start mattering.
There might actually be a fight brewing here. Paravision, seeing how slow this Roche attempt is, it's only a half HP. 9 class initiates onto Mira. The right clicks from Satanic, not quite enough. Actually, it was. He buys back into the game instantly. 9 class. Faith Edict, not enough to keep him alive. He will drop big boat combo with the wall to follow. Kiyotaka on the outskirts. He can right click from afar now, trying to take out these pesky illusions. Really annoying to deal with. Kiyotaka gets to the high ground. Toronto Tokyo, of course, still has the Ravage at the ready. Another 10 seconds for 9 class to get back into this fight. They see that Roche still has a respectable amount of HP, but with Satanic popping meta, it's running out soon. They might just have to give this up now.
Nightfall looking for an angle. This could be a big surprise if he gets the backstab with the Shadow Blade together with Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo with the slow onto Ducalis. Panto, Sprout to follow. Not able to really get any stun lock there. Nightfall a bit too slow. Actually, don't go straight into the Roche knowing that meta is down. We'll see if that's an option.
Has been killed. Radiant's
DM
tower is under attack.
looks like he'll be able to surge away. Nightfall a little bit too slow, but Panto, luckily for them, does have global reach. The DM just gets his way out of the Sprout immediately. And they did kill Kiyotaka's courier, by the way, so I believe that's the Witch Blade, or portion of it at least. I guess it was just the attack speed portion of that.
Not too important. It's a weird game, honestly. Like, the teams seem unable to kill each other. It's like the dichotomy between tankiness and save versus actual ability to kill is just not overcome yet. We will get there, don't you worry.
Yeah, 9 class slow to a crawl with the Demonic Purge. Has to try to fight his way out. Getting close to killing Mira. Gets the banish off. Satanic's making his way over as well, though, as 9 class last right click is enough, and illusions come for Mira.
Trying to think about what item timing really changes the game drastically. Kunkka got his Radiance, that didn't really change much. You now have Pike on Terrorblade. On the other side, OD got his Pike. You have the Pipe on Tide, making it even further difficult for the Dire to kill anyone. Still would like to see Toronto Tokyo get the eggs. I think he bought some sort of component. What did he buy? Oh, he bought the shard. Okay. And she is looking for a catch here. They will finally get something here into Ducalis. I think.
Comes in with the meta. Then you ran in the water onto the Oracle.
All right.
Not able to get off anything else, though. 1 for 1 to start. Boat misses. Toronto Tokyo on the run. 9 class brings him back in. Ravage is expended. Hits everybody. Is it enough for him to retreat? Doesn't have Blink Dagger or anything, so just gets vacuumed back. Pops the pipe and will burn away eventually. No one getting credit for that one. So Ravage down now, and now Paravision in the area, so Tormentor will be theirs.
Yeah, Aurora just outnumbered themselves, essentially. They went for that play. It took really long. The enemy team shows up with everyone, and they don't match. OD stayed mid. The Tiny stayed bottom. And under usual circumstances, that's actually a decent trade to lose your Tide and profit for that Oracle kill, I would argue, when you force the entire enemy team to show up for that long. But the problem is, they kind of wanted to be there anyway to get the Tormentor. And getting that Reign of Destiny definitely changes the equation.
Yeah, attempt again at Roche here. Nightfall making his way over.
They don't have Ravage.
Yeah, Paravision. They have back wall, so again they get it to half HP and then exit.
Do they want to smoke and fight without Ravage? Toronto Tokyo isn't even going there. He's going top to farm. They just stopped doing it.
He wants that axe.
Honestly, Aurora kind of wasting time a decent amount here. Instead of just ramping up, do a little bit of half and half and get nothing. Toronto Tokyo will start working on the Ags. So, got the Shard. Aghanim's next. We'll be playing without Blink Dagger. OD about to get the Witchblade, and then you assume Kiyotaka will be looking at BKB next so he can actually stand and fight against these heroes. But Satanic is dwarfing everyone. Classic Terrorblade. Overtaking the farming game.
Yep, reflection on Kiyotaka.
Oh, they got an
vision
X
for
with
the
that.
X, but the Astral will counter that. But now they get the distance. Actually, yeah, they get the tidal wave on top of Kiyotaka. He's dead. 45 seconds as Mira looks to be next. Ravage still not up as Toronto Tokyo taking a beating from behind. Satanic doing so much damage. The Kraken Shell activation not nearly enough.
Oh, this is a lane of racks.
3 dead without any way to get back in the game.
If Paravision realize this, they just full-on commit. They're pinging it. They want to force the buybacks, but they're not available.
Fortification up will be used. And the Wrath of Nature does clear out a good amount of the creeps. They do get the tower. And now the focus onto the melee racks. This is going to be a very fast barracks for Paravision based on a lot of the games that we've been seeing. They're going to get the full set. You were right. Full lane for Paravision. And now truly in the driver's seat in this game 3.
And it feels like the way in which they have won, for me, has largely been around just better macro. The fights that we're seeing being taken, either Aurora aren't there in full force, or they are lacking a key cooldown. Like in that case, they didn't have Ravage, and they still got caught on Kiyotaka, and then it turned into a bigger fight when they could have cut him.
Also feels like they're maybe not on the same page in some ways. They have tried to go for Roche twice and then just leave.
Well, they might have been on the same page, but just flipped it over every time.
Well, that's also an issue.
Yeah.
So in the end, first Roche goes to Paravision. And with a full 5 minutes of a second life for Satanic, you gotta believe that they're gonna go for a second lane. Tier 2 remaining in both top and bottom. That will make quick work of that, I'm sure.
Yeah, you can easily force the enemy team back, and they will need to bring back the whole army to defend here.
And this is a butterfly on Satanic, which was not in his inventory for the last push.
And it's
going to be way
amazing
harder.
against OD and Tiny, right? These heroes do not want to buy MKB. Now he has it against both
the meta,
of them.
and now the siege. They have a fortification.
I think they're just going to sell the second lane.
Do you think so?
Yeah, looking at the minimap right now, Tiny and Tide aren't even moving.
You were no match indeed.
There it goes.
And Nightfall, I don't think I've seen him in a fight in quite a while. We're going to try to find somebody in their base. Panto taking a lot of damage from the illusions. But you are right. They will give up the second set as Paravision. 2 lanes. And it's not like they even have... this Aegis still has 3.5 minutes.
That's the biggest problem with this. Sometimes the best play is to give up the set because you can't defend, and at the very least you get another chance to fight outside of Aegis.
Yeah, they're just going to go down bot now.
If they go straight bot, it's the same situation, just with 1 lane less. I don't think you're getting to any key item that's truly going to change this. Tide will get a dagger, but I'm mainly looking for damage. That's what they need. This has been the problem for both teams for quite a while in this game until Paravision finally broke through the barrier. Feels like Aurora haven't got there yet. But they're Tiny needing more time. He's not going to get it. They're about to push through bottom. This has been a game unlike, I want to say, any other we've cast today.
Yeah, this is a strange one for sure. Nightfall. Oh, he's spotted.
Oh, this could be a big find.
Torrent to follow. Toronto Tokyo jumping in, gets the leash onto the CK. That is not even that much important of a target right now. The Rain of Destiny healing him up, though. Gets tossed up into the air. So much used onto this CK. Gets false promised as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mira taken out very swiftly. And Aurora desperately searching for something. They get the Oracle in the end.
This is actually good for Aurora because it's delaying the push. If they didn't make this move, Satanic would already be hitting the tier 3. You have to disrupt them on the way in and prevent them from just running down the lane. So I do like this play. And the 1-for-1 trade isn't all that bad. Still buying the time. And here it comes. He still has 2 minutes.
Yeah, there's so much time. Oh, Toronto, Tokyo. Might just sit here for a while and wait for them to get closer to the high ground and then collapse on them. There's no one. Runs into a majority of the team. The Astral Imprisonment is already there. The stun onto 2 heroes. That was actually really big. Gives no one the time to pop the BKB now. They get the Nature's Prophet. They get the connection onto the OD. Just stuck in the corner here. We'll have to Astral himself. But there is no way out. Pops his ult. Dies right after. Nightfall does find Ducalis. 40 seconds on the deck, but now he's in peril. As Satanic making his way closer. 9 Class brings him back into the right-click range. Toronto took it with a nice Ravage, but they've already lost their position, one Tiny. And now Toronto Tokyo next on the list. Very tanky, but they still get the kill anyway. And now there's truly no stopping them. 2 cores dead for Aurora without buyback.
Well, Tide just got his, but you don't have damage. OD has no ulti now. Threw it away for a little bit of damage on the CK. Or excuse me, on the Kunkai, I think it was. Yeah, Satanic is just in there.
Okay, gonna use it onto Panto. 30 seconds on the Aegis still. Demon Zeal is no joke. Usually, before this shard, this would have stopped the push already without the meta. They get the range and now focus onto the melee. As the vac wall comes through, Mira gets evaporated. X disrupted by the Astral Imprisonment. But the rest of Paravision here to clean up. Triple kill for Satanic. And they're going to be able to get the Megas just as the Aegis expires. GG's called. Paravision. Dominant game 3.
Yeah. It's a fun graph to look at for this game. It's like both teams were even for 22 minutes. Nothing really happened in terms of moving this game forward. And then Paravision find 2 big fights back to back. And in what felt like a really long game, this was 31 minutes. There was just so little happening for the first 20. But ultimately, they get the job done. And in an unsurprising development, they will win the series.
Yeah, both series today have been a surprising loss into back-to-back wins.
Well, I'm not sure if the first series was a surprising loss, apparently, but this one...
Either way, it's a reverse sweep both times.
I'm not particularly surprised that both series went 3 games. I think the teams in action today against each other absolutely have the potential to take games off each other. I am more surprised by Yakult losing than this result. I think this was the expected one. Paravision taking the series, that is. But the fashion in which this game ended, what a strange game. Also looking at the KDAs, right? 14-1-5, 6-0-10, 0-0-17.
What a beast, DM.
DM went, did he go death? He went deathless 2 games in a row. He also didn't die in the bristle when they won.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
In their victories, DM remains immortal.
Well, I think his rank is still immortal, but we'll let that pass Cinderin as Shiver takes over from your horrible mistake that you just made.
Horrible, horrible. I will never forgive you, Cinder. No, this was Paravision taking a 2-1. I don't think the overall result is a big surprise in terms of who wins the series, but I think this game in particular is a good proof as to why it's not a surprise. They played this one, well, our casters called it very strange, Jenkins, but they played it also fairly clean.
Yeah, the whole thing was very strange. I just want to say something about Aurora. I gotta get it out there. I feel like in some games they play like Prime OG, like 2-time TI winning OG, and then other games it's just like, how does Toronto Tokyo just ravage before he dies and then go and then die, and he didn't use the Kraken Shell active the entire time? We looked it up, and his 3rd most played offlaner is Tidehunter.
Well, then they like
his signature hero.
Well, then they go try to force a Roshan after that, where they have no Ravage, and like Kiyotaka's just hitting Rosh.
Crazy! It was crazy.
It's very discombobulated.
It's very discombobulating.
Maybe overcooking as well.
Yeah, I mean, Paravision played this exceptionally well. This looks like
this freaking armlet toggle.
They're back in form. I love when 4 positions, by the way, like are having such a good game. They're just like, yeah, I'm a core. I'm not gonna come up with any new tech to make this hero work. I'm literally just gonna do a core build. That's always great.
I enjoyed the 4 CK a lot. It was fun seeing him run around. Like he would go in and just die sometimes too, but you gotta do what you gotta do as a 4. I think Paravision had a pretty chill game, like all things considered. They just kind of had to wait for Terrorblade to get strong, make it so that the OD team doesn't get Aegis, doesn't really make any big moves on the map. And when that Roshan stalemate happened, that was like really good for Paravision. They didn't feel the need to complete Rosh. They're like, whatever, we're just gonna farm. We're farming faster than they are. Their OD can't really hit any heroes in the fight anyway. He's getting disarmed, he can't walk into a wall. And the issue of Oracle still went unaddressed this game.
Yeah, I feel like the OD showed a lot in all the times that Aurora was like chasing. It's been a long day that they were chasing Paravision around the map. There were several times where you'd see like 3 or 4 Aurora heroes like mid-game-ish trying to catch targets and like DM's narrowly escaping with his Surge after Nightfall TB's in with Shadowblade. And I feel like if you have any of the normal meta heroes that are not OD, that's just not the same story. So I'm just pointing out the weaknesses that I felt like that OD pick in the last pick had. They did need damage, I felt like. They had damage issues, so they solved that, but it just left one dimension of the game missing. And also Oracle, I'll say for Ducalis, you know, I think because he's playing Oracle, he has to become the target of the enemy team.
Yeah,
I think
he
in
does.
game 2, he had 11 deaths. In game 3, he had 6 deaths, and like none of his cores had like any deaths. So you can just say that effectively tanking the gank for his boys.
Yeah. This was also your perfect opportunity to flame Tiny, and you didn't. So I'm very disappointed with that. Jenkins.
He did say he was going to quit being a Dota panelist if Nightfall.
I didn't want to end out on a negative note.
Oh,
right.
Okay.
Well, I'll end out on a negative note by saying that I think if you're going to pick OD and, you know you're going to have these issues if you pick OD mid, right? Like the whole idea of this hero hasn't really changed in like years of competitive Dota, which is your mid laner says, pick me OD, I'm going to win the game for us. You dumpster the lane, you have some sort of snowball. Maybe it's like a little bit of a late game hero, but you know you're going to lack the disable. You know you're going to lack a hero that's like running around and killing people, but this guy's supposed to pop off, and it didn't happen. In fact, no one was huge in that game, Brian.
Yeah, the thing is, when you think about like OD versus Kunkka, he's not going to win mid versus Kunkka. OD lost his regen. He's just going to get destroyed by Tidebringer. Kunkka just has to stand there. He doesn't care if he gets astraled. He's still going to farm. And then we talk about OD snowballing. For that to happen, he has to be able to hit heroes in fights. But he wasn't able to do that anyway versus the heroes that Paravision had. There's like an Oracle, there's a wall he's walking into. DM went for an early Halberd. Like, he wasn't able to right-click and hit heroes. So did they even solve the damage issues? For OD to do damage, he needs items, and he needs to be able to stand in the center of a fight.
He does.
He was not able at any point to stand and just right-click. Don't think I saw him do that one time the entire
By the way, I was trying to
game.
set up for a no-one pun, but Brian didn't take the bait this time. The one time.
Jenkins.
I think he said many times.
I don't want my last panel to be a mockery of Dota.
You didn't say that you
I agree with what you said, by the way, Mira. I want to put in my
No,
disappointment.
that's okay.
No
No one
subverting
knew where we're going with this.
There we go. Thank you.
Wait, why did he know?
You're welcome, Beth.
Wait, why did he know where she was going?
Oh, he's doing the negative. He did the reverse. Good. This is really good.
Nice.
Anyway, it's been a long day here.
It has really not been. Like this, yes, this is the first time the 2 first series went 3 games, but they're all relatively short. And they're not back and forth 80-minute games as we're used to. Is that a sign of the patch settling, or is this just a result of the team?
You're not validating my emotions about how long this day went, Shiver.
Because literally, we're so much earlier than last Saturday, for example.
You are like Toronto, Tokyo, and Nightfall in the documentary.
Yeah.
The ESL
This is a win today, Shiver. We don't need to be at each
This is
other's
a
throats
win.
like this.
Just talk it out.
I'm gonna talk it out with Satanic. That's what I'm gonna do. Hey, Satanic, can we talk carry? Congratulations on the series, by the way.
Thank you.
Because last time when we talked, it was before the patch. And you told me 3 heroes that if you had the choice, you would buff them. And you would want to play them back on carry. So I figured we go over those 3. The first one you said was Faces Void. How do you feel about current state of Faces Void?
I mean, it got buffed a bit, but you can pick it in only 3 games, I think.
Only a
like
couple.
It's not
very situational.
Still not like in past. Yeah, it's only situational hero.
And then I don't know. Yeah, I want to Phantom Lancer. I want to say I'm very sorry because Phantom Lancer is still very bad. Why is he so bad?
Because this hero does nothing. Like he have very weak lane. He have no team fight. I don't know what this hero has, to be honest.
What would you suggest as a change to make him viable?
I don't know how to make hero work. I mean, I know, but it's strange to do it. But obviously, you can back his Aghanim. If Valve back his Aghanim, this hero is very good. So you can pick it in free drafts.
With Aghanim is very good. How about then Juggernaut?
Juggernaut, I think this hero is still bad, but maybe you can pick it sometimes. I don't know.
Ooh.
I don't know when.
We're gonna see him?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Is there any other change that came up that you're really happy with? That you're like, yes, finally, this hero. I mean, you might not have played it, but I feel like you're playing a lot of Terrorblade. Obviously, you're playing Weaver as well earlier today. Is there any other carry that now the patch that has happened that you're very happy with?
I mean, range heroes got buffed. I think Draw can come back into meta, so I'm really happy that I'll play Draw maybe. I can play Lina. Muerta maybe I'll play because I played it in past. Now maybe I'll play Pups, so we can pick it in officials. But I'm for sure not scared to play this hero, so I'll pick Muerta. I didn't even practice Lina, but I still destroy it, so I don't care. I can play Fiend. Range heroes got buffed, I think, because you have good heroes.
Okay, awesome. I'm going to send you over to Effie, who also has some questions.
Hi, Satanic. Congrats on the win. So I just wanted to ask you, because the last tournament that you played at Blast, you played without your coach, Astini. Has it been different for you this DreamLeague? Was it easier, more difficult?
I don't know. I mean, we had good drafts, I think. If you talk about drafts, I think we had very good drafts, but we just made a lot of mistakes. Mentally, we had Jerax, so it was also fine. Like we had, I think we was in good shape.
Okay, what was that like playing with Jerax as your coach at Blast?
I mean, he's a good guy. He motivates us. I mean, after games, guys, don't leave. Everything good. We'll win. Something like that.
Okay, that sounds nice. So I want you to settle a debate. We've been talking a lot on the panel about nerfed heroes. Morphling, he got a lot of nerfs this patch. Like, do you think the hero is still very strong because we still see you playing him, we still see other people playing him? Can you talk about those nerfs a little?
I didn't play Morphling this patch at all. Like, I just don't want. I don't have vibe to play this game. I mean, not game, this hero. Not because it's bad, but I just don't have vibe. But I'll surely play it.
So you think the hero is still strong?
Yes, it's still strong.
And what about Templar Assassin?
Templar Assassin is still first pick hero.
So she didn't get nerfed enough?
I mean, it got nerfed for sure, because there was 15 talent, now which got nerfed. So yeah, and Melt got nerfed, but it doesn't really matter because you now play with Faceit on Refractor and you stay lane very good, so there's only 15 talent problem. But it's not that huge problem, I think, because this hero is just flexing and it's so good.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Satanic, for taking the time to talk to us. Of course, again, congratulations, 5-0 in the group so far. And, oh, there you go, he's already gone. But Vision, of course, doing great. And I don't think anybody was expecting it differently. But it is cool to hear that we might have more Drow ranges. I feel like we only seen that once or twice, and it looked very, very good.
He played it yesterday.
He did play it yesterday.
He had a fun time. He had an Undying and everything. Actually, I also appreciate that he really was giving his thoughts, you know?
Yes.
I'm used to like longer pause, or just shorter answers, but I was like,
yeah,
it was just a pause. He was collecting his thoughts. He was saying things. Like, It's nice to hear from him.
We caught him in a talkative mood, that's for sure. There's going to be a bunch of people in the talkative mood on the panel after this break, though. It's time for Enigma Galaxy versus Liquid.
I haven't found the one. I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again. What do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song. Been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again. What do I know then? I believe we're all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago.
Turned on the dime when I saw you walking by. Something about you caught my eye, yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. Ooh, so you wanna be alone for a minute? Come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. I wanna know, can I spend the night?
If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want. I'll satisfy your need. We can have a good time. Don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
So happy to have you all joining me as we begin another night shift here at DreamLeague. Before we get to the games, we have a little bit of other business that we need to take care of. But one thing will always remain consistent, and that's listening to the PogChamp Pandas. What are you doing over there?
Huh? I don't know. I was told there was something to come out here for. What's the crack? What's going on?
The crack is we're getting our opportunity to do ourselves a time-honored DreamLeague tradition, the 1xBet tier list for DreamLeague Season 26. Now, as you know, Cap, what are you chuckling at?
There's somebody behind the board, clearly.
But who?
Who could it be?
Really?
It's a hunter.
What's the name of this character, SVG?
I'll be asking you around here, boy.
I don't know if your microphone is live.
Oh no.
Say something.
Go somewhere else, Avery, for a little bit.
Get out of here. You
go
botched the debut. I'll give you another opportunity, though. You're in timeout because we have business to get to right now. 1xBet tier list business. Cap, it's a tradition around here to tier all of the teams at DreamLeague, but it's not based off of the traditional criteria such as, strength of competitive nature or mid laners or anything like that.
Those are boring tier lists.
That's what I'm saying.
Only boring streamers make tier lists like that.
What do you want the tiers to be then?
Podcasters.
Big man.
Well, ideally, we were going to ask Avery about it.
I believe, unfortunately, our fourth man was supposed to decide the categories.
Well, let's look at the teams we've got here on offer. Some of them are no longer in the tournament.
Yep.
We got Edge, we got Boom, we got Avilus, we got Nigma Galaxy, we got Falcons, Talon, Flip Mode Talon.
Flipster Talon.
Team Liquid, Game Gladiators, Shopify, Paravision, BetBoom, and
your Colt Brothers.
And the Yakult Bros.
And Extreme.
And Extreme Gaming.
And Navi Jr.
And Navi Jr.
And Aurora.
And Aurora.
How did you get all of them perfectly upside down?
Because he's very good at
That's how I do it, Neil.
Hey, look, it's SVG.
Because those are all the teams that are going to be eliminated.
SVG, what are the tiers that we're planning here, brother?
First off, Neil, I don't appreciate you trying to silence me.
I wasn't.
Noted. Second, Good question, Ted. Third. Good throwing, Austin.
Thank you.
What is the tier list, Ted? I'll tell you what the tier list is. As I was going to do it with the intro, but that's
Of course, that got ruined.
now.
It's not your fault.
But I'll redo it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So it was something you were over there. You were like, well, what's the crack going on? And then you were like, there's someone behind the thing. And I'm like,
what is the tier list?
And I was like, what's this character named, Avery?
We're going hunting, Neil.
Okay. We're going hunting.
Big game hunting.
Yeah.
Which team, if we multiplied them by 20, giving us 100 men, defeat a gorilla?
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, so you're calculating a 5-man team multiplied by 20.
That's right, Neil.
Which one would beat a gorilla?
That's right.
I see.
So is the tier list going to be like defeats gorilla?
Okay.
20 men left.
Yeah.
40 men left. Oh, that way, let's just go 25 men left, 50 men left, none survive.
That is correct.
Okay, let's do that. So top tier is defeat the gorilla, which has been a hotly contested topic online, whether it's even possible for 100 men to defeat a gorilla. Then maybe a few teams have a few stragglers. Majority is able to defeat the gorilla, but it costs heavy losses. Substantial casualties.
25% casualties.
So they get by pretty confidently.
50% casualties.
That could be like all one guy.
Yeah, that is true. Because
that could be like 20 of your Quins died.
Right.
We're multiplying every player by 20.
And this is total defeat.
Total defeat. Don't stand a chance.
No survivors.
Okay. And you already went over all of our teams. Perhaps we can start sorting them into our tier list then.
Okay, so let's do Edge first.
Also, Austin has to throw everyone from down there into the exact tier.
Okay.
Or we have to redo the throw.
Okay.
Okay.
Edge.
I know nothing about them.
Same. That's just
What are you looking at me?
Austin, total defeat for these
South
lads.
American beef.
Very well. Total defeat.
Oh my god.
We've actually done it.
What
That
in the
is
fuck?
Genuinely insane. All right.
Okay, that was...
Next up.
Okay, I mean...
Navi Junior. Navi Junior.
Is this before or after ATF question?
So Edge was Pike,
All them trash.
PP, Vitali, Michael, and Yadomi.
Not anymore. They died to
Yeah,
a
they're
gorilla.
dead.
Total
They
defeat. Next up, we got Navi Jr. Navi Jr.'s got a stack of Got the Juice.
Oh, they got that juice.
They got the juice. Niku, PMA, Zayats, and Arides.
Something about Zions tells me he'd be pretty handy in a fight.
I think he's dying 100%.
I mean, he's dying, but I think he
all
would
20
put
of them?
it out there for the team.
Yeah, at least 19. I think this team is motivated after ATF trash talked them, though. Before that, I would not have had them defeating the gorilla.
But now you think they've got the juice.
I think at least 50% casualty.
Okay.
Austin, if you would.
All 20 got the juices live, though.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh,
almost.
All right.
Just slide that one up. Slide that one up.
50%
50% casualties from Navi Jr. Next up, who do we got?
Aurora.
Aurora? You know it. It's Nightfall, Kiyotaka, Toronto, Tokyo, Mira, and Panto.
All right. I'll say it. Physically speaking, this is a relatively small team.
But mentally?
Mentally, they are giants, of course. Toronto, Tokyo is going to have to carry it.
20 of them.
I think if we just send the 20 Toronto Tokyos in, that's it. That's all you need. I think the rest of the team just watches.
You send like 5 mid laner Toronto Tokyos.
Yes.
5 support Toronto Tokyos.
Now you're
there we go.
10 off-lane Toronto Tokyos on his signature Tidehunter.
Okay, 25%.
25.
Then we have to lend them like 5 more Nightfalls, but like, you know.
Yeah.
Boom.
Boom's got a roster of Jackie, Armel, Jabs, Tims, and a Jean-Well.
Do Jean-Well
50%
show up with just his mullet?
Yeah.
The bro.
The Goro would be the gorilla.
That is a clean defeat.
Infatuated.
We haven't got a lot of time, so
That
we
is
need
a
to whip
clean
through
defeat.
it.
Clean
You think
defeat.
Emo's losing to a gorilla?
No,
you think
they're going to defeat the gorilla.
You're saying total defeat for the bros?
100%.
I mean, sorry, defeat the gorilla.
Yes, they absolutely defeat them.
All right.
Emo's going to bite its arms off.
Avalus.
Physically speaking, this is one of the biggest teams.
Yeah.
Are they big lads?
They got Fly on the team.
They are European,
Oh,
though.
he's 20 flies
Defeated.
versus a gorilla?
I think 5 flies could beat the gorilla.
That's probably true.
Nigma Galaxy.
This is not
Total
even a question.
defeat.
They're back.
They're back
to the dumpster in the bottom.
Total defeat.
Unlucky.
I don't think they stand a chance.
XG!
Unless GH could hug the gorilla to death.
I mean, the thing with XG, are we streaming this? Because if we're streaming this, they win.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, okay, we
Really
have to
good
assume
live
it's like in a Rome Stadium sort of deal. So there's an audience.
25%.
25%.
The Coliseum awaits.
Falcons.
They're total defeat.
Total defeat.
Nobody believes in this team. Too much trash talk. They would trash talk the gorilla.
Yeah, the gorilla just
it would go insane.
10 of the ATFs would kill the other 10 ATFs.
Flippity flop talents.
I mean, 22 Savage is not that savage. I think they're total defeat.
They're gonna die.
Total defeat.
He would pop off before the gorilla was actually dead.
Yeah,
Team Liquid.
Yeah.
They're they're very nice.
Do they have Mickey or
They don't
B2?
have it in them. They don't have
got
that dog
Mickey.
in them.
They got
This
Mickey?
is official. And William can't help them.
Total defeat.
Yeah,
They're not doing
Niche is a pretty hench lad, but
I mean, they do have numbers, though. Well, they have all the extra coaches.
They're not doing anything.
the thing is, 20 Quins,
Actually,
the problem
is Blitz there or no?
No, he's not.
I think they defeat the gorilla then.
Oh.
If Blitz isn't there, I think they're going to win.
Jabs is coaching him through it.
Yeah, they defeat it for
So
sure.
I'm going to say they got 20 Quins. As soon as the fight with the gorilla starts going badly, Quinn's just going to down tools and leave.
Oh, 100%.
So I'm going to say
He's blaming his team.
Yeah, he's going to be like,
You don't think
end
20
mid, he's gonna
aces
say to
carry?
the
You don't
gorilla.
think 20 aces carry? Even after all the Quins run down mid?
All right, well, let's say 25% Kaz.
Okay, 25.
You happy with that?
Yes, I am happy.
Right, we've got 4 to go. Shopify, I'm
Tomato,
just gonna put it straight
Yopaj,
into
Devi Llama, Hellscream, and Scam.
You don't even
Paravision.
lose. I have no. Okay, no one.
He's a big lad.
He's a veteran.
I think he puts it in.
Veteran of the scene?
I think
Yeah.
25% or total defeat, one or the other.
That boom team.
Now, okay, choke. They choke.
They choke?
Yeah,
They
they're
choke
gonna
100%. When the stakes are highest, what stakes are higher than literally your life on the line?
We need another tier down here for OG.
No, put him here. Put him here. This is
there.
OG makes friends with the gorilla.
Ah.
He joins the team only to be kicked for Seb and then takes his revenge, thus culminating in ultimate defeat.
Okay.
Yeah, I see. I thought it was fail to qualify to fight the gorilla first.
Oh, that's also possible,
Right.
yeah. But then they sneak in because someone drops out and they get the stand-in slot.
Yeah.
But then they kick the gorilla before they play on land, so Seb plays, and they win the major. The gorilla's really mad, takes his revenge.
That's
That
where
makes
OG
sense. Wonderful.
settles in the 1xBet tier list for DreamLeague Season 26. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me for the tiering of the teams. And soon I will be tuning into you guys' casting of the games, specifically the casting of the game of Liquid versus Enigma Galaxy. Let's get into it. I'm so lonely here. Get over here, Ted. Get over here, Cap. Get over here, Purge Gamers.
What are you doing here?
I don't know.
He's joining us.
You're the
Excellent.
tech analyst.
We gotta fill.
What are you?
Round out.
A guy.
Okay, you can
Round out the
you're
semicircle.
not just a guy, you're my guy.
Fill into the semicircle. Perfect. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Great.
I'm not practiced at
I know.
panel. It's been a while.
It's a shame.
Usually I'm there. If I'm
And I would love to take this opportunity to talk to Lacoste right now. Lacoste, what's going on for this Enigma Galaxy versus Liquid series?
Oh, there's a lot of going on right now, Tsunami, and there's been a lot of going on in 2024, 2025 as well, because there seems to be a lot of imbalance, I would say, between these two. Seems like one of the teams that we're going to be looking into is maybe not as strong as we would suppose them to be. And we can look at the results in the 2024 and 2025. So Team Liquid did manage to beat Enigma Galaxy pretty much every single time.
This is brutal.
Except for Bangkok in the groups where they did draw, but Enigma Galaxy only winning 1 game. So this doesn't give me too much of a confidence coming into this series, unless it's gonna be Kuro again cooking some of the interesting stuff, because seems like he is bringing the old strategies. And if we're speaking of old strategies, we can pull up some of the changes that did happen in the previous patch. So if you look at the silencer, suffer in silence. Everybody was suffering in silence in the previous patch as well with that double silence, but thankfully that has been removed. And now you have new thing that actually does quite a lot. So you take 10% extra damage from the targets. You take 10% less, sure, but it's more about dealing more damage. to the silence targets, which is very, very nice. If you combine that with the Blood Rage, which has been... This is Trigger we're talking about, the old Dota 1 days. This is basically his old spell, where you can silence people for 8 seconds at level 1 at the cost of only 60 mana, and you're also going to be dealing damage, which can be used to grief a little bit on your own teammates, but also can be used very effectively on the enemies. And yeah, I want to see how that actually works in the game, because there's a lot of thing that's going to happen, because you're dealing more damage, you have that Blood Right coming out from Ghost, and this is something that Kuro also cooked, bringing some old strategies. Tri-lane immediately at the start to be able to grab that first blood, maybe even grab a courier kill, gives them that extra advantage, but now you can see how effective it is. He's gonna silence the target, use the Arcane Curse, which is gonna pause the duration because you're silenced, and also slowing him for 1.5 times more, plus also dealing extra bit of damage as well. Jokam pretty much dying without even committing at all.
That is insane.
It is an insane amount of damage, and we're gonna see it one more time where GH and Ghost are gonna be pairing up together, trying to kill this Darkseer, but seems like Darkseer did read the patch notes, because he did the math correctly, and if you look at the number, he didn't even flinch. 1 HP while he had 17 Magic Wand charges. So this is the strategy that, you know, Kuro did cook pretty heavily, and this is the 10 minutes into the game, and you can see that Silencer dealt the most damage, which is not something... This is position 5 Silencer we're talking about, so I want to see what Kuro's going to be cooking for this series, because they definitely need an upper hand in the draft to be able to win against Team Liquid.
It's an interesting idea. Did they win that game?
They did win that first game.
All right. Then maybe this is the way we put Enigma Galaxy in their comfort zone, give them back strategies from ye olde Dota, because as you showed from the statistics, Liquid, they've got their number.
Not good.
What, one game out of, what was the total number of games that they had played?
I believe
it was like 12, 14?
Yeah, between 10 and 12, 13.
Brutal. Not a great win rate, Purge.
So Liquid are the parry vision to Enigma Galaxy as Paravision are to Liquid.
Correct.
Wow.
Look, some team has to go to Group Stage 2 and lose all of their series. It happens every single tournament. And they get out of Group Stage 1, you're like, oh, they're okay. And then they get to Group Stage 2, and you're like, okay, they're just worse than all of these teams right now. They do have a stand-in, so maybe their growth is a little bit different. Not to say that VTune has played bad. I think he's played very well. But yeah, they're just one of the weaker teams in Group Stage 2. That's all there is.
It's funny because the beginning of that statement could have applied to both teams, because both of them are not doing great in Group Stage 2. Both of them made it through Group Stage 1, and both of them are operating with stand-ins right now. Based off of past history, yes, Liquid has been looking far more dominant against Enigma Galaxy, but based off of this DreamLeague's performance, with Liquid currently having 0 series victories to their name, I feel like maybe Enigma might have some revenge on the agenda. As we get into the draft for game number 1, Enigma Galaxy banning out Darkseer, Nature's Prophet, and Marcy first phase. Liquid, they ban out Bristleback, Doom, Tusk,
First pick that Luna right away.
No.
What were your chances of winning the game? I want to see a 3-game series here.
0-7 Luna right now. If I see it right now, I'm going to start frothing at the mouth. Instead, Ringmaster, I'm far more happy with that.
It's just safer. I mean, you got some damage over time ability, you have really good team fight control, you have some save. I think it's a pretty safe opening. I mean, it's been doing a little bit worse the last couple days, I feel like, but as an opener, very safe.
You think this Marcy warrants the first phase ban? It's rare that we've ever seen that happen, especially because most of them have been IO pairings.
I think they have played Marcy a lot against Shadow Shaman, actually, is part of it, is that it guarantees that you can get to their backline very easily. You can get on top of the Shadow Shaman and guarantee a kill. I mean, worst case, Shadow Shaman shackles you right before he dies, kind of a situation, but Marcy zips in so quickly with ulti active that even from the support position, you're almost instantly popping his little turn into a chicken thing.
Foul play?
His foul play, yeah.
I feel like also this is a targeted ban because Boxy is really, really good on this hero. So, just makes sense. And of course, Batrider, completely busted hero if you build him correctly.
Yeah,
Liquid no one does.
Liquid flexed it. They won when it was on Nisha's hands, but they lost whenever it was swapped to a support in Boxy's hands.
Boxy played it amazingly when they were playing against Aurora, when he bailed his Luna multiple times out of trouble. Marcy, that is. Still didn't win the game. Doesn't matter because they had Luna as their carry. So I want to see if they're going to be going for something similar. I would love to see something different because Team Liquid right now, they won 2 out of 10 games,
Yeah,
which
it's
is
been really
pretty
bad.
rough. So a lot of your ideas are actually not working, and you need to start maybe digging deeper. And if we're speaking of digging deeper, maybe something that Kura is pulling off, some of these ancient combos as well.
Yeah, that Bloodseeker plus Silencer thing, what a throwback that was.
Yeah, they did run this 2 times when they were playing against Talon. They did lose the second game or third game total, and we also seen Talon trying to pick it up as a position 4. That also didn't look too good, but yeah, I think there's a lot to the hero.
Yeah, this was the Bloodseeker was the hero you were most excited about.
I was. I told you, position 4, it's going to come out. It looks shitty as hell, but I need to see slightly more from it.
I don't think it's really that viable as a support. I mean, the long duration silence is cool. Maybe if you did a Silencer Core Bloodseeker 4, that could work. Maybe Silencer 3, Silencer 1.
It's potential.
That could work. Genuinely.
This is too much theory craft, and this is how you mess up the whole draft, but this is how you make the draft strong. You pick up this Beastmaster, which we have seen exclusively being played with Helm of the Dominator, which suits him kind of better because right now I don't think you need to go for the Tormentor at 15 because it doesn't exist. It has been moved to 20-minute mark. It also allows you to, I would say, relatively freely take Roshan with your Helm, and it also puts a lot of pressure on the map for the towers. 2 supports, like supports usually don't like to play into it when you see Ancient Black Dragon running at you. Primal Roar is always going to be good, and this Centaur doesn't really save you from Primal Roar. It gives you something to play once that's gone. It doesn't save you from ulti from Ringmaster as well, but it is one of the stronger offlaners in the meta right now.
I'll give you one exception to the Dominator build, though. Toronto Tokyo just went with Aghanim Scepter as his first item. He lost, so I don't know if it's a good thing, but some people are willing to experiment outside of just Dom build.
DM talked about it yesterday in an interview that this build seems like far superior. Even the Beastmaster, who is like rank number 1 when it comes down to the Beastmaster, doesn't even play Aghanim Scepter anymore. That's how bad people think it is.
It's fine. It had so many months in the floor.
Yeah.
Like I frankly, at this point, I'm hoping they rework the Ags. I just don't even care anymore.
Remember when you had 0 cooldown on Wild Axes?
Oh yeah, I remember that one. You could
Fun
take
times.
Roche super easily also.
That had a good couple
Bloodstone.
of weeks, and then it got nerfed again.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, that one's quite good. Probably going to be Coddle mid again for Enigma Galaxy. I guess they're flexible here. Maybe they won't do it. It kind of looked semi-goofy that game, but it was good for counter push.
And it was a flex. We also saw Centaur being flexed as a support. Not in Enigma's hands, but there is some...
Again, this is how you mess up your draft when you start theory crafting way too much. Team Liquid draft looks very, very solid. This Kunkka can go to the mid lane, can go to the safe lane. Beastmaster, I don't think we're going to be seeing Beastmaster flex to the mid and safe lane anymore, seeing that Aghanim Scepter is not as viable. So most likely from the off lane, and now they need to decide, can they pick up a better overall carry, something that's going to deal with this Medusa?
That makes me think it's more likely Coddle 4 or 5 potentially, since giving mana the Medusa is quite decent for her front laning, and between Centaur and her, it's going to be hard for Team Liquid to get to those supports in the back.
So safe lane Medusa, off lane Centaur, support duo Coddle and Shaman.
Still could be Coddle mid if they really want to. Just he's not going to be dumping as much mana into her, clearly.
Yeah, I think if you have Coddle in the team with Medusa, you kind of want to play it as 4, because you also, if you're playing it for the mid lane, you want to play for yourself. You want to give in yourself Chakra Magic instead of giving it to Medusa, and then you are losing quite a lot of value, quite a lot of damage, quite a lot of heal in the fights.
Any other critical bans if you want to protect a Medusa other than the anti-mage? Sometimes we put Pango into the mix, or the other diffusal builders.
Yeah. Pango's probably the most obvious one. There are other like agility type heroes. We've seen some Ursas by like 3rd item defusal after Blink BKB or Blink Battle Fury.
I feel like he's looked quite strong so far when I've seen Ursa played. I don't know if it's just because the teams that are picking him won the other lanes, but it felt like he's really good at just running people down and closing a game out. Saw one absolutely demolishing everyone yesterday.
I think he looks pretty good here, frankly. I mean, there's going to be Shadow Shaman disables, but assuming you go for him semi-early or the other team, part of the team, deals with him, then you don't really have to burn Enrage. You'll eventually be able to kill Centaur. As Brian talked a lot about yesterday on panel, I believe. Maybe it was Brian. He said Centaur is just such a good laner that Ursa might still struggle, but...
What about Luna?
God damn it, Lacoste.
Luna?
I'm not even kidding. I think it would
Liquid?
actually work here because this is a very tempo-oriented draft. We're talking about Kunkka with like 1-2 item, Beastmaster with 2 items. He picks up probably Crimson Guard in this one after picking up the Helm because you're playing against Medusa. But it would give you quite a lot of damage mitigation, and you will have Luna with 3 items at the time.
Is that a Snake Charmer? Is a little present in there?
I have no money. I'm sorry.
Storm and Ember get taken out of the pool, and Enigma Galaxy decide to give Sumail a puck. And Liquid, their carry options are getting banned out, Terrorblade and Anti-Mage removed. Go with the 0% win rate, Luna.
Okay, there's the Ursa.
I like the puck. I think it fits what Nigma wants. They have a crazy strong front line between Dusa and Centaur, plus repositioning tools. Puck's going to allow him to go to the back line if he so wishes, and so it gives them some jump and some anti-jump. But the Ursa's good too. I mean, it's going to be able to eventually kill Ursa or Centaur. It can deal with the Medusa. Against Puck, it's not so good, but he's also not going to die to Puck, so looks like Liquid got a lot of what they wanted, in my opinion.
I think these look like 2 pretty strong drafts, in all honesty. I think it's going to be a pretty close game. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like anyone has picked a Luna here, so...
Yeah, what happened?
Yeah. Seems like they learned the lesson. I also wouldn't mind, actually, to see them pick up the Luna here for the reasons that I already explained, but I think this Ursa can also work out. Matchup against Medusa can be a little bit tricky, seeing that Medusas, they kind of always go for a second item Butterfly in this matchup, so you need to be able... Like, they have very strong timing when it comes down to taking these outposts, taking Tormentors, taking Roshans as well, because you have Ursa, you have Beastmaster, relatively easy to do with them, and we'll see if Enigma Galaxy is going to be able to stop some of those.
Let's see it, and if you've noticed, we have one extra panda joining us today, so please, let's send off Tyson Style and listen to a little solo from him and the rest of the PogChamp Pandas.
Position where they are pretty much do or die. They could go down 0-5 and maybe have some crazy 5-way tiebreaker where everybody is 2-5 or whatever, but highly unlikely. Liquid pretty much need to be able to win out to get to playoffs here. They have not been looking good, Avery.
Let's just be realistic about it, Austin. They're on their way out. This is DreamLeague.
Yeah.
It's Liquid in DreamLeague. We all know they're not going to make it. So just enjoy the moments we have with them before they're gone. It's fate. Can't fight fate.
I know that's hard for you, especially, to enjoy your time with Liquid.
I'm crying right now. You can see it. Tell the viewers.
I've never seen drier eyes in my life.
It's really dry here, man. Holy.
Welcome to Sweden. Draft-wise, I mean, we know Liquid's going to lose. Everybody knows they're going to lose. Whatever. But draft-wise, is it even? Can they make it interesting?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you got Beastmaster, Kunkka, some powerhouse cores, really nice support follow-ups for these stun initiators and the Dark Willow plus the Ringmaster and an Ursa who can take objectives. You have capability to do anything in this game. That just comes down to execution. I can definitely see a world where this Dusa with the Coddle Chakra behind him gets a little too big to handle in the fight. But that's a lot of time for you to do something before you get there. And they get 3 runes.
Yeah, good start. Saberlight manages to outclick GH for one of the bounty runes.
And GH back on his signature Coddle, Austin. This is what I was saying. This has to be a GH patch. Io in the meta. Coddle in the meta. Night Stalker in the meta. Earthshaker. Tusk in the meta. Nagasire in 5 in the meta. This is this whole pool.
All right, Enigma Galaxy going to TI. I do feel like the Dusa is a pretty good answer to most of what Liquid is rocking here.
It's an interesting support battle.
The only exception being the Ursa. Ursa's supposed to still be good against Dusa, right?
It's one of the better melee carries. Just because you can accelerate Roshan and push the game tempo. You can build the stacks on her. Eventually, it overwhelms her. Yeah, there's some things going for you in that matchup. But ultimately, as a Dusa, you still have a pretty good butterfly timing in the games you want it, and you have a decent Scotty timing in the games you want it. And both those items can be a little annoying for Ursa in the fight, who's kind of burst-oriented and then risks getting kited. He's also a BKB-dependent carry a lot of times, and Stone Gaze will mess with that.
Oh, nice Gorgon's Grass for a little extra damage there. Saberlight already feeling the pressure, man. Whether it's the boar, or his hero, or his healing salve getting canceled. Lane's not going the best for him out here.
I mean, the upside is I don't think he's ever going to have a lane that goes as bad as that Magnus one was going yesterday.
That is true.
So, it's looking pretty good.
But then again, he bailed himself out.
It's almost like that lane went so bad, it ended up being good for him.
Yeah.
Maybe they should make the lanes go worse.
Boxy should tank the lane.
He's just trialing. Leave him alone.
Yeah, maybe he's an old school player like that. Maybe Saberlight would have really been
ring
the S-tier offlaner of his time 20 years ago.
Probably, yeah. He would have been really good in that era. Why is this music so sad?
Well, it's playing out the final funeral procession for Liquid.
Oh. Carry on.
Mid lane matchup, Nisha versus Sumail. It's always a fun one, but I don't think this one is going to be fun for Sumail playing Puck against Kunkka. His Tidebringer hits do add up.
Yeah, Kunkka wins this lane. Curious to see if Nisha will go for the lockdown item, the Orchid. Something similar if he just wants to play the Kunkka straight up and rely on some of the stuns from his team, which they definitely have enough. You could get away without it here. But it looks pretty solid.
Yeah, I like the Orchid for this game.
I don't think Nigma have too much early damage that you're worried about dying.
For sure.
Like, who's going to kill you early on in this game? It's a slow build-up lineup that wants to get into the later portions of the mid-game for the damage to come online from the Puck and the Centaur and just getting multiple rounds of spells off. The early game is kind of low damage for them. And that is where Liquid can strike. Strike hard and fast.
How did that melee creep still aggro to him? That's crazy. I thought for sure it was walking into the tower once he jaunted to the orb.
King has aura.
Guess so.
Tracks a certain following, you know? I also appreciate this Kunkka's cosmetics. Respect, brother.
Because bald?
That's right. I think we should have more bald heroes.
You like any hero that's bald? Is that what you're saying?
I think we need more of them.
Okay. What if the hero is a race that just doesn't have hair on their head? Does that count as bald?
Yes.
Okay. I feel like I have to run that past Pyrian first.
He would agree with me. I speak for him.
I feel like he wouldn't, actually. He has some pretty hard guidelines about baldness.
Oh, what's going on here? A little...
He's got a Fair Fire still. Pops that now. Waning Rift is still up, but Sumail will just take the range creep.
And Sumail's doing really well in this lane. Pressuring him even on CS. Pretty much even on net worth. It's cruising.
Well, he is 4 denies up on him on Nisha. Wouldn't say that's...
Yeah, but I've seen Kunkkas win these early waves a lot harder.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely outperformed in the matchup, for sure.
Got the flag bearer, though. It's a big last hit. See if he can get the rest of these. Oh! He choked it!
He choked the range creep?
Did we not see that?
Shame. No, we take a quick look at top.
Well,
he just started moaning for no reason.
Yeah, that's really out of context now. But maybe we'll get a replay of that range creep choke later on.
Yeah, very important production that we get a look at that range creep.
Auto blast into mid as well. Nisha just dodging out here. Did not go for a lot of extra regen, so I'll have to X the base as Sumail gets double water rune.
It is a free farming Ursa. Looks like both carries are free farming though. Deuce's untouched, Ursa doing fine. Looks like between the offlaners, the Beastmaster's doing maybe a little bit worse. He's got a couple extra denies, but those are board denies, so it doesn't really count.
This early ring for V2 kind of paid off in that lane. been able to sustain it pretty nicely. Sumail feeling the heat now, as Ghost really feeling the heat. Gets walked down with some brambles and some boars as the salve's immediately canceled.
I guess all that play from the Coddle going mid, blasting, securing water runes.
Backfires a little.
Yeah, it does. Especially if they don't actually like win the lane against Nisha. Which is still to be determined. Oh, Noob, you're going to let him deny all those range creeps? Okay, okay. Yamich is there to pick it up. Running after GH. GH pushes him away. Cute little play.
Lanes are going well for Liquid, though. Across the board, they should be happy with this. Especially if you can get a rotation or a kill with the boat coming up soon and the roar eventually. Start using these low cooldown ultis.
Oh, how did that not bounce to his hero? What? Hacking, man.
Oh, get the boar, man. What?
Ghost afraid of dying again. Boxy steps up to him.
Amp damage Nisha. Looking top. This is
Noob has. He's
not
like,
the time to be going for
I don't
that.
want this. I don't want this at all. Nisha's coming up here. The Ursa's running out. Ursa has a phase boots.
Yeah, they saw him on the sword in the river.
Ghost's running a little low on mana. Bit of chakra magic to buff that up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Nisha getting cornered a little bit here. That is a tanky boy to bring down.
Yeah, there's no way. If he can get off boat, I feel like he just guarantees survives.
That secures the Wisdom Shrine. Nice for Enigma Galaxy here.
Goes trying to get close enough for the Mystic Snake, which would have gotten the kill. GH will try for a blast. It's not going to be enough.
I was ambitious.
A bit, but, you know, he can't go below 75 mana. So.
Oh, Nisha found him. He's going to kill him here. Might not even have to use the boat.
GH hoping neutral deny would work, but Nisha uses those neutrals to his own affairs.
Overrides the blinding light.
Radiant are scanning.
Pretty good game for this Kunkka right now. And still has boat available. He's off the map right now. Pretty scary for Ghost to linger bottom.
He hasn't shown us what the build's going to be yet. Still double bracer, phase boots, but he hasn't actually queued up whether it's going to be Orchid, Blade Mail, Radiance.
This is not a Blade Mail game, I think. There's not enough damage to reflect.
Agreed. Trying to sneak in behind Sumail here. Hoping to catch him with the Torrent, but either way, it doesn't really matter too much. The power rune is bottom. Nisha's going to use that to head to bottom lane. Almost got the pushback into the Gorgon's grasp, but instead it's going to be GH. Probably run down here rather easily. Coil on 2, though. Do some damage onto Sumail. Sumail, he's got to be careful here. Here comes the Kunkka. Torrent's going to whiff. Boat not going to land either. And Sumail thinking about going back in after Saberlight. Nisha trying to cover his offlaner. Will successfully get him out of danger. Never mind, got in range of the Hex. He's dead. Man, that was a long range. Nisha's going to come back into it, try and help him out. Maybe get the kill on Yamich as at least a turnaround play. Beastmaster doesn't even die.
Again, the damage is really low if the puck's not connecting big spells here.
Yeah, it's quite bad.
Nisha going to try and run Ghost down?
Yeah, Ghost, that was a bold move. Nice drop there of the Null Talisman to get max efficiency out of his wand. Still, though, Nisha's not slowing down.
The man got no respect.
He doesn't care about your tower whatsoever. He's just going to Tidebringer you over and over and over again. Here comes the Coddle, though. Might have just saved him with a little bit of Chakra Magic. Nisha needs another hit.
What is this? This is
Base
like...
boots around and around he goes. Okay, needs a few more hits now, but finally he goes down. Where's the team?
Yeah, where was the help? Cue the clown music. He's just running in circles for 30 seconds.
Hey. Okay. This is the freest Kunkka game in the world, it seems.
I mean, I said there's a lack of damage here early. That just about shows it. Give him the runaround, quite literally.
Yikes.
Well, that is a laning phase win for Liquid.
Oh, yeah. And it's not like Nigma got anything in exchange. Like, V-Tune is in this 1v1 matchup against Noob, so he's winning. He doesn't care if his supports are running around.
Mad chilling.
And while Insania didn't die, okay, maybe I spoke too soon. Insania's in trouble now.
What was that?
With the orb there, Nisha failed that one pretty badly. Got the roar, long range. That was crazy long. Smail jumps to the other side. Now he's got an orb. See if he can jump to it in time. He will.
Torrent. Oh.
Almost got him there. Yamich. Run him down underneath tower. As the foul play, but it will not protect him. Man, Nisha is just...
He's just rampaging through this game.
It's like these towers don't exist to this man.
It's like nothing exists. Just going wherever he wants, walking people down.
He's got the bloodlust, man.
He's gone crazy.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm surprised Saberlight got that roar. That was a little bit of a stretch. Smail ends up surviving, though. Pretty big for him. Gets to clear out some of these skellies. But that's a tower down. Nice beast rotation. And it will be the Orchid for the Kunkka. And it's going to be a fast one here with all the extra gold he's gotten off these kills. Looking a little spooky here for NGX.
Well, no, it feels like Nisha has a vendetta of some sort. Like, when you're that far up and you take the time to stick around to deny, like, 2 or 3 more creeps.
Maybe he's just feeling himself.
Maybe.
Super early Roche, too. 11:30. You don't even have the Battle Fury on the Ursa. He's just in here with some boars, getting the job done.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, I mean, you even give it to V-Tune here? I feel like it's kind of a waste because it's so early in the game. What is he going to do with it?
Yeah, it seemed like he wanted to give it to Saberlight, but
I would have agreed with that. I think it should go to the Beast or the Kunkka here. Because they're going to go fight. They're going to interact with heroes. You're not going to go interact with heroes on the Ursa.
Got to make use of that fast Battle Fury timing he's got.
Ancient stack going to Nisha as well. He is going to be fat. That's going to be a fast Orchid. If you get that kill connection on the Puck who has a streak, plus maybe another one, this game is going to be really favored for Liquid.
Yeah. One thing I just never like about Centaur, it feels like despite him being like just a standard jump stunning hero,
he's only got 4 legs. That's exactly what I've been thinking for the past 10 years. Why doesn't he have an extra pair of legs? Where are the 2 human legs? Nobody asks this. If you stick a human and a horse together, there should be 6 legs total.
Right. I'm glad we see eye to eye on that.
I agree. It makes no sense.
Kind of embarrassing for Valve, honestly.
Well, they can't count the 3, and 6 is multiple 3s.
Okay, that makes sense.
But that means Half-Life 6 confirmed.
Because they probably put them on 2 at a time, right?
Now you're
but
making
you don't want to do
sense.
3 pairs of 2.
Yeah, now you're making sense. I feel like this is the first conversation I've had with you where you're talking smart.
I'm glad we're finally connecting on a deeper level. Saberlight, he's going to get this kill on GH, but he's probably going to be punished for it. Smail's going to try anyway. Coil. Now Yamich joins in. Yamich is going to take a bunch of damage from this creep, though. He's got to tie up the creep. Oh, my God. He's going to get out. Yamich. There had to have been a better casting of spells.
I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one, Chief.
Like ward blocking the Beastmaster and shackle the owl, or just accept your fate and shackle the beast for as long as you can, and if you die, you die.
I mean, you can't be messing up those kind of plays because Liquid are going to take something every time you do. Ursa is taking your top tower. They invaded your triangle. They're eyeing up your Medusa now. You're going to try and Orchid all in it, maybe?
It's going to be tough.
Brought the bear.
With the bear, it's a lot easier. And nobody can get close. Stone Gaze goes out, but he dies before anybody gets stoned up.
I just don't know what you do in this position with this draft. You don't have damage to make plays on these cores. you really have to bring 3 or 4 heroes every time. You lost all your tier 1 towers. You're losing map control. Feels like you have to make a smoke off this Centaur blink, bring the supports with him, drop wards on that target or coil. That's how you kill somebody here.
How does this happen from a drafting perspective? It's like oversights on damage.
It's not always an oversight. It could be an assumption that certain lanes are going to go better. You have a faster game on the Puck or Centaur, you will have more damage in this lineup. Though I think this Puck lane was not going to go much better. The Centaur lane could have.
Really? I feel like Ursa is a guarantee win.
Yeah, I mean, it's also Ringmaster. You can't really reliably win lane against Ringmaster.
That's true.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Noob. Trying to be max efficient here. Cuts the creep wave, takes the Lotuses, but then gets caught by Nisha. And he used the Stampede. Not great. And the tier 2 tower still got taken. So you didn't even stop them from getting the objective in the first place.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
16-minute power rune.
Dire's
No luck first mail.
I will say sometimes as a drafter you get stuck in this trap of constructing a lineup that is very good against what the opponents want to do.
Okay.
But then your lineup doesn't do anything to them.
Yeah, you lose sight of the synergy within your own hero.
Yeah, I mean, their lineup has synergy. It's just there's no early playmaking. So you would have really had to dodge a lot in this early game to come out even. You're not that far behind here either, but you can definitely feel it watching this game. The playmaking options are just not good.
Yeah, in order to kill any hero, they have to throw so much at it. They need the Puck and the Centaur in the same area because the supports just aren't going to add enough to kill one of these tanky heroes.
And then there's going to be Boat Rum and an Escape Act.
Yep.
And probably Aegis because, you know, you're conceding early Roshans to this Ursa lineup.
And the Golem Aura. Extra HP there.
As an early Ancient Granum Golem. See what Nigma can do here, though. They just smoked up. They have a Witchblade Puck. They have a Stampede in 10. They're going to TP the Centaur. So this is the big play where you will have damage when you bring this many heroes together. Especially if you can jump supports or someone squishy.
Yeah, don't want to jump the Ursa. There's an Escape back behind him. They spot the teleport away from Insania and do manage to stop it.
That was a mega long TP.
Yeah.
That's the only reason he dies there. But look at our converging.
Yeah, look at him. It's 4 versus 5, and they're scared. Boxy just running at him. Got the stun on Smail. Smail trying to jump away. He's going to have to throw it on the coil, then get stunned. The Ursa, he's shackled up, but the fear, it hit nicely from Boxy. Beautiful terrorize. They turn back on the roar. Kill the Centaur as well. 2 cores for 1 support in a 4 versus 5.
Too easy for Liquid here. Just anytime they find heroes, they just throw everything they have on them and not too worried about dying. No one even gets low in these fights.
Yeah, V-Tune disconnected. He thought the game was over.
Probably had to answer the door. Door number 1 for the day.
What was under door number 1? I forgot.
Door number 2. Another door.
And then behind door number 2?
I think it was Aurora's boot camp. Now you're in there. Now you're in their room of doors. And you have to open their door number 1.
I played enough blueprints today. I don't need to go down that rabbit hole again. Are they going to take all tier 2s before 20 minutes?
Why not? Who's going to stop them?
Apparently not Nigma.
Yeah, not this lineup.
Yamich is he's following the 9 class guide of playing Shadow Shaman.
He's dead.
Dying randomly in the sides of the map while farming up ancient camps with Serpent Wards. Gotta get those denies. Gotta get those denies.
V-Tune is swimming in the gold right now.
They spot Nisha. I was gonna say, can Nigma fight on the triangle area, but apparently Liquid not scared of taking a fight numbers down. As long as V-Tune's joining them, it's gonna be a tough fight. Stone Gaze go off, then they reset a little bit. Nisha coming in now, connecting to his team, trying to get him with the X, but Enigma Galaxy do manage to get away. A fight that they didn't lose anybody. That's something.
It's a dub. Take that.
Didn't gain anything, but
you just got to get to your next set of items and try and turn this game with that timing around next Roshan. That's your ticket back in if you can win a fight during that interval.
What are those next set of items?
Butterfly and the Dusa would be the biggest one here, but even the Yules on Sumail count for something here versus the Ursa especially. They have Crimson Guard on the Centaur. That's all Noob's going to have for a long time here. So you're pretty much just looking at that. It's all on Ghost.
Is the Butterfly even that effective against Ursa?
It's not the most effective, but it gives you a lot of damage.
He just keeps his Fury Swipes, right? He just like...
Yeah, of course.
Or overpower, he just keeps swinging and swinging until he hits.
Still a decent amount of damage and survivability. You have nothing else better to build up here.
Sure.
And it makes him sit there for longer.
Yeah. Well, the way you were talking, I was hoping Ghost was close to it.
He is close.
Yeah. I mean, legitimately, Liquid might be able to take second Roshan and go high ground before he completes that Butterfly. If it's a fast enough Roshan spawn.
BKB already done for the Ursa. Helm of the Overlord done for Saberlight. And BKB very close for Nisha. Those are not items you're going to win a fight going into. If you are Enigma Galaxy here, Noob hiding for his life.
Spotted by the Torrent. Nisha sniffs him out. Still caught him on the X. They'll run him down. Take the Wisdom Shrine. Nigma are going to fight here. After all, they jumped on a Centaur. Primal Roar goes out on the Puck. That's already bad. The Puck did hardly any damage in this fight. The Ursa, he just takes the fight to the Medusa, forces him to run away, and then they clean up.
He just walked in and got roared. Nothing else you can do once the Puck goes down. I mean, he's all your sustained damage in the fight, especially till the Dusa has a damage item in his Butterfly.
Yeah, what happened to Sumail? Did he think that the roar got used already?
Just walked into a bramble, got roared. I mean, I don't know. I can't answer that for you. Something happened. Someone opened the door, maybe.
Under attack.
Never had a chance.
Dire are scanning.
Scanned in the trees, hunted down.
Here comes Sumail. He waning rifted into a bramble, but then instantly got roared as well.
I mean, he only had 2 points phase shift, so he's probably dead near no matter what. This thing that happens. Maybe he felt he silenced the beast, or just didn't see him right on that tree line.
Yeah, I assume he was trying to silence him.
Now there's a full pipe.
He was pretty off.
Well, there's your second Aegis. And if I'm Liquid, I'm going high ground with this.
Oh, yeah.
You have Pipe, you have Glimmer, you have BKB.
And the Butterfly still isn't done. They are going to go through the gate and go after Tormentor, so Enigma Galaxy is going to try and sneak away an objective. Or maybe not the Tormentor.
Take Boxy first.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh, they lost the talisman on the courier. That's your Butterfly. 2 minutes here. Yikes.
Nisha trying to root out these heroes. Almost got him on the Torrent there. Torrent revealed him. Didn't get the X in time, though. Okay, well, now looks like Liquid's going to take the Tormentor.
This might be one of those games where nobody at the end of the game has more than 10k hero damage.
Yeah. It's like a decent number of kills on the Liquid side, but those were kills that they got pretty much early into the game, and ever since, Enigma Galaxy's just trying to dodge.
Well, no, I'm saying on Enigma Galaxy.
Oh, okay.
Like I don't think they're going to have a player over 10k hero damage in this game.
Spotted. Making a run for it, caught in the brambles. I mean, Liquid are just forming up hunting parties. And eventually they'll get enough pickoffs that they feel comfortable hitting the high ground. 3 minutes left on the Aegis, and it seems like maybe the time is now.
They're hunting. They want more. Found damage, and he is Deaderino.
Dire's middle tower is under
Closing out the map and going high ground at the same time. That's how you know you do not have a lot of options to turn this game around.
You know, they're still chasing after the Medusa. V-Tune, he got him to use the Stone Gaze. Then leaps right over the fencing.
Man, what a very one-sided beatdown.
Yeah, this is pretty rough.
If only Liquid had been able to give these performances consistently throughout the group stage.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we should have expected this. These are the two teams that are doing the worst in the second group stage. Nigma 1-3, Liquid 0-4. If just one of them is in form, unlikely the other one is going to be able to match him. And it does seem like Liquid came into this with a little bit of form. Much to Avery's chagrin.
I don't have anything against them, man.
No, but you love Nigma Galaxy.
Oh, yeah. Who doesn't?
The Grinch.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All right, where's the base defense fight? There's the Crimson. You have your butterfly timing. Aegis is still up for a minute here.
Yeah, you pretty much have to take this fight to the Aegis.
They're going to dodge it.
You're giving up a full lane. 26 minutes in. I mean, Liquid might just take two.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to leave. Why would they?
60 seconds left. You can stall it.
Ooh.
Saberlight's even fishing for the action. X onto V-Tune so he can fiercely jump in after these supports. There goes tier 3. 2 lanes of barracks. Okay, that's what we're doing here. Teleport back from the Medusa.
He was behind them. Pretty sneaky.
Yeah. I mean, he better hit a 5-man stomp if they want to win this fight. Which, I mean, they're a little bit grouping up.
Yeah, they do not know he's here. Going.
Here he comes. Oh, what a time for a pause.
Not like this.
No way, man.
Oh.
That's brutal. Just brutal. Just as he popped out of the shadows. Well, Noob,
I mean, Yemich
might be able to hit a 3-man stomp here.
He did study under Puppy. It was instinct, you know? You just had the puppy paws.
Puppy paws on.
It's just built into the man.
Okay, he doesn't even go for the stomp. He just blinks back inside the base. "15 seconds left on the Aegis. Looks like Liquid are going to chill out. Let the regen kick into play.
We'll never know what would have happened in that fight.
That's true.
I have a feeling it would not have gone well for Nigma, to be honest, but
yeah,
they did have the angle.
They kept the game going longer by not initiating.
It's an entire Bloodthorn done on Nisha. That is going to dice Ghost up with the extra damage, man.
Yeah, is that the best item to get against Medusa?
It's one of the best in the game. Usually you can't get it this early, though. When you're snowballing this much, he only has the Manta. The second the Manta goes out, if you Bloodthorn him, that fight is really difficult.
Yeah.
High ground position for Nigma Galaxy.
Go for the wards first. Oh, we hit him with the torrent straight into the stomp there.
Noob blinked into the ward.
Hits 2. That's pretty nicely. Terrorize. Oh, no. Noob is stuck. Yeah, that's a little bit rough. Ghost, he's running out of mana. He needs some help. Stampede to try and get him away, but there's brambles everybody. Half his mana comes back in an instant, but he's still surrounded by 5 heroes. GH did what he could, but now they're just going to head for the hills. The Medusa, they put no damage threat on Liquid whatsoever. Nope. Boxy got half HP.
I mean, they have Mech, Pipe, Helmet of the Overlord, Rum Buff, and then an Ursa with ulti. Not an easy lineup to put damage into, and your lineup isn't built for it either. That sums this game up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, this is going to be Liquid's chance at redemption, perhaps. X back. Sumail tries to jump after him. The Orchid, nice stomp, hits on 2. Pipe goes out, and they struggle to put the damage onto the Ringmaster. They may have all these heroes coiled, but they have no damage to back it up. Nobody able to deliver, and they just 5-man run after Sumail.
Just keep the beat down going. I mean, why are you even back in here?
Taking a quick breather. Wait for the next creep wave. You're gonna smoke, maybe go through mid or bottom. Or just wait.
Gotta stall for the puck.
Oh, aggressive force staff. Now the Ursa jumps. Midu got hexed up though. Yule's up in the air, taunted by the Wheel of Wonder though. This Dusa needs to try and escape, but the force staffs and the Stampedes, this time he'll survive. Liquid get a few moments of hitting buildings for free. While the Medusa heals up, the puck is back into play in 3 seconds.
Nisha healed as well.
Liquid just refusing to give Nigma any chances.
At the same time, Nigma refusing to GG out of this game.
That's against their philosophy.
They hold on.
They never GG out.
There's a cast range.
And Saberlight, of course, holding on to the Curio forever, as always.
That's the thing. How many games are you going to hold on to this and then win the game with it in your inventory effectively? Which makes it a bad choice.
Yeah, but he won the game. So it must be a good choice.
Right, so he would have won harder with an actual
That's
item.
not the way he's going to justify it to himself. He's going to say, we won the game, and even if the game did go bad, well, I would have been able to unleash my Curio onto some tier 4 item and hit a different timing. I'm not saying it's good logic, but I'm just saying that's how these players think, man.
Yeah, maybe they can take all the Curios and package them into one Curio-backed security.
Okay.
And then we can retranche those into larger packages.
Right. So we take the Curios that aren't affected, the subprime Curios.
Yeah, you got to get the subprime Curios out of there.
Wrap those in.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Sounds like a nifty little scheme we got going for
We
ourselves.
could have a good neutral item vehicle right there. Nothing wrong with that.
This is not a team fight to call. It's just a massacre.
He escaped though. Look at that. V-Tune on the hunt, has the basher.
Dude, you know Liquid, former teammates with Sumail, they know what he's like. They're giving him no openings. They're hunting him down constantly.
They didn't get him though.
Making sure his life is hell. Didn't get him here, didn't get him now.
Time wasted. Roche
Radiant are scanning.
not up. More time wasted. Comeback? Potential.
I can't believe we're going to be going into our 3rd Roshan of the game.
At 32 minutes.
At 32 minutes. That's pretty crazy.
They see Noob on this ward bottom, looking to catch him. But you're too slow.
Didn't really seem like Nisha was too pressed about it.
Oh, there's the Roche. V-Tune into the pit. Time to clean it up. Finish this one off.
Dire's top tower is under
This little Prowler is kind of nice. It gives lifesteal aura.
Lifesteal aura? Really?
Pretty nice for the Ursa.
10% lifesteal, 10 HP regen.
Yeah, the regen is also not that bad when you're just kind of pushing, right?
Sure.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That regen ends up being a couple hundred HP on everybody. The lifesteal is super nice if you have some big right clickers. I kind of like this creep in certain lineups.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right. Well, Insania's got the banner. Time to go to work.
Oh, Ghost, how'd you end up here, man? How'd you end up in this situation? Hunted by the bear through the woods.
Hoping beyond hope that there's not a bash. There was. Yeah. Well, he does have buyback. Meanwhile, inside of the base, Nisha, he's been ward trapped.
Has a cheese.
Shackled. He's got a cheese. He's got a BKB. He's not dying.
Nope.
Escape back going to be used here. Gorgon's Grasp. That's going to miss. Orb going out. Maybe they kill the Helmet Dom creep. Didn't get it. V-Tune chases after the Deuce now. Oh, pulled back in by the tidal wave from Nisha, and short work made of this Medusa. She's not tanky at all against the Ursa.
Well, that is about the fastest I've seen Medusa die twice in a long time.
Yeah, frankly, it just feels like Liquid had all the answers. Medusa's answered by the Ursa. Not an easy matchup for the Puck mid, even if Sumail maybe overplayed it a bit. Ursa against the Centaur. I mean, it was just a really good Ursa game.
Also, a really good Kunkka game.
Very good Kunkka game.
Like, no damage to put into this guy. No real answer for the early Orchid buildup. There's no save to bail the Puck out. And his defensive item is going to come way too late in this game. Just an outdraft, I think. And Liquid have so much time with this lineup disparity to outplay Nigma. It feels like this game has to be exactly even at the 20-minute mark for Nigma to be favored. Going into a split push, Rat contest the Roshan period that is really difficult for them to ramp up into, whereas Liquid have so much playmaking potential between the Kunkka and the Beast, with Bramble, Terrorize behind them, with the Whip behind them, with a Wheel of Wonder behind them. It's the second you go on anybody with these low cooldown ults, they're just going to get chained into death. Time to rethink what the game plan here is if you're Enigma Galaxy, because you do not want a repeat of that game.
No. We need Nigma to step it up a little bit, because that's a terrible game for us to start on, because like we weren't even warmed up yet. That was just like a one-sided slog.
I mean, they
got 4 kills.
Yeah, and they were all Sumail. Everybody else is
Sumail
O and X.
4-4-0. Everybody else, nada.
NGX, not OX and X.
Sure, man. Check out some highlights.
And indeed, a very difficult game for Enigma Galaxy. As we're going to be seeing, it's just going to be a complete bloodbath in every single fight. I think this one comes down to Team Liquid having the control from the laning stage, making these aggressive moves, moving Kunkka to the enemy bottom lane, which did allow them to kill the tower, and this Beastmaster timing is pretty damn good. We talked about on the panel how strong the timing is when you're off to a good start. And 2 offlaners, they haven't really been evenly matched in this one. Unfortunately for Enigma Galaxy, they were unable to get a single core kill in this game. All 3 cores on Team Liquid did not die a single time. And also a little bit of a misfortune that their Centaur gets stuck inside of Shadow Shaman wards, which is not ideal. I don't think it would matter as much. Was forced to use Stampede to get out of it, but still very, very difficult fights for Enigma Galaxy throughout the whole game, because it was a lot coming out from this mid lane. Kunkka was the one who actually completely dumpstered the mid lane, which made Puck's life pretty much miserable, even though, as SVG and Cap said, he was the one who was involved in every single kill on Enigma Galaxy. But we could also see what Nisha has been up to in terms of head-to-head, how they've been able to be matched up, because Nisha didn't die a single time. 7-0 and 16. Sumail tried his best. It's just that this safe lane, there's no pressure whatsoever, leaving Beastmaster completely uncontested. Keeper of the Light plus Medusa doesn't really do them justice. So Sumail doesn't really have a hero to play with. And he's actually dealing more damage than Nisha, who's having the blast of a game. So this also tells the story how Sumail tried his best. It's just that maybe the teammates are a little bit too heavy on this one. And also nice damage coming up from Sumail. 1-6-9. And also Network, he tried to keep up. Did his best, but unable to carry the game from the mid lane. The way this game kind of started is with Nisha making the moves. I also think that Enigma Galaxy kind of wanted to get some stacks going for their Medusa, but Nisha immediately making a move at level 6, stealing some of the stacks as well from Coddle, collecting some of these Mad Stones as well. Also going to be stealing even more stacks. But yeah, he was all over the place pretty much, playing with Saber Lido, making sure that they are grabbing the kills. And this is going to be a bit of a longer clip where Nisha continues to get the Tidebringer hits. Ghost, who has 20 Magic Wand charges, you think, oh, he's fine. He even drops his Null Talisman on the ground, making sure that he's getting more mana, but it's not enough. I think I would love to hear what they've been saying on the comms, because Ghost is like, guys, I'm fine. You sure you're fine? Yes, I am, but seems like Nisha had a bit of a different thing to say about this one, so he continues to cleave him up multiple times. There are the pings coming out, GH TP's in, but again, this is Keeper of the Light we're talking about, who doesn't provide you with much control, so in the end, Ghost is gonna drop, and they're also gonna be getting another freebie, getting some of the extra stacks. And while all this is happening, there is Ursa farming on a different side of the map. There's been a lot of pressure going on, and this is the big timing as well. Nisha, who already picked up his Orchid, this is something that Puck doesn't like to play into, doesn't like to buy Orchid, which kind of forces him to build into Yule Scepter, which he doesn't want to, but they're so far ahead. You can see the Dino as well. I think the only way you can maybe salvage this game if you were to pick one of those heroes to get the Meteor, try to kill the Dinosaur, because otherwise I just don't see it happening.
Oh my goodness. That game was exhausting. Young man, do you mind if I take a seat here, rest my old bones?
Join me.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, would you... Oh.
I gotta say, you don't look very much like your pictures.
I didn't realize I was here on a date with a young man. I've come to watch the Liquid games. I've been a Liquid fan for 5 years, and I'm only 29 years old, you know.
Oh, it's aged you a bit, I see.
It has a tad, just a whisper of aging, and you can see it creeping in around the beard.
What did it feel like last summer when they did so good? How did that make you feel?
Sadly, I'm now senile and can't remember a time when they didn't suck, but that was a refreshing win that they managed to put in the bag.
And they've got a couple wins recently, just not in this tournament at all.
Indeed.
We haven't seen that much.
Indeed. I thought they struggled in Group Stage 1, but now they're showing their true colors and struggling again in Group Stage 2. God bless them.
They did almost lose their tiebreaker. That's not too wrong. You read anything good in the newspaper lately? Do you read those still?
I don't read the newspaper because I lost my reading glasses, but my assistant Marjorie, she does read it to me from time to time, and we do the crossword, of course. But no, I didn't read anything particularly good.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yes.
How are your grandchildren?
As I said, I'm only 29, Kevin, so...
Oh, sorry. It's very easy to forget when I look at you.
Yes, I understand that.
Surprised you kept track of that. I thought you were just going to entertain me there.
No, I am 29.
Oh,
the joke is that being a Liquid fan ages you, Kevin. It's not complicated.
I heard that too.
Yes.
Yeah,
You didn't tell me your name, and I just know it.
that is very mysterious.
Old ladies are very wise.
Yeah, my name's Kevin. My friends call me Purge.
Purge?
Yeah.
I have to purge every weekend.
I bet you.
Otherwise, I get bunged up. Luckily, prune juice is plentiful.
That's great. I have.
What are you eating?
There's some little
Is
wax
that a
monkeys.
drugs of some kind?
They are. They're gonna make you feel real good. You want me to?
No,
put one in your little bird
if you
mouth?
try to put something in my drink, Kevin, I'm prepared to defend myself. I have a musket.
You really do. Is that?
Yes, it's a real musket. So
Is it?
stand
Okay.
back. Old Betsy's not for drugging.
Or do they allow you to own that in your mental condition?
Who's
Of being a Liquid fan, of course.
Who's going to suspect
Too
an
close?
old lady?
You're too close to suicide at all times.
Indeed. It's just there just in case they crash out of the tournament without winning a series. But I think they're going to win this one. What do you think, young man?
I mean, that game one looked quite good, I gotta say. That should have put some buzz in your step, I dare say.
Nothing puts a buzz in my step except my weekend purge. There could be a tonight purge if you play your cards right.
Wow.
Know what I'm saying?
That's why I've been sitting for 4 hours on my phone. Yeah, I'm just hoping I would get lucky one time.
Swiping on me. You can swipe on me tonight if you play your cards right. A pleasure to meet you.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, once you don't get a lot of opportunities like this. I don't know where to go. Do you want to get out of here? Oh no, she fell asleep. Oh my gosh.
No,
never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. Oh, I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Whenever you're around, my heart begins to pound. Though I know you'll take it slow, no way to stop this feeling. For every single day, whenever you're away, in this place, there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. And I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, I don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. I don't want it to stop. No, I don't want it to stop. I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Feeling this good. Feeling this good. Ooh, feeling this good. You crack the ceiling. This love is an open sky. Can't shake this feeling. I want you to know I can't lie. These doors are open. Welcome, darling, won't you stay? And you got me hoping. Forever's here, today's the first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. I got all these choices.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll get back to actual Dota analysis quick enough. Just have some fun, kick back for a little while. Unless you're Enigma Galaxy, then you better start sweating bullets. Because you just lost a game to a team with no wins right now in all of it. DreamLeague Season 26's Group Stage 2. Liquid are 0-4 right now, and all these teams are clawing to make their way into playoffs. There is still a chance for all these teams to do it, even Liquid. If they manage to win this, and then they manage to win their next two series tomorrow and day after tomorrow, well, we were looking at a tiebreaker situation potentially. Meanwhile, though, Enigma Galaxy, they have a little bit more to play for. It's not just the glory of being able to be good in DreamLeague. They managed to get enough points here. We might be looking at them in the Esports World Cup, Lacoste.
Yeah, that'd be pretty massive, but we'll see if they are going to be able to do it. Liquid, in this one, they looked super strong. Enigma Galaxy, I would say they didn't have a real playmaker other than Sumail, which made it very difficult for them to play the game. Medusa caught a lane. It's a very static lane, not much you can do. Centaur is also relatively slow offlaner who doesn't provide you with much until he gets to his Blink Dagger, but you also want to maybe getting a Vanguard, getting the Blade Mail. So it's a lot of items that you want to buy before you get into a Blade Mail. Sure, you have Stampede, but also kind of difficult game, especially if you're down 3,000 at 10 minutes. Makes it very, very difficult to play the game.
That's why I don't think they should be playing this traditional Dota. We've been seeing Medusa strats for months at this point.
Yeah.
This Silencer, Bloodseeker kind of stuff, though.
That's the stuff I want to see.
Even Sumail, Arc Wardening it up, even though it didn't work, I think you need to throw Liquid off balance. You can't play traditional Dota against them.
No, you can't. And I mean, Nisha was just having the time of his life in this game. He never stopped, always running at them. It felt like Nigma were completely outdrafted and just didn't have a response. Kev.
I think they just overcooked their drafts a little bit too much. The lack of disables. They're like, oh, Coddle's going to be great with Medusa. This makes sense. But in lane, Chakra Magic is 75 mana. It's that's a skill point. You could instead get Blinding Light at 2 and Illuminate at 2 and just impact more. Not that it's necessarily ideal because I saw him use Blinding Light 6 times in the laning stage when he was oh, please don't kill me, Blinding Light kind of thing. I think they just overcooked the draft a little bit. Maybe we're too confident in the Caudal Flex. And while Dusa has some potential, if you get behind like that in the laning stage, they're going to map pressure really effectively. I mean, at one point I saw Beastmaster was like 6 kills, 0 deaths, 6 assists. Like, they just played extremely standard Dota, and that was kind of what Liquid needed to do, even some of their previous days.
Yeah. Well, Nigma has stolen the Kunkka here.
They did, and their one difference in the bans overall is that they don't take out the Marcy this time. Instead, they ban out Undying on Nigma Galaxy.
And they only have 3 bans this time, if I'm not mistaken.
That is... 4. Wait, no, they all had 3 last time also.
Did they?
Yeah. They were first pick last time. They first picked themselves a Shaman.
Neil. Just testing you.
And then Liquid responded with a Ringmaster.
He's right.
I'm right.
Very good. Of course, someone's talking to him in his ear, but it's impressive.
Feeding you all the answers.
What are you talking? Don't gesture, Lacoste. You're ruining the cinematic magic.
Very good.
I've got the mind and the memory of an elephant.
This Oracle, though.
Is that an elephant? Have you ever seen an elephant?
Well, it's more about hearing an elephant.
That was a rooster.
It's a lot bassier.
And the first noise, you just went.
10 seconds.
Neil, there you go.
What? Yeah, exactly. There I go.
Yeah, but you went.
No, that was. I think it was. I'll do it again. Are you?
They did you dirty.
I think you can only do it when you're not trying. It has to be a ventriloquist elephant noise. I'm pretty sure. Wow. Really convincing.
Thank you.
Amazing.
That clip's going to be front page of Reddit for sure.
Wait.
Fire tsunami.
All right, this Oracle.
Actually, before you get to that, did you know that I'm doing such a terrible job on this that according to Liquipedia, I am listed as the co-host for this show, and you're actually listed as the primary host? So I've already been demoted according to Liquipedia, who is the be-all, end-all accuracy of Dota esports.
If there's anyone from Liquipedia watching, you got to fix that shit.
You should swap position.
No, I'm not the host. Neil is the host. I don't even want to confuse anybody.
All right.
Anyway, I have this friend who plays Oracle all the time, Purge. He brushes Aghanim Scepter. I don't even know what Aghanim Scepter does on him. It's like lower BAT or something.
I believe it makes you invisible when you ulti somebody.
Yeah, my boy Jimmy Bob
it does lower
that,
BAT.
he runs that all the time.
Very successfully runs the strat.
But what is actually relevant about Oracle?
Oh, I see what you're doing.
Yes.
You're making fun of me.
Correct.
Okay.
The hero has 8 wins and 2 losses over 10 games, which is a crazy win rate. And it's not just being picked by Liquid, it's a lot of other teams are spicing it in. And maybe not always the first pick. And in fact, both of their heroes are very backliney here at this point. But it does give you the potential to just nullify the magic damage that your opponents are dealing, plus have a save. So I've seen a lot of games so far this tournament where having an Oracle on your team completely breaks the game wide open.
And this is Insania Oracle. Like, I hate to just name players and heroes, but this is, you'll see teams banning him even when people weren't picking him very much against Insania. He's very good on this hero.
He is. It's one of the highest win rate heroes in Dota buff pubs, I think. I think it's around S tier with the healing facet. So
these heroes are also not that easily killed. I would love to see some kind of a jump. They open up with Kunkka, which can be played from 3 different roles, but I also want to see some kind of an extra jump, maybe even something like Mars, maybe Night Stalker, Storm Spirit, these type of heroes. I think they're going to be picking one support right now and then saving that probably offlaner for later, keeping the flex open. Silencer is going to come out, so potentially that Bloodseeker Silencer strategy, it might be viable. Not that viable against Oracle, though. It's great against Shaman because he doesn't have that much move speed. You can throw both spells on him, as I've shown in the clips earlier when they were playing against Talon, so it makes Shadow Shaman's kind of game very, very difficult at the start. But also, if they want to swap it, they could potentially play Oracle in that lane. If it comes down to that, dispel those silences, be very annoying, and play Shaman from position 5. So
yeah, it's not a bad idea. And you can also do the thing where you start casting the spell on yourself, and then he silences you, it releases it, and then you could protect yourself as well if it's if you really need to. Or just cast it on yourself as soon as you get cursed and get it removed. Then you don't have to worry about the combo at all. But it's a little bit spooky knowing they did it before, but Silencer, no matter what, should be good against the support duo. And because they're not really great heroes for like stopping the run at you strategy, I think Batrider can hit the back line and pick them apart a little bit too.
It's also a repositioning tool. If you have heroes like Tiny, Kunkka's Shard is also very good, Batrider as well, who can drag people away from Oracle, which makes the game much more difficult, so you don't get that save off, which makes quite a lot of difference in the fight.
That's kind of a cat and mouse thing, though, because oftentimes I'll see Oracle be a counter to the lasso.
It depends. It really depends. Dota is about like who's getting the jump. If you're getting that global silence, pretty much milliseconds, and who's having better vision, taking the fight on that vision could make a difference.
And classically, Oracle was the solution against Batrider because it was so much about the lasso, but it's less so now. A lot of times, lasso feels more like I'm going to stun a guy at a critical moment, or I'm going to be diving for a bit and then lasso him kind of situation. That's a little bit harder to predict for the Oracle, I feel like.
Both Silencer and Bat have terrible win rates, as we just saw on the screen.
Yeah, the only
Silencer is 11 and 17, and Bat was at 1 and 5.
1 and 5, and the one was Nisha playing Batrider mid.
Yeah.
11-17 could be worse. It was also picked at the start of the tournament, so some of those stats are pre-patch.
True.
And you could argue that Reverberating Silence is better, but at that point, people had been playing that hero for at least like a month or two.
Yeah.
So they knew what to expect. They were expecting it sometimes. So.
Here they come with the Storm.
Prepping for potential Bloodseeker, because Storm doesn't care about your Rupture. Neither does your Terrorblade. He's going to stand his own ground, pop the Manta style. So they need to go for a different type of a flex. I think this Kunkka can be played as a carry. This is something that Satanic does quite often, even into TB matchup, which can be good, but you also need to be careful. If you're getting your HP swap, this is how you can actually kill Kunkka. But they go with Puck, which is a traditional counter to Storm Spirit. Other than Shadow Shaman, they don't really have that much control.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, the Storm Spirit looks like it's going to have a pretty good time, and we've seen Nisha wreak havoc on teams if he's left unattended. Most likely looking at a Ghost Kunkka, which means that Nigma Galaxy need a noob offlaner, and Liquid looking for their V-Tune. I hear this Luna hero.
Pretty good.
Pretty good hero.
Pretty good if you want to lose the game. 100% chance to lose the game if you pick Luna.
You look very kiteable this game to me, and Puck's just going to get away from you. He's going to phase shift dodge the Eclipse. Yeah, that one's...
They're saying it's an ideal pick right now.
It does sound... I mean, if you do want to beam
keep
the
the
ground,
trend going.
want to mine the ground with Eclipse, yeah, that's one way to do it. They are banning carries, actually. Interesting. I guess they're Life Stealer. I guess because they have weak disables, that they know that killing Life Stealer is going to be almost impossible for their team. But I'd be surprised to see Terrorblade put an offlane. I feel like that. I mean, that was there and was a common thing, but I just feel like it's not popular anymore. I feel like we've never seen it.
The flex has died off post-patch.
But that could just be because Terrorblade carry just seems to be like one of the stronger carries, like top 5 for sure.
Yeah. The offlaners are a little bit more obvious, though. Beastmaster, Underlord, Dawnbreaker, Doom, Bristleback, Omni Knight, Timbersaw, a lot of offlane bans taken out of the pool. I don't know how many more Noob has in his pocket. I guess Brewmaster is still on the list.
And the Centaur's still there.
Centaur's still there.
I assume is what they're going to go for, but...
I like Brewmaster a lot. I think there's a big difference when DM plays these Brewmasters and when other plays it, but it could be very, very good here, because you can cut into backlines, 2 supports. You have no AoE, basically, to deal with them. Sure, you have a lot of attack damage from Terrorblade, but he also doesn't want to focus those Brewlings, and you can deal with the illusions, find Oracle, throw him in the air, and also if a lot of that net worth is on TB, you can also cyclone him in the fights. I think this would be a very, very good Brewmaster game.
I could see it work. I think it's adequate for sure.
I need more than adequate. Nigma Galaxy are staring down the barrel of a Liquid. Say what you want to say. I'm holding the microphone very close to you. Get out of here.
All right, continue the draft. The last pick here comes for Enigma Galaxy. It's going to be the offlaner. Is Centaur the hero? Is Brewmaster the hero?
Centaur's also fine because it gives you Aura Builder, good against TB. You can find the backlines, both of the supports. So you have the whole team running at them. I also, like I said, Brewmaster, but he didn't play a single game of Brewmaster so far in this tournament. So that doesn't give me too much confidence.
It doesn't feel like they're straight. That's not what they go for as often. They want this tanky hero at front lanes, and I guess, I don't know what's going to be. Kunkka, I guess? Kunkka offlane?
Kunkka offlane.
Batrider offlane?
Ride or die with the Silencer Bloodseeker strat.
I don't know.
We did see a Puck Pos 4. Tofu played Pos 4 Puck earlier in the tournament.
That is true.
I doubt it.
I just feel like you take TB and you put him as a carry at this point against Kunkka, against Bloodseeker, against Puck. It's like 3 heroes that pin you to the ground.
And he's
going
like,
to be so
cool.
fine. He
Yeah.
gets BKB, he gets a little...
And with the Oracle
HP.
as well?
Yeah.
Come on now.
I just feel like he's your carry. Put an offlane on the other side, maybe a Brewmaster. It's not that bad. There are 2 silences.
Oh, wow.
And they're going to do TB offlane after all.
Gosh.
Interesting. So this gives them the very easy ability to kill Bloodseeker when they do lock him down. Like V-Tune plus Boxy, somebody's going to die. Unless they get global.
I'm going to be entirely honest. Purge, whenever I was mentioning, oh, they might need a V-Tune hero, I completely forgot that Terrorblade was already picked. And then they banned out the lifesteal, and you're like, oh, maybe it is an offlane Terrorblade. And now look at it. It really was an offlane
really
Terrorblade.
But the upside is that they know they were going to get a crazy matchup for Ursa.
Yeah.
He's against what, a Kunkka? What does Kunkka do against Ursa in lane? Ursa's going to bully the shit out of this guy. It's going to be a bad laning stage for a noob, unless they get kills early out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think Batrider needs to pull that lane pretty heavily. They need to manipulate the creep waves because Kunkka is going to have a terrible time. And I also want to see which pairing is going to be, who's going to be playing with TB. We talked about potentially Bloodseeker coming out earlier in the draft, whether that's going to be Oracle, who can dispel the silence, be very annoying against it. So there's that on the menu for Team Liquid if they want to take it.
I feel like this was, like, you had already mentioned it in the pregame. This is a very pockety, silly strategy that they have.
Is. Currently, they're 1-1 with this strategy.
Okay. Pyrian, you think that this is a 2-1 Bloodseeker Silencer strategy?
We saw the damage that it does in lane.
When it's not dispelled.
But, first of all, yes, the Oracle.
Yeah.
And second of all, there's more to the game than just the laning stage. So, I'm not a big believer, but I love experimenting and seeing new things. So, I hope it works because it would be hilarious, but we'll see.
It's a fun strategy to watch. Now let's see. Wait. Oh, he's not masked up. Avery.
What are you talking about, Neil?
Was that? I mean, that was you right behind me just now, right?
No.
He's been here with me the whole time.
Yeah.
It's true.
I do want to say, Neil, that the highlight of my day is seeing your face light up.
Let's cast into game number 2 of Liquid versus Enigma Galaxy.
Can they hear that slap?
I don't know. Maybe just keep slapping harder until they do.
Game number 2.
That's kind of abuse I have to put up with.
Electric Boogaloo.
Game number 2, and Shadow Shaman is already dead. Goodbye.
We saw it this time, though.
We did see it this time.
That's good. First blood for Sumail, the king. Extra little gold in his coffers. And they have the Silencer combo. The Silencer Bloodseeker. The Bloodseeker Puck Silence. The old blood. With some new blood.
The Bloodseeker Puck combo.
That's what I just said.
Very good combo.
Okay. Thank you for listening, Austin.
What is that combo?
What do you mean? Puck has a silence as well.
Yeah, but what's the synergy between him and Blood?
Coil into Blood Right.
Yeah.
Rupture. You have Coil to stop the TP out on the Rupture.
Okay, now that I can maybe get behind.
Heroes generally have worked pretty well together for a long time.
So, the Kunkka, he's in a hard lane. But so is the Terrorblade. I ask you, Avery, an underfarmed offlane Terrorblade or an underfarmed offlane Kunkka?
That's a lot of damage, Saber.
Look at all that damage. He did not respect the Silencer Bloodseeker duo.
I feel like the idea was I'm going to meta, and then he's upping my damage, and I'll kill him.
Yep.
But
wrong.
This hero has 6 armor and 750 HP level 1. Well, there goes your meta. There goes your in. And
lane's just gonna get worse from here.
Yeah, there goes your lane. That was your one try to win it. Now you're in big trouble. Damage is absurd.
So again, I ask you, which would you rather have, an underfarmed offlane Kunkka or an underfarmed offlane Terrorblade?
I'd rather have the Kunkka.
Agreed.
I feel like I'd rather have a farmed Kunkka than a farmed offlane Terrorblade. I just don't like offlane Terrorblade. I think it's a trap. It's a bait.
I'm with you on that. And that is where I think Nigma Galaxy has the draft advantage. Because
what this is...
Listen, the lane... Ted is 100% right. There is more to the game than just the laning phase.
Oh, yeah.
But you can't have that bad of a laning phase. And it might shape up to be that bad of a laning phase.
I mean, Saberlight is approaching negative GPM. And he has lost to Int. So he is genuinely doing worse than he was at the start of the game. And now you failed the pull. What is going on now? Dude, this is like some career-ending lane right here.
Career-ending lane. I haven't heard that one too often.
Also, I was not convinced this Kunkka was supposed to lose versus Oracle Ursuline either. Because Kunkka just continually splashes you. And Ursa doesn't deal with that chip damage too well.
That is true. He does not like chip damage at all.
Like, you also you can just spam the napalms in this lane, and yeah, maybe you can't ever all in him because of the Oracle, but at the same time, the Ursa's not going to be able to play aggressive on your Kunkka. He's continually getting napalm.
And he's going to get phase boots first, which is big in the matchup.
Yeah, he's just straight up winning this lane now. Not a lot Insignia can do to aggressively sway it. Did go for that Ring of Health build again, so he will start to have a bit more sustain here in combination with the stick. But this offlane is going really well for Nigma Galaxy, and this offlane is not going well for Saberlight. He is dead again. He has to TP. He's dead. What?
He still has Lotus.
Oh my.
Doesn't have to use it.
Brother, I just go jungle. I mean,
yeah, it's getting about that time.
Foxy, he might be dead. He doesn't have TP. Yeah, he's gone. This is an unenterable lane. Liquid did not respect the combination.
5 extra intelligence in 4 minutes.
That might be the fastest dominating streak on a silencer in Dota history. I'm not exaggerating.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Like actually. A 3.5 minute dominating streak on a silencer. That is damn near impossible. I have tried. I've lost a lot of MMR trying.
Also, mid is being won by Sumail. So just to add in the cherry on top, the 2 side lanes going very well for Nigma Galaxy, and Sumail is not just breaking even with the Storm Spirit, he's winning this matchup.
I mean, he got first blood, so
that's true.
He was going to win this lane no matter what. This is just a steamroll right here.
Yeah, we might see another like 4-22 sort of game.
I'm surprised Saberlight is still down here at all. But it has to be better to just jungle at this point. Oh, GH is going top. Says, I'm going to win 2 lanes.
Dispel does a lot here, but the Flame Break still bumps him back into Noob's hits.
It is Courier
That's
too.
All they need. Courier dies.
What in God's name?
Is under attack.
Didn't get the brain drain for it, sadly. Because the curse got cleansed off.
I don't think he's too sad about it.
Yeah, I think he's okay. 3,000 net worth lead in 5 minutes.
Is under attack.
I'm not even sure what kind of dumpstering level this is. I lack words to describe it. Somehow this is still a 50-50 game, according to...
Oh, no way.
What? That thing is completely off since the patch, I must say.
Yeah, it's been...
Oh, now Ghost comes top. Yeah, as well as G. Little quad lane action at the 5-minute mark for V2, and he says, what the hell is this? But the answer is there's nobody laning bottom for Liquid because that lane went so bad, so this move is pretty free. And now the Ursa has a dieback. He will have to walk from base. A complete laning collapse for Liquid.
Better hope
Will they get a
bottom.
kill? Will they get a kill in this game?
Nisha will make sure...
Gonna have to TP again.
Nisha has never been shut out in his career.
Is that true? How do you know that?
Dire's top tower is
I
under
have stats
attack.
on all these sorts of things.
You made that up.
He will not let himself suffer a shutout against Nigma Galaxy.
What's that got to do with Nigma Galaxy? Like, that's like...
It's the team that he's facing, that's all.
Okay. You said it as if that's more embarrassing.
I feel like you're reading into it a little bit.
Well, he might get shut out here.
But they are the second worst team of the group stage right now.
Oh, so you're just saying performance base.
Yeah, performance.
Your Ursa's just about to hit level 4. Your Terrorblade is level 4. The enemy cores are all 5.5 and up. You will get your Wisdom Shrine here. Kind of surprised that Enigma Galaxy did not press for that.
Yeah, same. Bloodseeker is a great hero to contest that because Bloodright just covers that whole AoE.
Dire's bottom tower is
Might make
under
another
attack.
gate rotation top because
that's what
laning phase is so free. Why not? And yep, they're going to do exactly that. No Rupture yet. Is one wave off of it. But still no vision on that gate. Really hurting Liquid up here.
Yeah, you could just X into the Bloodright here. B-Tune. Like, he has got to be so frustrated. What is going on, guys? Fate's Edict, really good use of the Fortune 10 Fate's Edict. It did a lot to prevent damage there. B-Tune will actually survive full HP. Ghost could not get in range of the Rupture.
Yeah, they kind of threw everything that was dispellable on him at once.
Yeah.
You do have to account for the Oracle in this game. Very good Oracle game on paper. Not when you're this far behind. The shutout continues.
8-minute power rune. It is top and Samael.
Dire's top tower
Gets
is under attack.
Oh, Saberlight showed up to lane, so you gotta kill him again. As the brain drain continues. 8 int for GH.
He has so much extra intelligence.
This is an absolute disgusting beatdown. The line only goes up. Deny a water rune. That is the first victory for this Terrorblade.
Yamich is a higher level than the Ursa that he's currently hunting down in the jungle. Safe lane tower's going to be given up. Niche is just jungling. Just trying to put blinders on and ignore what's happening in the side lanes because it'll only demoralize you.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What was that for?
What? I have no clue. There was literally nothing happening.
Samael catches him inside the coil, but Fate's Edict will help Nisha. And he's got the mana to get out.
Wishes he had global there.
Insania will probably die instead, though Yamich is actually going to die.
They got a kill.
First kill. Samael, he'll get the 10th for Enigma Galaxy. And he actually doesn't have an orb or a phase shift right now, but not like Nisha can do too much about that. Enigma Galaxy just swarm in. Outnumber Liquid.
I'm not gonna lie, I think the only reason Liquid got killed there is because GH just global the air.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I think Saberlight wishes he had the other facet.
I think Saberlight wishes he could restart this entire game in draft.
Dire's middle tower.
Oh, I guess he can't. He can't do the low HP Sunder because he's facing up against a Bloodseeker anyway.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. This might be one of the big counters to 9 class if this hero's back in the meta.
Oh, that's true.
You just pick Bloodseeker, he's hiding in the trees on no HP. I mean, can't do that.
Good against Sark as well.
Yeah, that's right. I mean,
holy. We've discovered the answer to Pari Vision.
And again, Saberlight looking for the Thunder, but you're only beating this guy up. He's going back in. He's going back
about
out.
it.
He's got to hide.
Right. He's going to hide. Make sure he can't get hexed. So he does get hexed, but it doesn't matter. They've already won.
And that's another in. Out from the Terrorblade. I mean, he only gains 1.6 a level. He's kind of getting outpaced almost.
Yeah. It's rough.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, what odds would you give Liquid to win this game from this position?
Nisha is... I think it's all about Nisha. He's at 4,200 net worth. He's got an amp damage. I'd probably give them like a 20% chance.
I think that is very generous.
Thank you.
I give them 2%.
2%. That's that might be more accurate than my 20%. The way this is looking.
This is one of those
crazy
games.
how Dota Plus still ranks it that highly.
Because the thing is, if you mess up, yeah, Liquid can come back. But from a theory perspective, Liquid should never win from this position. And they would say that themselves.
Yeah.
Now, we don't know what will happen. We have seen some crazy throws in the history of Dota. Anything is possible.
Damage is going to farm up his Blink Dagger. Saberlight's trying to get to his pipe. Ghost is going to follow Sumail. The Global Silence, Coil on 2. Beautiful stuff.
Oh,
even if Insania was level 6, the Global Silence makes it so there was no possible way for him to save the Storm Spirit there.
That's what you're looking for with this Global. Prevent the Oracle save, all in a hero. Nisha had amp damage and Arcane Rune in his bottle. He was so strong right there. Gets to do nothing with it.
I bet it feels so good for Sumail. The last game he was like coiling people and he had like a 5-man coil and they couldn't do anything about it. Now coils are actually kills. Long zip after Sumail. Not going to be an easy kill with the Kunkka around. Gave him the boat aura. Sumail, he's probably going to be able to shrug this off, no problem. Boxy got run down by the boat.
Sega still has no ult, by the way.
Yeah, he's still working
that
on
in mind.
Just gone from back to back to back to back fights.
No space to work with, no map to work with, not a lot of levels to work with. Saberlight getting chased down in the jungle.
Yeah,
already
Ghost's
used
gonna go
the
after
thunder.
him. Pops the Lotus, hoping that it'll keep him alive, and it does. Ghost doesn't want to throw away his lead. He's 2-0-10. How does he have 10 assists? I guess he got none of those kills.
Team player.
And there's Yamich with his Blink Dagger. Boxy, stop moving. He's over this game.
I think Liquid is over this game as well. I think it's one of those games that is very reasonable to call early to save yourself the anguish.
At this point, you just ask Nisha, like, are you ready to call it yet, or you think you could do something here? Because ain't nobody else doing anything in this game. B-Tune's going to need a while still to get to his Battle Fury.
I'll tell you one thing. If I'm GH in this game, I am spam clicking that shard purchase.
Oh, yeah.
Bam, clicking it. The second it's available, I'm getting that extra int on the steal because you're 17-1. You start farming up some int. I mean, imagine the possibilities.
He'll be 3 times smarter. Yamich doesn't even need Lasso. He's just going to blink kill Insania with Firefly.
Another int. The man is too smart. He's too powerful.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Too powerful for you, Traveler.
A series of beatdowns, some might say so far.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's got to be one of the worst beatdowns in a series.
Oh, yeah,
that has
this
gone
is-
back and forth, too. That's the thing. It's like, oftentimes you get a beatdown like that, it's just like a fast 2-0. Like, okay, yeah, one team's just flat out better. But both these teams are just, like, not at their level right now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And so one of them puts together something confident, and the other doesn't do shit. Nisha, he tried to do something. Got the Roshan. The second kill of the game for Liquid. It's Roche.
So, if V-Tune dies with Aegis, does he lose int the first time?
No.
Okay, that's good, because he's probably dying twice.
Is under attack.
You imagine he loses 6 intelligence from one fight?
This might be a game you don't want that Aegis. Like, no, you gotta have it boxing. You go lose some int.
Radiance for the Kunkka. 16 minutes.
This might be the death.
Torrent. And now set up the X. There goes that Aegis.
Did its job.
And because he has still Enrage, Enigma not going to be able to chase after him for that life. What was the most humiliating defeat you ever suffered?
Don't do that. You always do this, man. You always do this. You know what? I don't even know.
About stories from
I
your
don't
life.
even know.
That's all.
Because I've forgotten those times. And I think most Dota players forget their worst losses. Ironic enough.
So you're saying Liquid and Enigma are both going to forget that this series ever happened?
Well, one of them is.
Well, I mean, they both.
I do remember a scrim we played against the old Liquid. That was Kuroki's Liquid.
Okay.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
And they
attack.
absolutely demolished us harder than I've ever been demolished in my life with a Kunkka mid. They had a mind control play the Kunkka mid.
Oh, no.
That's how bad we were.
Oh, no. Got the silence off on Anisha. False promise gets used, and immediately they get the grab onto the Shatter Shaman.
Ghost.
No shackles. Ghost almost dies. Ghost does die. Still working with this silence, though. Still locked in by the coil. Got off the Sunder, though. Saberlight gets the Sunder, hoping that will keep him alive so he can TP out, and it does. Liquid will ultimately lose 2 heroes for the 1, but seeing how down bad they were, I think a 2-for-1 trade is well worth it for Liquid.
Not if you lose V-Tune.
Can he enrage and then juke his way out of this? Because that's what he's gonna have to. He can't run down the lane. Okay. Well, I guess he can't juke. Well, Bloodseeker was dead too, so he could have maybe juked through.
There's nothing there, Austin. Stop looking for it.
Now Dota Plus is beginning to catch back up. They're like, wait a minute, it's net worth lead.
This situation is much worse than I thought. Really?
Dire's top tower
Mind
is under
control
attack.
Kunkka.
Yeah, that's why I remember that game. They had
There wasn't
Timber.
Miracle
They had
in
Timbersaw, Kunkka. No, it was Miracle on the team. I don't remember what he was playing because I don't think I ever saw him because we lost that game solo to the mind control mid Kunkka. He 1v5'd us. We had no damage.
Dire's
We
middle
could not
tower
kill
is
him.
under attack.
I remember
That's how you recognized that last game.
Yes.
The Stomp. You
I've
were
been
like,
there.
I've seen this
I've been there.
before. I've seen the Kunkka versus.
And I
no damage.
remember the heated discussion afterwards.
Dire's top tower.
That basically, you know, sometimes you lose so bad you start to question your reality. Like you start to question fundamentals of your existence in Dota. The discussion's not about should have we moved here, at what time should we push, item purchases. It's like, how do we kill? How kill? We couldn't kill. No way to kill this hero. Like that's the discussion. Apparently this hero is invincible. He can run 1v5 behind tower, kill everybody. What do? That is the debate, you know. And that's when you've known you've lost real bad. When you're down real bad is when you're just debating the fundamentals of life.
That's good. That's good.
Are scanning.
So that's what Liquid's asking themselves.
Yeah, that's what Liquid's wondering in this game. How lane? How does
is
man
it just
lane?
impossible to lane against Bloodseeker, guys? They might be right with the silencer. Ghost just ran in totally solo. Oh my god, I've never seen a man just grief so badly before.
Are they going to throw this game after all of this?
He just ran up into 5 heroes and died.
I mean, this old blood rage, it chunks you pretty fast. Like, you don't have BKB or...
And that was with Global on top of that. He ran up and died to basically just like right clicks.
I mean, I will say if you somehow lose this game as Nick,
that's a disbander right there.
That might be the last time we see this team. Like, yeah, that's rough. That's real rough.
Are scanning.
The only thing worse than losing a game like this is losing a game like this when you were in the lead.
I imagine you do the same thing. How win?
No, that's like there is no discussion. You know, it's just everybody nods. You pack your bags and you go home. It's just
handshakes. Everybody.
It was a good
leaves
run.
The boot camp.
I respect you. I never want to see your face again. Have a good life.
Fuck you.
I'm flying
Fuck
home.
You.
Yep.
You're cool. Oh man, this is crazy. Not a single disable hit him.
I mean, he got Fortune's Ended on the ward.
Sure, but, you know.
I like how he had no reaction, too. Just like, yep. Yeah, that'll do it.
And Noob is still out here soloing in tier 2.
I mean, he's so farmed, dude. My God.
Got a Hex Initiation onto the Bloodseeker, trying to kill him, but Nigma have already made the rotation, so...
Yeah, this one will backfire.
This one will go real bad. Ghost was just giving him hope, you know?
I respect that. I mean, they were looking for the plays. Liquid will not tap out of this one.
Just the specter of a comeback. X pulled back into the boat. All he needs to do is stall. Okay, all he needs to do is TP out.
Saberlight's been practicing that the whole game.
Yes.
So missing a little mana pool there, but, you know. What can you do?
It is actually kind of a problem because Pipe is very expensive mana-wise. 150 mana.
The upside is he took the Soul Fragment. So the Conjure Image and the Demon Seal cost HP instead of mana. You know, and now he can use his HP pool instead of the mana pool that he lost to Silencer.
Right. Yeah.
For half his spells at least. That's some big upside. That's next level if you think about it.
He was planning on losing all of that.
Exactly. It's like this guy's been stealing my int all game. Loser, I don't need it.
Should have just played offlane Ogre, really.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There's just nobody in their base. I mean, Liquid are out on the map. Maybe nobody's attacking this mid wave, but it also means that they are out farming neutrals all over the place. Which means Nigma Galaxy just need to be hunting heroes nonstop. Another TP away.
Easy.
Got him.
Easy life. I knew he was going to big bong. I was about to say he's going to big bong him.
You've got a sense for it. Oh, Boxy almost caught Sumail, though I don't know if the team really wanted to join him on that.
The most futile bing bong he's ever dropped. But he drops it, and that's what's important.
I mean, I respect if you're going to bing bong. Bing bonging when you're this far down, it says something about a man's character.
That is, yeah.
It's not a Falcons bing bong. You know, where they're up 25-3.
Yeah, exactly. He's a bing bong man through and through.
Yeah.
Win or lose.
Bing bong when you're
rain
down.
or shine.
Bing bang when you're up.
16K net worth lead at 24 minutes or not. He's going to bing bong you.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
That's the thing about Dota. Even if you're a TI championship team, you can be in games like this. And you just sit there and go, oh, shit. Here we go again. Back to the bottom.
You know what's funny is I thought you were talking about Nigma.
No, because
I actually forgot. Like,
been down there for a while.
Yeah, they have. They have.
But they're on the up. Especially this game.
That is true. There's never been a steeper trajectory for a team from one game to another. Really messed up part here is Nigma do not have a way to hit objectives, really.
They need Aegis on the Bloodseeker. That's your ticket here. That's what they're waiting for. And Liquid just farming the edges of the map while this is going on. Got him.
I do kind of feel like Liquid is like weirdly winning. Like the net worth isn't changing to their favor, but none of them have died in a while. And they are hitting creeps, so I feel like that's strangely a win.
I would not say they're winning, but they are not losing more.
Not bleeding out. Man, it's just stabilize the patient.
Yeah, you know, you had like your entire lower torso hacked off, but you stabilized.
Middle tower is under attack.
Now, you're probably not winning the race, but you're stable.
Oh, no. Boxy and Saberlight gonna try and go for a quickie here.
Holy shivs, man. Just gonna shiv him to death.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Blocked out by the Gale Guard. All right. Roshan Aegis for the Bloodseeker so he can hit the high ground. Bloodseeker's just not a good tower hitter, though. Such a precarious hero. Insania, he's able to get there in time. Bails out V-Tune so he can TP away, costing him his own life.
I think any hero can hit high ground when you're in this position.
They got a tier 2 on Liquid.
Mega Ward did his job.
Mega Ward plus Terrorblade, but here comes the push. Drop the banner. Goes to start going to work. And Liquid, I think they're giving this up. I think that, yeah, I think the plan from the get-go has been to give this up.
Looking for Sumail. Oh, they almost had him.
Zip after him, but he has gotten away. And now, Yamich, okay, hit him with the Orchid. Shackles hold him back. GH is going to jump after. Okay, can kill the support. V-Tune. He's like tried to go in, didn't really manage to do too much. Jumped after GH. Maybe Ghost actually dies. Okay, he lost his Aegis. And Saberlight still has the Sunder. He's good for now. Zip in, Orchid onto the puck. Is Sumail going to die as well here? The Orchid pop, it's not quite enough damage. Nisha, silenced up, is able to finally zip away thanks to the Fortune's End. And there goes the Terrorblade with no Sunder. There goes V-Tune. Not able to get off the Enrage. Both the cores had ultimates up. Were not able to get them off. Unfortunately.
Honestly, not a bad attempt. That fight was probably a lot closer than it should have been.
Yeah, it was.
They got the Aegis. It was a bit chaotic. Almost finished off that puck.
Dude, did you see that the Blood Rage was silencing Storm while he's BKB'd?
I think Pierce's debuff immunity.
Yeah. That's so insane. Why are you able to do that? What?
It's bounced, Austin. Shut up.
Like, he was
You don't know anything.
BKB'd, and he required Insania to Fortune's End to take off the silence so he could zip away.
Just buy Lincoln's noob.
I think they gotta remove the Pierce's debuff immunity. That's not okay. Again, trying to jump Sumail. Sumail's just too quick for him. There goes the Fortune's End. Again, getting rid of the Blood Rage. That's going to help out quite a lot. Saberlight, nice tidal wave. That's going to push him back into play here. Managed to get the False Promise off of Insania. He's still going to die. Saberlight still has his Sunder. Silenced up, has the Manta. Sunder. Oh, we got Lotus. What a Lotus from Noob. It could have maybe gotten one kill if that Sunder had actually gone off before the Lotus. Instead, they'll go home empty-handed on V-Tune and Boxy.
Nisha's still lingering around as BKB.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to stay out on the map.
No, Liquid stay in the game.
The game is still going on, yeah.
We're almost to my 2%. Catching up to that one.
6% left for Liquid.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Nigma with the second high ground push of the game. Watch out for those tidal waves. Noob's gonna catch you if you're not careful, Saberlight. He just hit the buildings and wait for Liquid to do something.
Yeah, do it with the Kunkka. No easy target to go on here.
Wearing him down a little bit. There goes that tidal wave into the silence. Immediately a Manta goes off from Saberlight. V2 sitting on the side, waiting for his opportunity to blink in and go after that Kunkka. How are they struggling to put damage on him? And Ursa can't do anything to the Kunkka.
Way too tanky.
Saberlight. Just run down. Ghost is just going to mow them all down one by one. He's just running after heroes inside of their base.
Just call it.
Please. Please do.
It's just a beatdown. Accept it. How did he get a BKB? Actually impressive.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
They're going in. BKB Shaman.
All in. He's out.
Oh, no. Run away.
There is no running. There is only death. GG is called. And thank God we get to see a Game 3 between Liquid and Nigma Galaxy. I know the fans were begging for a third game of this kind of caliber. Just the greatest viewing experience. You'll see.
Will it be a beatdown? That's the big question here. Probably. Or is the third game the game where both teams beat each other down? And therefore, it's a tight, close, long, exciting match. That's my prediction, Austin.
Don't even.
That's the only conclusion we can draw. There's Nisha hitting up his contacts.
That's not what's going to happen. I don't know who's going to win this series, but I'm betting Game 3 is going to be another one-sided slob fest.
What's your problem, Austin? You're a pessimist. Whereas I'm an optimist. I always look on the bright side of things. Saberlight found 2 kills in that game.
He sure did.
Pretty good from his position. Was this game over at the 3-minute mark?
The 30-second mark, maybe?
Maybe the 30-second mark. First blood to Sumail, you lose all 3 lanes. Bloodseeker chain kills your offlaner 4 or 5 times. Your offlaner's a Terrorblade. You can't really recover. No playmaking. Rough one.
I need a palate cleanser. We're closing out this Game 2. We are going to a Game 3. Hopefully the panel has anything else to talk about but this game.
No, we already wasted that on the last post-game segment, so this time, we really gotta break it down. Wow, imagine this Bloodseeker Silencer combo coming to your pubs. Surely it's a high execution, need the high coordination, need specific...
like Fountain Hook or something.
Yeah, exactly.
At least it's hard to execute.
Right.
Nope.
Uh-oh.
Nope.
No, you basically just dump a Blood Rage onto the target of your choice, and then you just let Silencer wail on him with a Q in tow, and the lane basically just plays itself out. Yeah. Because you'd already alluded to this in the pregame segment, and yet somehow here we are with no lessons learned.
Yeah, probably because Team Liquid did not watch my tech pregame segment, but maybe they should have, because this combination between these 2 heroes, actually 3 heroes that Nigma Galaxy did run against Talon as well, is making this combo super difficult. I think the only way you can counter this is actually to not play the lane. You need to have heroes that can pull the lane so that you have your lane at your tower so they can't really dive you. But if the lane is sitting next to the enemy tower, it makes it almost impossible for you to play the game because you're just gonna get run down, and it's way too much damage. But also pretty similar thing did happen in game number 1 where they did have 4 kills, and so did Team Liquid have 4 kills in the second game, but Nigma Galaxy had more kills, and it was also Noob who did die, the only core that did die in this game compared to the previous game where Liquid did not lose a single core.
That's what the bar is set.
I just don't think... I think this is one of the most broken combos I've seen in a really long time. I didn't realize how broken it was until Lacoste showed his clips. Just the fact that you are increasing the duration of Arcane Curse for 8 seconds is crazy. It's like, and they take more damage while they're silenced by like 50% or something like that.
1.5 damage, and you're also slowed by 1.5 more.
Yeah.
Plus, on top of that, you take extra 10% damage because of the new fastness from silence.
Yeah, so he's taking 50% more, then another 10 more, which means it's going to be like 1.65 times the normal damage that you're doing with Arcane Curse, and it lasts 8 more seconds. And the hardest thing about the combo is that Bloodseeker needs to be within 400 range to cast Blood.
Yeah, that is very difficult.
That's the hardest thing about the combo.
Sheesh.
Like, I think I was very surprised that Liquid went to lane not putting the Oracle against this combo.
Yeah.
Because it meant that instantly they were going to lose like 400 HP per time they did this cheese.
And it's also not a commitment. It's a 60 mana for 8 seconds silence, which is pretty insane. But GH, he had an amazing game. Like, he was pretty much replicating what he was doing when he was playing against Stalin in the game number 1, but actually better. And I want to see the numbers, the damage numbers. If we're comparing two position 4 supports, Boxy, he did not straight up have a good time in this one. GH, 12.2k damage in a 32-minute game as Silencer position 5. This is not something that you see every day. Also, in my text segment, I also showed that he had the highest damage 10 minutes into the game. I think the same thing did happen here because you also have Puck that you can play with. So you having that Silencer, playing with the Silence with the Vanning Rift means that you are, again, getting that extra bit of a damage, layering multiple silences as well, and GH did not die a single time, involved in 31 out of 38 kills. And Boxy, well, not much to say about his game. Very, very difficult game. They exactly played exact same matchup.
Wait, how many kills did Liquid get?
Team Liquid did have 38 kills total.
No.
No, 4.
Then Boxy was participating in all of them. That counts for something.
That's something. That indeed is something.
You could take all of Boxy's deaths, put them on GH, and you should be like, GH had a really good KD.
Yeah, but I want to show you the clips how it all started because it is pretty much the same. Terrorblade, sure, he turns on meta and suddenly Blood Grenade, he gets silenced. He needs to start to run away. Usually this is a very strong timing for Shadow Shaman type of a lane when you have meta as well, but they managed to turn it around. And also Bloodseeker is a hero that has pretty high armor. He's sitting at 7 armor, and these kills, they're just going to keep farming them because it makes it very difficult. Look at the damage coming up from Silencer. That extra 10% of the damage, plus he's also going to get clipped by another Silence, which is going to prolong the silence, gives GH another kill, another +1 as well, currently sitting at 4. But this is where he tries to TP out, and he almost dies from full HP. They have literally no real slows, almost dies in the fountain. It makes it very, very difficult. And this is something that also, I'm not sure if Liquid watched the replays, because this is something that I did, and they made pretty much the exact same moves, had the same 3 heroes, and also Bloodseeker was making the same moves, going through the Twin Gate when he's level 5, making the move onto the enemy carry, which, even though you have the spell mechanic from Oracle, you can dispel 6 different silences. And this is just going to be another one. And also, to point out, Silencer getting that +1. You can't get the Sunder off. Like, you have vision on the hero, which means that it's impossible for you to get close and try to get that Sunder off, because you're going to get silenced anyway.
So then, if you don't have a Dispel on your side, what are the buffs that a Blood Rage is giving you that maybe Saberlight was like, okay, well, I'm silenced, but you get damage amplification?
But you can't trade because you're just sitting there losing HP and you're getting hit by Bloodseeker, you're getting reapplied silence, which means that you can't use any of your spells. Basically, you need to stand your ground and die, or you can TP out and almost die.
Mm-hmm. Which makes the list of offlaners who can stand up to this pretty short.
Legion Commander is the most obvious. It's a Dispel hero. They could have picked Legion, and that would have given them, that was their offlane. Then they do TB carry on the other side of the map. Then their matchups are maybe a little bit worse, potentially, but I think watching how, I'm going to say it's OP. That's like legitimately an overpowered strat that you cannot let them get. It's like you're watching an ability draft or something. It's like way too busted. You either need a Dispel in the lane, or you can't let them have both heroes. I just don't think you can beat it.
Don't lane. Like, you can't lane. Problem is you have a Shaman. He can't pull. He gets close to the creep wave unless you maybe try to manipulate the creep wave level 1, try to block it, or try to kill it with the heroes. Or you need to start with Boots of Speed, Blood Grenade, and try to play off of that, pull the second creep wave. Otherwise, you just can't lane.
Do you feel like maybe Liquid had no idea about this combo?
That's what it felt like to me.
Because if they had, I think they would have picked, maybe they just shoved Terrorblade carry, and instead of picking this Ursa, you say, let's pick a hero that, like you said, like Legion, or someone that can just fuck off to the jungle and just have nothing to do with this lane. Like, it feels like that was their only option, but I guess they were like,
run a quad lane in a different lane.
Yeah,
you're like, what up?
As long as the Bloodseeker and the Silencer don't go up there, you're fine. Split them up, then it's
just
fine.
have an empty lane. That'd
Very
be great.
playable. Yeah. Give them the solo.
Well, it seems like this series is standing up to be 2 stomps one way or the other. Cap was very, very pessimistic about it, but Avery, ever the half-glass-full optimist, is expecting maybe a competitive game number 3. We'll have to find that out when we return after the break.
go. Nothing quite as rough as today. I've been held up. Nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I'm not a man for crying. For a storm of tears I crave. Take all this sorrow from me. How much more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
Well, 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 what a pleasant surprise it is to have a game number 3 between the two lowest teams in DreamLeague Season 26 Group Stage 2. Nigma Galaxy are right now clinging on to their 1-3 record, hoping to add a number 2 to that. Meanwhile, Team Liquid is number 2ing all over my tournament right now because they don't respect the Bloodseeker Silencer combo. Maybe they didn't see it. Maybe they didn't do their research. It's not like this was a one-off, though. It was ran twice by Nigma Galaxy. One was a victory. The other was a loss. Maybe Liquid was like, okay, well, we've had enough of a strategy against it to land on the winning side. How did the team that beat
I was going to say, how did that lose?
How did they beat it? Let me just double check, because it was Talon that did beat them.
Part of it may have been because Sumail was on Arc Warden, so I know that it may have not have been a proper experiment. There may have been other variables, whereas having the puck mid with Waning Rift is more of a synergy.
They did have Centaur plus Tusk Lane, and then they had Jakira Medusa. This was relatively a stomp if we're looking at the numbers. 35-minute game 2 days ago, 25
I feel like a Centaur Tusk would struggle against a Bloodseeker Silencer.
He gets the damage. He stands his ground and just hits him back. They pop the tag team.
Makes sense.
That might be the answer.
And they trap them with shards, so if they do go on the Silencer, Silencer is 100% getting exploded there. So they'd minimum be able to trade out, and they probably have so much raw HP on Centaur that like the magic damage they're taking is a little bit less impactful.
And reflect damage.
Return. Oh, right. Yes.
Return.
I believe it's been changed back to return. I thought you were talking about Terrorblade.
No.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Sorry.
That's true. You are hurting yourself if you're trying to go hyper-aggressive
hitting
with
yourself.
right clicks.
I can imagine Centaur just grabbing Silencer's arm and just whacking him in the head. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. I can see that.
That seems like a more capable strategy rather than a Shadow Shaman Terrorblade, though. So Liquid were not able to find the solution, and unsurprisingly, they are not finding it worthy of banning out because maybe they are doing some theory crafting if Nigma wants to run it back again. Instead, they are banning out a Morphling, a Bristleback, and a Shadow Shaman. Nigma, they ban out a Darkseer, a Nature's Prophet, a Kunkka, and a Beastmaster. Liquid first pick themselves an Undying, and Nigma pick up the Tusk.
I think Saberblade, after that last game, he was like, I want to have fun this game. Because I don't care about flex stuff anymore.
I'd like to play Dota.
Give me my hero. No matter what happens, happens. They could grab Silencer and the Bloodseeker out of this phase, though, if it doesn't get banned.
They could, but also looking at the numbers, Undying his stonks have been on the rise. This hero has 100% win rate over 4 games, has been contested in 11 games, but ever since the patch drop, we've seen him being played from the core role. We've seen him as a position 5, something that Paravision did do, playing it with the Draw Ranger, playing it with Lina, I believe, as well, one game, and it looked godly pretty much in every single game.
Yeah, I think of all the offlaners, Centaur didn't get hit, really, if at all. It was just the Counter-Strike facet got buffed, right?
Yeah, range as well, and Double Edge have been buffed by 25.
Yeah, so nearly all the heroes that I thought were good in 7.38, most of them got hit. It's a debate whether Nature's Prophet really got hit, but Centaur, despite starting to trend near the end of the patch, only received buffs.
It's just the nature of facets, right? You have this aspect of the hero that people want to try and want to make good, and they don't get touched because they're not as good as the other one, so they get buffed. And then sometimes you fall into these traps where, like, the Giga Ward is probably viable last patch, and now it's even better. So it's they just get that benefit. And the downside is then the players get a little salty because you're like, well, how come these heroes, some of these heroes didn't get touched at all, yet you buffed the second facets of heroes that were in the meta, which kept those heroes still in the meta. So it's an interesting patch style, but it's maybe not shaking up the pro meta as much as we expected.
I'm just gonna throw it out there. I think both of these teams are kind of eyeing on Lina. Seeing 2 supports who play so well with Lina, either Tusk or Undying. Enigma Galaxy will pick it up one more time. Oh god, look at the smiles. And Nubi's like, okay, we got this one in the bag.
And they took out the one piece of the puzzle that beat the combo last time, so Tusk is no longer a possibility.
Oh, instead, Aiden's just laughing. He's like, well,
here we go again.
They either have to pick Bloodseeker here themselves,
unless they have a strategy against it,
or they need a strategy against it.
So you said Legion Commander. Omni Knight has a Dispel. He can handle it.
The cooldown's way too long.
Yeah, that's true.
I need some like sub 20-second Dispel that can be on yourself or an ally. Kraken Shell could work hypothetically, but you're going to take a bunch of damage before it procs.
When can Doom eat the Satyr? How?
That's a baby Satyr.
It's a baby Satyr.
It's pretty early, but I think the Dispel mana cost is not cheap.
Yeah, but you can't use it because if you're getting initiated on, like, he silences you first for 8 seconds. That's how you start, so you're kind of screwed.
Good point.
Just don't get last hits.
Just don't get silenced.
Ranged. You put like a Draw Ranger in the off lane. That way he's more than 400 units away from you and you can still last hit.
Now that I think about it, the Legion Commander wouldn't work because you're silenced.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well.
You need 2 Dispels. You need both of the heroes to have the spell mechanic.
Legion and Oracle off lane. That's the only way.
Just don't play that lane. Like, I think you need to manipulate the creep wave. Otherwise, if this is going to be the lane, try to make something happen so that the lane is closer to your tower. You don't get initiated on. We can see the Bing Bong Man is trying to theory craft how not to get silenced.
He said send it.
Send it.
That's their lane.
This could actually work. If this is their off lane, and most likely it is going to be, you have Undying and you have Dark Willow, so you can throw the Bramble, keep them in place, and you're going to be having that extra strength, something that we did mention with the Centaur. So if you had if you like hit 2-man decays, if you're constantly at 4 or 8 strength, you might actually be able to get the trade.
Man, look, they've lost a lot of series before this, so this series might not be their salvation, but they basically need to win every series from here until the end of Group Stage 2 or they're knocked out, is what I'm pretty sure is the case.
Yeah.
And regardless of that, it would be a shame if like they just got basically cheesed. It was not a cheese that was hard to smell.
No,
they could have done a little homework, watched a replay and been like, oh, that looks really cheesy.
Yeah.
But here it is.
No, this is not like your blue cheese. This is typical Gouda. You know, just slice it and eat it, but no surprise really there. So want to see. I mean, if you want to pick it here, you have to pick it right now.
Yep.
No surprise. It was really good.
I'm actually quite looking forward to seeing if this can be beaten, and if not, just an absolute whipping.
The TA is good. It's a turret hero. You're very tanky. There's going to be some damage over time. You're going to get BKB so you can protect yourself against Global Silence. If you get ruptured, you just stand and fight. That part's okay.
But we was thinking that the Terrorblade was, hey, it'd be alright, he'll just stand and fight, but of course he couldn't get past the laning stage.
It did end up being an offlane Terrorblade as opposed to a carry
exactly.
Terrorblade.
So here's the thing, with this whole flex crap, right? They put a Terrorblade as, oh, we can flex him, but then you're stuck with a Terrorblade offlane.
Correct.
You flexed yourself into a terrible position.
That is
you flexed yourself into a hole.
That's what happened, yeah. Yeah, they really did that.
Sometimes you just got to be a little more rigid and not so flexible.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so scared that they rigided themselves against the same lane and they're going to get smashed again. I genuinely...
Okay, so you're saying that Undying Willow will stand their ground to an extent.
This could also be Undying plus Templar Assassin in the safe lane, and they could try to find something else.
Right, because I think that maybe they're picking Undying as being like, all right, let's see if they do the Silencer Bloodseeker. Now that I do see it, we'll run something else in the offlane to go with this Willow.
More silence. More silence!
That's right, they gave up the puck. Instead, they're going for a Death Prophet Silence.
That's cool.
I'm just looking at the heroes and nothing feels strong. Like, just nothing feels right. Maybe there's a potentially like Tidehunter, but there's also Death Prophet that has been picked. And this is also a core Death Prophet, something that throughout the ages pretty much, Tide didn't like to play into because you can stick onto him with Spirit Siphon, use...
I was going to say they were going to pick that because they banned the Gyrocopter, they want to keep the Dolans alive. But... what does he do when he's silenced and being run down? I don't really know.
His Eidolons are going to do a lot of physical damage. He's also a ranged hero, so silencing him in the first place is going to be harder, is the other upside. So I think the hero
lane back.
Yeah, they just have to stay away from the Bloodseeker. He's the scary piece. If somebody gets Arcane Cursed, you run for the hills and you run the Eidolons at either of the two heroes until the cooldown goes down. And then you need regen to offset whatever damage you take.
And just to throw it out there, Death Prophet's also a hero that has a silence, so you can layer those silences. You can basically silence people for 25 plus seconds in this game. It's not even a joke. Like 8 second silence from Bloodseeker, Last Word, Global Silence, DP Silence, another Blood Rage as well.
God.
Let's also not forget that a hard counter to Enigma is Silencer.
Oh yeah. Well, only if you want to use your ult, Kev.
That's true. But for lane-wise, it makes sense this game. It's just that they are literally jumping through hoops to solve this lane that just smashed them. And they didn't solve it with bans they thought we can beat it. And you know what? If they can beat it, I'm excited, but I'm terrified we're going to see the same game 3.
I'm telling you, I think the real icing on the cake here would be if Liquid picked Luna last. Just to be like, do you know what? Let's put all our rotten eggs in one basket and just try and win this game against this horrific killer lineup that Enigma have got. Fuck it, give V-Tuners Luna, let's go. Come on, I want to see it. Go out with a bang.
Or a whimper. Enigma Galaxy aren't 100% sure on where this Templar Assassin is going, so maybe it might be V-Tune or it might be Nisha. They ban out the Tiny, and Liquid isn't sure where this Death Prophet is going. Could be Noob, it could be Sumail, mid or offlane, so they ban out a Puck just in case.
I'm looking at the mid heroes that Nisha did play. None of this feels good into so many silences, so you're gonna need to take an L and just play a hero that you feel like it might be good. I'd be down if maybe they pick something like a Void Spirit from the mid lane. It builds into Spirit Vessel, great against Bloodseeker, great against Death Prophet, builds into Manta style as well, so to have some kind of a dispel mechanic. I think this might be viable.
How about maybe a Monkey King if you want to stand and deliver type hero?
You want to stand against Death Prophet?
It's either that or you run from a rupture.
It's pretty brutal.
Enigma Galaxy ban out an Ember Spirit as well.
Maybe Dragon Knight could also work, because he's the guy that stands his ground, has tons of armor, and also you can play Blue Dragon, which means that you're going to be reducing their healing. Great against Bloodseeker again, great against Death Prophet.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I don't know if it fits into the draft, but Abaddon also is quite good at reducing healing with his right click. That can be a really scary solution against Death Prophet sometimes, but I assume they're just going to go some tempo setting mid.
Venge. Oh, with the swap. Okay. I keep yawning because the players yawn and then it makes me yawn. I don't know what they call that, but there's like some human thing where we see someone else yawn and we yawn. Weird, isn't it?
All right, Liquid, where are we sending this Templar Assassin?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Does that hoodie give you strength? Yeah. It's a good buy. Lardar.
Wow, that thing must be heavier than Liquid.
Okay, mid Slardar is their last pick here. It's a ton of minus armor. That part's sick. TA plus Deso plus Slardar looks great. They've got tons of utility and disable and team fight. Crazy team fight for Team Liquid. they can just put a couple spells down.
Sure.
Then get global silence.
Yeah.
It's
sure.
fine. And they're gonna do offlane Death Prophet probably, which is probably fine.
Yeah, we've seen it. We've seen it. Oh boy.
Yeah.
I bet El Saberlito is like, okay, here we go.
Here we go again.
Much easier for him this time around. He's not playing a hero that like has no HP whatsoever, has no defensive mechanisms, couldn't even use his abilities. You kind of need to precast your abilities, but I think they try to fix some of the issues against this Silencer and Bloodseeker, and they managed to. Yeah, try to. We'll see if it's gonna, on paper, it looks okay-ish, but we'll see how that's gonna be played out in the game. And I also want to see if Ghost is gonna be doing the same thing with his early rotations, try to gank the enemy safe lane. But there's also a ton of minus armor on Team Liquid. Like
Why
this
not just ban the Silencer?
Too easy.
I'm just thinking. That does solve the problem of that lane.
You gotta put on a show for the people. We had optimists and pessimists on the cast. Avery, are you happy to see another Bloodseeker Silencer?
Neil, thrilled, completely thrilled.
You seem like it.
I'm just excited to see which of these teams is going to rise to the top and which is going to sink like dead weight. You couldn't throw that if you tried. You're not strong enough.
I'm only scared about destroying the set, that's why.
Yeah, that's a 50-pound Dumbo, by the way. That was...
I don't see a number anywhere.
There's no way that's 50 pounds.
I'll try.
Missing kilograms were in Europe right now, guys.
Yeah, this is like
once you take the weight
3
flows
kilos
off, then you can read it.
Wait, what's on the bottom? What's on the bottom? Ted, can you read what's on the
I'm
bottom?
that strong because I said 3.
No,
Does it say Enigma Galaxy?
It says Avery.
Nice.
Dead weight.
Sag.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 3 and another Bloodseeker Silencer performance. Captain Avery, take it away.
Well, we either have ourselves a situation where one team stomps the other, then it goes vice versa, and then we get a good game 3. Or we could be in a situation where we might be making history for the worst series in Dota's history.
30 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to find out whether Liquid versus Nigma will go down in the annals of time, or if we'll have a fun game to cast. Saberlight's already going to be starting things off. Almost dying. Yamage is a little too slow to level up the Ice Shard.
So long?
I don't know. He fumbled on leveling up the ability, I guess.
It's already off to a hot start here. As the El Trashico continues to impress.
Oh, man.
Split the Wisdom Runes. Nobody gets first blood in an even game.
Is it an even draft? Do you think they have a better answer? Let's just start with the Bloodseeker Silencer. Like, is that going to go as badly as it did last time?
I mean, this has to be a better lane. Summons are generally very good for Silencer. As long as you don't feed away too many early Eidolons. This combo is always going to deal a lot of damage, but this is a way better setup for Liquid. They should not get crushed on lanes like we saw in that game too.
Okay.
The mid's going to be fine. They have a TA on the safe lane. An Undying. I feel like this Undying pick was just, we're not losing lanes again.
Mid's going to be a fun little matchup. Storm Spirit versus Slardar. That is a battle to the death. Somebody's going to end up going down here. V-Tune ends up picking first blood on Noob.
It's melded and run down. Not a kill I think should have happened that early. Especially with how little decays Insania put into that. Big boost for this Templar assassin.
Yeah, Liquid's already off to a very good start. They got double last hits on the range creeps. Got first blood.
I mean, they haven't been this far ahead since game 1.
Insania stopped the pull that was happening.
Spells are landing top, but this is not the all-in combo we saw in game 1. Saberlight has yet to die, tanking the harass.
Boxy's got lots of tangos.
Yeah, you just have to regen through this.
Yeah.
But as long as you do that, you're okay. This Bloodseeker's out of mana. So you got through the difficult part here. If you can get to level 3 with the Eidolons, they can do some serious work.
That was a nice reaction. Shadow Realm on the curse, so he doesn't get blood righted or blood raged rather.
And he's gonna be able to salve up here. So again, you got all the resources out of this lane.
Then again, I did see GH was like funneling himself mangoes last time, so might do that again here.
Might
blood
die.
grenade, slow him down. GH is maybe dead. Boxy's gonna keep going after him. It's gone.
Expensive go there.
Okay, GH. He had a chance to get out and then kind of ran back into Boxy, and Boxy said, sure, okay, if you're going to give me another shot at it, I'll take it.
It does give the Silencer full resources again. And now Ghost is getting gone on. Malphus up, body blocks.
Nice body blocking. Alpha slowing him down, fresh Eidolons, do some damage. Boxy will dive underneath the tower for a Shadow Realm hit, but loses sight of him, throws it on GH instead. Actually, TP's away.
My heads up TP. Wasting a lot of time and mana. You get the Lotus on the Enigma. This lane's going way better for Liquid. No doubt about it. Well, it can't really go worse, I guess. So
that is 100% true.
It's going to go better by default.
And Ghost doesn't even have thirst yet to take advantage of these low HP heroes, because there are low HP heroes all over the place. Like, we got to keep an eye on mid lane. That just seems to be a very close back and forth. Nisha's constantly running into remnants, but he's getting bashes and crushes on Sumail. So they're both low on resources a lot of the time. And bottom seems to be a bit of a brawl as well between the Undying and Death Prophet trading spells with each other.
Everybody fighting across the map. Usually
everybody was kung fu fight.
You know, I was going to say that, but then I thought, if I say that joke, you're going to say how lame and cringe that is.
No, that's a sick song. It was a little bit funny. Boxy's here in mid. Does Boxy see Sumail? Just ran right past him. Trying to secure the water rune for Nisha. Blood grenade to K on 2. Oh, they both look to be in trouble. That is a tombstone that will be the death of both of them. What a Liquid rotation. Saberlight does get run down at top, but well worth the trade-off for Liquid.
Way bigger kill, shutting down this storm, snowballing your slaughter. You'll take that every time.
Yeah.
The tombstone becomes their tombstone.
Will be buried in the river.
Straight under it. A river really is not a good place to dump bodies.
Yeah, why is that? What did you... Is this like an experience thing, or...?
Yeah, I mean, eventually they float to the top.
Oh, that's why you weigh them down.
Yeah, exactly. But if you're going to take the time to weigh a body down, you may as well take the time to dig an isolated grave somewhere out in the middle of the woods.
You wrap them up in the tarp,
no one's going to find it.
You just weigh them down. That's way just dumping
I don't know, man.
You digging a hole?
I've asked BSJ about this a lot, and he seems really well versed in all the methods. So I'm going to trust his expertise.
Well, my understanding was he ate them.
Only partially.
Oh, okay.
Radiant's middle tower.
Well, a lot way to bury them.
Who eats all the body? A moron, Austin.
GH is quickly surrounded. Boxy's making some good time on these rotations, man. Went from mid lane,
Look who's
now
up
killing
here.
top. Nisha's up here, running him down. They've got the Tombstone Blood Grenade to slow down Ghost. He'll head for the trees, but he'll soon end up in a river.
Nope, he did not die in the river. Good try, though.
No.
They dug him a grave in the woods. The smarter move. That tells me Liquid are not tilted from that game, too. They strike back. They play aggressive. They're going for the lane win now. Saying 2 can play that game.
I mean, this is a TI winning team. They're not going to tilt out from one bad game.
Is under attack.
2 bad games.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Is this the 3rd stomp that was promised?
Is Ghost just going to TP right back?
Yeah, he did.
And get gone on?
He might. It's got phase boots, though.
He's pretty fast. We got a guy trying... Oh, Boxy. He almost threw the brambles there.
I mean, they're just trying to keep the catapult alive. This tower is just getting melted right now. Not enough outspam to get rid of these Eidolons. This tower's dead.
Yep, fresh wave coming in. There's nothing that GH or Ghost can do to stop this.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Maybe a vessel build-up for Saberlight. No drum. Kind of interesting. Insania walks straight into them, gets silenced, and is dead.
Malphus Trying to hit him with the brambles there. Ooh, Boxy doesn't throw it quite far enough for that bottom bramble to land.
Sumail TP'd up here. He was amped, though. So Liquid see this entire play. Gets nothing out of that. Slowing his game down more. Where are we with the Death Prophet? Halfway to that level 6? Gotta start thinking about Exo in this game. If you can get an Exo Siphon rundown kill on the TA into the tower, you can return some of the favor here.
Yeah. And there have been a lot of kills, so he's got eight of those hero spirits ready to go for that Exo.
Pretty nice. Amp sapped. Sumail pushed off this tower as 8-minute power rune is around the corner here. Nisha would love to gobble it up.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, Yamich might need to start making some rotations soon. This mid tower might be under a bit of pressure. Level 5 Undying shows up the lane. Here comes Yamich TPing in. They're going to catch Insania. They go after Nisha with the Ice Shards. That's a little awkward. Tombstone does get laid out. They'll quickly address that one. Nisha's going to get some free time on Yamich here. Will be able to tear into him pretty nicely. Now, with the Rupture, though, he's in trouble. Trying to get Saberlight here. Might be able to bail him out with a Black Hole. Okay, he doesn't even need it. Sumail had to jump back before the Black Hole landed. Urn gets placed onto him, chasing after him with the Eidolons. Is he going to die? Goes for the rune, picks it up. Has Fairy Fire, has Wand Charges, has an Illusion Rune. Think he's okay. Boxy almost got him on the Bramble, but another zip from Sumail. Meanwhile, Curse in from the side. Insania TPing away. Did he get back to the Fountain Hill in time? He does, barely.
Laid out with everybody there. That's pretty ridiculous. Enigma Galaxy find nothing. The Tusk is just too low level. The DP could not get there to help in time.
I feel like that should have been a free kill on the Undying, right? You catch him in up the staircase. You just shard him off. The Slardar can't get up there.
A little off.
Focus on the Undying.
Yamich not finding the openings here. 0, 2, and 0 on his Tusk, which has been ownage the whole event.
Oh, yeah. He killed it in Group Stage 1, that's for sure. Does seem to be slowing down a bit against the better teams. He's got a Blink Dagger Rush for Nisha. No real surprise there.
Liquid come out ahead of this laning phase. Fighting around this Slardar on the river. Always going to be strong. And they would... I mean, Nigma would really like to get this move into bottom, man. Kill this TA, kick her out, use this Exo.
Look at the setup that V2 has, though. Okay. He's spotted. Sentry was there.
This is the biggest move in the early game for Enigma Galaxy.
They're going to be fighting into Tombstone, and level 6 is on both supports. Here, Terrorize
so
1, 2. No! A zip away from Sumail, but the other two are hit by it. Now Sumail caught in a Brambles, hit by the Crush, and gone.
What a read from Liquid. I mean, that is how you make a move. It's not always about running at the enemy. It's predicting what they have to do to break this game open and just set up for it. And you get an instant turnaround. Decay on 3, Tombstone dropped, lands in them with the amp. That fight's just over before it began. There's your Exo down the drain with all those extra spirits.
Yeah, he got like 3 seconds worth of that Exo. He got hit by the Undying before a bunch of the damage came in. Yeah,
too easy. Too easy for Liquid to read that move. And that is just a beautiful play. And now you are really far behind. You needed that move to work. This Death Prophet is dead weight in this game at this point.
Yeah.
Level 6. Not going to have Exo for another 90. He's looking at Vanguard for Crimson buildup, but it's going to be really slow. And this is a Slardar TA line. They're going to have absolutely no problem doing very early objectives very quickly in this game. We might be getting what was promised in this series, Austin. Another completely one-sided stomp.
It's beautiful. The Toilet Bowl Classic.
Like the San All Gaib memes. The San All Garbage.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
You like that one, huh?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I had the time to think of it because these games have been so fucking one-sided.
They've been truly atrocious.
I do think it has something to do with this Silencer Bloodseeker being... Like, you pick these cheesy lane combos, and you either destroy the guy or you don't. And then if you don't, it feels really bad. Because there is a trade-off with this, right?
For sure, for sure.
The two heroes with no stuns are kind of clunky around the map, not a lot of initiation or playmaking. You're kind of in on this lane cheese domination. When you don't get it, the game slows down a lot. When you do get it, it just ends.
Low ground tombstone. That's a nice little play from him, but it looks like he's still dead. Tries to survive as long as he can with Decay. Oh, it's not low ground. Thought it was.
Couldn't get down there. I mean, something for this Tusk. Yamich needs
Yamich dead.
as much as he can get in this game. And your Exo is back off cooldown. You have Global Silence.
Mid tower going to be taken by a Dark Willow.
Boxy putting in the work. Nisha has Blink Dagger, has Arcane Rune. You got to make sure you know where this starter is around the map, as the Blink also arrives for the V-Tune TA. So some early Blink Daggers for Liquid could get aggressive in this game.
Oh, immediately smoke up with them.
I like this. Why sit back and farm when you can go slay and fight?
And I assume Storm Spirit is public enemy #1 for Liquid?
I mean, honestly, any core, you burst them all so fast.
They're going to run at Yamich while heading to the Bloodseeker at top lane. Still caught him. Nisha, good read of the situation, just runs past Yamich, gets the blink in. Meanwhile, they get the jump onto GH at the same time. They're running down Yamich underneath the tier 2. It's going to be 3 kills in 2 different parts of the map from 1 smoke.
And we're starting to see a big difference in this lineup from that game too, in terms of playing into the global. These heroes do not care as much about it. Once you blink in and you're just hitting someone, TA and Slaughter don't really care if you global them for 4 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't make a difference, especially if the amp goes out. You're going to have the shard later anyway. The way you deal with these heroes is through items. You need armor items, Lotus, Shivas, AC, Ghost Scepters. If you fall behind, you can't get to them. You're screwed. They will find Insania again.
Yeah, they'll keep killing him as many times as they can, but he got off the tombstone with the trap slowing him down. They're not getting away from this. Not everybody anyway. Noob's already dead. And Samael only has so much mana to work with. Nisha's going to try and run him down with a sprint. He has another sip, thanks to the Soul Ring. Ooh, right before Nisha could catch him.
I mean, Nisha knew he wasn't going to get that. He faked it. So who really got who there, if you think about it?
That's true. He didn't have Bash ready to go. He only had 2 charges up. Ghost. He does not want to give up this Wisdom Shrine. He just has to, though. Nisha claims it. But now Nisha's stuck. He's waiting for his team to get here. They won't get here in time. Brambles, any revenge? Liquid will have to retreat.
Oh, Liquid a little slow to back that move up. Probably not worth it. It's a big kill to give. It's a streak.
Saberlight's going to go Blink Dagger rather than Auras because Boxy is going the mech. I would have felt that would have been the opposite. Just go Auras on Enigma because you're playing against Global Silence anyway, right? And then let Boxy build like actual damage.
You could also interpret this blink as more just a fighting item.
Okay.
Being able to reposition, blink out of some of the spells that are being thrown, like the Blood Right or the Shards are kind of slow spells you can blink out. I'm fine with it.
GH shows and Nisha hunts. Wrong direction, though.
Enigma recovered a little bit in this game. They got some decent gold on the noob Death Prophet, especially. Thought he was going to have a way rougher time building up some net worth, but
time to Roche.
Able to find a little bit.
Slardar Templar Assassin. They're going to be very good for taking Roshan and Tormentors.
This is always going to be Liquids.
Oh yeah, Tombstone too. That's also a good one.
I mean, their lineup is just absurd at killing Roche and absurd at fighting around the pit. Terrorize Tombstone Black Hole Pulse. Yeah. TA traps. It's just ridiculously hard. Triple Curio though, as we saw, Enigma Galaxy prepping for the scale. We're not too far behind, all things considered.
Only down 4 or 5K.
And that's a full Crimson for the DP. Honestly, really nice timing here for Duke, considering how far behind he was. That's a strong item.
Radiant's middle tower is
Hero
under
has decent strength gain for a universal ranged hero. And she gets pretty beefy with the HP. You can take the 20 HP talent as well. Honestly, a pretty strong Crimson buyer. One of the better ranged Crimson buyers in the game, for sure.
Gonna bait out Saberlight, got the jump onto GH. Saberlight shows in the lane, and Liquid comes through with the smoke.
I don't know if Noob's gonna make it out of this one. No TP available.
Yeah, he's
screwed.
That is almost V-Tune's Deso.
This is going to be the terrifying part of the game for DreamLeague Galaxy. Can you make it through these Aegis periods where Liquid can run around, play super aggressive, maybe start to build up Deso charges? You have to find pickoffs.
Trying to kill Nisha. Oh, but he has a shield rune. Did they see that he had a shield rune?
Really nice
God,
snowball.
now they're being pulled into the tier 1 tower. Not good. Sumail has to use the rest of his mana to zip back to the other side of the river. They'll get Yamich out of this for sure. Back to chasing after, though. Saberlight has caught GH Malphus. One zombie, two zombies
really
fall down. Insania ran behind the tier 2 tower. Got easily cleaned up there.
Did he bait Ghost, though? He did.
Did bait him in. Okay.
All worth it.
Very worth it. And straight to hit in the tier 2. V-Tune's got his Deso coming out. BKB going to be in pretty quickly at this rate for Nisha as well.
Just awkward timing with that global. You snowball dodge the terrorize, the globals goes out while your snowball doesn't really do anything.
And they're still a ways away from any sort of answers to this physical damage. You're trying to get the Manta to deal with the amp damage. On the Bloodseeker, you're still trying to get more utility. I mean, Noob's trying to get Ghost Scepter or Blink Dagger, not sure which. GH wants Solar Crest, but that's nowhere close. This is going to be a rough little window here. Enigma Galaxy are going to try and fight for their outpost here. Yamich looping all the way around and running into V2, trying to get the punch on him. Couldn't get it. Now trying to catch supports. That also misses.
I think Liquid would take this if they had the Tombstone up. It's just coming up now. So they're going to force it with the cooldown coming back.
Crush onto Ghost. Yamich trying to protect him with snowballs, but V2, he just jumps right after him. In a casual 2-shot of the Bloodseeker. Sumail can zip away. GH cannot. So Nisha's going to jump after him. 3-shot him. Punch, punch, crush.
I'll say this Cobalt Cup for Saberlight has looked really good in this game. With this kind of lineup. Just buffing everybody's move speed every time this little skirmish or fight breaks out. Yeah, super nice for the Slaughter, super nice for the TA. Your lineup's pretty built around running people down. I think this neutral item's really strong in these types of games. People underrate it.
Yeah, it seems particularly good with like summons heroes.
Yep.
All allied units. I had to double check that one.
And a little Tormentor time. The objectives keep rolling in for Liquid. Enigma Galaxy cannot stop the bleeding right now.
Will they get Entomb, or will they get the Cursed Crown Bramble?
They're gonna get the Cursed Crown. It was obvious, Austin.
Sorry.
You know you can tell which one you're gonna get, right?
Yeah, you can, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you tell?
Well, I'm not gonna say. People would abuse it all the time. If I've learned anything from the last year and a half, Austin, especially from watching the pro scene, it's that when you find a bug, you don't tell anybody.
No, you keep that. You hold that secret very close to the chest.
You just use it until somebody calls you out.
Yep. It's only when like a former teammate like leaves your team, and then you know the information's out there. Then you like
you call him out on it.
Yeah.
Like that guy's abusing that.
Somebody bug abusing.
Stop him.
Somebody stop these monsters. Noob, half HP already. Does have a big ol' Lotus.
Oh my god, these pause timings, dude.
Sumail tried to jump the Dark Willow. He already got up to Shadow Realm, though. So,
yeah, this is
gonna
already
be a rough zip.
A failed zip. I don't think Liquid can do anything on the response, though. Good news for Sumail.
Spooky.
Look at that. Oh, she blinks during the pause.
Oh yeah, can we look at the Dark?
Go back to the Willow.
They do facial features because it's also their portrait. That.
What the heck? That's creepy as hell.
There's that Curse Crown Bramble situation. Oh, he was waiting on the BKB. Nisha would have committed to kill Noob.
Saberlight commits.
Oh, wait, Saberlight jumped
What
inside
in
the
the
base, but he
fuck
didn't
was
get
that?
the silencer. I knew that Blink Dagger. I knew that Blink Dagger was going to do something like that. I knew it the moment he thought about Blink Dagger. I was like, brother, it ain't going to go right. It's not going to go the way you think it will. It never does. You have to just know thyself. Oh, what a crush, though, from Nisha. Bye-bye, Noob. Buy back immediately from Yamich. Trying to get here. Nisha is a little bit low, but the TP's just coming so slow. They don't really have any damage. Back to hitting the tier 2.
That was a wild black hole attempt.
Now he says no.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Ultimately, it's still a good fight for Liquid. That's how ahead they are. More Desto charges for V-Tune. These Slaughter amps are ruining Enigma Galaxies. They just cannot get to Dispels in this game. This Storm is never going to have one. The BKB is super far away for the DP. The Manta still far away for
He
the
wasn't
Bloodseeker.
even close to hitting the silence.
I don't know what he was thinking was
And
going to go
this is
down.
the Death Prophet who could also silence him. So
you missed every black hole you don't take, though.
I think that hit should count as like 3 misses, actually.
What if he gotten the silencer in it? He would have looked like a genius.
But then he still had to hit the Death Prophet.
What if he gotten everybody?
Then he would have looked like a genius.
Exactly.
But instead he looks like a fool.
Better to have been a fool in love than to never loved at all, Austin.
I was going to say better to be thought a fool than to cast Black Hole and remove all doubt.
Wow, that's a brutal quote. I don't think I would
right?
have even been that brutal. So maybe my calling him El Saber soloed was...
That one was pretty... That one was pretty...
In my defense, he did get solo killed twice in that game.
Samael popped his head out of the base. It didn't go so well. Meanwhile...
Didn't go much better for Ghost.
Also did that, just in a different part of the map. Liquid found them both. Killed them both. And are now hitting the high ground.
3 stop series that was promised. Bless up.
Chat, we are truly blessed.
I don't think I've ever cast a game where it went the distance and they were all stops.
Not like this bad of stops, yeah.
Yeah.
Exorcism time. Insane's just going to run in. Create a little bit of space for the Templar Assassin to reset up. Now he's throwing the damage at Noob. Noob's dead. With Noob out of the way, there's not really much damage left. Saberlight's going to blink after Samael. Hit him with the Malefist. Nisha tried to close the gap. Couldn't get there in time and zip away. Still hitting those tier 3s.
You just don't have Dispels for the amp.
Oh, nice deny from Yamich.
Don't have the armor yet.
No. No Dispels, no armor.
Only that Crimson Guard. Solar Crest arrives. Rough game for Enigma Galaxy. They try and hold on.
Ghost just pushes down the top lane. They are not contesting this bottom situation. GH, bye.
Yeah, stepped up a little far there. Desto charges for V-Tune continue to increase. Liquid got what they came for. Black Hole is available as well. They're on the hunt. Boxy, smoke top, just looking for Ghost on his own. Wants to assassinate the carry here. Ooh, almost got
Trying to get his Manta out to him. And it will finally be here, so he has one tool to deal with the Slardar, but he may still die to him. Immediately bashed up. Nisha realizes there's reinforcements coming. He's got BKB, though, so he's just going to stand still. They want to fight him here, that's fine. Yamich realizes he should not want to fight him here. Saberlight, oh, he thought he had a black hole opportunity there. This time, it did not pull the trigger on it.
so hard to get out on the map. You have 3 Radiant Wards scouting all these lanes on the sides. You have TA traps everywhere.
Yeah, this is why I hate TA. It's just like, she gets ahead, the TA traps are so oppressive.
Yeah, you just can't rat. There's no hope. You get locked in your base, slowly out.
Saberlight. I mean, there's no global silence.
Sumail found triple bounty room, though.
Oh, look at that.
He's going to leave one behind. Look at that.
Anisha says, I'll take that one.
He's going to go back. It's going to be gone. He's like, what the hell? wait a minute. What? I swear there was a third bounty.
It's a ghost. They're out here stealing bounties. All right, Roshan number 2. It's crazy how fast Slaughter moves around the map now with these extra river pathways.
The river god.
Nisha was just down there with Storm Spirit. Now he's already here.
Double Solar Crest for Liquid, by the way. They are just all in on this physical armor abusive lineup. Easiest UI when it's working this well.
Oh, got the Corrosive Haze on him before he could blink away, so they have full sight of him. Ghost, I don't think you could save him, brother.
He's gonna try.
Don't save a friend.
They're not gonna try. But he EXO.
Just run. Just run.
I mean, Liquid are absolutely gonna go high ground now.
Yeah.
No EXO.
No EXO, no Death Prophet. Ghost takes the time to farm one more hard camp, which is fine. Like, you got to keep that net worth up, but there is no item in sight for him. He just completed his Manta, so.
At least you have a Dispel. That's something.
Well, he also has enough gold for a buyback. That's a Dispel of sorts.
True.
Smail cutting the bottom wave. They will be forced back unless they want to give up a second lane, which honestly is entirely possible. I think this is the series with the most freely given lanes of barracks I've ever seen.
No EXO. The flank is coming.
Yeah, smoke is coming. They just got to make sure they don't get jumped on before it's too late. Now the Global Silence gets used right as the jump goes down. Going after Boxy, trying to blow up the Dark Willow to manage to get him with the punch. Yamich, he's going to trade out his life for this one. Samael throwing some damage at Insania. That's not going to work, so they reset. 1-for-1 trade-off.
They got him.
Buildings still in trouble. GH saved by Solar Crest. But the buildings, they can't be Solar Crested. Can be Crimson Guarded, though. Tombstone's about to wear out. It's time to go back in. Rupture played onto Nisha. Nisha just stands stock still.
The man
Doesn't
don't
move
care.
a muscle. He just ignores Enigma Galaxy.
He's just too tanky. Without EXO, you just can't commit into the fight. Don't have the sustained damage. Liquid claim another lane.
There are... I mean, the supports actually have the most gold in the bank on Enigma Galaxy right now. They're the ones who actually could buy an item. But the cores, broke.
I mean, to be fair,
broke boys.
Yamich is also pretty broke here.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
He's walking around with phase boots at 30 minutes. The man doesn't exist.
Just saying, he bought a point booster at least.
That's not a good sign.
There's no way he gets to an Aghanim Scepter. Unless something horrifically goes on. Blink in Exorcism. Noob. He chases after and does manage to hit a decent silence. Samael, he's not sure what to hit right now. Goes after Insania, thinks better of it. Now he's out of mana and will be sandwiched between Nisha and V-Tune.
I think this is all she wrote for this one, Austin.
Thank God.
Yeah, what was this series, man? This was
mass
wild
buybacks
in all the worst ways.
Saberlight still has this black hole. Time to let it go.
Now he's just going to hold it.
Maybe in the fountain.
That's it.
GG.
Well,
ladies and gentlemen, the worst series of Dota 2 you have ever watched.
Oh, that's got to be up there. I mean, 3 extremely one-sided games where it felt like it was over at the 5 or 6 minute mark and just dragged out for another 30. We all knew what was happening. There was very little comeback potential.
It's just crazy. It was just
Rough.
like all the games
Stuff.
were like felt like they were determined by minute like 5.
Yeah, the laning was just very one-sided. This game, the laning wasn't that severe, but Liquid just made all the moves around this Slardar. The TA snowballed. He had the first blood. The second that DP EXO bottom failed, you're in such a big hole. It's hard to come back. That's kind of the problem with offlane DP, is that EXO move is really easy to read. And if you respond to it accordingly, she falls really far behind because then you can't make plays until the Exos back up. Unless you're in a lane where you can bully the enemy carry by default with siphons and the sprays, but you can't do that versus TA. Like, this hero is just a lane menace. 15-0 and 11 for V2. He absolutely cooked, roasted, put him on the barbecue. I mean, there's going to be some bodies in the woods tonight. That's all I can tell you. It's not going to be Liquids because they escape with a win here in the second group stage.
Which means they stay alive at DreamLeague. They are in a rough spot, no doubt about it, but they can potentially make it into playoffs. They just got to win out for the rest of their games. They are now 1-4. Enigma Galaxy are also 1-4. And that closes out the series. I don't want to think about this one ever again.
Too bad. We're still going to keep talking about it because that means, as you stated, Cap, Liquid still have a fighting chance here at DreamLeague Season 26 to continue further into the tournament, which means that things get even doubly stressful for Nigma because not only did they lose this series, but they lost the series to the team that is lower placed than them right now in our group stage 2, which means if they start getting leapfrogged by other teams, well, then all of a sudden, Nigma can't make it to playoffs, and that makes things more stressful, because maybe you won't get enough points for the Esports World Cup. I'm freaking out!
Well, I tell you who wasn't
really
freaking out. I feel like Liquid were like, okay, well, that's not going to happen again. And this off-lane made a lot more sense. Obviously, it's still going to be hard, but Saberlight laned well. I don't remember seeing any black holes other than this one, which got immediately cancelled. So, yeah, it was just this TA, V-Tune. Doubters, step aside, shut your mouths, and apologize because V-Tune tuned these lads up.
He definitely did. He had a great game, and we can see the Bingo Bongo man. He's also having a blast. Had a great game on Enigma. They had this massive issue with Bloodseeker Silencer that they try to fix. I think after you lose a game like that, you probably go to demo mode. You started theory crafting how to beat that because the other team, they just feel very comfortable playing the same thing again. They already showed it earlier in the tournament, and now you need to theory craft how to defend against it, and they found a perfect example. Enigma, she's going to be pulling the lane back and also catching GH off guard. So they found something that was very good. They needed a solution quickly, and they found it.
Yeah, I'm happy for them. I was definitely worried that they would just get smashed again, but getting through the first 5 to 10 minutes makes a world of difference. They even sacrificed a little bit on last hits. I think I remember at one point, Bloodseeker had 12 last hits, Enigma had 6. So it's they just played it really safe until they could get a couple levels, especially once you hit level 2 Eidolons. Super high damage. They didn't have any AoE to deal with the Eidolons, so they just needed to not get stomped at the start. Buy 1, 2 items, get a few levels, they stabilized, and then they get to play a normal game, which was very synergistic, right? Slardar minus armor, TA minus armor. TA's been slapping series consistently, so Liquid kind of got what they wanted. They let them take their combo, but they got maybe the best carry of the patch, and it synergized well with the Slardar, so yeah, they ran away with it.
And they also played together. I want to show some of the clips how they managed to do so, especially at the early stages. This is 5 minutes in we're talking about, and this is the strong lane. You get to pull the lane back, you're playing relatively close to your tower, then you find an opening, you get the kill on GH, and also, check this out, this is going to be Nisha coming as well. They're trying to outnumber what was a massive problem in this second game. And they're also going to go pretty much through the gate. So you have Insania giving him the taste of his own medicine, something that he did relatively early on. And this is the big move. This is the big turnaround point. Even though they were already ahead, this first or second EXO move at the time, they kind of block it completely, bringing in all 5 members. And I'm not sure what this was. Enigma Galaxy jumping onto Slardar, who has Shield Rune available. Even if he doesn't get it off immediately, you still can kill him with these 2 heroes. And a very nice play from Nisha. He gets it earlier, blinks onto the tower, pulls the whole team pretty much into the tower. And look at the synergy. You talked about it, Purge, with the double minus armor between these 2 heroes, which also allows Saberlight, who has been very active in this third game, to get pretty much what he wants. And you can see them playing behind the enemy lines, so they're still going to be getting another kill from it. And again, another kill as well. Ghost, he was completely shut down. And I also got to give credit to Saberlight. We talked about him having a great game, but I also really like the itemization. This Spirit Vessel, I thought it might come from the mid lane. It came from the off lane, shutting down DP, shutting down this Bloodseeker as well.
Very quick adaptation for not much time to come up with new strategies. So not only did they manage to, in my opinion, somewhat outdraft Nigma in terms of like, okay, we're going to first fix this Undying. You don't know if it's going to be my offlaner or if it's going to be a support. Now that I see your Silencer and Bloodseeker has come out again, I'm going to pick up an Enigma. And then they get a minus armor strategy on top of that. So not only did they shut down Nigma Galaxy's idea, but they also had like, those 5 heroes were just good on their own.
They were. And I feel like Nigma Galaxy bought the right items. The Crimson Guard on the Death Prophet made sense. It's the best way to counter minus armor strats because you're lowering their damage before any armor is taken into account. So if you're giving 70 damage block to everybody on your team, they're going to survive seconds longer against this normally like TA2 shots you type territory. So they did what they could. They got poor man shields, all that stuff, but it just was way too much damage and they were too far behind that the global silence didn't even matter. It wasn't even about Black Hole. So.
Yeah. I also really like the fact that they picked the Slardar and the TA who, even if you silence Slardar, he's still just going to punch you. And he can get a bash on you, and then it's like, well, now you're just standing there and all right, I can't cast spells, but I'm just going to hit you with my club. So I quite like that. And TA, obviously, she'd like to be able to use meld and stuff like that, but she still hits very hard. So you have these two really important cores that are survivable and can just stand there silenced and go, all right, well, let's just fight.
Even like Storm Spirit, I think, is vulnerable against minus armor strats because he does buy Witchblade now. That's always been his itemization for many years now. But he doesn't buy any other armor items typically. So like once you hit him with this like minus 20 armor, Storm Spirit's usually moderately high HP, a little bit scary. But if you can drop all that minus armor on him and stun him like once or twice in a row, instantly full to 0. And Storm normally plays around how much mana he has, but if he's got no health, he also can't fight. So it kind of played into their hands a little bit. Like once those two heroes got together, that Slardar pick just really blew the game open. If it was a different hero mid, I feel like it would have been a completely different game. They would have worried about the global silence or whatever else.
So where are we settling on the Bloodseeker Silencer combo?
Still strong, but you need to have the right answer for it. And we talked about pulling the lane back, pulling the lane closer to your tower, or having heroes that can punch back. Some of the beefy boys, Tusk Centaur, these type of a thing. It is still very obnoxious. I think this strat now has been leaked, and you might need to pick it slightly later into your draft, because right now I think a lot of teams are going to be seeing it and they're going to be having that in the back of their minds when they're drafting.
Yeah, you're going to want to see a melee offlaner, ideally.
Well, I want to see a carry player on my screen. I want to see Vtoon. Vtoon, where you been, my man? I haven't seen you since like a Kuala Lumpur like a year and a half ago. How you been?
I'm good. I had like a little bit surgery, but now I'm super fine and ready to fight for wins.
You're making it happen game after game. How'd you end up on this Liquid squad in the first place? Like, how much advance notice did you have? Who reached out to you? I'm very curious how we ended up seeing you on this team.
Jabs, write me. Like, can you, are you up to stand in on this tournament? I just watching like, yeah, of course, I'm happy to stand in with you guys.
Have you known Jabs before, or is it just because you're a leaderboard beast that he's like, yo, we need a new carry, let's get Vtoon?
No, it was like I just play in CS2 and he just add me. I just watch like, oh, okay, it's real Jabs. Let's check. And he just typed me, can you stand in for us?
Wow,
yes, of course.
What a random turn of events, a completely different game, and you get recruited to being a beast in this one. I'll keep it focused on this game in particular. So we've been talking a lot about this Bloodseeker Silencer combo. I won't ask you to leak any of Blitz's genius strats, but during game 2, how frustrated was Saberlight and Boxy dealing with that lane?
I think we was fine. We didn't tilt, but yeah, it was suffer for us. Our bottom lane, it's really looks like genius. I don't know. It's really hard to lane this at all. So yeah.
You guys
it's
adapted.
a bit surprises. It surprises, yes.
So then that is one thing we were curious about because Nigma has played it before, but then over the course of game 2, it seemed like you guys had not seen this strat before.
Yeah, I think we didn't expect that this is so strong on lane and they can snowball it super hard. I don't know.
You turned around quick for game number 3. I'm going to send you on over to Lacoste, who's got some questions for you as well.
Yo, Vtoon, congrats on that dub. I want to ask you about your starting items. Game number 1, game number 2 on Ursup. You bought pretty much Ring of Hell, bringing in some, 2013 build back in Dota. What's up with that?
Yeah, I think I just rated only on Ursa because you like have enough damage with passive, and if you're like full HP versus Centaur non-stop, you cannot die. That was my point in this game. That's all.
I haven't seen it before. Is this something that you theory crafted?
Yeah, it was my own build. It's on Ursa it's working always, but other heroes it's not gonna work at all, I think.
I see. So we're probably going to be seeing that, more of that. But I also want to ask you about this Luna hero. She's currently 0-7. You guys picked it 3 times. What's happening with this hero? Why are you guys forcing it?
I think it's just strong. We just had unlucky games.
Unlucky, huh?
Yes, we just had unlucky games. So I pretty sure we could win every game with Luna. I just like this Axe build because it's quite tempo. You can just kill any hero on map when you get Axe, and enemies gonna be like afraid. If you have like good catch with this combo, you can just take all map control with this, and it's kind of strong. I don't know. I like Luna, my favorite hero also. Like, why not?
Yeah, and
after patch.
Speaking of your favorite heroes, seems like you've been enjoying a lot of them so far. You played 13 different heroes now that the patch dropped. How do you feel about the carry meta in general? How do you feel about the carry role, hero pool?
I think after patch it's changing a lot. Like there is a lot of heroes that not revealed. I think Muerta carry also strong. Something like a Seth, maybe Nakes, still strong like in free drafts.
Yeah, that wasn't too confident from you. That Nakes was like, yeah, maybe it's good, but 70% it's not good.
Yeah, probably.
All right, thank you for the input.
So then if I can actually keep you on heroes for one more question, I've been enjoying asking all these players. We can't see your Dota 2 Pro Tracker anymore, and I don't want you to reveal anything that you think you might have cooking, but have you tried any experiments on carries after the patch, and it turned out to be garbage? You were like, oh, maybe this looks good, then you played it in the game, and you're like, oh my god, this is awful.
I tried only one weird thing. It's Batrider carry with default carry build like Mjolnir, Dragonlance, BKB. It's really strong, but if you don't have good team, you're gonna lose. Probably.
Oh, sure. Blame the team. Classic carry flair.
Sure. But on lane, I destroyed my lane. I literally destroyed my lane. But after lane, I lose.
Okay. Well, if you manage to make it a 3-way swap with you, Boxy, and Nisha all being able to play Batrider, that I would love to see. For right now, though, we'll leave you with a congratulations on this victory against Nigma Galaxy. VTune, always a pleasure to see you. Happy to see that you've recovered from your surgery, and hopefully we get to catch more of Liquid in the future.
Thank you. See you. See you.
See you later, VTune. That's right. Now Liquid has a win on the board for DreamLeague Season 26's Group Stage 2, which means there are no shutouts here in this entire group stage. It's a competitive tournament all around. And also, we get an opportunity to check in with our flavor/social media correspondent, Effie.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome, welcome. This is the Night Shift fashion magazine where you're all my interns, okay? So we've had some clients come to us asking to be, spruced up a little, freshening up here and there, and our magazine has reached a consensus on the new looks. But you as my interns, I need to test which of you are worthy of promotion.
You're Devils Wear Prada-ing us right now?
Pretty much. I need to see which of you is going to climb the ranks and help me with the future models. So if you could, split up into pairs so I can pick your brains for these ideas.
Let's go, buddy.
Excellent. All right. I would like to pose you our first client, if we could pull him up.
Elder Titan.
Elder Titan.
Oh.
He likes to go for walks in the park. You see him out in nature. He just he wasn't feeling it. He decided he needed a change of fashion here and there. And our magazine settled on a hat. Now I need to hear your ideas.
A hat.
A hat. We've settled on a hat for him. With the help of AI Slop, of course.
I see. Okay. So we're looking at headwear specifically.
You gotta be quick. I need my sharpest interns on the case.
Fedora. Everyone loves Fedora.
Everybody hates fedoras.
Titan?
A bowler hat, that's the classic that goes with a briefcase.
A bowler hat?
I see.
Okay.
other interns, do you have an idea?
All right.
Our vision? Do you have an
Oh,
idea?
this is the ugliest looking model in Dota 2. I can't play the hero
me,
because of it.
Morphling exists?
Still the ugliest looking hero, if you remember what he looked like back in Dota 1 day. So we're gonna go with baseball cap turned the other way around because we're trying to make him uglier.
What?
Why don't we...
Stop! They win! Can we pull up the remodel we've done for our
Are you
first
serious?
client,
Really?
please?
Chad
Look
Blackman,
I was
the
gonna
elder.
veto that, but
You are so impressive. Okay, 1 point to that couch. They're
Wow.
just moving up in the world.
That was
All right,
crazy.
let's move on. Our next client. So, this client. We thought that maybe we could freshen him up a little in terms of footwear. If you can see, he's barefoot.
Oh, okay.
He needs a little bit of help. So I need to hear the ideas from my genius interns.
He's French, you know. And this guy has a good sense of fashion. And for some reason, Dota 2 bugged out, and I have like almost a naked picture of Pangolier in my phone. Still have to find it. Not sure what he was wearing on his feet, though.
Why is that on your phone?
I don't know. I just have it
Don't
saved
know
up. It's
exactly
the screenshot.
All
It's
right.
in the game.
All right, this couch is demoted. Next couch.
boots?
What are your thoughts?
No, if it was backwards baseball cap, I'm thinking it's like
Yeah, but it's going to be a different vibe. I think cowboy boots.
not like some Fortnite Jordans or something like that.
Cowboy.
I think
Cowboy
German. We're gonna go with German tourist, where he's wearing socks and sandals.
You know, they get the point again because that is the closest to our vision. If we could pull it
even
up, it
talked
was
yet.
not socks and sandals.
I said Crocs.
I had a feeling.
We thought that that's what
Crocs are
Pangolier
backward.
needed, you know,
That's-
because
Yeah,
That's
they're on
AI.
the wrong feet.
then he rolls into a ball. He's got to be able to slip out of the shoes, but this way he can still look fresh.
One of
He
them
looks
is in
very mad
One of
for
them is in
wearing
sport
that.
mode.
Why is it one of the lads? Why is it from the Lion King? Right.
Well, you see, our client was very unhappy with what we gave him. That's why he's so upset. But it's okay. That's 2 points to Team Lacoste. If we could pull up the next client, please.
Keeper of the light.
Keeper of the Light. You know, his issue when he came to our night shift fashion magazine, he said that everyone's calling him old, nobody wants to talk to him, they say he has to get with the times. So we decided to do a change of hair.
Are they talking about me? Is this me?
Do
No,
you
it's
feel like
not.
you need a change of
Okay.
haircut?
I'm just saying. It's
I
like
think-
old. No one likes him. No one talks to him.
You
He needs
know-
a change of hair.
I think we should shave his beard and give him a fashionable mustache right now. Mustaches are very popular right now. It would balance out
Mohawk?
his giant
Mohawk.
nose.
Yeah.
You know, that's not a bad idea, intern, but I would like to hear some other ideas.
We're saying mohawk.
Yeah, mohawk or
A big red mohawk like an orc.
like that like side shave thing like those people on Vikings or whatever.
It's gonna be very
Geniuses!
hello fellow kids.
Geniuses! Those interns, they do deserve a spot at this magazine. They were shameful, the last two answers. But if we could pull up the styling that we gave him.
Yo!
He's got a big red mohawk, and don't ask why his face is so out of proportion to his body. It is AI slop. But we braided
the worst
his beard.
kind.
It was beautiful. He was very happy. He said that everybody thought he was cool after that. Anyway, next client. Let's move on. Kunka.
He's perfect. No changes.
See, Kunka just wanted to. He wanted to be more approachable. That's what he came to us with. Like, so
Okay.
he thought that people didn't really perceive him as friendly. So we just gave him a change of attire in general. Ideas. Interns.
What makes you look friendlier, more
Like
approachable?
a teddy bear costume.
Okay.
Like he just looks like a teddy bear.
Something fluffy.
Although maybe that makes him look like a
Maybe
Well,
like,
we're running out of time,
like
so
a like a down
Just
jacket.
pajamas, I would say.
Can we dress him up like Scooby-Doo?
Scooby-Doo, I see. All right, we'll pull it up. I'll show you what the fashion magazine has come up with today. We thought that if Kunka were just a ballerina, it would make people, exactly, me. We thought it would make people enjoy him more. None of you get points for that one.
If I saw
Thank
this
God.
dude at a public park, I am not approaching him.
With
Yeah, but he's got a sword. That's the main
Thanks.
reason.
So, you guys, no one got points for that one. We're speeding up here. Next client, please. So, Crystal Maiden, she had a hot date night.
Bikini.
She just wanted to do something new, you know, something exciting, something fresh. Thoughts, interns.
Victoria's Secret. Just a corset.
No, it's she's
fishnet
going out on a
tights
date.
halfway up. Yeah.
All right. What about a red dress?
Red dress. Yeah, that always
a
works.
Lena colored dress.
She's going full slut mode.
She stole it from her sister, okay?
I'm thinking elegant evening wear, but I'm thinking a little black dress.
Black dress?
The classic LBD.
You know what? That's close enough. Pull it up. What we have here is Goth.
Whoa!
Goth Crystal Maiden.
Is this supposed to look like you, Mira?
No, that's ChatGPT did it.
Activating my neurons.
Are you calling me Goth over there, Kev?
Yeah.
All right. Let's
Last one. It's tied up.
That point goes to me. It's tied up.
It's
This is the
2-2.
last one tiebreaker for whoever the ideal intern is that's promoted.
All out of this.
Last client, please. So Pudge came to us. He said his best friend was getting married,
Okay.
and he wanted us to give him a fit. So
Well, the obvious
it.
answer would be a tuxedo, but I feel like that's too.
All right, we gotta
Tuxedos are for cocktail parties, not weddings.
Yeah, you don't wear a
That's true.
tux to a wedding.
we gotta hook him up with some nice clothes.
Okay.
You got to give him a full tailored suit, and it's
see what
got
you
to be
did.
tailored real good because that belly's got to fit somewhere.
3-piece suit, waistcoat. ChatGPT's going to go with like maybe a black, white, and maybe a red tie or something like that.
It's a tuxedo.
Give him a hat.
I see. Well, if we could pull up, Pudge in his new dapper look, you all get
Tuxedo with
promoted.
cylinder. He's gonna look like Penguin.
There you go.
There he is.
Tuxedo. I called it.
He's so happy.
Why
We
does
all
he-
called it. Look how great he looks. It's like Tony Soprano.
Look, he even cleaned off his meat hook.
He's never been happier. But that is the end of the fashion magazine. You're all promoted. My interns, you're all beautiful people, and we'll see
We all
you.
win.
Mira.
We'll see you next time. We're all winners
All
here.
winners.
For any old UK viewers out there, he looked like Les Dawson. Am I right? Anyway, sorry, carry on.
Dude, you're so right. You're so right. Effie, thank you very much for hiring us all for your magazine. And if you are just a kind of viewer of this entire experience, then why don't you peel on over to the page where we have that's a Bet Boom versus Gaming Gladiators coming up next after the break.
I got the sun in my pocket and the moon above my head. Got the whole world at my feet and the pain a cloud ahead. There are stories I need to tell. There is laughter I need to share. Joy and love all around. I can feel it in the air. Oh, nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all.
Welcome back, everyone, where Effie actually forgot one last client as we got into a Bet Boom versus Gaming Gladiators. Purge, tell me about Queen of Pain's bondage.
I would love to. It's a very misunderstood facet. In the previous patch, any day I will be on. Okay, there we go. The previous facet, the way it worked is it gave you spell lifesteal based on damage you deal, but they changed it and it was confusing. So I'm here to explain it to you and show this. Because this context is very, very important because it is what defeated Gaming Gladiators in one of their 2 matches in the last series that they played. And Gaming Gladiators played really good that game, but it was so hard to play against it that it made it like unplayable completely.
All right, everyone, tune in. Purge is going to give you a lesson of bondage.
Love bonding with you guys. Are the graphics ready is the question.
We're all rope bunnies eagerly anticipating it.
I need to visualize. All right, here's what bondage does. It reflects 20% of all spell damage within 1,200 range that you take. That's in there. That's just the way it works. It's very good against spellcasters. Zeus, Pugna, Leshrac. Pure and also bondage will make that pure and magic reflected damage, such as the one that you get from bondage, are affected by spell lifesteal. And then both sets of quaps always get spell lifesteal now. So that means that when you take spell damage, you will spell lifesteal some of that off. It's basically damage resistance, okay? Is how it works. And if you get bondage, it works with blade mail. So any magic damage you take is blade mail reflected and bondage reflected, and you spell lifesteal, all that shit. Okay, next slide, please. Now, so let's do some math. Blade mail reflects 85% of damage taken. With bondage, that's 105% of the magic spell damage you take, you reflect. Then she spell lifesteals a maximum 14% of that. So we're talking like 15% damage reduction against spell damage when she has blade mail on. It's crazy good. And then if you get Fate's Edicted, you take 0% magic damage. So you're reflecting 105. You're healing like 16% of the damage you're not taking, basically. And then if you have Sanj Kaya, you lifesteal 20% more. So let's watch the clips with this in mind, because the numbers are crazy. The way Quinn played it was excellent, frankly. This is before blade mail. The second he saw Quinn, he jumped on him, they went on him. Static Storm stops Emo from using his ultimate, and they do this fight to the death. But they're getting a bunch of extra heal from Ollie, from the spell resistance, and from bondage naturally. And here's with Emo having blade mail, okay? He blinks back, he's gonna get glimpse back. Right before he does, he gets Fate's Edicted. So he's about to take 0 magic damage and reflect 105. Look what Quinn has to do. He just stops casting his spells because he knows that if he does, he's only going to take damage himself and deal none back to Emo. And by the time Fate's Edict comes off, there's no chance at all of killing Quap. So basically picking Quap with Blade Mail against spellcasters and with Oracle on the team means that you literally cannot fight her as a spell damage hero. Quinn has to walk away until Blade Mail's over, and only when Blade Mail is done can he have a chance of getting a kill. So he has to wait until it's over and then chase. And if that opportunity isn't there, if he's not in melee range, he literally just can't do anything in the fight. And he gets ran down. So the way he played this was great. He didn't do damage to Blade Mail and take a bunch of damage from nothing. Here's the Blade Mail. He runs away. The second the Blade Mail is over, he turns and tries to catch her. He barely missed his stun. If he does land that, maybe he can kill Emo. But by that point, he gets disengaged on and he gets ran down again. It was like such an oppressive, great play by Emo. And then the rest of the game, they just play Oracle near Emo because he always knows Blade Mail plus Fate's Edict means I cannot die and I'm doing more damage to them. I'm actually healing from them damaging me. It's really, really cool. And once you understand the mechanics, just something to keep in mind. You can't pick Leshrac if the mid flex is open with an Oracle, or you're going to lose. That's what it feels like.
That was really good, Kev. Well done. You can join us on the table.
I was expecting like proper methodology for like Shibari and like how to properly choke someone and like.
Oh, sex stuff. Well, I think I know what Emo did after that game because he had a fun one.
What's Shibari?
It's like the rope tying art.
Seems like you know a lot about that, Tsunami, huh?
Yep. What's up with that?
Maybe I'll do a tech segment.
Not with me.
No.
I'm not gonna be there.
Bet Boom versus Gaming Gladiators. As we saw, Leshrac was formerly a big option for Gaming Gladiators. We had throwbacks of the Lina Major already with Lina picks from Gaming Gladiators. Leshrac should be comfortably in their wheelhouse, but it seems that part of it has already been solved with this Queen of Pain idea.
It's really spooky. It seemed very clear watching it. Quinn knew what was going on. Like he read and understood and played the hero, but that one's it was a little hard to get unless you watch how they play. The Blade Mail. The Blade Mail with that build against spell damage, extremely good.
With an Oracle.
The Oracle pushes it over to the top to like Giga territory, but like even not against an Oracle, I'd be very comfortable playing Quap against spellcasters with Blade Mail.
How about for BetBoom? What have they had in their pocket recently, Lacoste? Because both these teams are middle of the pack performance right now, which means that this is a very, very critical series if you want to make your way confidently into playoffs. Should I be confident with BetBoom?
It depends. This team can be hit or miss. Still not sure where I want to put them. They seem to be looking good, even with the stand-in. Kiritich is kind of fitting in nicely. GPK, he's playing like 16, 17 different heroes so far in the tournament, so his hero pool is pretty massive. But kind of hard to tell, and I think this series as well is just going to be a lot determined on the drafts, because Gaming Gladiators are also very hot and cold, and also judging from the recent post on Reddit, seems like Quinn also got in a little bit of a trouble. He got in the prison, so he's going to be needing to get out of low priority.
I think that's a good thing for him because he's been playing a lot of the same heroes over and over again. Put him into single draft, Purge's favorite game mode of all time.
Really fun.
It is fun.
And then he'll be forced to expand his hero pool because you can't just rely on this Monkey King and Leshrac all day long for the entire tournament.
Yeah, there's definitely something to it because they've been spamming this Monkey King from the mid lane when the patch dropped. I thought this new facet might be kind of good, but still compared to the other facets where you were 4 seconds out of Wukong's command, so you could reset multiple times. You die, Wukong's still there. It seems like it's not even close to what it was before. There's something to it, but I still haven't seen it yet, even though they played this Monkey King multiple times.
Yeah, even no one was demoing that Monkey King facet and said he couldn't really figure out a way to make it useful, so...
It's probably good if you cast your ulti right before you get stunned or you're about to die, because then you can actually buy time to be inside the circle surviving. But they'd have to, like, it's an occasional
You have to
thing.
reduce the cast animation on your ulti for that to be, like, a thing.
Yeah, it has to, like, there's always a couple times a game where a Monkey King is about to die and he casts his ulti and he dies within like 1 second where he's like, can I lifesteal in time? In that specific instance, it's good. But in almost all other instances, it's not very good because it's still kind of hard to drop your ulti to do damage. You can teleport from one side to the other. You could use it potentially for like distance or jumping around the fight a little bit, but yeah, it's probably just worse.
For a player at Quinn's rank, when he has to play low prio, how long are those queue times?
It looked like, from the screenshot on Reddit, it looked like he had a dedicated 5-stack, which is...
To bail him?
I have met many people who have get me out of jail stacks.
Yes, everybody has. Lads, I'm in low prio. Again! And you go and bail them out. I think I've been in... I don't even think I've maybe ever even been in low prio. Maybe one time way back. I don't... Because I had to abandon a couple of games quickly. What?
I feel like you're lying.
No, I believe him.
No, why would I be in low prio?
I don't think I ever have either.
I never solo queue.
I didn't even abandon the first like 4 or 5 years of playing Dota until I got like power internet out.
It was literally.
Oh yeah, it
my
was internet problems for me as well.
Yeah, sounds like why it's a consistent issue.
Everyone else's internet was sending me bad players.
Yeah. Are you a flamer? What's going on?
You know, it can't get into your head.
Do you have a stack that gets you out of jail, Lacoste?
I did have, but I was not in low priority in forever.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'm a reformed man, so no.
Reformed, I see.
Would Fog be in that stack, though? If you
oh,
needed
definitely.
A guy?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, Fog in there.
So what's the pitch whenever they recruit you, Pyrian? Are they like...
Well, so the lads I play with now, I don't think any of us have been in low prior in a very long time, but there are some lads on my Discord that there's a few of them that you think, yep, of course he's in low prior, and then, you know, you want to try and bail him out. So if I see a low price stack, I really want to get in it.
Oh?
Because it's so much fun.
Single draft or just
yeah.
being with...
A, single draft is great, and B, the stakes couldn't be higher. Like, you have to win the game. Otherwise, they're stuck there. And when they're like, I just need one more win, and they just can't get it, oh, it's so much fun. Love it.
I like it because very few people get to play the meta heroes they want, so you get to see more hero variety.
That's
yeah.
People are forced into weird roles sometimes, so it's more like crazy stuff, and it just felt... Maybe because there were toxic people in the game that the stakes were a little lower. They were a little lower.
Provably.
It felt like you could mess around a little bit. You know, like be like, oh, I'm gonna do something goofy here. Like, because I wasn't trapped in there. I was just like,
I'm just a visit. This is like
it's a conjugal visit.
They're in jail.
Yeah.
I'm at the just visiting square on the Monopoly board.
Yeah.
But the other thing is the tension, the simmering tension is these people are all in low prio for a reason.
Correct.
And they're watching you fuck it up, and they're just like, they're just like that meme of the guy like that. That's what they're
veins
like.
popping out the forehead.
Thing is, nobody can talk to each other.
Oh, can you not?
It's very silent.
Yeah, you're gonna be ping. That's right. God, yeah. Wait, can you even ping?
Well,
depending on your score, because there are levels.
You can't even ping.
Correct. There are levels of communication abuse.
I genuinely enjoyed my low prio games that I played, but it's been like years since I learned low prio stack. Yeah. I miss it. We should just be assholes on purpose to get into the promised land.
You just got to abandon a few games, you'll get there, I think. Just,
we'll see,
To see how the other half lives.
Yeah, damn.
It's the fact that they even have to create so many striations of, all right, you're a little bit bad, you can't do like cooldown pings anymore. You're even worse, can't use voice chat anymore. You're really bad, stop using text chat. We're breaking your enter key.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. It is crazy.
Why do we play this game with
You know
such
what I would
unhinged
do?
people?
Like if you drop low enough, you can't use your hotkeys. Like you actually, or let's say you're playing, like the game recognizes whether you're using QWER or you're using legacy keys, and it doesn't. Yeah, exactly. And it swaps your minimap as well. Put it on a different side.
Man, that would make some angry players though.
You would never leave.
You'd be stuck forever.
Unless they put you on like a timer, like rather than it being like you just can't play Dota, it's like you can only play with only mouse or something.
Or if you have like 3 games of low priority, first game you need to win in 25 minutes.
Oh man.
Second game like 30 minutes.
Right.
Some challenges.
Some challenges as well. So you need to use this to be a better team player.
Yeah.
And what if you take your teammates and they all have slightly different challenges? So you can't even like, one of them's like, oh, the game has to only be 30 minutes, so they might not push as hard as the other guy. Creates more tension on purpose so that they have to work through their issues.
Or you have to build a certain items on the hero.
Oh.
So you have to build.
You have to buy BKB.
No way, you're never getting out now.
It's a huge punishment. Oh my
But I was
god.
thinking that way, if you have dodgy builds that you have to take, you get used to looking at your teammates' items and thinking, what the hell is he building? It's all about acclimatizing people's brains.
But now that I think about it, like there must be a concrete reason why Valve as an American company is not interested in reformation necessarily. You just stick them in low prio,
Straight to prison.
do your time, and then get out. Have you learned anything really?
How about, we do this in America, our prisoners have to work for no pay. What if you put crypto software on their computers and their PCs mine while they're in low pyro? And then you're financially encouraged to keep them there longer, of course.
And the feedback loop continues.
We had some really good ideas here.
Whereas if Valve was like a Norwegian company or something, how do we rehabilitate these poor low priority players?
If it's the Scandinavian style of prison, where it's about, like you said, it's about reforming people and rehabilitation, you get 10 free Smurf games. You just get to Smurf 10 games in a row to raise your morale and make you a happier person. So you just go, you just get put in the way lower bracket than you should be in. Easy 10 games. It's like, let it out.
But they probably
I'm more for a German system. You are allowed to escape the prison. It's not going to add any more years to your sentence. So, for example, you get into low priority, you're like, I don't want to be in here anymore, so you leave, but then in the middle of the game, you get pulled into low priority game. The cops get you.
It's not illegal to try to escape prison in Germany.
No, because it's like...
It's a human desire, apparently.
Yeah.
Wow.
I see that posted to Reddit every couple of years. Yeah.
That's hilarious. I was tempted to get banged up just to give it a go.
Just to put it to the test.
See if you can get out.
I only need one thing, my trusty spoon. I just dig my way out. Yeah, I'm sure they've...
And they'd be like, oh, Ted digging again, I see. Oh, don't do that.
And a poster of
You
Rita
can't stop me.
Hayworth.
You can't stop me, copper. Yeah, just crawl out. Babe Ruth.
A poster of Rita Hayworth.
Oh, I see. I thought you said a poster of Babe Ruth. I was like, geez, I'm not that old.
Gotta hide that hole in the wall, yeah.
What are we waiting for?
Yeah,
by the way?
what's going
Oh,
on?
we were waiting to wrap up this discussion. Now we can start the draft in 1 minute. We just no one in Twitch chat was saying Caster start the game. And so
well,
idiots.
the casters
my bad.
aren't here yet.
You guys
Like
need to
they
say it, otherwise we forget.
I think it's because Twitch chat was collectively in low prior, so they were communication bad. Have you noticed, the thing that pops up and says action taken against someone that you've
Yeah,
reported?
that's absolutely nothing.
Right, I haven't had one. I haven't had a so-and-so was banned because of this for 2 years.
Oh, geez.
And we report a lot of people.
Are you doing your Overwatch cases?
I do Overwatch cases too.
Really?
Yeah, and I get nothing.
I mean,
Yeah.
you have to hit somebody that's on the line, Like, if you give somebody a misdemeanor, they just get a little, voice chat me. But if you get somebody that's, commits a felony right at the right time, then you send them to prison. You're like the guy.
What do you guys usually click? After the game ends, it gives you toxic behavior, not enough synergy. I always click, I played well.
Yeah, I always I played well.
You guys don't. I do that as truthfully as I can every single time.
Of course.
Yeah,
you
that's
would.
why